Chapter 1. A Fatal Blow to the Fool. Urgent report. Urgent report. In the capital of the Great Yan Empire, Xingyang City, a swift rider burst through the palace gates, heading straight for the imperial court. Your Majesty, our forces were ambushed at Xinjiang Plain. The crown prince has perished, and his body has been seized by Bailiang. What? The emperor of Yan, Jing, rose abruptly. The crown prince is dead? Upon receiving the report, Emperor Jing's vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the table. In the star-picking garden, a desolate courtyard within the Great Yan Palace, the chilliness was palpable, for its master was the Eighth Prince Xiao Wanping. Upon awakening, Xiao Wanping felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, as if his very bones were disintegrating. Where am I? Surveying his surroundings, he noted the ancient architecture and the hushed whispers of eunuchs. Memories flooded back. The Eighth Prince of the Great Yan? A fool? I have transmigrated into the body of a fool. How infuriating. A decade prior, for reasons unknown, the 10-year-old Xiao Wanping had suddenly succumbed to hysteria. The peculiarity of his condition was remarkable by day. He was daft and disoriented. Yet at night, he returned to his normal self, unable to recall the events of the day. Emperor Jing had dispatched countless imperial physicians, yet none could discern the cause. Ultimately, it was a wandering sorcerer who posited that Xiao Wanping had witnessed something exceedingly terrifying, resulting in a disruption of his internal balance and mental faculties. As for what he had seen, Xiao Wanping could never remember. You fool, the seventh prince took you out to play, and you fell from your horse. How is it that you weren't killed? The eunuch stationed nearby cast a glance at the awakening Xiao Wanping, speaking without restraint, believing he would not recall. Indeed, serving others, be it the empress or a favored concubine, is far more rewarding. Yet here we are, tending to a fool, devoid of any benefit, and constantly subjected to ridicule. When will this wretched existence end? Two eunuchs, in Xiao Wanping's presence, disdainfully discussed their plight. The original host, in his daytime madness, rendered the palace maids powerless to attend to him, prompting Emperor Jing to assign two eunuchs for his service. In the palace, eunuchs often gathered to compare their fortunes. To serve powerful masters brought prestige, while tending to a foolish prince placed them in a position of lowly status, breeding increasing discontent. Still reeling from his awakening, Xiao Wanping struggled to sit up. Fell from a horse. Ah yes, the stirrup had been tampered with. The seventh prince had played a cruel trick on him, perhaps even intended to harm him. Xiao Wanping vividly recalled the moment he fell, catching a glimpse of the stirrup's clean break. It was clearly done with a blade beforehand. His mind was strikingly clear. It seemed that with this transmigration, his hysteria had dissipated. The eunuchs continued. However, I heard that the crown prince has perished. Henceforth, this fool has lost his protector and is likely on the brink of death. I shall keep my eyes wide open to see when he meets his end. Enough. Let's refrain from speaking further. If his majesty were to learn of this, a slow death would be a light punishment. What is there to fear? There is no one else here, just this fool. Even if he regains his senses at night, he will not remember the events of the day. Traitorous eunuchs, I have never wronged you. We have dined together, and I have never regarded you as beneath me. Yet now, you wish for my demise? It appears that the time has come to take action against you. Though anger swells within, upon hearing of the crown prince's death, Xiao Wanping is inexplicably engulfed in sorrow. The crown prince is his elder brother, both born of the favored consort, Lady Li, truly siblings by blood. Lady Li, being the most cherished concubine of Emperor Jing, had long been desired to replace the empress, yet tragically passed away just before the grand ceremony. From that moment, the two brothers found solace in one another amidst the tumultuous storm of the imperial court, relying solely upon each other. Regardless of the troubles Xiao Wanping stirred, the crown prince stood as a steadfast guardian, unwaveringly at his side. It was under this protective wing that Xiao Wanping managed to evade the scorn of other princes. However, with the untimely demise of his mother, Lady Li, and the death of his brother on the battlefield, the path ahead now rests solely upon his shoulders. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Xiao Wanping promptly resolved to feign madness, to bide his time, lest he become the target of scorn. He clenched his fists in silence. With military power in hand, the world would be his to command. Yes, he must seize control, must command the army. Whether to the east or the north, he must devise a plan to discreetly depart from the imperial capital, Xingyang City. As he pondered, the door burst open, and the seventh prince, Xiao Wanrong, staggered in, reeking of alcohol, a bottle clutched in his hand, making his way to Xiao Wanping's bedside. This seventh prince is Xiao Wanping's sworn enemy. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Xiao Wanping's brother during the struggle for the Eastern Palace, he had since languished in despair, succumbing to a penchant for drink. With the crown prince leading an army into battle, he could hardly contain his desire to exact revenge upon Xiao Wanping. Only yesterday, he had concocted an excuse to take Xiao Wanping hunting, tampering with the stirrups in an attempt to cast him down to his demise. Yesterday, my dear eighth brother fell from his horse. I felt a pang of worry, so I have come to check on you. You may all leave now. Xiao Wanrong smirked sinisterly. The two eunuchs, stifling laughter, retreated, well aware that Xiao Wanrong had come to wreak havoc upon the eighth prince. Those treacherous slaves. Wait and see how I will deal with you. Though seething with anger, Xiao Wanping maintained the facade of a fool, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Approaching the bed, Xiao Wanrong took a seat. He provocatively exhaled towards Xiao Wanping. You fool, what luck you have to still be alive after that fall. Care to try again? He taunted. I shall be the first to take you down. Suppressing his rage, Xiao Wanping merely repeated, I'm so thirsty, I want water, I want water. Paying no heed to his words, Xiao Wanrong swayed to and fro, whistling a tune, brimming with arrogance. Do you know that the crown prince is dead? He is dead. I am utterly elated, he proclaimed, bursting into raucous laughter. After a moment, he stifled his mirth and continued, That wretched Lady Li, I do not know what trick she used to ensnare the emperor's heart, elevating her eldest son to the position of crown prince truly blind to reason. Taking a swig of strong liquor, he added, Now that your brother lies slain on the battlefield, you, foolish one, are devoid of protection. I shall ensure that your life becomes a living hell, making you regret ever gracing this world. With that, a sense of satisfaction washed over Xiao Wanrong. Oh dear, almost forgot. I came to visit you. Come, let seventh brother see where you are injured. With that, Xiao Wanrong swiftly removed Xiao Wanping's outer garment. I shall ensure you lose all face within the palace. A pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Wanping's heart. Was he about to be humiliated by running naked in the imperial palace? Would he ever be able to hold his head high again? Glimpsing a flickering candle nearby and the strong liquor in Xiao Wanrong's hand, a thought sparked in Xiao Wanping's mind. Water, I need water. He called out, his eyes still vacant. Water, you say? Here, drink. Let this prince quench your thirst. Xiao Wanrong seized a wine jug and poured it forcefully into Xiao Wanping's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing ensued, and Xiao Wanping quickly deduced. This was potent liquor, the kind that could ignite. You are finished. Spicy, so spicy. He then feigned a wild flailing, knocking the jug from Xiao Wanrong's grip. The liquor splashed all over Xiao Wanrong, particularly soaking his lower half. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wanrong erupted in rage. Fool! This is wine from the Rain-Dew distillery. Worth 100 taels of silver you owe me for this. With that, he seized Xiao Wanping by the collar and swung his fist. Spicy, so spicy. Xiao Wanping waved his hands to fend off the blows. Inadvertently, he knocked over the candle on the table. The flame landed squarely in Xiao Wanrong's groin. Boom! The fire ignited instantly. Ah! Help, help! Xiao Wanrong gasped in shock, leaping up to pat at his trousers. Fire! There's a fire! A surge of joy filled Xiao Wanping's heart as he pretended to be daft, shouting, Fear not! Fear not! I shall extinguish the flames for you. He rolled off the bed, pushing Xiao Wanrong to the ground. Then, lifting his right foot, he mercilessly kicked at Xiao Wanrong's groin. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Extinguish the fire. Do not hinder me. I must put it out. As he continued to kick vigorously, Xiao Wanping shouted. Ah! You fool, stop it, no, cease this at once, ah. The ground echoed with Xiao Wanrong's piercing cries. Dare to challenge me? I shall end you. Having finally seized this opportunity, Xiao Wanping was not one to relent easily. Aiming at the groin, he switched feet back and forth, alternating between his right and left foot, relentlessly delivering powerful kicks. Ah, my. Before he could finish, Xiao Wanrong had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Wanping clearly saw blood seeping from his groin. Seeing no one around, he crouched down and pulled down Xiao Wanrong's trousers. There's still one left. Ada. Another kick followed. Both were crushed. Only then did he rise, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Causing such a ruckus, my father will surely exile me from the palace, right? To escape the capital, I must first leave the palace, evade these open and hidden dangers, and ensure my own safety. This was a first step in Xiao Wanping's plan. Chapter 2. He is a fool. Why bother? Upon hearing a commotion outside, 2 eunuchs burst in. Fire. Their essay fire. Quickly extinguish it. Xiao Wanping immediately feigned a look of panic, pointing at Xiao Wanrong's groin, from which billowed wisps of white smoke. The 2 eunuchs gasped, covering their mouths in horror upon seeing the blood beneath Xiao Wanrong's trousers. They then turned to Xiao Wanping, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Did this fool strike the 7th prince? How dare you? You imbecile, lay a hand on the 7th prince. You are doomed. Hurry. Report to concubine Xian that the 8th prince has unjustly attacked the 7th prince, and his injuries are severe. Concubine Xian was the birth mother of Xiao Wanrong, and after the death of concubine Li, she had captured Emperor Jing's favor with her beauty and skills. Let us see who will protect him this time. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. I need not remain in this wretched place any longer. The 2 eunuchs left, gleefully hand in hand, relieved to no longer serve this fool. Observing this, a flicker of malice crossed Xiao Wanping's eyes. Wretched slaves. To serve their own interests, they dare to slander and frame me. Once I deal with this simpleton, it will be your turn. In the Tai Chi Hall, Emperor Jing summoned his ministers for a meeting. Known for his capricious nature, he now bore traces of tears at the corners of his eyes, a testament to his affection and reliance on the crown prince. My lords, the crown prince, leading our forces, has been slain by Bei Liang, and his corpse has been taken. What should we do next? Emperor Jing rubbed his throbbing head. Your Majesty, I believe that although the crown prince has fallen, our military foundation remains intact. The urgent matter is to appoint a new commander, advance against Bei Liang, recover the crown prince's remains, and avenge him, spoke Lu Qingquan, the minister of war. Absolutely not, countered Chen Shiqi, the minister of rights, stepping forward in opposition. With the crown prince's death, our troops have lost morale. To advance now would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Moreover, the eastern state is eyeing us warily. Should they choose to attack, how shall we protect ourselves? Is it acceptable for our crown prince to be murdered without consequence? What will the world think of our Yan? The opinions of the world are insignificant. What matters is that we preserve our strength. Lu Qingquan looked disdainfully at his counterpart and continued, Your Majesty, to retreat would equate to defeat. The land of Yin Yun may fall into Bei Liang's hands. Please reconsider. Humph. Losing Yin Yun is better than losing the foundation of Yin, Chen Shiqi retorted. It is because of cowardly individuals like you that our Yin is culturally strong, yet militarily weak, leaving no generals to lead our troops, compelling the crown prince to take command himself, thus suffering humiliation at the hands of Bei Liang. Now that the crown prince has been slain, you still contemplate self-preservation. Retreating to a corner? Lu Qingquan exclaimed in anger, addressing him directly by name. Minister Lu, Chen Shiqi replied calmly, speaking loudly does not equate to winning. I merely consider the larger picture. The larger picture? Lu Qingquan scoffed, humph. The larger picture is to strike a decisive blow to avoid 100 retaliatory strikes. It's easy to speak, but if we advance on Bei Liang and Wei Guo attacks, would Minister Lu be willing to don armor and join the fray? Should Your Majesty give the order, this old minister is willing to perish on the battlefield. Lu Qingquan's voice rang out, reverberating through the Tai Chi Hall. Chen Shiqi was momentarily taken aback, left speechless, and could only say, Your Majesty, please withdraw our forces. Advance. Withdraw. Advance. The 2 individuals argued fervently, their faces flushed, spittle flying. Enough. Emperor Jing rose abruptly from his seat, exclaiming, This is the imperial court, not a marketplace. In his heart, the crown prince was his most cherished son, and now that he had fallen in battle, the emperor yearned for vengeance. Yet, the situation was far from optimistic. To the north lay the Liang kingdom, and to the east, the Wei kingdom, with the 3 nations bordering each other. Presently, the main military forces were concentrated on the Qianzhong plain to the north, leaving only a fraction of troops to defend the east. Should they advance on northern Liang, Wei would surely strike. and the main army would not arrive in time to protect the imperial capital. While he hesitated, a guard outside the hall reported, "Your Majesty, Consort Xian requests an audience." The assembly fell silent. "I am currently deliberating state affairs. What business does she have here? Send her away." The emperor waved his hand impatiently. "Your Majesty, Consort Xian claims that the 8th Prince has gravely injured the 7th Prince and seeks your intervention." "What?" The emperor slowly rose from the dragon throne. "The 8th Prince has severely harmed the 7th Prince." The mention of Xiao Wanping once again brought to mind his fallen son, stirring an involuntary pang in his heart. "Indeed, Your Majesty," came the reply. Murmurs spread among the officials. Out of deference to the emperor, no one dared utter the word fool. Yet, judging by their expressions, it was clear they were taken aback. A fool could inflict such grievous harm on the 7th Prince. With the prince injured, the emperor could not remain indifferent. "Bring Consort Xian forth." Moments later, a beautiful woman entered the Taiji hall, weeping profusely, accompanied by guards carrying the injured 7th Prince, Xiao Wanping. His eyes were vacant, a visage devoid of hope. "Your Majesty, please render judgment on my behalf." Consort Xian fell to the ground, wailing. "This is the Taiji hall. Such lamentation is unbecoming. What has transpired?" The emperor felt an increasing headache. Consort Xian ceased her cries and responded, "Today, Ronger went to visit the 8th Prince, only to be met with a brutal beating, and he has sustained a grievous injury to his private parts. I implore your Majesty to punish the 8th Prince severely." Furrowing his brow, the emperor sighed. "He is but a fool. Why should you take offense?" Ultimately, out of regard for Consort Li and the Crown Prince, he did not wish to pursue the matter further. Observing this, Consort Xian took 2 steps forward and knelt. "Your Majesty, the imperial physician has just examined him. Ronger has indeed suffered severe injuries, and it is feared he may face difficulties in the future. How can you allow him to live like this?" Her tears flowed like rain, her sorrow palpable. Upon hearing this, the emperor finally raised his gaze, regarding the prostrate Xiao Wanping with seriousness. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to impose a harsh punishment on the 8th Prince," interjected Chen Shiqi, who immediately stepped forward to voice his petition. Not only was he the Minister of Rights, but he was also the father of Consort Xian and Consort Da, making him the maternal grandfather of Xiao Wanping. With both daughters married to the emperor, he commanded great respect, and all officials addressed him as national uncle. How could he not feel wrath upon learning that his grandson had been rendered a eunuch? Immediately, officials aligned with the 7th Prince rose to echo his sentiments. "Your Majesty, assaulting a prince is a capital offense. We implore you to punish the 8th Prince severely. Indeed, even if he is afflicted with a condition, it cannot absolve him of guilt. Otherwise, the laws of our Great Yan would become a laughingstock. Yes, Your Majesty, please take action against the 8th Prince. His lunacy in broad daylight has disgraced the dignity of the imperial family, and now he has injured the 7th Prince. We beseech you to strip him of his royal status and expel him from the imperial family to spare the world from ridicule." About a third of the officials unanimously exclaimed. Emperor Jing's countenance darkened as he cast his gaze over the assembly. Lu Chenkuan stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe the 8th Prince is afflicted with hysteria and should not be measured by conventional standards. I implore you to deliberate carefully." His father, Xiao Wanping, lamented, "Please speak on behalf of my son. The 8th Prince has acted with intent." The Consort Xian added fuel to the flames, with Ronger so grievously injured. "Should your Majesty fail to punish the 8th Prince severely, I shall perish right here in this hall." "Enough, enough." Emperor Jing waved his hand, commanding, "Bring the 8th Prince to me." Chapter 3, Confrontation. Inflicting grievous harm upon a prince is a capital offense, and Xiao Wanping was acutely aware of this. Yet he was confident in revealing the truth to Emperor Jing. In doing so, he could evade the death penalty and perhaps even be expelled from the palace, thus achieving his own aims. In the Zhaixing Garden, Xiao Wanping meticulously calculated each subsequent step. Moments later, the guards arrived and, without uttering a word, seized Xiao Wanping. Upon reaching the Taiji hall, he feigned madness, incessantly shouting, "Fire! Such a great fire!" As he spoke, he flailed about, tugging at one person's attire and patting another's back, presenting an utterly deranged demeanor that elicited disdain from the court. "Old 8, come here!" Emperor Jing bellowed, his expression dark. Xiao Wanping remained unresponsive. "Wanping, come to me!" Emperor Jing called out again. "Damn it! He even called my name. Should I not respond?" Xiao Wanping chuckled foolishly, pointing at the emperor. "Old man, are you calling me?" In a fit of rage, Emperor Jing retorted, "Yes, I am indeed calling you. Come here." Oh. Xiao Wanping danced over to Emperor Jing. Gazing upon the handsome visage before him, the emperor was reminded of the late consort Li, and his heart softened. His tone became instantly more conciliatory. "Old Eight, tell me, why did you harm your seventh brother?" "Simply because this fellow harbors ill intentions and deserves a beating," Xiao Wanping replied with a silly grin. "Water. I want to drink water." Then he suddenly adopted a look of panic, exclaiming, "Fire! There's a fire! Quick, put it out." "What water? What fire? Speak clearly," Emperor Jing urged, his eyes filled with anticipation as he regarded Xiao Wanping. "Your Majesty," Chen Shiqi, sensing the situation turning dire, immediately interjected. "The eighth prince suffers from hysteria and is unable to articulate. It would be best for the seventh prince to speak." The entire court was well aware that Xiao Wanping exhibited madness by day, but would forget the events of the day by night. Thus, no one opposed this suggestion. Reluctantly, Emperor Jing scowled and addressed Xiao Wanrong. "Old Seven, you speak." With the aid of the guards, Xiao Wanrong struggled to rise. "Father, yesterday I took the eighth brother out hunting. He accidentally fell from his horse. I thought to visit him today, but upon seeing me, he pushed me to the ground and began to kick me without restraint. Oh, I am in such despair." Xiao Wanrong attempted to take a few steps, but was pierced by pain and could only weep in supplication. "Please, father, make a decision for me." Upon finishing his words, he too began to weep. Xiao Wanping secretly chuckled, thinking, "Why are you crying? At worst, father will make you a chief eunuch." After hearing his words, Lu Qingquan stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, although the eighth prince is afflicted with hysteria, he has never attacked anyone. There must be a deeper intrigue here, and I beseech you to investigate thoroughly." Xiao Wanping cast a furtive glance at Lu Qingquan. This fellow possesses a clear mind and discerning judgment. He is indeed capable. Chen Shiqi, already ablaze with fury, retorted, "Assault is simply assault. What more could there be to it? Do you doubt that the seventh prince is lying?" Lu Qingquan, aligned with the crown prince's faction, was well aware that his political views diverged from those of Chen Shiqi, a fact known throughout the court. The two stood at odds, a sight that Emperor Jing had long since grown accustomed to. In a moment of hesitation, Consort Xian interjected, "Your Majesty, at the time of the incident, 2 eunuchs from the Zhaixing garden were present. Let them come forth to testify." A cold sneer crept into Xiao Wanping's heart. Surely those 2 eunuchs had been bribed by you when they came to report. "Very well, summon those 2 eunuchs," Emperor Jing commanded. Since the eunuchs hailed from the Zhaixing garden and would provide testimony, it seemed fair, and Lu Qingquan refrained from further comment. Beside him, Consort Xian clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with unbridled malice. "You fool! This time I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." Moments later, the 2 eunuchs were brought into the Tai Chi hall. "We pay our respects to your Majesty," they proclaimed, their heads bowed low in utmost reverence. "I ask you what transpired today?" "In response to your Majesty, the 7th prince kindly went to visit the 8th prince, but for reasons unknown, the 8th prince suddenly kicked out at the 7th prince in a fit of madness. We could not intervene and had no choice but to report to Consort Xian." The other eunuch quickly added, "Indeed, your Majesty, we witnessed it with our own eyes." Emperor Jing descended from his dragon throne and approached them. "Were you both present in the room at the time of the incident?" "In response to your Majesty, we were both in the room and witnessed everything." Xiao Wanping's murderous intent rekindled. These 2 wretched eunuchs had indeed been bought off. Chen Shiqi seized the moment to speak. "Your Majesty, the situation is now abundantly clear. Please uphold justice for the 7th prince." "Your Majesty, please stand up for us mother and son," Consort Xian cried as she knelt in tears. "Please, your Majesty, administer justice and severely punish the 8th prince." "Please, your Majesty, administer justice and severely punish the 8th prince." In an instant, the officials standing by Xiao Wanrong's side all knelt in supplication. Although Xiao Wanping appeared to shake his head in dismay, he was meticulously committing each of these officials to memory. "Once I hold military power, none of you shall escape." Seeing Emperor Jing's furrowed brow as he was pressed by the officials, Xiao Wanping hastily shouted, "Fire! Quickly, extinguish the fire. Do not obstruct me. I must save the fire." He pointed at Xiao Wanrong's trousers, repeatedly calling out, "If I do not reveal some truth soon, I shall truly be done for." Witnessing this scene, the Minister of Justice, Pei Qing, sensed something amiss. "Your Majesty, it seems the 8th prince wishes to douse the flames." "Humph. Do Do you believe the words of a madman? Chen Shiqi's anger flared, and he spoke without restraint. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing's expression tightened immediately. Minister Chen, be mindful of your words. Your Majesty, I misspoke in a moment of rage. I lost my composure. Please forgive me. Chen Shiqi quickly knelt, seeking pardon. After all, he was the emperor's father-in-law, with 2 daughters married to him. Such a slip of the tongue was not something Emperor Jing could easily punish. Minister Pei, do you have anything to say? If your Majesty would permit, I would like to investigate further. Very well. You may proceed with your inquiries. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Jing returned to his throne. Consort Xian and her son exchanged a glance, a flicker of fear passing between them, yet they dared not intervene. If that is the case, does it not confirm that there is something amiss? Pei Qing first approached Xiao Wanrong, leaning in to examine him, then circled around Xiao Wanping before finally focusing his gaze on the latter's neck. After a moment of analysis, Pei Qing respectfully declared, Your Majesty, I have surmised the sequence of events. He continued, It is well known that the 7th Prince has a penchant for strong liquor. Presumably, he intended to intoxicate the 8th Prince. In the ensuing struggle, the wine bottle was knocked over, splattering the potent spirit onto the 7th Prince. Perhaps in his panic, the 8th Prince inadvertently toppled a candle or some other source of flame, igniting a fire. Upon witnessing the flames, the 8th Prince, in a frantic attempt to extinguish them, repeatedly kicked at the lower regions of the 7th Prince. Your Majesty, this is the gist of the matter. Upon hearing Pei Qing's report, Xiao Wanping was greatly astonished. Indeed, the Minister of Justice possessed remarkable intellect. He deduced the truth of the situation in mere moments, as if he were present at the scene. Xiao Wanrong, too, was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The 2 eunuchs appeared exceedingly flustered, their hands incessantly tugging at their sleeves. Chapter 4. A Clear Reckoning. So, you were the one who first provoked the 8th Prince? The emperor's countenance darkened as he turned to Xiao Wanrong. Father, Pei Qing speaks utter nonsense. How could I possibly bully the 8th? It was he who deliberately injured me. I implore you, Father, to discern the truth. Chen Shiqi also stepped forward, stating, Lord Pei, do you have any evidence for your claims? If they are mere conjecture, it would be a crime of treason, and I urge you to speak with caution. The underlying threat was palpable in his words. Pei Qing let out a cold laugh. As the head of the judiciary, I would never make baseless assertions. So you do possess evidence? The emperor inquired. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Pei Qing approached Xiao Wanrong and pointed at his trousers. The garments of the 7th Prince carry a strong scent of alcohol, accompanied by scorch marks. That is the first piece of evidence. He then moved to Xiao Wanping. Gesturing towards his neck, the 8th Prince bears marks of strangulation. This is the second piece. The third is that upon entering the hall, the 8th Prince repeatedly exclaimed his thirst for water, followed by cries for help to extinguish the flames. The facts are clear. The 8th Prince sought water, while the 7th Prince forcefully inundated him with strong liquor. In the struggle, the alcohol was spilled, inadvertently igniting a fire, and in his desperation to douse it, he kicked wildly, resulting in this outcome. At these words, Consort Xian shouted, This is sheer nonsense. How can you ascertain that the marks on his neck were inflicted by Rong? Unperturbed, Pei Qing replied, in response to Consort Xian. The marks on the 8th Prince's neck bear a distinctive ring imprint, and fortuitously, the 7th Prince wears a jade ring on his left thumb. A simple comparison will reveal the veracity of my claims. Guards. The emperor's expression turned icy as he commanded. The guards promptly seized Xiao Wanrong, positioning his left hand against Xiao Wanping's neck. Your Majesty, the marks align perfectly. With a resounding clap, the emperor struck the dragon table, rising in fury. What a cunning 7th Prince, learning the art of deceit. Father, spare me. Spare me. Xiao Wanrong, utterly terrified, fell to his knees. My 8th brother claimed to be thirsty. I merely wished to share a fine drink with him. I meant no harm. At this juncture, Xiao Wanrong dared not argue further. No harm. The emperor, exasperated, laughed incredulously. Do you believe me to be as foolish as he? Xiao Wanping was taken aback. You can make your comparisons, but why must you involve me? In the struggle for the Eastern Palace, you lost to the Crown Prince. Now that he has met his demise in battle, you are eager to seek revenge through the 8th Prince. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your petty schemes. Father, your son is wronged. Xiao Wanrong could only utter this phrase. Day after day, he indulged in that meager drink, and now he has brought himself to such a state that he resembles a eunuch. It seems I must create a position for you among the inner servants. Xiao Wanrong could only bow repeatedly, refraining from further retorts. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Wanping felt that this mortal sin had at last been averted. However, given the tumult he had caused, his father would surely impose some punishment, he mused, watching the situation unfold with anticipation. And you, Consort Xian? The gaze of Emperor Jing was laced with both affection and ire. You failed to discipline the seventh prince, constantly stirring up trouble. And now you wish to frame the eighth prince. What are your true intentions? Your Majesty, Consort Xian prostrated herself on the ground. It was my momentary lapse in judgment. I beseech you to impose your punishment upon me. A momentary lapse? Humph, I perceive your intentions are far more insidious. Tell me, what transpired yesterday when the eighth prince fell from his horse? The emperor pointed a finger at Consort Xian's forehead, demanding answers. Oh, it appears your mind is as clear as crystal, Xiao Wanping thought, bemused. If you are aware that the fall was suspicious, why did you not hold Xiao Wanrong accountable yesterday? Xiao Wanping concluded that although Emperor Jing harbored some favoritism towards him due to his past affection for Consort Li, it was the other legitimate princes he truly valued. With this realization, he became even more resolute in his decision to leave the palace and cultivate his own power. Within these palace walls, under the watchful eye of Emperor Jing, his ambitions were stifled. A fall. Consort Xian feigned ignorance. That was merely the eighth prince's own carelessness. It has nothing to do with me. The seventh prince, you speak. The emperor turned to Xiao Wanrong. Father, the eighth brother truly fell due to his own carelessness. The accompanying guards can attest to this. With a cold snort, Emperor Jing appeared disinclined to pursue the matter further. Finally, he approached the two eunuchs. You worthless slaves. You claim to have witnessed the events in the room. Why does your account differ from that of Pei Qing? The two had already turned pale with fear. Your Majesty, we are but servants. One of them cast a furtive glance towards Consort Xian. Enough. Emperor Jing interrupted sharply. It is evident that you, having served the eighth prince for many years, have harbored resentment, and now you deliberately fabricate rumors to ensnare him, seeking to change your master. Am I not correct? It is not as you say, Your Majesty. It is Consort. Still daring to argue? Guards, cut out their tongues and drag them out to be executed. At this, Xiao Wanping understood fully. Emperor Jing was deliberately preventing them from implicating Consort Xian. Ultimately, he favored her. Without hesitation, the guards drew their swords and severed the tongues of the two eunuchs right before the assembly. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by their wails of agony. Such is the fate of those who offend me. Xiao Wanping reveled inwardly. The two eunuchs fainted from the pain and were dragged out of the Tai Chi hall. Subsequently, Emperor Jing approached Xiao Wanrong and his mother. You have humiliated the eighth prince, yet he merely sought to extinguish the flames of chaos. He did not intend to harm anyone. This matter shall be overlooked. Do you have any objections? How could Consort Xian be unaware that Emperor Jing intentionally silenced the two eunuchs, deliberately sparing her? If she persisted in her entanglement, calamity would undoubtedly befall her. I have no objections, the consort replied, tears welling in her eyes. And you? The son replied, I too have no dissent. Although Xiao Wanping was unjustly injured, Xiao Wanrong could barely contain his rage. What objections could the officials possibly have? The court was not filled with fools. They recognized the emperor's intent to downplay the matter, and none dared to rebut. Even Chen Shiqi refrained from speaking, suppressing his fury in silence. The emperor is wise. We have no objections. Very well. Since you plotted against the eighth prince first, and he retaliated in kind, let this matter be considered even. Should there be any further acts of vengeance, I shall not show mercy. The consort understood. The son complied. Depart now and summon several imperial physicians for a thorough examination. I can't believe this. Xiao Wanping cursed inwardly. I have already rendered your son a eunuch, and you still do not punish me? A fool of an emperor, indeed. It seems that leaving the palace with dignity is not a simple task. Xiao Wanrong reclined back onto the stretcher, accompanied by Consort Xian, as they exited the grand hall. The mother and son cast a glance at Xiao Wanping, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Fire! I must extinguish the flames. Quickly, someone help. Xiao Wanping rushed out after Xiao Wanrong. Emperor Jing was beset by a headache. What sins did I commit in my past life to bear such a foolish son? Neither beating, scolding, nor execution seemed feasible. Upon exiting the grand hall, Xiao Wanping heard a booming voice from within. An edict is to be proclaimed. The army shall temporarily station at Qianzhangyuan, neither retreating nor attacking. until a commander has been appointed, at which point decisions will be made. Chapter 5. The Emperor's mindset upon leaving the Tai Chi Hall. Xiao Wanping observed two eunuchs, bloodied and lifeless. A cold smile crept across his face as he foolishly shouted, "Every grievance has its source, every debt its owner. Vengeance is merely awaiting its time." Under the escort of the guards, he returned to the star-picking garden. Xiao Wanping analyzed the situation. Though Emperor Jing favored him, he equally cherished Consort Xian. Otherwise, he would not have silenced those two eunuchs. Presently, aside from Xiao Wanrong's injury, the mother and son had not faced any repercussions. Their adversaries were emboldened and would certainly not rest until they retaliated, a fact Xiao Wanping was acutely aware of. Lacking power and influence, with no support in court, he must leave the palace and discreetly build his own strength. It appeared that some commotion would be necessary. However, he needed to tread carefully. Should he overstep, he risked immediate execution. Xiao Wanping pondered deeply. Meanwhile, after the court session at the Tai Chi Hall, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Emperor Jing's eyes. Wei Hong, what is your perspective on today's events? Wei Hong, a trusted eunuch and veteran of two reigns, understood the emperor's heart well and spoke sweetly, earning his trust. Your Majesty, I dare not rashly comment on court affairs, Wei Hong respectfully replied. Oh, old fellow, when I ask, you shall answer. The emperor glanced at him. Very well. Wei Hong smiled slightly. I believe temporarily stationing troops at Qianzhangyuan is wise. Stop. The emperor interrupted him with a wave of his hand, feigning ignorance once more. What I inquire about is the matter concerning the Eighth Prince. With a sheepish smile, Wei Hong continued, the Eighth Prince has fallen into hysteria, and his injury to the Seventh Prince is indeed somewhat understandable. Unsure of Emperor Jing's intent, he could only utter a vague remark. However, Emperor Jing inhaled sharply, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Yesterday, the Eighth had been ensnared by the Seventh, and today he had inflicted a grievous injury upon him. It certainly appeared to be an act of retribution. Oh, Wei Hong exclaimed, covering his mouth, and immediately added, Does your Majesty imply that the Eighth Prince is feigning ignorance? It was not entirely a matter of pretense, but the state of his ailment and whether it had improved remained uncertain. Leaning against the dragon throne, Emperor Jing drummed his fingers on the dragon table, deep in thought. Your Majesty jest, Wei Hong responded with a chuckle. If the Eighth Prince's condition had indeed improved, why would he need to feign ignorance? Well said. Emperor Jing straightened. If that were the case, what could the Eighth Prince possibly be plotting? Noticing a hint of malice in the emperor's gaze, Wei Hong dared not interject further. The two eunuchs attending to the Eighth Prince have been executed. Go fetch 2 palace maids to serve him instead. At this, Wei Hong understood the implications. The emperor intended to keep a watchful eye on Xiao Wanping. Indeed, the mind of an emperor is unfathomable. Despite him being the foolish son of the beloved consort and the brother of the crown prince, Emperor Jing still harbored reservations about him. With a shiver of respect, Wei Hong replied, This old servant shall obey your command. You know what to do, don't you? The emperor instructed. Rest assured, your Majesty, this old servant comprehends. In the Shuxiu Palace, the residence of Consort Xian, Xiao Wanrong, gravely injured, was being nursed back to health. As she watched her son wail in agony upon the bed, her heart bled. Xiao Wanping, I shall ensure your dismemberment. With the crown prince deceased, Consort Xian had initially rejoiced at the prospect of her son seizing the opportunity for the Eastern Palace, but now that he had been gravely injured, her hopes had once again been dashed. After all, a eunuch could never ascend to the throne of the crown prince. Consort Xian seethed with a desire to flay Xiao Wanping alive. My lady, someone approaches from that direction, a eunuch reported, interrupting her fury. What is it? Consort Xian inquired, her voice tinged with irritation. It is said that His Majesty has selected 2 palace maids for the Eighth Prince. Palace maids? Consort Xian sprang to her feet, a murderous intent igniting within her. His Majesty is indeed quite fond of that fool. My lady, the messenger stated that the 2 palace maids were personally chosen by him. The eunuch continued. Personally chosen? Consort Xian furrowed her brow, suddenly enlightened. Ah, this is a reminder to seize the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Wanping. With this thought, her heart swelled with delight. Go, discreetly bring those 2 palace maids to Shuxiu Palace. No one must know. Yes. The eunuch was about to depart when she called out. Wait, I shall go meet them personally. After a brief moment, Consort Xian disguised herself and stealthily exited Shuxiu Palace. In the Zhaixing courtyard, without the 2 eunuchs, Xiao Wanping no longer needed to feign madness, relishing his newfound freedom. However, this bliss was short-lived as he heard footsteps approaching the door. Wei Hong entered, accompanied by the two palace maids. The sky is vast and the wilderness wide. The wind stirs the grass low to reveal cattle and sheep. Resigned, Xiao Wanping returned to his bed, once again adopting his act of folly. Your Highness, these are the two palace maids bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Wei Hong symbolically reported and then turned to the two maidservants, instructing them to take good care of the 8th prince without the slightest negligence. The two palace maids bowed gracefully in response. Once Wei Hong departed, their expressions immediately soured. They tossed their bags onto the table, seated themselves, and began to rub their legs, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Wanping. What bad luck, it's our turn to serve this fool, one remarked. The other replied, Stop complaining. You know this ordeal won't last long. They exchanged a sinister smile. Observing this, Xiao Wanping felt a tightening in his chest. It was evident that the two harbored ulterior motives. I must probe further. As the hour of Shun approached, around 5 p.m., the imperial kitchen delivered the evening meal, a steaming bowl of meat soup, 2 meat buns, and 2 small dishes. This fare was rather meager among princes. I'm hungry. I'm starving, Xiao Wanping exclaimed suddenly. The two maidservants shot him a glare. If you're so eager to meet your end, don't blame us. They shared a knowing smile, and then retrieved a small red pill, the size of a mung bean, from their bosoms. They dropped the pill into the meat soup and stirred until it dissolved. Xiao Wanping squinted. What was this? One of the maids approached, holding the soup. Eat up. It'll be your demise, she taunted, extending the bowl towards him. Frantically considering his options, Xiao Wanping realized he could not drink the soup. How could he avoid it while eliciting the origin of the pill? An idea struck him. Feigning foolishness, he opened his mouth wide, signaling the maid to feed him. All right, I shall serve you, she replied, suppressing her anger as she sat on the edge of the bed, disregarding the scalding soup. Scooping up a spoonful to pour into his mouth. Ouch, it's too hot, it's on fire. Xiao Wanping spat the soup all over the maid then, employing the same trick, flailed about and knocked over the entire bowl. You madman. The other maid rushed over in alarm. What now? The 3 corpse pills given by concubine Xian are just enough for half a month's supply. Losing a day, will it still be effective? 3 corpse pills? Rage surged within Xiao Wanping. After half a month of consumption, the corpse insects would take form and devour a person's brain, leading to a sudden and undetectable demise. Concubine Xian. Once again, concubine Xian. Chapter 6. There is no discussion about killing you. Xiao Wanping's murderous intent ignited anew. Clearly, the lesson of injuring your son was insufficient. Very well, if heaven offers no path, then hell shall welcome you. I shall end you. The two maidservants made the same mistake as the eunuchs. Assuming Xiao Wanping was still a fool by day, speaking without caution. As one maid cleaned the soup off her attire, she lamented. If concubine Xian finds out we wasted a 3 corpse pill on the first day, we'll surely be scolded. But there are still 14 left. Let us give him one and see how it plays out, the other suggested. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wanping had already retrieved a dagger from the head of the bed. The dagger, named Blood Moonblade, was a protective gift from the crown prince. It is said to be forged from the fangs of the Sirius and the essence of moonlight, complemented by refined iron, with a blade that strikes like a rainbow. Killing silently. I fail to comprehend why this fool possesses any special significance, prompting Chief Wei to demand reports of his every action, while concubine Xian insists we poison him. He is merely a fool, yet the palace is rife with tension as if facing a formidable enemy. What? A heavy weight settled in Xiao Wanping's heart. Wei Hong wishes to know of his every move? As the personal eunuch of Emperor Jing, what benefit does this serve him? A thought struck him, and he inhaled deeply. Could it be the emperor's intent? The notion sent a shiver through him. If this were the case, it seems the emperor is quite astute, harboring suspicions about his own affliction. If not, then Wei Hong must belong to some royal prince. Confused thoughts drifted through Xiao Wanping's mind. Regardless, preserving his own life took precedence. He resolved to take one step at a time, convinced that as a former strategist in his past life, he would not be outmaneuvered by this cadre of ancient individuals. With the absence of meat broth and the necessary ingredients to dissolve the 3 corpses pill, a palace maid could only pour a cup of water, adding another 3 corpses pill into it, seize him and force it down his throat. A glint of malice flashed in one maid's eyes. This may not end well. What if he suddenly awakens? The other seemed apprehensive. What is there to fear? There remains at least a quarter of an hour until sunset. Even if he regains consciousness, he will hardly remember the events that transpired. After a moment's hesitation, the two maids steeled their resolve. They turned their gaze towards the dazed Xiao Wanping and moved closer. "Drink this water, dear. Sister will take you to play," they cooed, their smiles sinister as if soothing a child. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping's gaze sharpened with clarity. "Play? What are you talking about?" His voice was deep and powerful, utterly devoid of the foolishness they expected. The two maids recoiled in shock, instinctively stepping back. One, bolder than the rest, stepped forward again, waving her hand in front of Xiao Wanping's eyes. "Stop waving. Weren't you supposed to feed me the 3 corpses pill? Hurry up, this prince is thirsty." Upon hearing this, the two maids were struck dumb. "Ah!" One shrieked, dropping the cup to the floor. "You're not foolish. You are the fool." Without further ado, Xiao Wanping leaped forward, drawing the blood moon blade and plunging it viciously into the back of one maid. "Murder! Murder!" The other maid, frozen in terror, felt as though her feet were nailed to the ground. As Xiao Wanping's blood moon blade traced a beautiful arc through the air, a sickening sound echoed as the maid's neck gushed forth blood, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Both collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. "You wretched servant, do you truly think me easy to deceive?" Xiao Wanping wiped the blood moon blade clean of blood, having already devised his strategy. Just then, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Panic gripped Xiao Wanping's heart. It must be the patrolling Wind Spirit Guards drawn by the commotion. The Wind Spirit Guards, the palace's elite guard, were tasked solely with the safety of the royal family and maintaining order within the palace. It was said that even a mere squad leader among them was a master of the 7th rank. In this world, there exist martial artists, classified by their strength from the lowest rank of 9 grades to the highest of 1 grade. However, it is not akin to the fantastical novels of a past life, where a single punch could obliterate an entire solar system. The most basic 9-grade expert merely possesses strength and physical prowess superior to the average person, along with some martial techniques. Notably, the most formidable 1-grade expert had never appeared in Xiao Wanping's recollections. Yet, he understood that only a 7-grade expert could assume the position of team leader within the Wind Spirit Guards, capable of taking on hundreds without difficulty. If such an individual were to learn that he had slain 2 palace maids, Xiao Wanping would be utterly powerless to silence them. "Calm down." Xiao Wanping forced himself to regain his composure. He first moved the 2 corpses beneath the bed and removed his blood-stained garments, laying them on the ground to conceal the stains. Subsequently, he opened his inner robe and poured the 2 dishes of food from the table over himself. Finally, he strode out confidently. "Sister, wait for me. I wish to accompany you in search of food." Indeed, a squad of Wind Spirit Guards entered. The Wind Spirit Guards comprised 2,500 members, organized into teams of 10, with a total of 250 team leaders. 10 teams formed a brigade, led by 25 leaders. 5 brigades made up a battalion, overseen by 5 captains. Above the captains stood the Grand General of the Wind Spirit Guards, who commanded the entire army. At that moment, approaching was the leader of the 10th team, Duguyu. Noticing Xiao Wanping's distracted demeanor, Duguyu seized his arm. "Eighth Prince, I heard some commotion from your room. Is everything all right?" Xiao Wanping averted his gaze, focusing solely on the exit of the star-picking courtyard. "I'm hungry. I want to find food with my sister." Duguyu scrutinized Xiao Wanping, whose attire was soiled with remnants of food. The other Wind Spirit Guards could not help but display expressions of disdain. Duguyu signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly jogged into Xiao Wanping's room. "Damn it. Please do not search in there." Xiao Wanping silently prayed. Fortunately, the subordinate merely opened the door, glanced inside, and then returned. "Well?" the guard inquired respectfully. "Boss, it seems this fool has spilled his meal, and the servants have gone to the imperial kitchen to fetch more food." The overturned bowl, the scattered meat stew, and the discarded garments, along with Xiao Wanping's earlier remarks, led the guard to a swift conclusion. "Be cautious with your words." Duguyu shot a sharp glance at the guard. "Regardless of his condition, he remains a prince. Remember our status." "Yes, sir. I understand my error." Nodding, Duguyu turned back to Xiao Wanping and offered a respectful gesture. "Your Highness, since all is well, we shall continue our patrol." His demeanor suggested that he did not regard Xiao Wanping as a fool at all. This individual was indeed somewhat different, Xiao Wanping noted to himself. After a while, the sun finally set. Thank goodness, the charade was over. Pretending to be mad was no easy feat. It was exhausting. He hurried back to his chamber, dragging the two corpses into the neighboring room where the servants resided. Xiao Wanping dismantled the curtains and draped them over the bodies, then searched one of the palace maids, retrieving a three-corpse pill and concealing it within his garments. Suddenly, he discovered a hard object at the waist of a palace maid. Upon retrieving it, he found it to be a crystal bracelet. Such a precious adornment, worth no less than 1,000 taels. How could two palace maids possibly afford it? He swiftly realized that this might be a bribe from Consort Xian to the two maids. Fool, you deserve your misfortune, regardless of whether it belonged to Consort Xian. Xiao Wanping opened the window and cast the bracelet over the back wall of the star-picking garden. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Wanping retrieved all the oil stored in the star-picking garden, spilling part of it on the floor and applying the rest to the wooden walls. He then placed flammable items such as curtains and furniture atop the oil. Finally, he ignited a candle on the floor. The candle would burn for approximately a quarter of an hour. What was to be done now? Of course, it was time to settle accounts. Chapter 7. This prince intends to seize. As dusk fell, it became evident that Xiao Wanping had regained his senses. How should the accounts be settled? Indeed, he must visit Xiao Wanrong. Yes, failing to do so would surely raise suspicions. After all, although the original self had been insane during the day, he was a normal person at night, leaving the impression of a cultured and refined scholar. Upon learning of his injury inflicted upon the seventh prince, it was only right and proper to pay a visit. Arriving at Xiao Wanrong's residence, he learned that he had been taken by Consort Xian to the Imperial Garden for recuperation. Xiao Wanping then made his way to the Imperial Garden. In the Great Yan Dynasty, unlike the strict regulations of the past, princes were permitted to pay their respects to the consorts daily. Since Xiao Wanping was only normal at night, his presence in the consort's palace did not attract much attention from the wind spirit guards. Trouble. Inform Consort Xian that Xiao Wanping has come to visit the seventh brother. The maids of the Imperial Garden were greatly surprised to see Xiao Wanping. This fool. Did he dare to come? Was he not afraid of his skin being flayed by his master? Lower your voice. It is dusk now. He is in his right mind. If he pursues this matter of your disrespect, we are all finished. Disrespect? One maid scoffed. We are servants of Consort Xian. Who would dare to touch us? Indeed, the crown prince is dead, and this fool would not have the audacity to harm us even if given 100 lives. Dare not touch you? Xiao Wanping thought to himself, smirking coldly. He strode forward without a word, raising his right hand and delivering a resounding slap to one maid's face. Then, with a kick, he sent another flying. Finally, he raised his knee and drove it into the abdomen of the third maid. All three maids collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Who gave you the audacity to dare speak ill of this prince to my face? The three maids were utterly shocked, staring at the figure of Xiao Wanping before them. In their minds, this eighth prince, when in his right mind, was always gentle and yielding. Now, having offended Consort Xian, they believed Xiao Wanping to be a dead man, no longer taking him seriously. But when had he become so vicious? The three exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. You mere lowly maids. Even if I were to suffer from hysteria, you are not worthy to speak of me. If I were to inform Father Emperor of today's events, can you imagine how he would punish you? The three maids were already aware of the fate that had befallen the two eunuchs of the star-picking garden, who had their tongues cut out before being executed. Upon this realization, they trembled and immediately fell to the ground. I beg your pardon, Your Highness, for my indiscretion. I shall not dare again. Xiao Wanping let out a cold sneer, saying, Humph, since you have spoken out of turn, strike yourself. In an instant, the entrance of the Shuxiu Palace was filled with the sound of slapping, echoing relentlessly. Put some strength into it, do not cease. The three palace maids could only increase their force, and within mere moments, their cheeks were already swollen. Oh, what a display of authority! Hearing the commotion, concubine Xian emerged from her chamber. Upon seeing her, the three maids knelt before her, as if she were their last hope. Your Grace, we... Enough. Concubine Xian coldly regarded the three. To openly insult a prince, the punishment from Eighth Prince is already quite lenient. Now begone. Yes. The three hastily departed. Although it appeared that concubine Xian was granting Xiao Wanping face, she had silently rescued the trio. We pay our respects to concubine Xian. Xiao Wanping, not wishing to provide any ammunition for gossip, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he still caught the glint of malice in concubine Xian's eyes. Eighth Prince, what brings you here? She replied coldly. I heard that I went mad during the day and injured seventh brother. I feel quite remorseful and came to inquire after him. Xiao Wanping said with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Humph. Concubine Xian clenched her teeth, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Do not trouble yourself. Eighth Prince. Ronger is quite well. Is that so? Xiao Wanping feigned astonishment. I heard he was severely injured. How can he be well? Xiao Wanping. Concubine Xian could no longer contain her rage. Are you here to witness a spectacle? Hee. Xiao Wanping suddenly flashed a devilish smile. Indeed. I am here to witness the farce. At this proclamation, Concubine Xian was taken aback. When did this fool change his demeanor? Encountering Xiao Wanping's gaze, she involuntarily felt a chill, her imposing presence dissipating. You are quite audacious. This is private retaliation. Are you not afraid I will report this to His Majesty? Private retaliation? Xiao Wanping laughed heartily. In that case, I must inquire of you, Concubine Xian, what is the story behind the Sanshi Dan? At the mention of this, Concubine Xian was rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. What is happening? Has it been exposed in less than half a day? Those two maids were even more foolish than this idiot. What Sanshi Dan? I have never heard of such a thing. Concubine Xian's eyes began to flicker with uncertainty. Standing there with a smile, Xiao Wanping, for reasons unknown, made her feel as if she were staring at a ghost. Is that so? Slowly, he retrieved a pouch from his bosom. This pouch, I believe, is quite familiar to you? Of course, it was familiar. She had personally handed it to the maids, disguising it as one of their scent pouches, yet it actually contained the Sanshi Dan. Instinctively, Concubine Xian reached out to snatch it. Hey, Xiao Wanping sidestepped. Do you wish to destroy the evidence? Concubine Xian turned away, silent, her chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly striving to suppress her fury. I do not know what you are talking about, she continued to feign innocence. Holding the pouch and swaying it in his hand, Xiao Wanping leaned against a pillar. Enough of the veiled language. Those two maids are even more foolish than I am, attempting to drug me after sunset, and I caught them red-handed. Xiao Wanping's words were laden with threats as he continued. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, what do you suppose will happen when His Majesty learns of this matter? Today, the Emperor was in the Tai Chi Hall, repeatedly warning Concubine Xian against any acts of revenge. Yet, that very night, she was caught red-handed. Although she enjoys the Emperor's favor, such blatant disregard for the monarch will surely incite his wrath. Exile from the palace, reduced to a commoner, would be a light punishment indeed. As this thought crossed her mind, a chill ran down Concubine Xian's spine. With her son rendered useless and herself fallen from grace, how would she survive henceforth? What do you intend to do? Ah, you finally admit it, Xiao Wanping replied with a satisfied laugh. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak. What do you desire? Concubine Xian regained her composure, realizing that he had not approached the Emperor directly, indicating he sought something. Well, every single coin matters. Xiao Wanping held up 5 fingers, a gesture that astonished Concubine Xian. You want money? Of course. How else can I raise an army without funds? I shall start with you, you wretched woman. Upon hearing of the Crown Prince's death, I find myself without support. How could I possibly proceed without financial backing? Concubine Xian sighed in relief. If it was merely money, that could be easily arranged. 500 taels, and you will hand me the purse? 500 taels? Xiao Wanping chuckled derisively. Do you take me for a beggar? You require 5,000 taels. Concubine Xian's eyes widened in fury. 50,000 taels. Xiao Wanping declared outright. Not a single coin less. 50,000 taels. Concubine Xian was nearly breathless with rage. Why don't you just rob it? In fact, I am robbing you. What can you do about it? Xiao Wanping grinned maliciously. Not a single coin. Concubine Xian waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 8. Widows and Orphans. Concubine Xian turned to leave. Very well, I shall go to see His Majesty. Xiao Wanping showed no signs of indulgence, turning to exit the Chuxiu Palace. Wait. Concubine Xian halted, taking deep breaths. Xiao Wanping could clearly sense her suppressed fury. What now? My time is limited, he inquired with a smile. After a moment of silence, Concubine Xian seemed to deflate as if all her air had been released. Wait here. Moments later, she emerged from her chamber, clutching an object. This is the Cloud Phoenix gold hairpin, a gift from His Majesty. I would not dare wear it except for the most formal occasions. Receiving the hairpin, Xiao Wanping toyed with it for a while. This trinket is worth 50,000 taels. What do you know? It took the artisans of the palace 81 days to craft this using hundreds of gold threads as fine as hair. The jade on the hairpin is exceedingly rare. a type of mutton fat jade. Even on the black market, it would fetch far more than 50,000 taels. Is it truly so extraordinary? Xiao Wanping chuckled, tucking it away. Then I thank you, concubine Xian. Should there be any price difference, I shall certainly make it up to you. You, concubine Xian seethed. This is no prince. He is nothing but a bandit. Can you now hand over the purse? She asked, her eyes darting to Xiao Wanping's hand. Take it, he said, tossing it to her. Upon receiving the purse, she opened it immediately, her expression softening as she recognized the 3 corpses' pills within. And what of the 2 maids? Concubine Xian continued to inquire. Rest assured, without the 3 corpse pills, even if they reveal your identity, you can deny it vehemently, cannot you? Xiao Wanping straightened his posture and replied with a smile. Xianfei pondered for a moment, gazing at Xiao Wanping's infuriating face, a sense of unease inexplicably consuming her. Yet, she had to concede that he spoke with reason. If there is nothing else, I shall not see you off, she declared. Very well, please convey my regards to the 7th brother. Leave, she exclaimed, her anger flaring like salt on a wound. Xiao Wanping chuckled as he strode away from the Shushou Palace. You think you can outsmart me? I am your forebear. You wish to eliminate me? A mere 50,000 taels will not be so easily dismissed. Upon exiting the Shushou Palace, Xiao Wanping distinctly heard the sound of furniture being overturned within. Do not rush, the best is yet to come. With the acquisition of 50,000 taels, Xiao Wanping felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the sum was trivial in his pursuit of military power, it marked the beginning of his fortune. If he successfully departed the palace, this amount would suffice to employ a dozen loyal guards for his protection. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the ascending moon. Thoughts of the fallen crown prince flooded his mind. Brother, with your vast strategies, how could you fall into an ambush? Suppressing his inner doubts, Xiao Wanping proceeded towards the East Palace, where the crown princess and his nephew awaited. Perhaps they were the only 2 individuals he truly cared for within the palace. Upon arriving at the East Palace, a heavy cloud of sorrow enveloped him. A temporary mourning hall had been established, and the palace guards were draped in white. Upon seeing Xiao Wanping, the leader of the guards respectfully bowed. Greetings, your highness. These were the crown prince's guards, well aware of his affection for Xiao Wanping, treating him as one of their own. Where is my sister-in-law and Fanner? Xiao Wanping's expression turned grave. The leading guard sighed and stepped aside. They are inside. Xiao Wanping entered. In the makeshift mourning hall, an empty coffin was centrally placed. At the forefront stood a beautiful woman, clad in mourning attire, accompanied by a 7-year-old boy, burning paper offerings. A dozen officials from the East Palace were gathered at the lower end. The woman, named Su Jinying, was Xiao Wanping's sister-in-law, the widow of his elder brother. The boy, of course, was his brother's orphan son, named Xiao Yingfan. Perhaps my brother wished for him to lead a humble life, Xiao Wanping mused internally. To his surprise, Su Jinying and Xiao Yingfan displayed no signs of weeping, only expressions of deep sorrow and indignation. Your Highness. The officials of the East Palace rose in unison to pay their respects upon his arrival. With a slight turn of her head, Su Jinying glanced at Xiao Wanping, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, before she lowered her gaze, resuming her task of burning paper offerings to mask her emotions. Xiao Wanping, with a solemn countenance, lit a stick of incense, tied a headband around his forehead, and sincerely knelt down. Brother, I have come. Rest assured, I shall recover your remains and return them for burial at our homeland. As for Bailiang, their countdown to demise begins now. After bowing 3 times, Xiao Wanping approached Su Jinying. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, Xiao Yingfan dashed into his embrace, crying out, Uncle. The suppressed emotions of Xiao Yingfan, finally unleashed, flowed forth like a torrent, unrestrained. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and embraced Xiao Yingfan, an inexplicable affection welling up within him. Though he had yet to establish a family of his own, Xiao Yingfan had always been the apple of Xiao Wanping's eye. Whenever he faced reprimands from his parents, he would seek refuge with Xiao Wanping. During the day, in their youthful exuberance, Xiao Yingfan and Xiao Wanping were akin to playmates. Should anyone speak ill of Xiao Wanping in secrecy, Xiao Yingfan would invariably defend him. On one occasion, when the son of the 3rd prince merely referred to him as a fool, Xiao Yingfan immediately retaliated with a punch, despite being 2 or 3 years younger, resulting in a bruised visage. As for Su Jinying, it is often said that a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. After the untimely death of the beautiful concubine Li, she took on a maternal role, attending to Xiao Wanping with the utmost care. At the age of 15, when his elder brother was not yet the crown prince and was dispatched on a mission to the state of Wei, Xiao Wanping fell ill with a cold. Undeterred by the risk of contagion, Su Jining brought him to the residence to nurse him back to health. Fortunately, her attentive care and timely treatment saved Xiao Wanping's life. It can be said that Su Jining was not merely his sister-in-law, but also his savior. Everyone has worked hard. You may all take your rest, Su Jining said slowly, addressing the officials of the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, may you find solace. One of the officials, led by Crown Prince Fu, said before turning to leave. At that moment, it was only fitting for the family to share their thoughts, and no one gave it much consideration. Uncle, I am now without a father, Xiao Yingfan sobbed uncontrollably. Crouching down, Xiao Wanping tenderly stroked his head, feeling an ache in his heart. Yingfan, you will have me and your uncle from now on. We will ensure you are not wronged, Xiao Wanping reassured him. Su Jining gently guided Xiao Yingfan away, her expression grave. What did your mother tell you? A man must not shed tears lightly. I hope this will be your last weeping. Xiao Yingfan gritted his teeth, wiping his tears with his sleeve, striving to suppress his sobs. Sister-in-law? He is still but a child, Xiao Wanping said, knowing Su Jining to be resolute and decisive, yet he could not bear her treatment of Xiao Yingfan, who had just lost his father. Your elder brother, at his age, could already ride a horse and draw a bow. How could a tiger bear a dog? Su Jining remarked coolly. With an awkward smile, Xiao Wanping dared not argue further. Yingfan, please close the door, Su Jining suddenly instructed. Yes, mother. Xiao Yingfan obediently walked over to shut the door. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanping was taken aback. Could there be something amiss? Your Highness, you have gotten yourself into serious trouble. Su Jining warned Xiao Wanping with a maternal concern. Why do you say such things, sister-in-law? Xiao Wanping raised a hand to caress his cheek. The crown prince has fallen in battle, and you have severely injured the seventh prince. His faction will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Worry filled Su Jining's gaze. Xiao Wanping was momentarily stunned. Despite residing in the Eastern Palace, Su Jining was remarkably well informed about the affairs of the imperial court. Sister-in-law, you know that during the day I am quite mad, unaware of my actions, Xiao Wanping replied, reluctant to disclose so soon the recovery from his hysteria, which served as a form of protection for their mother and son. Should it be discovered later, it would not implicate them. Alas, Su Jining sighed. The Eastern Palace is now vacant, and it seems the third and fifth princes will once again vie for this coveted position, making the situation increasingly dire. Sister-in-law, their struggles are theirs. What concern is it of ours? Xiao Wanping feigned ignorance. Su Jining shook her head, regardless of who ascends to the position of crown prince. The former crown prince's faction will inevitably face retribution. This is an unchanging law throughout the dynasties. You have read so much. Do you not comprehend this? Moreover, she continued, in the previous struggle for the Eastern Palace, the third, fifth, and seventh princes were all defeated by your brother, suffering heavy losses. They will surely seek revenge. Xiao Wanping remained noncommittal, replying, Father has always favored my brother. He would never allow you and your son to suffer injustice. I worry for you, Su Jining exclaimed, her expression filled with concern. For me? Xiao Wanping chuckled. I am but a fool. I pose no threat to them. Su Jining was rendered speechless. How can you not understand? Sensing her unease, Xiao Wanping took a risk and said, Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will take care of myself. Take care of yourself? Su Jining shook her head repeatedly. Just a moment of inattention, and you nearly let Xiao Wanrong throw you off your horse to your demise. How can you ensure your own safety? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping felt warmth in his heart. Su Jining truly regarded him as family. For a fleeting moment, he almost revealed the truth, but restrained himself. In any case, I will be more cautious from now on. Please rest assured, sister-in-law. Xiao Yingfan stood nearby, listening to their conversation, somewhat bewildered. After a moment of silence, Su Jining sighed. Very well, I will introduce you to someone. Who? Xiao Wanping inquired. Su Jining clapped her hands twice. In an instant, a figure appeared before Xiao Wanping like a wraith. Wow, Xiao Wanping jumped in surprise. Are you human or ghost? He had not noticed anyone else present in the morning hall, and now, suddenly confronted by a silent stranger, he felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Shisan. Your Highness, the figure bowed. Xiao Wanping scrutinized him closely. The man bore a resolute expression, a scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth, seemingly still oozing blood. Noticing his pale lips, it was evident he had sustained injuries. Zhao Shisan. Xiao Wanping queried, puzzled. He is your brother's shadow guard, returned from Qianzhangyuan. Su Jinying elucidated. Among the 4 shadow guards, he possesses the greatest martial prowess, she added. Xiao Wanping's heart stirred. He was aware that his brother had 4 shadow guards, each possessing extraordinary skills, appearing and disappearing without a trace. In fact, no one at court had ever seen their true faces. The ability to navigate the heavily guarded palace without detection by the wind spirit guards was a testament to his exceptional martial arts. You returned from Qianzhangyuan? Xiao Wanping furrowed his brow. Indeed. Then tell me, how was my brother slain by Beiliang? The crown prince was betrayed. Zhao Shisan narrowed his eyes and replied. At this revelation, Xiao Wanping's expression darkened. Betrayed? He ground his teeth, repeating the words. He had suspected that his brother, a man of both intellect and martial skill, and the commander of the 3 armies, could not have suddenly fallen prey to an ambush. There was indeed something amiss. Speak, what exactly transpired? Xiao Wanping asked urgently. Our army confronted Beiliang, while the crown prince secretly opened a narrow path at Qianzhangyuan, allowing us to bypass the enemy and destroy their supplies, simultaneously launching a pincer attack. 5 days ago, the crown prince personally led 50,000 elite soldiers along this path. At this point, Zhao Shisan abruptly halted his narrative, a flicker of resentment igniting in his eyes, brimming with unyielding indignation. Were they ambushed on the narrow path? Xiao Wanping's voice was grave. Zhao Shisan composed himself, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, this operation was confidential. Had it not been for someone leaking information to the enemy, Beiliang would not have laid an ambush there. Indeed, a surge of fury welled up within Xiao Wanping. His brother had been betrayed by their own. He turned sharply to Zhao Shisan. What of the other dark guards? They are all dead. Zhao Shisan's eyes gradually reddened. And you? Why did you survive? Xiao Wanping regarded him with suspicion. In his view, as a dark guard of the crown prince, he should have perished in his duty. Why had he lived while the others had not? Su Jinying immediately reprimanded. Your Highness, you must not speak to him in such a manner. Xiao Wanping was taken aback. It seemed Zhao Shisan held a somewhat unique position in the Eastern Palace. Even the crown princess showed him a degree of deference. Unfazed, Zhao Shisan replied coolly. I intended to die alongside the crown prince. However, he compelled me to escape. Compelled you? The crown prince, knowing he could not flee, ordered me to swiftly exit the battlefield and return to the capital to protect your highness, threatening to take his own life otherwise. Tears glimmered in Zhao Shisan's eyes. Su Jinying added, in that situation, even if Zhao Shisan had remained, it would have been futile. Hearing her words, Xiao Wanping felt a sharp pang in his heart. His brother understood that should he fall in battle, Xiao Wanping would be left unprotected. By leaving behind the most skilled Zhao Shisan to safeguard him in the capital, he ensured his brother's safety. Xiao Wanping also recognized that, given Zhao Shisan's prowess, escaping would not be difficult. Yet, if he took the crown prince with him, neither would emerge unscathed. The scar on his face bore testament to this truth. Sister-in-law, you have known all along. Xiao Wanping suddenly realized why Su Jinying had not wept during the morning. Her heart harbored not sorrow, but vengeance. Indeed, Su Jinying nodded. Moreover, Zhao Shisan arrived at the Eastern Palace just 2 hours ago. I too have only recently learned of this matter. Sister-in-law, what are your plans? Xiao Wanping turned to her, implying whether they should report this to Emperor Jing. A traitor had infiltrated the army, unbeknownst to the crown prince, clearly hidden deeply. If they informed his majesty, they might inadvertently alert the enemy. Xiao Wanping nodded solemnly. This thought resonated with his own. The mind of an emperor is deeper than the ocean. Who can fathom what Emperor Jing truly thinks? Until there is incontrovertible evidence, this matter must not be carelessly exposed. Sister-in-law, your reasoning is sound. If this is disclosed to father, he will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation, and the traitor, having been forewarned, will be even harder to unearth. Su Jinying murmured. You need not concern yourself with this. I shall conduct my inquiries in secret. You must only look after yourself. She still regarded Xiao Wanping as that foolish prince. Your Highness, the crown prince has entrusted me with an item to deliver to you. Zhao Shisan interjected suddenly. Chapter 10. The Dark Guard. What is this? Xiao Wanping slightly tilted his head. Zhao Shisan retrieved a tome from his bosom and presented it to Xiao Wanping. The pages of the book were yellowed, and the text had become somewhat indistinct. Kinji 8. Xiao Wanping strained to decipher, yet remained unable to discern its meaning. He turned 2 pages. The sheets nearly adhered to one another. "Be careful," Su Jining interjected immediately. "I perceive this item is extraordinary. The title must be Tianji 18 Bureau." Tianji 18 Bureau? Xiao Wanping's expression hardened. Where did this book originate? While excavating that military pathway, our troops unearthed a tomb, and this tome was retrieved from within the coffin. Zhao Shursen explained. Hiss, Xiao Wanping inhaled sharply. A tomb? Whose tomb is it? Unknown. The entire burial site spans nearly 10 miles, devoid of any inscriptions or records, yet filled with countless rare treasures. Alongside this book, Zhao Shursen recounted. It seems this tome holds great significance. Otherwise, your elder brother would not have gone to such lengths to place it in your hands. Zhao Shursen took a deep breath, glancing at the two before continuing earnestly. The Crown Prince, upon perusing this tome, merely remarked that whoever possesses this book shall wield dominion over the realm. What? Xiao Wanping raised an eyebrow. This shabby book possesses such power? Zhao Shursen responded. In the tomb, all gold, silver, and jewels were piled aside, while this tome was treasured close to its master. Highlighting its importance, Xiao Wanping examined the book repeatedly, a wry smile crossing his lips. Yet, in my current predicament, what use does it serve me that my brother entrusted it to me? Seemingly anticipating his response, Zhao Shursen remained unperturbed and continued. Before his passing, the Crown Prince conveyed a message to both the Crown Princess and yourself. Oh, Su Jining interjected. He instructed me to find a way to cure your hysteria, no matter what. Xiao Wanping felt a pang in his heart. His elder brother had left no other words for Su Jining and their child, focusing solely on him. Xiao Fan was already 7 years old. He could have spent a few years ensuring the transfer of the Tianji 18 Bureau to him. Yet he did not. The Crown Prince unhesitatingly entrusted this treasured tome to Xiao Wanping. Moreover, he left his most capable dark guard to him, rather than to Su Jining and their child. Brother, your kindness weighs heavily upon me. I fear I may disappoint you. In the midst of his gratitude, Xiao Wanping felt a bittersweet smile creep into his heart. What else did my brother wish to convey to me? He pondered, adjusting his emotions. He stated, the royal family is devoid of compassion. Any who dare obstruct must not be hesitated upon. Eliminate them, regardless of who they may be. The hall fell into a profound silence. Xiao Wanping understood all too well. His elder brother's series of actions before his demise aimed to position him for the throne, perhaps even incite rebellion. Entrusting the Tianji 18 Bureau to him, assigning Zhao Shursen as his protector, insisting that Su Jining must heal his hysteria, and finally imparting such a message to him. Even someone as simple as Xiao Wanping could discern the underlying intent. Sister-in-law, I believe this book should be given to Eighth Fan. He is still young, and by the time he matures, it is likely our family will have turned to dust. Xiao Wanping scratched his head, his expression tinged with complexity. As he hesitated over whether to reveal the truth, Su Jining interjected, you must understand that only with you in power do we have a chance at survival. As for your hysteria, fret not. I have heard tales of a ghostly physician who has recently emerged in the Wei Kingdom. I have already sent someone to seek him out. Ghostly physician? Xiao Wanping had never encountered such a title. He was a man of Wei, reputed to have mastered the art of healing to an extraordinary degree, capable of resurrecting the dead. Any ailment, no matter how perplexing, would falter before him. The notion of reviving the deceased was one Xiao Wanping found hard to believe, yet the very existence of such rumors hinted that this physician must possess considerable skill. Seeing Xiao Wanping still hesitating, Su Jining became anxious. Your Highness, do not hesitate. Take the mantle of power. Hesitate? I do hesitate. But my hesitation lies in whether to inform you that I have already recovered, not in whether I should seize power. Having traversed through this experience, played with the world, and ascended to the throne, such matters are not to be pondered. Action is all that is required. Gently tucking the 18 secrets of heaven into his bosom, Xiao Wanping stifled his smile. I wish to see what abilities you possess that can protect me within the palace, teeming with the wind spirit guards, without being detected. At his words, Su Jining's furrowed brow finally relaxed. His statement implied acquiescence. Having safeguarded the Crown Prince for 15 years, unless I reveal myself, I have never been discovered. Words alone are insufficient. Let me witness your capabilities. No sooner had he spoken than a swift sound pierced the air. Xiao Wanping felt a rush of wind, and Zhao Shizhen had vanished from sight. I am within the spirit hall. Your Highness may come to find me, echoed the distant voice, reverberating through the empty space. Indiscernible in direction. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping thought, I refuse to believe that in this mere room of 3 to 4 zhong, I cannot locate you. He circled the room, examining every corner, beams, beneath the table, even within the coffin. Now this is truly uncanny, he muttered. In the next moment, Zhao Shizhen reappeared before him. Do you possess the art of invisibility? Not at all. I merely move swiftly. How did you evade my sight? Initially, I was on the beam. Once you searched beneath the table, I returned to hide there. Having already searched it, you would not check again. Very well. Xiao Wanping found himself clapping in admiration. Not only brave, but also cunning. Now I believe you. Su Jinying stepped forward, adding, he is already a peak 4th grade expert, apart from the commander of the Wind Spirit Guards. No one in the palace could detect him, so rest assured. As for his loyalty, Su Jinying paused. My sister-in-law is indeed astute, aware of my concerns. Given the magnitude of my schemes, I must remain cautious of Zhao Shizhen, the sole dark guard who survived from the Qianzhong plain. Xiao Wanping recognized this point, easily discerned by Su Jinying. Let me put it this way. If someone were to betray the crown prince, he would rather believe it to be me than suspect Zhao Shizhen. Xiao Wanping was taken aback. Su Jinying's gravity in stating such words raised questions about the relationship between Zhao Shizhen and his elder brother. What connection do you share with my brother? Xiao Wanping could not restrain his curiosity. These matters will be disclosed to you once your power is firmly established, Zhao Shizhen replied, his expression impassive. Xiao Wanping gently touched his cheek and said, if that is the case, I shall rely on you, Brother Zhao, going forward. The crown prince's dying wish is that, even at the cost of my life, I shall not allow any harm to befall his highness. No, please do not say such things, Xiao Wanping immediately interrupted. I have a request. Please, speak, your highness. If I am not under mortal threat, do not make your presence known. Su Jinying furrowed her brow, swiftly grasping his intent. It would be unusual for the foolish prince to have someone protecting him in secret, and it was no wonder that Emperor Jing would harbor suspicions. Upon realizing this, Su Jinying couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. Her little uncle was not as foolish as he appeared. Zhao Shizhen hesitated, but Su Jinying declared, let us proceed as he suggests. Understood. Now, do not linger too long in the East Palace. It is time to return. Su Jinying turned, taking Xiao Yingfan's hand as they continued to kneel and burn paper offerings. Xiao Wanping bid farewell, casting his gaze towards the direction of the star-picking garden. Calculating the time, the candles should have ignited the oil by now. The show was about to commence. Chapter 11. The show begins on the way back. Xiao Wanping's thoughts were tumultuous. He wished fervently to assure Su Jinying that he would reclaim his brother's remains from Bei Liang, and that he would avenge him without fail. Yet, he refrained from expressing such sentiments. Maintaining the facade of a fool and an incompetent individual, he felt it inappropriate to utter those words. Soon, his thoughts turned to his brother's death. Had he been betrayed by his own? If so, the traitor was likely affiliated with one of the princes vying for the throne of the East Palace. The 3rd, 5th, or 7th princes could all be suspects. In that case, it would be prudent to settle accounts one by one, starting with the faction of the 7th prince. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Wanping's eyes. As for Su Jinying and her son, the emperor's favor still lingered, and with the East Palace's guard, they would not be in immediate danger. Thus, he felt emboldened to proceed without worry. Before reaching the star-picking garden, Xiao Wanping was already met with the sight of thick smoke billowing and flames soaring, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Du Guyu was leading a dozen Fengling guards, rushing in with water buckets. Quickly, hurry inside to rescue them. If anything happens to His Highness, we are all doomed. Several Fengling guards, undeterred by the flames, dashed into the star-picking garden. Let the performance commence. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping stepped forward. Upon reaching Du Guyu, he feigned a look of panic. Brother Du Gu, what has happened here? Turning around and seeing Xiao Wanping, Du Guyu was momentarily taken aback, then grasped his shoulder and laughed heartily, as if relieved. Thank goodness, Your Highness, you were not inside. Xiao Wanping maintained his puzzled demeanor. What could have caused such a sudden fire? The cause is still unclear. By the way, Your Highness, where have you been? After my brother fell in battle, I went to the East Palace to visit my sister-in-law. The raging flames made Xiao Wanping feel as though his face was being pricked painfully, causing him to step back a few paces. From within the star-picking garden, sporadic crackling sounds could be heard. Du Guyu nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. He positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Wanping. It would be wise for your highness to keep your distance. How could this fire have erupted so suddenly? Xiao Wanping furrowed his brow, displaying a feigned sense of reluctance. By the way, there are still 2 palace maids inside. We must go save them. He pretended to be anxious. The Fengling guards will handle the rescue. You need not worry, your highness. Once assured that Xiao Wanping was safe, Du Guyu resumed directing the firefighting efforts. You hastened to inform His Majesty that the star-picking garden is ablaze, but the 8th prince is unharmed. Yes, your Majesty. The Guangming Hall. Emperor Jing was about to loosen his garments and retire for the night when a knock resounded at the door. Your Majesty, a calamity has befallen us, echoed Wei Hong's anxious voice from outside. The emperor, filled with suspicion, pondered. Wei Hong was well aware of the decorum and would not disturb him without dire urgency. What is it? He queried, sitting upright at the head of the bed. The star-picking garden is on fire. What? The emperor sprang to his feet, disregarding his bare feet, and rushed out of the chamber. In the direction of the north, a flickering light was visible. The star-picking garden is aflame? Indeed, your Majesty. It is the star-picking garden. The wind spirit guards are attempting to extinguish the fire. And the 8th prince? The emperor's expression turned grave as he inquired immediately. The 8th prince is fortunate. He happened to visit the East Palace to see the crown princess and narrowly escaped disaster. Upon hearing this, the emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. The 8th prince is safe. That is good, he murmured to himself. However, his countenance shifted dramatically, turning as cold as ice. How could such a fire erupt so suddenly? Perhaps the dry weather caused an accidental water spillage, Wei Hong suggested with a forced smile. Accidental water spillage? Huh. The emperor scoffed derisively. You old fool. The palace has not caught fire for many years. What do you mean, your Majesty? Wei Hong inquired, his brow furrowing as he gazed toward the Shuxiu Palace. Why would it ignite at this hour, just as the 8th prince injured the 7th? Ah. Wei Hong gasped in shock. Are you suggesting it was the 7th prince? The 7th lacks such audacity, and besides, he is injured. However, I know that Consort Xian is thoroughly capable of such schemes, Wei Hong replied with an awkward smile, neither confirming nor denying. What? Do you not believe so? This old servant would not dare to speak recklessly. Yet today, your Majesty publicly decreed that neither party shall retaliate. Consort Xian should not dare to defy such an edict. Whether she dares or not, we shall find out upon inquiry. Yes, Wei Hong bowed and accepted the command. By the way, summon the 8th prince as well. At the Shuxiu Palace, the wails of Xiao Wanrong kept Consort Xian awake with sorrow. Chen Shiqi had also arrived. As the father-in-law and minister of rights, he enjoyed the emperor's privilege to visit his 2 daughters at any time. Father, that fool not only crippled Ronger but audaciously took the golden hairpin bestowed by His Majesty. You must find a way to avenge us. Consort Xian sobbed softly before Chen Shiqi. He was already aware of the extortion incident involving Xiao Wanping and the 5,000 taels. You are too impulsive, Chen Shiqi spoke with an expressionless face. His Majesty urged you repeatedly this morning, and yet you conspired to poison him tonight. Is that not inviting trouble? Father, with Ronger in such a state, it seems he has no chance of the crown prince position. How can you expect me to remain calm? Consort Xian vented her grievances. Do you think I am not furious? Ronger is my grandson. I would gladly devour the 8th prince alive, Chen Shiqi whispered, his voice lowered. He is just a fool. Father, you must have a way to eliminate him, do you not? Consort Xian pleaded, clutching the sleeve of Chen Shiqi. Why the urgency? Chen Shiqi rubbed his throbbing head. His brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. At present, the momentum is in our favor. Eliminating that fool is a mere trifle. In due time, I assure you, he shall be reduced to naught but bones. Is my father speaking the truth? The consort inquired with eager eyes. When the moment arrives, I shall present his severed head to you. That should suffice, no? Very well, he has harmed Ronger. Thus we shall claim his head in return, which seems quite equitable. A fierce expression enveloped the consort's face. Chen Shiqi stroked his graying beard and continued. However, during this period, you must remain cautious. Should anything befall Xiao Wanping, His Majesty will undoubtedly associate the incident with you. The daughter acknowledged this. Just then, a maid rushed in with news. Your Highness, His Majesty urgently summons you to the Guangming Hall. Guangming Hall. Is it possible he desires my company for the night? The consort questioned, filled with suspicion. Guangming Hall is where Emperor Jing often rests, and she has often attended him there, given her favored status. No, something feels amiss. A sense of unease gripped Qin Shiqi. His Majesty is well aware you are attending to Rome. Why would he summon you for such purposes? But what was the nature of the summons? The consort, too intrigued, inquired of the maid. Your Highness, the eunuch delivering the edict did not specify the reason, though. Though what? Do not speak in riddles. There was a fire at the star-picking garden tonight. I wonder if it is related to this matter? The palace maid replied cautiously. The star-picking garden caught fire? Qin Shiqi questioned, bewildered. They had been preoccupied watching over Xiao Wanping and were unaware that such news had already spread throughout the palace. Upon hearing this, the consort sprang from her chair, filled with anticipation. And that fool, was he burned alive? Your Highness, the 8th Prince happened to visit the Crown Princess in the Eastern Palace and narrowly escaped. He is unharmed? Qin Shiqi felt a chill run down his spine. If Xiao Wanping had perished in the blaze, they would have found joy in the outcome. But now that he lives, Qin Shiqi realized trouble was brewing. The smile vanished from the consort's face. Her right hand clenched into a fist, striking the table with force. You wretched creature, how fortunate you are. Qin Shiqi immediately turned his gaze to her, filled with inquiry. The consort quickly shook her head. No, father, it was not me. Not you? Qin Shiqi grew even more alarmed. This is dire. That fool must have fallen into the trap set by this madman. Qin Shiqi clapped his hands in distress. His eyes wide with terror. Compared to the current predicament, he was even more troubled by how the 8th Prince had seemingly transformed overnight. What does my father mean? The consort asked, perplexed. Qin Shiqi waved his hand dismissively, his face drawn. This is no longer of consequence. We must contemplate how to explain this to His Majesty. At Guangming Hall, Xiao Wanping had already arrived. Regaining his senses in the night, he sat at the lower seat, specially granted by Emperor Jing. Your Majesty, the Wind Spirit Guards report that the 2 palace maids have been reduced to mere skeletons. Wei Hong stood at the lower seat, delivering the report. Upon hearing this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Emperor Jing's mouth. Those 2 palace maids had been personally dispatched by him to test Xiao Wanping. In less than a day, they had perished in the flames. More concerning than who set the fire was the challenge it posed to imperial authority. He suppressed his fury and waved his hand. Where is the consort? Why has she not yet arrived? Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I will send someone to urge her. Regaining his composure, Emperor Jing turned his gaze to the dejected Xiao Wanping. The fool, even if he has returned to normalcy, still presents a submissive demeanor that incites irritation. Your Majesty, I am here, said Xiao Wanping, his voice trembling as if he had yet to recover from his fright. What on earth happened? I do not know, Your Majesty. Upon regaining consciousness, I heard from the palace maid that 7th brother had been injured by a kick during the day. I was filled with trepidation and went to visit him. And then, the Emperor Jing showed signs of impatience. What happened next? Then I learned that my elder brother perished at Xinjiang Plain. I visited the East Palace to check on my sister-in-law and Fanner, and upon my return, I found that the star-plucking garden was ablaze. Enough. The Emperor Jing interrupted with a wave of his hand. He was already well aware of these events. Xiao Wanping's actions tonight were indeed logical and consistent with his character. The emperor harbored no suspicions. Moreover, at the time of the fire, Xiao Wanping was not present in the star-plucking garden, and no one had directed any blame toward him. Your Majesty, concubine Xian has arrived, reported Wei Hong as he entered. Let her in. Concubine Xian twisted her body, her face adorned with sorrow, and slowly approached. This servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. Upon seeing Xiao Wanping seated to the lower right of the emperor, concubine Xian felt a tightening in her chest, and unease surged within her. With a crash, the emperor smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor, pointing an accusatory finger at her. I warned you this morning not to retaliate against the 8th Prince. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? At this, concubine Xian was taken aback, kneeling forward a couple of steps. Your Majesty, why do you speak thus? There has not been a fire in the palace for 20 years, and coincidentally, on the night following the 8th Prince's injury of the 7th, the place ignited. Do you think I have grown senile? Your Majesty, do you truly believe I set the fire? Concubine Xian began to weep. If not you, then who? The emperor barked in fury. All these years, you have grown increasingly reckless, emboldened by my favor. I am wronged. I did not do it. Truly, it was not me. Please, Your Majesty, discern the truth. Concubine Xian cried out desperately. You, with your narrow-mindedness, harbor grudges, and even your own sister has grievances against you. Do not think I am unaware of these petty matters. The 8th Prince injured your son. yet you do not intend to bring him to ruin? A barrage of accusations left concubine Xian speechless, reduced only to tears. Father, Xiao Wanping stood, feigning trepidation. The weather is dry. It may have simply been an accident. At this remark, the emperor's fury escalated. Accident, my foot. Every year the weather is dry, yet fires do not break out. With a sheepish smile, Xiao Wanping retreated to the side, casting a glance at concubine Xian. Their eyes met unintentionally, and she clearly perceived the cunning glint in his gaze, nearly igniting her wrath. This madman not only sought his own golden hairpin, but also intended to bring about her demise. Yet, she could not reveal the matter of the 3 corpse pills. That would implicate her in a conspiracy to poison the prince, a crime far too grave for her to bear. Silenced by her anguish, concubine Xian truly felt the weight of despair. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights, Chen Shi, seeks an audience outside the hall, Wei Hong reported once more. Do not admit him. The emperor waved his hand, fully aware that Chen Shi was there to plead for leniency. Your Majesty, Lord Chen claims he can prove concubine Xian's innocence, Wei Hong mustered the courage to say. Xiao Wanping chuckled inwardly, eager to see how he would substantiate such a claim. Your Majesty, in that case, it would be prudent to allow Lord Chun to enter the palace and clarify matters. Emperor Jing shook his head, pointing at Xiao Wanping. It is precisely you, with your honest demeanor, who allows others to trample upon you while you plead on her behalf. I inadvertently injured 7th brother, and I feel a genuine sense of remorse. With a deep exhale, Emperor Jing waved his hand. Let him come in. Upon entering, Chen Shiqi paid his respects and directly stated, Your Majesty, the fire at the star-picking garden has absolutely no connection to Consort Xian. Chen Shiqi, as the father-in-law of the nation and the Minister of Rights, you hold considerable prestige in the court. I implore you to choose your words with caution. The implications were clear. He was advised against showing favoritism. I am aware of my lack of virtue, yet I strive for impartiality and would not dare to speak recklessly. Emperor Jing's beard trembled as he regarded Chen Shiqi with a sidelong glance. Then enlighten me. How can you prove Consort Xian's innocence? Your Majesty, since dawn today, I have been in Consort Xian's company, leaving her no opportunity to commit such an act. At this, Xiao Wanping almost scoffed. Is that so? A noble consort would personally set fire to something? What kind of testimony is that? Moreover, Chen Shiqi is lying. At sunset, Xiao Wanping visited the Shuxiu Palace, where he encountered the golden hairpin of Yunfeng and did not see Chen Shiqi at all. Indeed, Emperor Jing let out a cold laugh. A noble consort, wishing to take a life or set a fire, would do so herself? Your Majesty, I have inquired with the maidservants of Shuxiu Palace. They confirmed that Consort Xian did not leave the palace all day. Even if she were to hire someone to commit arson, she would not have had the time. Indeed, this is clearly perjury, Xiao Wanping thought with a smirk. It seems a lesson must be imparted. Suddenly, he adopted a contemplative expression. 8th brother, do you have anything to say? Emperor Jing immediately turned his gaze toward him. I only arrived at Shuxiu Palace at sunset and did not encounter Minister Chun. Chen Shiqi's face stiffened, his beard quivering slightly, but a spark of inspiration struck him. I was tending to Ronger in the inner chamber and did not meet with 8th Prince. Oh, I see, Xiao Wanping nodded. What a pity it is that you could not promptly apologize to Minister Chun. The sarcasm was palpable. Chapter 13. Irrefutable evidence. Ignoring Xiao Wanping's insinuations, Chen Shiqi continued. Your Majesty, without evidence, to place the blame upon Consort Xian would surely lead to discontent among the court officials. The faction of the 7th Prince, with myself and the favored Consort Xian, encompasses nearly 1/3 of the officials in the court. This statement was a blatant threat. Emperor Jing understood this all too well. Yet, at this moment, with the war at Qianzhenyuan uncertain and the crown prince recently fallen in battle, his body taken as a trophy, the morale of Dian was already waning. He could not allow the court to descend into chaos. Suppressing his rage, he let out a cold snort and turned away. Xiao Wanping smiled, thinking, how bold to threaten the emperor. You are doomed. Father, I believe Minister Chen speaks wisely. Without evidence, we cannot hastily accuse Consort Xian. Upon uttering these words, everyone in the Guangming Hall was taken aback. Consort Xian regarded him, realizing that he must have taken my golden hairpin of Yunfeng, feeling guilty, and could only speak on my behalf. Humph, a fool is ultimately just a fool, timid and fearful, nothing more. Once this matter passes, I shall ensure that you live a fate worse than death. Although Chen Shiqi was unaware of the schemes concocted by Xiao Wanping, he found no fault in the latter's words. Nonetheless, he felt a profound unease within. Eighth brother, do you not blame concubine Xian? Emperor Jing inquired, somewhat exasperated at his lack of assertiveness. Whether she ignited this fire is yet to be determined. One cannot hastily assign blame. Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. The emperor gazed at him in a daze, letting out a deep sigh. This child, possessing a heart akin to that of consort Li, is far too compassionate. He then turned his attention to concubine Xian, a delicate beauty. Though anger simmered within him, he recognized the absence of concrete evidence. He merely intended to issue a warning, never truly contemplating any severe repercussions for concubine Xian. After all, Emperor Jing placed great value on the joys of his harem. Since the eighth brother has spoken thus, I shall not pursue this matter further. Return to Shuxiu Palace and engage in some earnest reflection, he declared, waving his hand grandly. Your Majesty's discernment is commendable. I hold you in high esteem. Qin Shiqi interjected before concubine Xian could utter a word. He then cast a glance at her, noticing her indignation at the unjust accusation, and playfully winked. Reluctantly, concubine Xian bowed gracefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Now, begone. The emperor waved his hand, feeling vexed at their presence. As the assembly began to rise, Wei Hong entered the hall for the third time. Your Majesty, Duke Dugu seeks an audience with you outside. Finally, he has arrived, thought Xiao Wanping, a flicker of delight igniting within him. Dugu, leading the wind spirit guards, had extinguished the flames at the Jiaxing Garden. Upon hearing Wei Hong's words, Qin Shiqi's heart tightened. What could he possibly want? The emperor halted, turning to inquire. Your Majesty, Duke Dugu reports that the fire at Jiaxing Garden has been quelled, but he has discovered an item of significance. An item? What sort of item? Dugu stated that the matter was grave and must be presented directly to the emperor. As Wei Hong spoke, he inadvertently cast a glance at concubine Xian. Upon meeting his gaze, concubine Xian trembled, her complexion shifting dramatically. This is dire. It cannot be that jade bracelet. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Qin Shiqi's expression grew increasingly grim. Let him enter, the emperor commanded, resuming his seat. Your servant pays homage to your Majesty. What is this item? Bring it forth at once, the emperor urged impatiently. Yes. Dugu held the crystalline jade bracelet, passing it to Wei Hong. Upon sighting the bracelet, concubine Xian's body went weak, collapsing to the ground. It is over. Everything is lost. Xiao Wanping observed her with a sly grin. Concubine Xian suddenly realized that this fool not only coveted her golden phoenix hairpin, but also sought to bring about her ruin. Taking the jade bracelet, the emperor examined it for a moment, seemingly unable to recall its significance. The crystalline jade bracelet? As an emperor, such trinkets are of little concern to me. Ah, Xiao Wanping feigned surprise. This bracelet is resplendent and invaluable. An ordinary person could never afford it. He intentionally prompted the inquiry. Where did it come from? The emperor tossed the bracelet aside. Dugu bowed and replied, Your Majesty. It was found at the rear wall of Jiaxing Garden. The rear wall of Jiaxing Garden? Xiao Wanping pondered. Father, as a dignified man, I possess no such item. It must belong to someone else. The rear wall of Jiaxing Garden. Emperor Jing pondered. Such a precious item. How could it be discarded at the back wall? Could it be that someone inadvertently dropped it while visiting the stargazing garden? Xiao Wanping continued to guide everyone's thoughts. Yet, this was exceedingly peculiar. If someone sought to find his son, they could enter through the main gate openly. Why resort to sneaking around the back wall? Observing Xiao Wanping's pretense, concubine Xian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. However, she dared not utter a word. Her only hope lay in the emperor forgetting the owner of the jade bracelet. After listening to Xiao Wanping's words, the emperor's eyes glinted with intensity. With a resounding clap on the table, he declared it must have been dropped by the arsonist. Each of the emperor's words pierced concubine Xian's heart like a needle. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her back was already drenched. Her lips turned pale, revealing her profound unease. Wei Hong, do you know the owner of this jade bracelet? The emperor's voice bore an air of menace. Glancing at the bracelet, Wei Hong replied, Your Majesty, this old servant has never seen this jade bracelet. Upon hearing this, Dugu, seated below, lifted his head, hesitating to speak. What do you wish to say? Dugu knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I recall this jade bracelet. Oh, do go on. The emperor tilted his head. Dugu glanced at Qin Shiqi and his daughter. This jade bracelet was a gift presented to concubine Xian on her birthday last year by the Tuoba clan. At that time, I happened to be responsible for guarding the Tuoba clan, standing right behind them. thus I saw it quite clearly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it belonged to concubine Xian. How could a foolish woman like you contend with His Highness? In truth, concubine Xian was not foolish. She merely regarded Xiao Wanping as a simpleton, hence she was unprepared, leaving behind irrefutable evidence like the 3-corpse pill and the crystal jade bracelet. After Dugu Yu's revelation, the emperor seemed to recollect. No wonder I found this object somewhat familiar, yet could not recall. It turns out concubine Xian had worn it before. With that, his eyes blazed with fury as he turned to concubine Xian. Humph. The emperor abruptly rose, hurling the jade bracelet towards concubine Xian. With a clang, it shattered upon hitting the ground. Evidence. Here is the evidence you sought. The emperor's fury was palpable. Concubine Xian immediately knelt, burying her head between her knees, too fearful to speak. Although she was well aware that this was Xiao Wanping's deliberate framing, the bracelet had been on that palace maid, not dropped by any arsonist. Yet, her heart ached. Bribing a maid to poison a prince with the 3-corpse pill was a far graver crime. In comparison, she could only silently endure the suspicion of arson. Concubine Xian truly felt the bitterness of being unable to voice her suffering. Your Majesty. Chen Shiqi stepped forward once more. The jade bracelet undoubtedly belongs to concubine Xian, but it could very well have been stolen by some thief, who then framed her. Enough. The emperor raised his hand, angrily pointing at Chen Shiqi. I have tolerated you. As you are the father-in-law of the nation, do not presume me to be a fool. Chapter 14. Words that pierce the heart. Witnessing the emperor's wrath, Chen Shiqi felt his spirit falter. He too slowly knelt on the ground. I dare not. The emperor coldly snorted and approached concubine Xian. His expression bore a semblance of regret and sorrow. Concubine Xian, what else do you have to say? Trembling all over, Consort Xian knelt on the ground, sobbing. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beseech your majesty for mercy. Chen Shiqi felt as though struck by lightning. How could she confess to her crimes? Just moments ago in the Shuxiu Palace, had she not sworn that she was not responsible for the act? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Chen Shiqi realized that the lady was attempting to sacrifice herself for the greater good, admitting to a minor transgression so that the grave accusation of poisoning the prince could not be laid at her feet. Consort Xian was met with astonishment from Xiao Wanping. I made a special trip to the Shuxiu Palace to plead for forgiveness, yet you still refuse to let me off the hook. His expression was one of deep sorrow. As he gazed at Xiao Wanping, Consort Xian's piercing gaze could not conceal her intentions. However, she dared not retort. Your Majesty, Consort Xian cried out, with my son in such a state. I lost my composure for a moment. I merely intended to frighten the 8th Prince with a fire. I never meant to kill him. Your Majesty, in your magnanimity, please forgive me. Her words inadvertently confirmed her involvement in bribing someone with a crystal bracelet to set the fire. With a thunderous roar, Emperor Jing was incensed, kicking Consort Xian aside. You wretched woman, given my years of favor, your audacity has grown to the point of attempting harm against a prince. Your Majesty, Consort Xian pleaded, crawling to grasp the emperor's foot. I truly did not intend to harm the 8th Prince. Please, for the sake of my years of loyal service, spare me. I have decreed in the Taiji Hall that there shall be no acts of revenge. Have you not taken this to heart? How can I possibly forgive you for defying my will? Emperor Jing kicked her away again. Seeing the emperor genuinely enraged, Chen Shiqi promptly knelt and implored, Your Majesty, considering the grave injury to the 7th Prince and Consort Xian's years of service, please grant her a reprieve. Emperor Jing turned his gaze toward Chen Shiqi. And you, as the Minister of Rights, should embody fairness, yet you are wholly devoted to protecting your daughter. What do you think the court will think of you? I acknowledge my faults. Chen Shiqi dared not make excuses. With a deep exhale, Emperor Jing looked toward Xiao Wanping. Old 8, what do you propose we do with them? Xiao Wanping smiled slightly, fully aware that the emperor was chastising his most favored consort and a trusted elder. The aim was clearly to have him grant them clemency. Although he was the emperor, he had to consider the feelings of the victim, Xiao Wanping. Grant them leniency? That was an impossibility. Stepping forward, Xiao Wanping clasped his hands together and spoke. Father, while the laws of Dian dictate that those who attempt to assassinate a prince face severe punishment, I was the one injured first by the 7th Prince, and Consort Xian did not succeed in harming me. I implore you to spare her from death. Though this statement appeared to be a plea for mercy, it effectively cast Consort Xian into deeper peril. Emperor Jing had no intention of executing her or even pursuing the matter further. However, Xiao Wanping's suggestion clearly implied that while death might be avoided, a lesser punishment was inevitable. The father and daughter exchanged a furtive glance at Xiao Wanping, their fury simmering, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. This fool speaks with such malice. Emperor Jing, ever astute, immediately discerned the underlying meaning of his words. Consort Xian, Chen Shiqi. It seems old Eight does not wish to spare you. After saying this, he signaled to Consort Xian with a glance. Confused, Consort Xian was unaware of the emperor's intent. Hurry and plead for forgiveness from old Eight. Emperor Jing thundered. As the father and daughter came to their senses, Chen Shiqi hastily turned to Xiao Wanping, bowing deeply. Your Highness, I, as an old minister, humbly apologize on behalf of my daughter. I implore you to show magnanimity and forgive her this once. This old fellow certainly knew how to yield and adapt. However, Xiao Wanping had no intention of easily letting this father and daughter off the hook, especially not concubine Xian. He merely smiled in silence, his gaze fixed upon her. What are you dawdling for? Quickly apologize to His Highness, Chen Shiqi urged her. Emperor Jing stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing her, tacitly affirming Chen Shiqi's words. Clearing his throat, Xiao Wanping also straightened his posture, maintaining his smile. His smile was akin to a fly that had found its way into concubine Xian's mouth. Helplessly, she clenched her fists, her nails nearly piercing her palms. Tears welled in her eyes, and veins bulged on her forehead as she prepared to rise and plead with Xiao Wanping. The emperor abruptly interrupted her. Who permitted you to stand? Apologize while kneeling. At these words, tears streamed down concubine Xian's cheeks. She had no choice but to kneel once more. Articulating each word with care, this humble servant was momentarily concerned for Ronger's feelings and lost her composure. I beseech your highness to forgive me. Preposterous. Emperor Jing admonished again. You dare to apologize to the eighth prince and still presume to refer to yourself as this palace? I acted impulsively, and I implore your highness for leniency, she pleaded, even bowing deeply in submission. Humph. The emperor huffed disdainfully, then turned to Xiao Wanping. Old Eight, what do you think? After all, you were not harmed. Xiao Wanping inwardly scoffed. If he wished to protect her, he should simply state it outright, rather than resort to such theatrics. Nevertheless, he recognized that insisting on severe punishment for concubine Xian would surely contradict Emperor Jing's wishes, placing him in a more precarious position in the future. Father, if that is the case, I will defer to your judgment. The emperor stroked his meticulously groomed dragon whiskers, nodding in satisfaction. Concubine Xian, you have deliberately threatened a prince, disregarding imperial edicts. Henceforth, you are demoted to the rank of Jiaoyi, with a 2-year salary reduction, and your allowances will be accordingly diminished. Do you have any objections? This humble servant thanks your majesty for your benevolence. It was merely a 2-level demotion, a fine for a mere servant. She could later devise new schemes to regain her status as a favored concubine. She dared not voice any grievances. Xiao Wanping understood well. Chen Shiqi, here, your majesty. Though you hold the esteemed title of the state father-in-law, your actions have been biased. You are to return to your residence for self-reflection and face a 1-year salary reduction. I am ashamed, and I thank your majesty for your generosity. Chen Shiqi quickly expressed his gratitude. The emperor turned his gaze upon the two of them. Remember, should there be any further transgressions in the future, I shall punish you both without leniency. We shall bear this in mind. They replied in unison. Go now. The two felt as if they had received a reprieve, bowing and retreating several steps before exiting the Guangming Hall. Old Eight, are you satisfied with my handling of this matter? In the hall, only Emperor Jing, Wei Hong, and Xiao Wanping remained. Father, your wisdom is commendable. Xiao Wanping offered a respectful bow. Commendable? The emperor chuckled. Had it been any other concubine, you would have likely executed them on the spot. Ultimately, while Emperor Jing showed favor towards Xiao Wanping out of consideration for the consort Li and the crown prince, deep down, he did not wish for concubine Xian to face dire consequences. As for the 7th prince, Xiao Wanrong, the emperor seemed rather indifferent. After all, he had so many sons that losing one was of little consequence. Reflecting on this, Xiao Wanping could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Alas, the art of seduction within the confines of the palace proves to be remarkably effective. The 7th prince, despite his mediocrity, manages to garner the favor of consort Xian and rally numerous officials in his bid for the position of crown prince. It seems that Emperor Jing is indeed a man of insatiable desires. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Wanping suddenly realized that the fire at the star-picking garden presented the perfect opportunity to depart from the palace. Father, I have a request. Chapter 15. The 18 Strategies of Heaven's Secrets. What is it? Speak freely, Emperor Jing replied, his spirits lifted by Xiao Wanping's lack of further grievances. I wish to leave the palace. At these words, the emperor was taken aback. You wish to move out? He scrutinized Xiao Wanping, attempting to fathom his intentions. Indeed, Xiao Wanping endeavored to appear resolute. Why? The emperor, unable to decipher his thoughts, inquired further. With my brother deceased, I am left unprotected. Within this palace, I fear. You fear that others may seek to harm you? The emperor's mind drifted back to Consort Li, who had succumbed to hysteria due to his neglect over the years. He sighed inwardly. Father, if I may be so bold, during the previous struggle for the crown, my brother amassed many enemies. I am well aware. Emperor Jing interjected, raising a hand to silence him. But have you considered that by moving out, those who wish you ill will have an even easier time reaching you? Xiao Wanping's heart sank at this revelation. I thought that if I were to leave the palace, they might forget about this fool of mine. Navi. The emperor pointed a finger at him. When will you truly mature? I do not comprehend. Please enlighten me, father. This imperial court has always been a place of bloodshed. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, those with ill intent will not spare you. What then, father? I am afraid. Xiao Wanping feigned terror. The emperor paced the chamber with his hands clasped behind his back. Other adult princes, aside from you, have indeed established their own residences outside the palace. But you are different. Your affliction. At this, the emperor sighed once more. In any case, your brother has perished, but you still have me. Remaining within the palace is safer. Let us postpone your departure until your hysteria has subsided. Rely on you? Xiao Wanping scoffed internally. If you genuinely cared for my well-being, you would not have allowed someone to bribe the palace maid to administer the 3-corpse pill to me. Moreover, you are so preoccupied with state affairs that you hardly have time to concern yourself with my life or death. Xiao Wanping held no faith in the emperor's words. Yet, the destruction of the star-picking garden left him feeling somewhat despondent. With the star-picking garden gone, is there not still Jingde Garden? Jingde Garden? That was where your brother resided before he was named crown prince. Indeed, now that your brother has moved to the Eastern Palace, Jingde Garden has become vacant. I shall immediately command the servants to tidy it up and dispatch a team of wind spirit guards to protect you closely. This is the most prudent course of action. At this point, Xiao Wanping found himself questioning whether the emperor was genuinely concerned for his welfare or if he merely suspected that his hysteria might be improving. Or perhaps it was a blend of both. The 2 palace maids who had been monitoring him had just perished in the fire he set, and now he was to be guarded closely by a new contingent of wind spirit guards? It seems that one must exercise even greater caution in the future. A moment's carelessness could lead not only to the machinations of political rivals within the palace, but also to the scrutiny of Emperor Jing. With this thought in mind, should Xiao Wanping insist on leaving the palace, it would only serve to heighten the emperor's suspicions. I thank my father for his kindness. He feigned gratitude. Wei Hong, immediately instruct someone to escort the 8th prince to Jingde Garden. Yes, Wei Hong bowed in compliance. I take my leave. Upon departing from Guangming Hall, Xiao Wanping felt a twinge of anxiety. The emperor intended to send a squad of wind spirit guards to protect him? Would Zhao Shisan, who covertly guarded him, be discovered? Yet, recalling Su Jinying's words, he reassured himself that aside from the general of the wind spirit guards, no one could perceive Zhao Shisan's presence. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. With 250 squads of wind spirit guards, he pondered which team that old fellow would dispatch. After Xiao Wanping's departure, Emperor Jing returned to his seat, once again tapping his fingers lightly against the table. Your Majesty, Wei Hong gently prompted. Whom should we send to protect the 8th prince? After a moment's reflection, the emperor raised his eyes. Summon Duguyu. With 250 squads, each comprising 10 men, there were many from other princes among them. Duguyu was impartial in his actions and loyal to the royal family. The emperor recognized this quality. He was indeed the most suitable choice. If I may inquire, Your Majesty, should we still remain vigilant regarding the 8th prince's movements? Wei Hong inquired respectfully. Closing his eyes, the emperor rubbed his temples, seemingly deep in thought, wavering in his decision. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Given his words and actions today, he remains that foolish prince. Very well, let Duguyu protect him with all his might. With this commotion, it was already the hour of the rat. In Jingde Garden, before his elder brother had taken residence in the Eastern Palace, Xiao Wanping often visited. Passing through the Moon Gate, 3 rooms were situated on the left, the central one being the main chamber, with the 2 adjacent rooms designated for the guard's respite. 3 low houses stood on the right, serving as quarters for the maidservants. The main chamber had been tidied up. I shall rest now. Without my command, no one is permitted to disturb me. Yes. The 2 newly arrived maidservants bowed and withdrew. Once the door was closed, Xiao Wanping swiftly approached the desk. He eagerly retrieved the tome titled The 18 Strategies of Heaven. Did his brother imply that the one who possessed this book could conquer the world? Was it truly so profound? With a skeptical heart, he slowly opened it. Throughout the annals of history, we are all players in the game. Do not become a pawn in the game, nor a soul beneath its influence. These 4 lines established the book's purpose, to make one a strategist rather than a mere player. The first strategy, exchange 1 for 1,000. Time slipped away unnoticed. And before long, more than half an hour had passed. Cold sweat drenched Xiao Wanping's back. The strategies he had learned in his past life seemed trivial in comparison to the wisdom contained within the 18 strategies of heaven. Furthermore, regarding the injury inflicted upon Xiao Wanrong and the entrapment of Consort Xian, Xiao Wanping had initially felt a sense of pride. Yet, after reading the book, he perceived himself as a mere jester, employing only petty cleverness. Suddenly, his throat felt parched. He hastily seized the water jug from the desk and tilted his head back to drink deeply. Murder is insidious. A hand devoid of weapons ensnares the unwary, while one cunningly harnesses the winds for their own advantage. These devious and venomous schemes struck a profound chord within Xiao Wanping. Upon completing the 18 strategies of heaven, he felt as though a new realm had been unveiled to him. A figure descended silently. Who could it be? Xiao Wanping was startled. It is I, Zhao Shisan. Indeed, this fellow seemed to be everywhere. Casting a glare in his direction, Xiao Wanping remarked, "In the future, do announce your presence at this late hour. You could frighten someone to death. I noticed something unusual about your condition and was concerned for you." Zhao Shisan replied. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from appearing unless my life was in danger? Are there not enough individuals enchanted by books? I, Xiao Wanping, am at a loss for words. Kindly return to your beam." He gestured towards the ceiling, his expression one of exasperation. Zhao Shisan turned away, maintaining a stoic demeanor. "I have manifested to convey a matter of significance." "What is it?" "The Crown Prince has decreed that upon mastering this text, it must be immediately incinerated." With that, he vanished with a whoosh. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Wanping shook his head in resignation. It seemed that henceforth, there would be little privacy in the presence of this man. What if, in the future, he were to marry? Would he be scrutinized during his wedding night? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Returning his focus to the text, he found solace in the fact that the 18 strategies of heaven was not overly lengthy and did not require rote memorization. Familiarity with the strategies sufficed. A single night should be adequate. He promptly gathered his concentration and began reading from the beginning. Chen Shiqi had been furiously reprimanded by Emperor Jing, his heart ablaze with anger. Since becoming the national uncle, he had never faced such reproach. Upon exiting the palace and returning home, he immediately summoned his steward. "Go fetch the 5th prince to discuss matters at the residence. And remember, this must remain a secret." Both Xin Fei and he could not act against Xiao Wanping for the time being. They could only pin their hopes on another grandson. Chapter 16. Collusion. The 5th prince, Xiao Wanchong, was the offspring of the virtuous consort. The virtuous consort and the graceful consort were sisters, both daughters of Chen Shiqi. They entered the palace together, with the virtuous consort giving birth to a prince first. However, during the later succession disputes, the graceful consort disregarded sisterly bonds in her single-minded pursuit of placing Xiao Wanrong on the throne. Though there were no weapons drawn, the sisters experienced considerable discord. Furthermore, the graceful consort gained favor with Emperor Jing, which fueled the virtuous consort's jealousy, leading her to sever ties with her sister. Fortunately, Chen Shiqi acted as a mediator, preventing their relationship from deteriorating completely. Xiao Wanchong had fallen asleep but was roused from his slumber upon learning that Chen Shiqi wished to see him. A knowing smile spread across his face, laden with meaning. "My younger brother is in trouble, and now my grandfather remembers me? Your Highness, shall we go?" "Of course. Why not? I am one who respects the elderly and cherishes the young. If my grandfather summons me, how could I not attend? Prepare my attire." The Chun residence opened a side door, and Xiao Wanchong, unfazed, strode in with his guards. Chen Shiqi had been awaiting him in the reception room for some time, and greeted him with a warm smile upon his arrival. "Chang'er, you have finally come." Removing his cloak, Xiao Wanchong took a seat, barely casting a glance at Qin Shiqi. "Minister Chun, what business do you have that requires my presence at such an ungodly hour?" The underlying resentment was palpable in his tone. Qin Shiqi offered a sheepish smile and instructed his servants to present tea. "Chang'er, you must be aware of your seventh brother's predicament, correct?" "Indeed. He deserves it for being foolish enough to be kicked into becoming a eunuch." Xiao Wanchong chuckled with delight. A few years ago, during the fierce competition for the position of crown prince, although Qin Shiqi did not take sides between him and Xiao Wanrong, Xiao Wanchong clearly understood that this maternal grandfather actually favored Xiao Wanrong. The reason for his late-night visit was to relish Qin Shiqi's misfortune, a perfect remedy for his own resentment. Clearing his throat, Qin Shiqi's expression stiffened, and he remarked, "After all, he is your aunt's son, having grown up alongside you. Such words should not be spoken." Despite being 2 generations older, Qin Shiqi held the authority to lecture, regardless of Xiao Wanchong's demeanor, even though he was a prince. "My esteemed grandfather," Xiao Wanchong replied coldly with a sneer. The struggle for the crown prince position was fraught with bloodshed. Concubine Xian even spread rumors, accusing me of immoral conduct and bullying, causing my father's impression of me to deteriorate, ultimately leading to my loss of the title. Rising with agitation, Xiao Wanchong exclaimed, "At that time, did concubine Xian not consider that I am her nephew? Now that the 7th has encountered a mishap, he dares to bring it up?" His words turned Qin Shiqi's face crimson. "Chang'er, my grandfather knows that it is indeed an inappropriate time to involve you. However, I have a question that I am uncertain whether to voice." "Humph," Xiao Wanchong sneered dismissively. "If you believe it should be spoken, then speak. If not, remain silent." Qin Shiqi found himself at a loss for words. Aware of his own shortcomings, he believed that Xiao Wanrong possessed greater cunning, and only he could achieve success. Yet, Xiao Wanchong, possessing more talent and wisdom than Xiao Wanrong, understood that mere talent is insufficient for governance. Thus, Qin Shiqi gradually aligned himself with Xiao Wanrong. Now that Xiao Wanrong had been incapacitated, he could only place his hopes on another grandson. With the crown prince dead, the position of heir once again hangs in uncertainty. "Do you not have any aspirations?" With a more serious demeanor, Xiao Wanchong suppressed his earlier frivolity. "If my grandfather has something to say, please do not hesitate." Stroking his graying beard, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Shiqi's eyes. "My grandfather wishes to enlist your help in devising a scheme to eliminate the 8th prince. Ensuring his demise is as tragic as possible." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchong scoffed coldly. "In essence, you still favor the 7th, seeking vengeance on his behalf?" Killing Xiao Wanping bears no relation to the contest for the crown prince position. He is merely a fool, posing no threat whatsoever. Both were acutely aware of this fact. The desire for vengeance on behalf of Ronger and your aunt was merely one aspect. "What else?" "I have received news that the crown princess has secretly sent someone to seek the ghost doctor." "The ghost doctor?" Xiao Wanchong's brow furrowed. "The ghost doctor from Wei country. The one capable of reviving the dead," Qin Shiqi emphasized. Xiao Wanchong's fists gradually clenched. "I believe you understand the purpose behind Su Jining's actions. With concubine Li enjoying the emperor's favor, having the advantage, even losing 2 sons could still allow her to retain influence. If the 8th prince's hysteria is truly cured by the ghost doctor, then the position of the Eastern Palace." "Enough," Xiao Wanchong interrupted, feeling increasingly agitated. He despised Qin Shiqi's aggressive demeanor. He took a sip of tea, lost in contemplation. Qin Shiqi remained silent, merely smiling. Indeed, this grandson has always been preoccupied with the crown prince's position. Luring him with the prospect of the Eastern Palace is not misguided. After a moment, Xiao Wanchong seemed to have come to a realization. His expression relaxed, and he laughed heartily at the sky. "Why do you laugh, Chang'e?" inquired his grandfather. "Oh, I nearly fell into your trap," he replied. "Oh." Qin Shiqi was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "Old 8 has no influence in the court. Even if his hysteria were cured, Father Emperor would never bestow upon him the title of crown prince." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiqi was stunned. "This lad truly possesses more insight than Ronger." Explained further. "Our Great Yan is currently at war with northern Liang, and to the east, Wei State is eyeing us hungrily. I've heard they plan to send envoys to our Great Yan soon, though the purpose remains uncertain. In such circumstances, how could Father Emperor possibly entrust the crown prince position to Old 8? How could it not be possible?" If old Eight were to take the helm of the Eastern Palace, would my third brother and I acquiesce? Both of us have our own factions backing us. Inevitably, Great Yan would plunge into internal strife, which is something Father Emperor cannot afford. Thus, Xiao Wanping rose, brushing off his garments. Whether old Eight is foolish or not, he is incapable of ascending to the throne. After listening to Xiao Wanping's analysis, Qin Shiqi could not help but applaud. Excellent. Well analyzed. Ronger cannot match you. Grandfather. Such praise comes too late. Xiao Wanping rolled his eyes and turned to leave. I have no interest in avenging them. Farewell. Wait. Qin Shiqi called out to him once more. You may not wish to seek vengeance, but what of Gu Shuqing? Upon hearing that name, Xiao Wanping abruptly halted, his eyes twitching. Gu Shuqing, the daughter of the loyal and trustworthy Marquis Gu Feng. When Emperor Jing ascended the throne, it was a time of bloody turmoil. The Edict of Succession vanished, and his own brother raised an army in the name of purging the court, attempting to usurp the throne. At that time, Gu Feng was still the Minister of Justice. Fortunately, his meticulous thinking allowed him to unravel the threads of this conspiracy, and he risked his life to recover the Edict of Succession, enabling Emperor Jing to ascend smoothly. Grateful for this service, Emperor Jing bestowed upon Gu Feng the title of loyal and trustworthy Marquis, a hereditary position, and betrothed his daughter, Gu Shuqing, to Xiao Wanping since childhood. However, when Xiao Wanping fell ill with hysteria at the age of 10, the engagement was put on hold. Though the Gu family held a noble title, they dared not propose an annulment. As Gu Shuqing matured, she blossomed into an extraordinarily captivating beauty, now regarded as the most stunning woman in the capital, Xi'an City. Almost all the noble families desired to have her in their households, with Xiao Wanping being the most ardent suitor. Chapter 17. Conspiracy. What do you mean, grandfather? Xiao Wanping paused and turned around. You are already 22 and unmarried. Could it be that you are still pining for Gu Shuqing? Xiao Wanping's body shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. Qin Shiqi continued, but with Xiao Wanping still alive, who would dare to annul the engagement with Gu Shuqing? Although she has not shown admiration for any noble scion, this very notion drives Xiao Wanping to obsession. The unattainable is always the most desirable. Countless nights, he vowed silently to himself that he would win Gu Shuqing's heart and revel in her affection. Seeing his resentful demeanor, Qin Shiqi felt a surge of joy within. That fool, he does not even deserve to carry Shuqing's shoes. Your Majesty need not concern yourself with this matter. The imperial edict of marriage has already been issued, and there is no reason for it to be rescinded. You are well aware of how to proceed. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wanping turned around and resumed his seat. He lifted his cup and took a hearty sip of fragrant tea. What benefit do I stand to gain? Xiao Wanping finally inquired. Qin Shiqi's expression remained unperturbed as he replied, Ronger has already fallen from grace. If you assist him in avenging himself, I shall persuade him to rally his supporters behind you. At that point, the position of the Eastern Palace shall be yours to claim. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of light flickered in Xiao Wanping's eyes. My aunt wishes to eliminate that fool. I can cooperate, but I shall not dirty my own hands. Ultimately, he was still prudent. Assassinating a prince, if discovered, would jeopardize not only his claim to the throne, but also his very life. Such a risk was one he would never dare to take. What are your thoughts? Qin Shiqi inquired. I have just received word that His Majesty has sent that fool to reside in Jingde Garden, accompanied by a squad of wind spirit guards for his protection. If one wishes to eliminate him, it would be impossible within the palace. What do you propose we do? After years of being apart, Qin Shiqi found that Xiao Wanping had matured considerably. I will find a way to drive him out of the palace. Once he is outside, it will be much simpler for my aunt to act. Nodding in agreement, Qin Shiqi acknowledged Xiao Wanping's suggestion. This method was indeed feasible, yet there remained a pressing issue. His Majesty still harbored a certain affection for that fool. Even after he injured your seventh brother, His Majesty did not punish him, but instead favored him all the more. Do you have any means to expel him from the palace? Humph, Xiao Wanping scoffed, the corners of his mouth lifting. That is because this fool has yet to touch His Majesty's sensitive spot. What do you mean? Xiao Wanping did not answer directly. In 3 days, it will be Princess Changning's birthday. I shall present a deadlock. Just wait and see. A deadlock? Excitement flickered across Qin Shiqi's face. What kind of deadlock? This is not for you to know. In any case, in 3 days, whether that fool survives or not, he will be expelled from the palace. The following day, in Jingde Garden, Xiao Wanping had not slept a wink throughout the night. He had memorized the 18 strategies of heaven and, before the dawn broke, finally tossed it into the fire. Immediately thereafter, he began another day of erratic behavior. Duguyu had already brought a contingent of men to stand guard by his side. Observing Xiao Wanping flailing about in the courtyard, a wind spirit guard could not help but complain. How the tides have turned. Who would have thought that our esteemed 10th squad would one day be tasked with protecting this fool? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut is truly tiresome. The two stood on either side of the moon gate, muttering to themselves. What are you discussing? Suddenly, Duguyu appeared behind them. Startled, the two hurriedly bowed. Captain. Duguyu's expression was grave as he glared at the two. Let me ask you, what is the mission of the Wind Spirit Guards? Loyalty to the Great Yan. To protect the royal family at all costs, they replied in unison. Does the 8th prince belong to the royal family? Yes. Then, from now on, I do not wish to hear anyone speak ill of the 8th prince behind his back. Otherwise, the military laws will be unforgiving. Do you understand? The two soldiers hastily acknowledged. Meanwhile, they were secretly astonished. This foolish prince was disregarded by everyone in the palace. Upon arriving at the presence of Duguyu, it seemed as though he were regarded as a treasure. The conversation among the three was keenly absorbed by Xiao Wanping. Duguyu appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. Should he cultivate this individual as a trusted confidant, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results should he ever rise against the throne. Especially with the Wind Spirit Guards assisting from within. An opportunity to ascertain whether this person had aligned himself with another prince must not be missed. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of a clapper drum resounded outside Jingda courtyard, stirring Xiao Wanping's heart. Memories surged forth. This clapper drum held significant meaning for him, as it was used by concubine Li to soothe him during his childhood cries. For reasons unknown, the sound of the drum would instantly quiet him. Even later, when afflicted with hysteria, the mere echo of the clapper drum would compel him to charge forward, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. Who could be shaking the clapper drum? Doubts clouded Xiao Wanping's mind. Nevertheless, since he had resolved to feign madness, he must commit fully to the ruse. If he did not emerge upon hearing the drum, it would surely raise suspicion, as the eyes of the Wind Spirit Guards were keenly fixed upon him. As the drumming continued, he called out and dashed towards the source of the sound. Your Highness, take care and watch your step, Duguyu cautioned, closely trailing behind him with soldiers in tow. Upon exiting Jingda courtyard, Xiao Wanping encountered a lady, her skin as white as snow, her eyes sparkling like stars. Adorned in exquisite attire, her graceful figure moving with delicate elegance. She was shaking the clapper drum, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Greetings to Princess Chongning. Duguyu promptly bowed in respect. There's no need for that. Xiao Chongning waved her jade arm, her voice as melodious as silver bells. Xiao Chongning. The aging Emperor Jing had been blessed with a daughter, whom he cherished beyond measure. At least in Xiao Wanping's recollection, none dared to tug at Emperor Jing's beard. Save for this very Xiao Chongning. Among the numerous princes and princesses, she stood out as one who bore him no disdain. In fact, she often took the initiative to seek him out for companionship. Although Xiao Wanping was older, in her eyes, he resembled an innocent younger brother. As the clapper drum continued to sound, Xiao Wanping feigned a foolish grin, pretending to be oblivious, and ran directly toward the drum. Elder brother, do you not think of Ning'a? Xiao Chongning playfully hid the drum behind her, teasing Xiao Wanping. He relentlessly pursued the clapper drum. All right, here you go. Xiao Chongning laughed as she handed the drum to him. Subsequently, she took Xiao Wanping's hand and led him to Duguyu's side. Lord Dugu, she greeted with a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring air. I would never presume, Duguyu replied with utmost respect. I am well aware. Xiao Chongning said, drawing Xiao Wanping closer to Duguyu. I wish to convey a message. Safeguard my esteemed elder brother. In 3 days, I shall partake in my coming-of-age ceremony, and I desire for him to attend unharmed. It is remarkable that at such a tender age, he is aware of the bloody struggles within the palace. With a resigned smile, Xiao Wanping acknowledged this. Chapter 18. Am I a fool? Who am I afraid of? Rest assured, Your Highness, we vow to protect you with our lives, responded Duguyu, bowing respectfully. With a tinkling laugh, Yinling tugged at Xiao Wanping's arm. Elder brother, let us go play and catch loaches. In the 2 days that followed, Xiao Wanping relished a rare moment of tranquility. Noble consort Xian had been demoted to a mere lady-in-waiting, and with Emperor Jing's anger, she dared not make further moves. As for Xiao Wanrong, he was likely incapacitated, making it improbable for him to cause any trouble. During this time, Xiao Wanping made a brief visit to the Eastern Palace. With the death of the Crown Prince, The officials there, having lost their support, were hastily seeking to leave, abandoning their titles of Crown Princess Tutor and Crown Princess Guardian. The Eastern Palace became desolate almost instantly. Xiao Wanping could not help but smirk inwardly. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. These opportunists were free to depart. Su Jinying was aware that it would not be long before Emperor Jing would require her and Xiao Yingfan to vacate the Eastern Palace. Without the palace guards for protection, their safety would become a pressing concern. Time was running short for Xiao Wanping. He needed to swiftly establish his own power to ensure the safety of himself and Su Jinying. Simultaneously, he subtly hinted to Su Jinying about his desire to leave the palace. Her thoughts surprisingly aligned with Emperor Jing's, given Xiao Wanping's current health. Leaving the palace would mean certain death. Everything would have to wait until the ghostly physician cured his hysteria. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Wanping nearly divulged the truth to her, but restrained himself. After all, Su Jinying and her son were ensnared in the palace's formidable vortex. Knowing too much would be akin to binding them with a ticking time bomb, far too perilous. At that moment, another thought began to blossom in Xiao Wanping's mind. Though Su Jinying was a woman, she possessed considerable insight and foresight. Moreover, she was the only person in whom he currently placed his trust. If she could also exit the palace, it might be feasible to share the situation with her. After all, developing his power solely through his efforts would be utterly insufficient, especially since he had to feign madness during the day. Soon, the third day arrived, the day of Princess Chongning's coming-of-age ceremony. The rites were to be held within Chongning Palace. Emperor Jing held Xiao Chongning in great favor, so a grand banquet for the officials was inevitable. This splendid event was entrusted to the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rites for coordination. Outside the courtyard of Chongning Palace, a vast area had been prepared for the feast, and by noon, officials began to arrive in succession. Xiao Chongning had specifically instructed her maid to bring Xiao Wanping to the palace early, ensuring that she could join him amidst the festivities. "Your Highness, it is time for your bath," the maid announced. "Elder brother, you may play first. I shall join you shortly," Xiao Chongning said, handing her hand drum to Xiao Wanping before following the maid out of the courtyard. Moments later, Emperor Jing arrived. From a distance, Xiao Wanping observed the emperor's face adorned with a joyful expression. This was the first time he had witnessed Emperor Jing smile since the crown prince's demise. "Your Majesty." Upon the emperor's arrival, the officials immediately knelt in greeting. "Esteemed lords, there is no need for excessive formality today, as we celebrate the Long Ning ceremony. I wish to avoid the somber atmosphere of the court. Let us indulge in merriment and revelry." Inspired by Emperor Jing, the ambience of Long Ning Palace instantly became lively. Although the banquet had yet to commence, the air was already filled with laughter and joy. Xiao Wanping, disenchanted by the countenances of those around him, shook his rattle drum, yearning to depart from Long Ning Palace. With each step, the rhythm of his heart quickened. "Fifth Prince," he heard from the Moon Gate, as Xiao Wanchong entered, prompting nearby officials to nod and bow in respect. Xiao Wanping glanced over to find Xiao Wanchong holding a brocade box, presumably a birthday gift for Xiao Chongning. Upon meeting Xiao Wanchong's gaze, Xiao Wanping distinctly sensed the disdain shimmering within his eyes, as if he were mocking him. Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong were brothers, and such a reaction from him did not surprise Xiao Wanping. Little did he know, Xiao Wanchong's true animosity stemmed from his feelings for Gu Shuqing, unrelated to Xiao Wanrong. With a cold sneer within, Xiao Wanping chose to ignore him and headed towards the Moon Gate. However, as he brushed past Xiao Wanchong, the latter covertly lifted his foot. With a resounding crash, Xiao Wanping lost his balance and fell to the ground, his rattle drum scattering beside him. "Eighth brother, be careful not to injure yourself," Xiao Wanchong exclaimed, hastily crouching to assist him. Despite the flames of anger rising within, Xiao Wanping feigned oblivion. As he looked up, he caught another fleeting glimpse of Xiao Wanchong's triumphant smirk. As he helped Xiao Wanping to his feet, Xiao Wanchong pretended to chastise De Guyu. "What are you doing? If the 8th Prince suffers an injury, His Majesty will not spare you. It is our negligence. Please forgive us, 5th Prince," De Guyu responded. Though he internally resented the situation, with his keen perception, he had clearly seen Xiao Wanchong's treachery, yet he dared not voice it. "Good heavens! Your brother is nearly crippled by my foot, and you still have not learned your lesson? Just wait and see how I deal with you." As the rattle drum echoed, Xiao Wanping feigned searching for it. "Ah, here it is. At last, I have found you," he exclaimed, raising his hands high. In that moment, he inadvertently knocked the brocade box from Xiao Wanchong's grasp. What are you doing? Xiao Wanchong's expression tightened as he bent down to retrieve it. However, Xiao Wanping, fixated solely on the rattle drum, disregarded his surroundings. He lifted his foot and kicked the brocade box forcefully forward. With a resounding crash, a glimmering luminous pearl within shattered upon impact. "Ah, my luminous pearl!" Xiao Wanchong cried out in despair. Knowing Emperor Jing cherished Long Ning dearly, Xiao Wanchong had procured this exquisite pearl at great expense from the Tuoba clan of the western regions, a limited edition meant to curry favor with the emperor. Little did he expect, one kick, and it lay in ruins. "Eighth brother, you!" Xiao Wanchong stood abruptly, pointing accusatorily at Xiao Wanping, fury igniting in his eyes. Unfazed, Xiao Wanping continued to gather his rattle drum, wearing a silly grin that seemed to convey, "You fool, you dare challenge me? I am but a simpleton, and I fear no one." A nameless blaze suddenly surged, prompting Xiao Wanchong to seize Xiao Wanping by the collar. "You fool, return my luminous pearl." Du Guyu hurriedly intervened to separate the two. "Your Highness, the Eighth Prince did not act with malice. Please release him. He did it on purpose." Xiao Wanchong bellowed in rage. The commotion attracted the attention of Emperor Jing and the officials. "What is happening?" The emperor inquired first. "Father, the eighth brother has ruined my congratulatory gift," Xiao Wanchong replied, casting a glance at the shattered luminous pearls scattered across the floor. With a disdainful snort, the emperor remarked, "It is merely a luminous pearl. Is it worth such a fuss?" "Father, this luminous pearl was painstakingly obtained from the Tuoba clan, worth a fortune. I implore you to have the eighth brother compensate me." "You wish for him to compensate you?" The emperor appeared to find this notion exceedingly amusing. Raising his right hand and wiggling his index finger in the air, he stated, "You two brothers are of the same ilk. He is a fool, and yet you insist on quarreling with him? Indeed, I am a fool. I fear no one." Xiao Wanping thought joyfully to himself. It seemed that feigning madness could, to some extent, allow one to act with impunity. Suddenly, Xiao Wanchong's fury dissipated, replaced by a serene demeanor. "Father, your admonition is warranted. I momentarily forgot that the eighth brother suffers from hysteria." Xiao Wanping quickly stole a glance at him. Was he truly so easily appeased? This was either suspicious or indicative of Xiao Wanchong's deeper cunning compared to Xiao Wanrong. The emperor appeared pleased, nodding with a smile. "You are more reasonable than the seventh. This trivial luminous pearl, I shall compensate you for it." "I dare not, your majesty," Xiao Wanchong hastily replied, bowing. "I will prepare another gift for Ninger on another day." "Enough, disperse." The emperor waved his hand, causing the gathered officials to scatter, no longer daring to linger. Subsequently, the emperor cast a glance at the seemingly mad Xiao Wanping, furrowing his brow with a sigh. "Du Guyu, quickly, take him out to play. Do not let him trouble my sight." "Yes, your majesty." "Eighth brother, let us go outside." Du Guyu gently tugged at Xiao Wanping's arm as they exited Longning Palace. A glimmer of malice crossed Xiao Wanchong's eyes. "You fool, daring to shatter my luminous pearl, just wait, the best is yet to come." Despite his thoughts, Xiao Wanchong wore a bright smile, betraying none of his earlier anger. Once outside Longning Palace, Xiao Wanping let out a sigh of relief. Pretending to be mad in front of so many people was indeed exhausting. One must remain vigilant to avoid revealing any flaws. Fortunately, the fifth prince, who was even more foolish than himself, had unwittingly provided the perfect excuse for him to leave the public gaze. With this in mind, he began to bounce and skip, playing with his rattle drum. Suddenly, he noticed something missing from his waist. "Where is my jade pendant? How can it be gone?" Each prince is bestowed a jade pendant by Emperor Jing upon reaching adulthood, inscribed with their rank. "Oh no." Xiao Wanping's heart tightened. It must have been lost when he fell earlier. Someone must have swiped it. Good old Xiao Wanchong. Seemingly provoking me, but he harbors ulterior motives. I underestimated you. But what purpose does he have for his jade pendant? A profound sense of unease surged within him. With a tumult of thoughts, Xiao Wanping gradually distanced himself from Chongning Palace. "Your Highness, please do not proceed further. Ahead lies the palace of the consorts. And we cannot enter," implored Du Guyu. Xiao Wanping seemed oblivious, continuing onward. Helpless, Du Guyu could only grasp him firmly. "Your Highness, we must return. The princess's hairpin ceremony is about to commence." Despite being pulled back, Xiao Wanping's mind remained fixated on the lost jade pendant. As he walked halfway, he suddenly spotted a eunuch rushing toward him in a flurry. His attire was disheveled, with bloodstains on his chest and his hat askew, exuding an air of panic. Duga quickly. Something has happened at Changning Palace. A chill gripped Xiao Wanping's heart. Something has occurred? With General Fenglingwei present, what could possibly go wrong? What has transpired? My good man, your majesty has been attacked. The general has sent me to summon reinforcements. Hurry, you must go. The eunuch gasped, pointing frantically towards Changning Palace. What? The emperor has been attacked? The foremost duty of the Fenglingwei was to ensure the safety of Emperor Jing. Upon receiving this alarming news, Duga wasted no time and, without a word, led his subordinates directly to Changning Palace. After the Fenglingwei departed, a sinister smile crept upon the eunuch's lips. This was indeed the imperial garden, seldom frequented by anyone unless under extraordinary circumstances. The eunuch glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily advancing to seize Xiao Wanping and dragging him into the garden. Help! Help! Someone's being taken. Regardless of the assailant's intentions, Xiao Wanping shouted at the top of his lungs. The man swiftly covered his mouth, effortlessly lifting him and hiding behind a rockery in the garden. Xiao Wanping struggled relentlessly. The man, unbothered by his resistance, spoke in a hushed tone. Be quiet. I mean you no harm. We shall remain here for a moment, and I will let you go. This statement only deepened Xiao Wanping's confusion. It was evident that the man had deliberately lured Duga away to act against him. Yet, he refrained from causing him harm. What was his true intention? Zhao Shisan, where have you gone? Why do you not show yourself? The thought struck him. Could it be that this fellow realized the man would not inflict harm upon him? Hence, he chose not to appear? Thick-headed, without a doubt. Xiao Wanping had previously instructed him that as long as there was no threat to his life, he must remain hidden. The intention was to avoid exposing Zhao Shisan unnecessarily, yet now it had backfired on him. The critical factor was that it was daytime. He could not command Zhao Shisan to reveal himself. Casting a glance around the imperial garden, the two remained concealed behind the rockery. Xiao Wanping surmised that the reason he was brought here was to prevent anyone from observing him wandering within the palace. Ah, the lost jade pendant. Connecting the two, Xiao Wanping quickly deduced that someone was attempting to frame him. With this realization, his mind raced as he pondered his next course of action. Meanwhile, Duga, accompanied by the Fenglingwei, arrived at Changning Palace. Hearing the continued sounds of laughter and merriment from within, a jolt of panic surged through him. Oh no, I have been deceived. His pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately retraced his steps in haste. As the tea hour approached, he had already arrived near the imperial garden. Quick, quick, find his highness. Duga, breathless and anxious, commanded. How could he have failed to see such a simple ruse? If Emperor Jing were to discover this, would he still have his life? Hearing Duga's voice, Xiao Wanping's mind began to devise a plan, regardless of how his adversary intended to ensnare him. The paramount task was to establish his absence from the scene. The assailant, having also heard Duga's voice, tightened his grip, with his right arm encircling Xiao Wanping and his left hand covering his mouth. Clearly, this individual was a martial artist. Xiao Wanping found himself unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, he bit down fiercely. To his astonishment, the man behind him merely let out a cold grunt, not a scream. Damn it! The man, feeling the pain, loosened his grip. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Wanping leaped with all his might and escaped from the false hill. There's a ghost. Help! There's a ghost! He shouted, arms outstretched. Witnessing this, the assailant grit his teeth, cradled his injured hands, and swiftly pursued him. He had anticipated that Duga would be outside the garden, but to his dismay, she had already departed with a retinue. Xiao Wanping's mind was filled with a torrent of curses. Couldn't they search a bit more thoroughly? Without further ado, he sprinted away. Upon reaching the exit of the imperial garden, a path lay ahead. Xiao Wanping spotted a procession approaching, led by a noblewoman, accompanied by 4 or 5 maids. This was his chance. He would create a commotion to prove his presence here. With this thought, he dashed out of the garden. Seeing this, the assailant sighed, stamped his foot, and vanished back into the imperial garden. Chapter 20. The princess has been murdered? To Xiao Wanping's astonishment, the noblewoman approaching was none other than concubine Da, the mother of Xiao Wanping's brother, Xiao Wanchong. He recalled her, much like concubine Xian. In the past, she had gone to great lengths to undermine his mother in the competition for favor. He remembered an incident where she had deliberately added a laxative to his meal to frame concubine Li. Fortunately, the Minister of Justice, Pei Qing, uncovered the truth, restoring concubine Li's reputation. It was precisely due to this affair that Emperor Jing had somewhat neglected her. My lady, The hairpin ceremony for Princess Chongning is about to commence. We must hasten, one of the maids reminded her. What is the rush? It's not a sacrificial rite. Were it not for the emperor's affection for that girl, I wouldn't even bother attending, concubine De replied with a roll of her eyes, continuing her leisurely pace. Help! There's a ghost. Help! Suddenly, Xiao Wanping appeared before them. Concubine De gasped, clutching her chest in shock. You fool, do you wish to scare me to death? One of the maids immediately retorted. Step aside. The noble lady has no time for your antics. How did that wretched woman give birth to such a lowly spawn, bringing harm to our Yin? Concubine De scoffed. However, I must thank you. You've rendered my nephew incapacitated. How delightful. She laughed, her demeanor as lively as a flower swaying in the breeze. Dare you insult my mother? You truly do not understand the gravity of your situation. Xiao Wanping feigned panic, pointing towards the imperial garden. There's a ghost. A ghost. It grabbed my hand, trying to drag me into hell. He leaped up and charged directly towards Concubine De, disregarding all else. He seized the opportunity when the maid was not paying attention, embracing the waist of the esteemed consort and forcefully throwing her to the ground. A cry of pain escaped from her lips as tears streamed down her face. It is imperative to leave some marks, for how else could I prove my presence here? With this thought, he raised his hand and struck her fiercely across the face. Dare you to seize me? Someone pull this madman away, quickly. The maid, witnessing the scene, momentarily lost her composure. Although the esteemed consort did not enjoy the same favor as the favored consort, who could possibly dare treat her in such a manner within the palace? In a flurry of chaos, the maid hurriedly bent down to pull Xiao Wanping away. Transforming his hand into a claw, Xiao Wanping's nails left a deep gash across the consort's face as he was pulled up. She shrieked, covering her face. Blood! I'm bleeding my face. Fear overtook her, and she began to weep. You conspire against my mother, and now you wish to ensnare me as well? Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Wanping took action. Being a man, he was hardly restrained by a few maids. After breaking free from their grasp, he charged forward, delivering several slaps to the esteemed consort. What a relief. This foolish identity is truly advantageous. Just as he was about to continue his rampage, Duguyu heard the commotion and rushed over with the wind spirit guards. This was the imperial flower garden. Typically, the emperor and his concubines would not be present unless they were enjoying leisure time. Hence, the wind spirit guards would not be on constant watch. Eighth Prince, I finally found you. Upon seeing Xiao Wanping, Duguyu breathed a sigh of relief. Esteemed consort, what has happened? Duguyu was taken aback by the consort's disheveled state. This fool has harmed me for no reason. Quickly, apprehend him. Duguyu observed Xiao Wanping's panicked demeanor and mused silently. Surely you won't resort to the same tactics as your sister, playing the victim first? Esteemed consort, you are aware that the Eighth Prince suffers from hysteria silence. The esteemed consort had lost all rationality. Clutching her wounded face, blood dripped from her hands. How dare you, as a member of the Wind Spirit Guards, protect him while I am in this state? I shall take this matter before His Majesty and ensure you and this madman meet a dire fate. Duguyu remained unfazed, merely offering a slight smile as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Esteemed consort, I am not shielding the Eighth Prince. It is merely that His Majesty has personally decreed that I ensure his safety. Very well. The consort's gaze turned fierce, as if she could devour him whole. Then take him away. I shall demand an explanation from His Majesty. With that, she covered her face and stormed toward Chongning Palace, muttering indignantly. That wretched woman never allowed me peace in life, and now she leaves this vile spawn to threaten the imperial court. I wonder what His Majesty thinks, upholding him so. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Xiao Wanping. Curse. Go ahead and curse. You will soon be dealt with, you and your sister alike. At Chongning Palace, Emperor Jing was enjoying a gathering with his officials. A maid hurriedly approached him, her footsteps frantic, as she tearfully reported, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. It appears the princess has been murdered. What? Emperor Jing spun around, glaring furiously at the maid. Repeat that. The princess was in the midst of her bathing ritual when we were all rendered unconscious. I was the first to awaken, only to find the princess's head drenched in blood, unable to rouse her. Get away. Before I could finish my words, Emperor Jing kicked the maid aside and rushed toward Xiao Chongning's chamber, accompanied by Xiao Wanchang. At the door, 4 or 5 maidens were already kneeling on the ground, weeping in despair, too frightened to raise their eyes to the emperor. All the wind spirit guards surrounded Changning Palace, allowing not a single soul to escape. Wei Hong, summon the imperial physician with utmost urgency. If they delay even a moment longer, I shall have their heads. A glance at the kneeling maidens ignited the emperor's fury. Useless wretches, should anything happen to the princess, you shall await your doom. With a forceful kick, the emperor burst through the door, followed closely by the wind spirit guards. Upon entering, he beheld Xiao Changning reclining in the bathtub, her head resting precariously at its edge. Get in here and assist the princess with her garments. Xiao Wanping commanded. The trembling maidens entered the room, cautiously helping Xiao Changning don her clothes, and subsequently laid her gently upon the bed. The officials stood at the threshold, casting anxious glances and whispering amongst themselves, none daring to step further inside. Fetch some water. Xiao Wanping, visibly agitated, issued another order. The emperor, in a daze, approached the bedside. Suddenly, his foot struck something on the floor. Frowning, he picked it up to examine it closely. It was a jade pendant. Old eight, you madman. Father, what is it? Xiao Wanping asked, turning with suspicion. Clenching his jaw, the emperor's temples throbbed with rage, yet he offered no reply. Without further contemplation, he sat at the edge of the bed to check Xiao Changning's breath. Fortunately, while faint, it remained steady. Casting a glare at the maidens who had reported to him, the emperor scoffed. They must have panicked, mistaking the princess's condition for something far worse. Now that Xiao Changning yet lived, the emperor could momentarily ease his troubled heart. Ninger, Ninger, he called softly, but Xiao Changning's complexion remained pale, her eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. This sight reignited the emperor's ire. Someone, fetch old eight for me. No, bring him here bound. Xiao Wanping observed all of this with a faint smile within. Fool, this time you're finished. He even envisioned a future where, after Xiao Wanping's demise, he and Gu Shuqing would soar together in bliss. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, all the imperial physicians arrived post-haste. Some took her pulse, others staunched the bleeding, while yet more examined her pupils and bandaged her wounds. After a flurry of activity, the physicians knelt before the emperor. How fares my Ning? He inquired anxiously. Your Majesty, they replied, the princess has sustained a severe blow to her forehead, injuring her skull. It is feared that memories of a few years prior flooded their minds when a group of physicians had been executed or exiled for failing to cure Xiao Wanping's hysteria. Now, as the emperor's most cherished daughter lay gravely injured, they trembled with trepidation, their voices quivering. What are you waiting for? Speak. The emperor bellowed, his hair standing on end, wishing he could cast these pretentious old men out. Your Majesty, it is likely the princess will not awaken any time soon. The imperial physician mustered his courage to respond. The Emperor Jing was suddenly overwhelmed, his body swaying. Your Majesty, be cautious. Wei Hong quickly stepped forward to support him, but the emperor brusquely pushed him aside. What do you mean by unable to awaken? Speak. The emperor pointed at the group of physicians at his feet. Reply. If the princess does not awaken within 10 days, we fear there may be little we can do. A haze enveloped the emperor's mind. How could this happen? How could it be? My daughter, under my very nose, was attacked? A bitter laugh escaped him as he gazed at the Fengling guards surrounding the room. The Changning Palace was thoroughly guarded, with sentinels even stationed outside Xiao Changning's door. Yet, she was assaulted within these walls. This was too bizarre. He could hardly accept such a reality. Fury surged within the emperor, his eyes blazing. The sovereign's oppressive aura nearly suffocated all present. His attention shifted back to the physicians. You worthless lot. You were powerless against the Eighth Prince's hysteria, and now that Ninger is injured, you remain equally helpless. What use do I have for you? Guards. The Fengling guards immediately advanced. Take these useless fools away and execute them. Your Majesty, spare us. Spare us. The physicians, pale and trembling, pleaded for mercy. Wait. A clear voice rang from outside the room. It was Su Jinying, accompanied by Xiao Fan. This humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Upon seeing Su Jinying, the emperor was reminded of the fallen prince, and his heart ached anew. He suppressed his anger and gestured for Su Jinying to rise. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. The pressing matter is to have the physicians return and devise a treatment plan. If you slay them all, who will save Ninger? Taking a deep breath, the emperor continued to regard the physicians coldly. Xiao Fan broke free from Su Jinying's grasp and approached the emperor. Grandfather, please do not be angry. If you fall ill, who will play with me? At the sight of Xiao Fan, the emperor felt a stirring in his heart. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to the late prince. Ruffling Xiao Yingfan's hair, the emperor finally regained his composure. Then get back to the imperial hospital and prepare medicine for Ninger. Thank you, your majesty, thank you. The physicians, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly exited the room. Your majesty, Su Jinying continued, let us also leave, so that Ninger may rest well. Very well. Nodding. The emperor led everyone back to the courtyard of the Changning Palace, where officials awaited, none daring to depart. Father, how is Ninger? Xiao Wanping, feigning sorrow, was the first to step forward to inquire. The emperor remained silent, his face a mask of anger as he took his seat. Bring forth Ninger's maidservants. In a moment, four maidservants knelt before him. Tell me what transpired. What did you witness? The four were still sobbing uncontrollably, having never faced the emperor's formidable presence. One, bolder than the rest, collected her thoughts and replied, Your Majesty, we were attending to the princess's bath when we suddenly felt a chill at our backs, and a figure appeared behind us. Soon after, we lost consciousness. Did you see the assailant's face? In response to His Majesty's inquiry, the individual wore a mask, and we did not catch a glimpse of his true visage. However, the palace maid lowered her head, hesitating to speak. But what? Emperor Jing seemed to be losing his patience, gritting his teeth as he asked. I saw that man's attire. It resembled that worn by His Highness the Eighth today. Indeed. A chilling laughter echoed in Emperor Jing's heart. He clutched the jade pendant in his grasp, which he had just obtained from Xiao Changning's chamber. Engraved with the character for 8. Was it truly His Highness the Eighth behind this? How could it be? He was afflicted with hysteria. How could he harm another? Some officials remained skeptical. Su Jinying furrowed her brow, momentarily silent as she meticulously analyzed the sequence of events. Xiao Wanping, afflicted by hysteria, lacking rational thought. How could he infiltrate Xiao Changning's room in the presence of the formidable Fengling guards? This remained the greatest question. Yet, she refrained from raising it, preferring to observe the unfolding situation. Is there more? Emperor Jing continued to inquire. Before I fainted, I heard that person cackling, uttering amusing. This is very much like Xiao Wanping. Upon this revelation, the officials became increasingly convinced that it was indeed Xiao Wanping's doing. Such deranged behavior. Who else in the palace could possibly commit such an act? What of the Eighth? Emperor Jing's rage flared, quickly summoned that madman to me. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanping reveled inwardly, exulting, Fool, I see your demise is imminent. To dare compete with me for a woman, this is your fate. Just as Emperor Jing's words fell, a woman entered the Changning Palace, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Your Majesty, please take my side. It was Concubine Da, accompanied by a throng of palace maids. The crowd turned to witness Concubine Da's face marred with blood, a gash spanning her right cheek. Mother, what has happened to you? Xiao Wanchang's heart tightened as he rushed forward. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jing's brow furrowed, feeling quite vexed. What is with all these troubles today? He asked impatiently. Your Majesty, I was on my way to attend Ninger's coming-of-age ceremony when I unexpectedly encountered the Eighth Prince. Without a word, he came forth and inflicted this wound upon me. If it leaves a scar, how shall I face others henceforth? I beseech your Majesty for justice. What? Emperor Jing was taken aback, rising from his seat. You were also harmed by the Eighth? Hearing Concubine Da's words, Xiao Wanchang's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Emperor Jing's exclamation left Concubine Da momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, does it mean that the madman has harmed others today? With a sullen expression, Emperor Jing remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jinying promptly interjected, Your Majesty, I find this matter rather peculiar. It would be prudent to summon the Eighth Prince and Duguyu for further deliberation. Just moments ago, Emperor Jing had been blinded by fury, but upon reflection, he recognized the wisdom in her words. He exhaled deeply and nodded. You speak wisely. Your Majesty, Duguyu has brought the Eighth Prince, reported Wei Hong. Quickly, let them in. As the sound of knocking echoed, Xiao Wanping continued to shake his rattle drum. Escorted by Duguyu into the Changning Palace. Unfilial son, kneel before me. Xiao Wanping feigned ignorance, continuing to grin foolishly. The remaining Fengling guards stepped forward, forcing him to his knees on the ground. Xiao Wanping's heart tightened. Indeed, something had transpired at Changning Palace. Chapter 22, The Breaking Point. Xiao Wanping yearned to know what had occurred at Changning Palace. Was Xiao Changning in danger? Yet, he found himself unable to voice his inquiries. I ask you, why have you harmed Ninger? She has treated you so well, you ungrateful wretch. How could you lay a hand on her? Emperor Jing was becoming increasingly enraged, raising his foot as if to strike. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The Eighth Prince may be unable to answer your questions. Su Jinying interjected from beside him. Thud. Thud. How amusing. Thud. Thud. Xiao Wanping chuckled foolishly. It was then that Emperor Jing comprehended that the individual before him was a fool. His chest heaved as he struggled to suppress his fury. Du Guyu, did I not instruct you to keep watch over him? How is it that he returned to Chongning Palace without your knowledge? Your Majesty, forgive my transgression. Du Guyu hastily knelt before the emperor. I was informed midway that your Majesty had been attacked. Without a moment's thought, I rushed here to protect you, only to realize it was a ruse to draw me away. I beseech your Majesty to punish me. What? The emperor's face was a mask of disbelief. Someone informed you that I had been assassinated? Indeed, my entire retinue can attest to this, he replied. All 10 soldiers of the Wind Spirit Guard knelt in unison. Your Majesty, what the commander said is true. In the Imperial Garden, a eunuch disguised as a palace servant urged us to hasten to Chongning Palace to rescue you. Regrettably, we had no choice but to leave the Eighth Prince. Upon hearing this, Su Jinying furrowed her brow, her heart filled with doubt. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is exceedingly dubious and requires thorough investigation. Nodding, Emperor Jing found himself perplexed. The Defei, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anxiety. How is it that a mere concubine like me could be harmed by this lunatic, while the emperor seemed utterly unconcerned? Thinking this, she quickly continued, Your Majesty, regardless of whatever this madman has done, please take action for your servant. Emperor Jing, already irritable, could not restrain himself from scolding her for her tearful antics. Silence. Startled, the Defei trembled, tears streaming down her face in her distress. Xiao Wanping could not help but smirk inwardly. Observing the situation, he discerned that it was Xiao Wanchong who sought to harm him. The disturbance in the Imperial Garden had indeed struck the right target by injuring Xiao Wanchong's mother. Fate. How remarkably intricate you are. Xiao Wanping chuckled darkly. At that moment, Xiao Wanchong stepped forward, clasping his hands together. Father, if what Du Guyu says is true, it appears someone has falsely conveyed your imperial will and fabricated rumors. This eunuch must be located and subjected to severe punishment. Nodding in agreement, Emperor Jing replied, Du Guyu, who is that person? Startled, Du Guyu lowered his head and responded, Your Majesty, in my haste to protect you, I did not inquire about his name. Can you recall his appearance? Naturally, I have seen him. He had a round face, was somewhat plump, and stood approximately 5 feet tall. Ah, yes, he had a mole on the left lower part of his face. Emperor Jing immediately turned to Wei Hong. Are there any eunuchs in the palace who match this description? Wei Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment of deep thought, he replied, Your Majesty, there are no eunuchs in the palace with a mole on their face. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile flickered across Xiao Wanchong's face. If this person did not exist, then was Du Guyu lying? Your Majesty, I assure you, I am not lying. They all witnessed it, he insisted, gesturing toward his 10 subordinates in defense. Xiao Wanchong's ruse was keenly observed by Xiao Wanping. While he appeared to be intent on unmasking the impostor who falsely proclaimed a royal edict, his true objective was to assert that such a person did not exist, advancing his position while retreating. Du Guyu, they are all your people. Can their words be trusted? Your Majesty, we would never dare deceive the throne, Du Guyu replied with a solemn demeanor. Dare not deceive the throne. Xiao Wanchong scoffed coldly. It seems to me that your negligence in guarding the Eighth Prince has led to Ning'er being harmed. You cannot bear this responsibility. So you've resorted to fabricating lies to deceive both above and below. In reality, this person does not exist. Du Guyu was left speechless. Enough, the emperor interjected, slowly turning his gaze towards Su Jinying. What is your perspective? Noting the emperor's reluctance to express an opinion and his inquiry directed at the crown princess, Xiao Wanchong's cheek twitched slightly, revealing a hint of malice. Xiao Wanping observed everything keenly. Your Majesty, Su Jinying rose with deliberation. I believe Du Guyu speaks the truth. Someone has indeed falsely conveyed your intent, intending to remove Du Guyu from his position. Remove Du Guyu? Xiao Wanchong questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face. But what would be the purpose of such an act? It is said that the Eighth Prince orchestrated the attack on Chongning. Yet if Du Guyu has always been by the Eighth Prince's side, how could such a frame-up possibly succeed? Su Jinying casually unveiled the truth of the matter. Xiao Wanping was momentarily taken aback. He had always known his sister-in-law to be formidable, but he had not anticipated her thoughts to be so astute. Indeed, this is the direction in which we should speak, he internally hoped. The officials gathered in the courtyard below observed the royal family, none daring to interject. The emperor seemed to have quelled his anger and continued, "Are you suggesting that today's events are a deliberate attempt to frame the Eighth Prince?" "I truly believe so," Su Jinying explained languidly. Considering the Eighth Prince's current physical condition, how could he have slipped past the wind spirit guards at the entrance and stealthily entered Changning's chamber? This remains utterly inexplicable. Who knows what underhanded methods this fellow employed? De Fei interjected from the side. Upon hearing her speak, the emperor glared, prompting De Fei to immediately fall silent. He then slowly produced a jade pendant from his robe. But how can this be explained? Xiao Wanping feigned shock. Isn't this the eighth brother's jade pendant? How could it be in Father Emperor's possession? I found this in Changning's chamber, if he had never been there. How could his jade pendant be present? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, Su Jinying furrowed her brow. This is a frame-up. Someone must have stolen the Eighth Prince's jade pendant and cast it into the room. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth. Momentarily at a loss for a counter-argument, she could only reiterate her point. You also mentioned that the entrance to Changning's chamber is guarded by the wind spirit guards. Who could have possibly thrown the jade pendant into the room? The emperor seized upon the contradiction in Su Jinying's earlier statement. She found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xiao Wanping swept his gaze across the officials below, giving a discreet signal. Immediately, an official stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, the Eighth Prince attacked the princess first and then harmed De Fei. We beseech your Majesty to impose severe punishment. Indeed, he previously injured the Seventh Prince, and your Majesty has already shown mercy once. This time, he must not be spared. We implore your Majesty to punish the Eighth Prince to uphold justice. Before the assault on the princess, the concubine was injured afterwards. This accusation, if levied against any individual, would suffice to annihilate 3 clans. Father Emperor. Xiao Wanping approached Emperor Jing and whispered, Your humble son believes the evidence is irrefutable. If you continue to favor the eighth brother, it is likely that the ministers will harbor grievances. He was acutely aware of Xiao Wanping's conduct. Yet Emperor Jing presumed that Xiao Wanping's ire stemmed solely from the shattered night pearl at the hands of Xiao Wanping, failing to consider other implications. Devil. There is a devil. I shall end your life. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping erupted once more, lunging towards the concubine. Sister-in-law, my hints have been quite evident, you understand. Do you not? Chapter 23. Xiao Wanping is on the brink of bloodshed. Witnessing Xiao Wanping's renewed frenzy, Du disregarded the decorum of the court and hastened to restrain him. The remaining Fengling guards held Xiao Wanping firmly, preventing any further movement. Madman, you lunatic. The concubine, still shaken, covered her bleeding face. Your Majesty, you have seen it. This man is utterly deranged. I believe he is acting with malicious intent. I beseech your Majesty to impose severe punishment. Xiao Wanping also knelt. Father, the eighth brother has unjustly marred Mother's face. Should there be a scar, how shall she continue to serve you? Your Majesty, the eighth prince has repeatedly harmed members of the royal family. He must not be spared any longer. In an instant, the officials aligned with the fifth prince knelt in submission. Su Jinying, however, stirred slightly. Emperor Jing slowly rose, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. While the prior incident involving Xiao Wanrong could be construed as provocation, he had reason to forgive, considering the concubine and the crown prince. Yet today, Xiao Wanping had indeed injured someone without cause. To let it pass lightly would be to invite dissent. Seize the eighth prince. Wait. Su Jinying stepped forward once more. Seeing her confident demeanor, Xiao Wanping felt a sense of relief. It seemed his sister-in-law grasped his hint. Crown Princess, I am aware that the eighth is your uncle and that you share a close bond, but now he stands guilty of heinous acts. Do you still wish to shield him? Xiao Wanping immediately countered. Su Jinying, the concubine directly addressed her. What do you intend to do? Crown Princess, if you were the one harmed today, would you still plead for him? Before Su Jinying could respond, this mother and son duo unleashed a barrage of accusations. I have yet to speak, yet you are already in a frenzy? Su Jinying scoffed, maintaining her composure. The concubine momentarily faltered, for she was indeed of higher rank. And such a rebuttal left her feeling humiliated. Very well, I shall hear how you intend to absolve this madman. Emperor Jing turned his gaze towards Su Jinying, seemingly infused with a hint of anticipation. If you have anything to say, do so freely. Yes, your Majesty. Su Jinying respectfully performed a curtsy and faced the assembly. "The concubine, you assert that you were injured by the 8th prince in the imperial garden? Indeed, my maid witnessed it, and Duguyu, along with his Fengling guards, can attest to it as well. I harbor no doubts about this." Su Jinying smiled before continuing, "May I inquire, the concubine, when did this incident transpire?" As this question arose, Xiao Wanping felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, for he realized that his sister-in-law had grasped the crux of the issue. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Jinying's inquiry, Xiao Wanchang's countenance darkened, as if he had just swallowed a fly. However, the Defei, oblivious to her son's misdeeds, responded directly. "From the Imperial Garden to Changning Palace, it takes approximately 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Su Jinying nodded. "Very well, from the moment the Defei entered Changning Palace. Approximately another 15 minutes elapsed. In other words, she paused to allow everyone a moment to absorb her words, then continued. The 8th prince injured you 2/4 of an hour ago. The current time is 1/4 noon. Thus, the incident must have occurred at exactly 1 o'clock. Am I mistaken?" Although the crowd was uncertain of Su Jinying's intentions, they acknowledged her calculations with nods of agreement. "Indeed, please proceed," the Emperor Jing commanded solemnly. Clearing her throat, Su Jinying's steps were light as she turned her gaze towards the kneeling maid. "I ask you, at what time was the princess bathing?" The maid replied, "Your Highness, for the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, she must bathe punctually at noon. Do you recall when the attack occurred?" The court lady pondered for a moment before confidently answering, "At 1 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchang immediately interjected, "You wretched servant, how could you possibly remember the time so clearly? You are clearly fabricating this." The maid hastily explained, "How could I dare to lie? The princess always bathes with flower petals for 1/4 of an hour, and I must keep track of the time. Once the time is up, I must remove the petals, otherwise an unpleasant odor will arise in the water." Gathering her thoughts, the maid continued, "We were precisely in the process of retrieving the petals when we were attacked, so I am certain that the princess was assaulted at 1 o'clock. In other words, at 1 o'clock, the 8th prince injured the Defei in the Imperial Garden while simultaneously appearing in Changning Palace to attack the princess." Su Jinying scoffed. Could it be that the 8th prince possesses the ability to be in 2 places at once? At this point, Xiao Wanping released a sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, you have saved me once more." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Xiao Wanchang fell silent, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. He had believed he was in a deadlock, only to have it effortlessly unraveled. Not only had his attempt to frame Xiao Wanping failed, but it had also resulted in his own mother being injured. Furthermore, the injury to the Defei inadvertently validated Xiao Wanping's innocence. Contemplating this, Xiao Wanchang felt as though he might vomit blood. Who could it possibly be? Emperor Jing's anger erupted as he roared. Who is attempting to frame the 8th prince? The officials who had previously spoken up now fell silent, bowing their heads in fear. Su Jinying inclined her body respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe there are 2 key elements to uncovering the culprit." "Speak," the emperor commanded, having developed a degree of trust in her analysis. This daughter-in-law, who usually kept her thoughts concealed, had proven to be astute and clear-minded. Truly, she was a paragon of noble lineage. "First, we must identify the inner court official who falsely claimed that Your Majesty was attacked. This person must have been acting under instructions. Second, we need to find the individual who assaulted the princess. If we can locate either of these 2, the truth of this case will undoubtedly come to light." After listening, the emperor nodded solemnly. With a swift motion, Cheng Yidao promptly complied with the commands of the imperial consort. Beside him stood a towering figure, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation, his eyes glimmering with fierce intensity. This was Cheng Yidao, the Grand General of the Wind Spirit Guard, a master of the 3rd rank. Notorious for his singular lethality, he required but 1 stroke to take a life. It was said that throughout the vast realm of Diyan, no one had ever witnessed him wield a second blade. Acknowledging his orders, Cheng Yidao issued a series of instructions to the Wind Spirit Guard. What was initially a celebration for Xiao Changning's hairpin ceremony had devolved into a farcical spectacle. The assembly, stripped of mirth, stood anxiously, each individual silently praying to remain unscathed. For an entire afternoon, the court officials found themselves confined within Changning Palace. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon all, stifling their breaths, save for Xiao Wanping. He continued to shake his rattle, weaving through the crowd, his antics unabated. Though Emperor Jing was vexed, he chose to ignore him, merely shaking his head and sighing. Observing this, Xiao Wanping couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the fool's facade. He resolved to maintain this charade of madness until he had fully developed his wings. As the sun began to set, Cheng Yidao finally returned. Your Majesty, all members of the Wind Spirit Guard have been dispatched, yet we have found no trace of the individual mentioned by Duguyu. This outcome was, in fact, anticipated by Xiao Wanping. What of the assailant who targeted the princess? Have you managed to uncover their whereabouts? Emperor Jing inquired further. Chapter 24. Are we playing detective? Cheng Yidao, standing tall and unflinching, replied, in response to your Majesty, we have found nothing. Xiao Wanping observed Cheng Yidao's demeanor with a hint of surprise. Typically, those tasked with the emperor's affairs would exhibit some trepidation upon delivering unsatisfactory news. Yet Cheng Yidao stood resolute, even exuding a sense of righteousness. It appeared that his standing in the emperor's eyes was quite significant. Upon further reflection, this realization made sense. How many third-rank masters could one find in the entire realm of Diyan? Suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Wanping continued to watch the unfolding drama. Found nothing? The emperor's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that this individual possesses the art of invisibility, managing to vanish into thin air before our very eyes? A heavy silence enveloped the room, yet a flicker of insight sparkled in Xiao Wanping's eyes. He scrutinized each guard, formulating a plan in his mind. To attempt such tricks before me? Do they not know that my favorite television drama in my past life was young Bao Qingtian? These trivial tactics dare not be employed in my presence. However, he could not reveal his understanding just yet. He would wait until sunset. Su Jinying, perplexed, could only inquire. What of the officials? Have they been interrogated one by one? They have all been questioned. At the time of the incident, they were all in the courtyard and can corroborate each other's accounts. Indeed, most officials had formed factions, the Third Prince's Party, the Fifth Prince's Party, and the Seventh Prince's Party. All the remaining neutral parties gathered together. It was not surprising that they could validate one another's testimonies. Meanwhile, the concubine covered her face, too afraid to speak. The wounds on her visage had not been treated in time, and the dried blood rendered her appearance monstrous. Quickly, go to the Imperial Hospital for treatment. Perhaps having calmed down, or perhaps feeling a pang of compassion, Emperor Jing finally spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine responded with a courteous bow, then turned her gaze toward the frantically darting Xiao Wanping. Regarding the matter of His Highness' injury to this humble servant, enough has been said. I shall provide you with an explanation in due course. You may leave now. Yes, the assault on Xiao Chongning has unequivocally proven to be unrelated to Xiao Wanping, yet his injury to the Empress Dowager is indisputable. Pei Qing. Emperor Jing rose from his seat. Your servant is here. The Minister of Justice, Pei Qing, stepped forward. The investigation into the incident at Chongning Palace will be entrusted to you. You must uncover the true culprit within 3 days. Understood. Letting out a sigh, the emperor appeared somewhat weary. Observing this, Su Jinying bowed slightly and remarked, Your Majesty, the immediate concern is Ning'er's injury. Remaining in Chongning Palace may hinder her recovery. Perhaps we should disperse for now. What you say is quite right. The emperor nodded solemnly. Everyone may take their leave. Upon hearing this decree, the officials exhaled in relief, promptly bowing and exiting Chongning Palace. Thump, thump, there are spirits, echoed the sounds, yet Xiao Wanping continued to play as if unfazed with Xiao Fan. Despite his favoritism towards him, the emperor could not help but feel a surge of irritation at the sight. Humph, Duguyu. Take this fellow back and ensure he is closely monitored. He is not to step outside Jingde Garden. Yes, Your Majesty. Even if he regains his senses, it remains unacceptable. The emperor reiterated, I shall obey your command. At this, Su Jinying felt an uneasy apprehension. She stepped forward, somewhat hesitantly, and inquired, Your Majesty, what are your plans regarding His Highness? With hands clasped behind his back, the emperor cast a glance at Xiao Wanping, his eyes reflecting a hint of despondency. Let us wait until Ning'er awakens to discuss further. Having spoken, he departed Chongning Palace under the escort of Wei Hong and the Fengling guards. Your Majesty, we bid you farewell. Xiao Wanping noticed Duguyu and Su Jinying exchanging glances, after which Duguyu led him away. Upon returning to Jingde Garden, he endured until sunset with great difficulty. He immediately summoned Duguyu. Brother Dugu, accompany me to Chongning Palace for Ning'er's coming-of-age ceremony. He feigned complete oblivion to the events of the day. Your Highness, you cannot go out. Why not? Xiao Wanping asked, perplexed. Alas, Dugu sighed, reluctantly recounting the day's events in detail. What? Ninger has been injured? I must go see her, Xiao Wanping exclaimed with genuine concern, attempting to rush out of Jingde Garden. Your Highness, His Majesty explicitly stated that you are not to leave Jingde Garden by even a single step. But I have regained my senses now. I will not act recklessly. His Majesty's decree remains unchanged, even if you have recovered. Dugu blocked his path, speaking with a pleading tone. Your Highness, please do not make it difficult for me. Xiao Wanping, of course, had no intention of troubling him. It is not a hardship for you. I simply wish to see my sister-in-law. Have someone inform the Eastern Palace. This request posed a challenge for Dugu. What? His Majesty said I cannot go out, but he did not prohibit anyone from visiting me, did he? Xiao Wanping countered. Your Highness, please wait. I shall send someone to notify them. Once back in his chamber, Xiao Wanping immediately summoned Zhao Shisan to inquire about the events that transpired after Duguyu's departure. Upon hearing the account, Xiao Wanping rolled his eyes in exasperation. There was an attack in the Imperial Garden, and you failed to appear? Zhao Shisan replied coldly. Did you not say that there was no danger to your life, instructing me not to appear? Xiao Wanping was left speechless. The audacity of ignorance is truly astonishing. How can one ascertain whether that individual intends to harm me? There is not a trace of malice about him, and even should he choose to strike, I would have ample time to intervene. Gazing at him with skepticism, Xiao Wanping let out a resigned sigh. Alas, engaging with such obstinate minds is futile. Yet, I wonder where he ventured afterwards. His Highness fled the Imperial Garden, and I could only discreetly follow, neglecting to observe the movements of that man. I have etched his appearance into my memory, a round face, somewhat portly, with a mole on his left jaw. It goes without saying that he must be one of Xiao Wanxiang's associates. The attack on Xiao Chongning was orchestrated entirely by Xiao Wanxiang. I am utterly convinced of this. Contemplating this, his fists gradually clenched. After all, Xiao Chongning is also Xiao Wanxiang's sister. He would go to such lengths to ensnare me. Xiao Wanxiang, mark my words. I shall bring about your ruin. After the passage of half an hour, Su Jinying arrived, accompanied by Xiao Yingfan. She was now wary of allowing Xiao Yingfan to remain alone in the Eastern Palace. Greetings, sister-in-law, Xiao Wanping respectfully bowed. They conversed within the inner chamber. Su Jinying nodded. To Xiao Wanping's astonishment, Su Jinying entrusted Xiao Yingfan to Duguyu. Take him to play, but do not stray too far. Understood, Duguyu replied with unusual respect. Upon entering the room, Xiao Wanping poured a cup of tea for Su Jinying. Noticing the urgency etched on his face, Su Jinying surmised the situation. You are aware of today's events? Duguyu and Zhao Shisan have informed me. Are you worried about Ningel? Xiao Wanping nodded. I just visited her. She remains in a deep coma. However, the imperial physician has devised a treatment plan. What is the plan? Xiao Wanping inquired anxiously. This younger sister, untouched by the muck of the world, embodies purity in every aspect. Xiao Wanping was determined to prevent her from becoming a pawn in political strife. Ninger's unconsciousness is due to stagnant blood in her brain. A dose of blood lotus heart should revive her. Blood lotus heart? What is that? Xiao Wanping furrowed his brow. Chapter 25. The sole solution. Upon mentioning blood lotus heart, Su Jinying seemed invigorated. Blood lotus heart is a crimson lotus that flourishes in frigid terrains. Its heart can be used medicinally to invigorate blood flow and restore vitality. Why have I never heard of such a remedy? With a gentle smile, Su Jinying replied, you would not have. As blood lotus heart must bask in sunlight and be nurtured by snow, it may take a century to grow a single plant. Consuming it can heal any internal bruising. A single blood lotus heart is worth more than gold, a priceless treasure. Xiao Wanping inhaled sharply, frowning as he asked, is there such a medicine in the palace? Su Jinying's expression dimmed as she shook her head. No. Xiao Wanping was rendered speechless. The incompetence of the imperial physicians was infuriating. They spoke of an enigmatic remedy, yet lacked the actual herb. What use is that? Emperor Jing, in a fit of rage, nearly executed them. Initially, Xiao Wanping felt a twinge of sympathy, but now he could only deem their fate deserved. Isn't that tantamount to futility? This band of quacks deserves punishment, Xiao Wanping retorted, filled with indignation. In the imperial palace, there is none, yet His Majesty has decreed that anyone possessing the blood lotus heart shall be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 gold coins. And any official below the 5th rank may be appointed at will. Xiao Wanping nodded, realizing that his father truly favored Ninger, even going so far as to sell official positions. I firmly believe that in the grand capital of Dian, Xinjiang, there must be someone who possesses the blood lotus heart. Su Jinying remarked with hope. The capital, Xinjiang, serves as the economic, political, and cultural epicenter of Dian, boasting a permanent population nearing 10 million and a remarkable vibrancy. But what if there isn't? Xiao Wanping inquired with concern. There must be, Su Jinying reassured him. Why are you so certain, sister-in-law? Xiao Wanping queried, perplexed. Do not forget, I hail from the Guiyan Su family, Su Jinying replied with a slight smile. The Guiyan Su family. Xiao Wanping felt a shiver run through him. They are renowned as the herbal magnates of Guiyan City. Guiyan City borders the Eastern Wei Kingdom, and the Su family's ancestors thrived on the trade of herbs. Traversing between the two nations, they would procure herbs from Dian and sell them at a premium to Wei, thus earning a significant profit. This endeavor by the Su family has garnered considerable benefits for Dian. His elder brother, during a diplomatic mission to Wei, had taken the opportunity to visit the Su family, which led to his acquaintance with Su Jinying and ultimately this union. Does the Su family possess such a treasure? Xiao Wanping's eyes widened with excitement. Su Jinying shook her head once more. The Su family does not, but their business associates do. Her brows furrowed slightly as she paused. Sister-in-law, given the urgency of the situation, do not keep me in suspense, Xiao Wanping urged. Su Jinying hesitated, regarding him with a puzzled gaze. Your Highness, when did you become so impatient? This is uncharacteristic of you. The former Xiao Wanping was always deferential, as if nothing pertained to him, moving at a leisurely pace. Akin to an octogenarian, his concern for Xiao Chongning now revealed his true feelings. Ahem, I am merely worried for Ning'er's safety. Please, sister-in-law, continue. With a gentle smile, Su Jinying, unperturbed, continued. 5 months ago, a business partner of the Su family, the Chun medicinal shop, spent 200,000 taels to acquire a blood lotus heart. After 2 months, news reached the capital that the Chun medicinal shop had obtained one, prompting someone to send representatives to Guiyun City for acquisition. Ultimately, Su Jinying's eyes narrowed, seemingly filled with resentment. In the end, that blood lotus heart was purchased for a mere 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels? Did the Chun medicinal shop not incur a loss? Xiao Wanping's face was filled with confusion. The opposing party wielded considerable influence and pressured them with their status, helplessly. The owner of the Chun medicinal shop had no choice but to sell at a reduced price. And who might that individual be? Xiao Wanping asked eagerly. Su Jinying looked at him with an impassive expression and then said, Consider who in Xinjiang is engaged in the herbal trade. After a moment of thought, Xiao Wanping exclaimed, Fifth Prince Xiao Wanchang. Indeed, it is he, Su Jinying continued. The individual who conducted the acquisition presented Xiao Wanchang's insignia, leaving the Chun medicinal shop no choice but to capitulate. Goodness, this is extortion, Xiao Wanping remarked. For him, the emperor's bounty and official appointments are of little consequence. However, the 100,000 gold coins would indeed fill Xiao Wanchang's coffers. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping realized a troubling possibility. What if he has already sold it? Would Ning'er then be beyond rescue? It shall not be so. Su Jinying expressed her conviction. Such an extraordinary treasure, once it makes its appearance in the imperial capital, is bound to cause a sensation. Since acquiring the blood lotus heart, he has remained utterly discreet. It must still be in his possession. Xiao Wanping pondered for a moment and found this to be true. Guiyun City is over 2,000 miles away from Xinjiang, and even Xiao Wanchang could receive news of Chen's apothecary's acquisition of the blood lotus heart. Moreover, in Xinjiang City, once this blood lotus heart surfaces, it would be impossible to conceal it. Sister-in-law, why not report this matter to His Majesty directly and have him demand it from Xiao Wanchang? Xiao Wanping inquired deliberately, not wishing to appear overly clever. That cannot be. Su Jinying shook her head. If the emperor were to demand the blood lotus heart from Xiao Wanchang, he would be losing a fortune of 100,000 taels for nothing. Thus, under duress, Xiao Wanchang would undoubtedly deny having the blood lotus heart at all. Conversely, if we do not confront him, and if Xiao Wanchang's conscience pricks him, he might, through others, present the blood lotus heart to the emperor. This way, we could quietly acquire 100,000 gold pieces. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? I comprehend your perspective, sister-in-law. Your calm demeanor in handling affairs is truly admirable. Now, it all hinges on whether Xiao Wanchang is willing to relinquish it. Su Jinying sighed softly. In my estimation, he will not part with it, Xiao Wanping replied. Why do you say so? This time, it was Su Jinying who seemed surprised. Xiao Wanping refilled her cup with tea and lowered his voice. Because the incident involving Ninger's assault was orchestrated by him. What? Su Jining exclaimed in astonishment. It was he? Xiao Wanping then recounted the incident from today at Changning Palace, where Xiao Wanchong had deliberately tricked him. With the prior statements from Duguyu and Zhao Shisan, he felt no fear of exposure. So, he intentionally stole your jade pendant to frame you? Su Jining, unaware of this detail prior to her arrival, questioned. Indeed, Xiao Wanping affirmed with a nod. Consider this. He has gone to great lengths to harm Ninger solely to target me. If Ninger recovers, the Emperor, in his delight, may not pursue the matter of my unwarranted injury to the Defei. Do you think he would then hand over the Blood Lotus heart? Clearly, he would not. This was a realization Su Jining had also come to. In that case, we are in a predicament. As long as Xiao Wanchong denies possessing the Blood Lotus heart, there is little we can do. Xiao Wanping paused momentarily and declared, I have a way to compel him to surrender the Blood Lotus heart. You have a plan? Su Jining was even more astonished, as she found it difficult to see through her younger brother-in-law. Yes, Xiao Wanping replied earnestly. The only approach is to uncover the identity of the assailant who attacked Ninger, compel him to reveal Xiao Wanchong, and then use that as leverage. He will have no choice but to yield the Blood Lotus heart. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jining discreetly nodded. This indeed appeared to be the only viable solution. Chapter 26. Are you still a fool? Sister-in-law, please recount the events of today in Changning Palace from beginning to end, being sure to include every detail, Xiao Wanping instructed. Certainly. Su Jining nodded, and then proceeded to narrate everything that transpired from the moment she entered Changning Palace. Upon concluding, Xiao Wanping feigned deep thought. Though he had already formed a clear strategy, after a brief moment, he finally spoke, to uncover the evidence against Xiao Wanchong. We must first identify the person who abducted me from the Imperial Garden, and secondly, we must find the assailant who attacked Ninger. Wait, Su Jining interrupted. You claim that Xiao Wanchong has gone to great lengths to harm you. Yet the individual who attacked you in the Imperial Garden had ample opportunity to kill you. Why did he not do so? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Xiao Wanping's eyes. Indeed, Su Jining's perceptiveness was commendable. She had discerned this nuance. In fact, I too found this puzzling until now, but I have arrived at an answer. What is it? Should I be killed, there is the risk of exposure, and the resulting accusation would be grave. Xiao Wanchong is unwilling to bear that risk. Su Jining quickly grasped his implication. So, he merely acts as a pawn for another? Precisely. Ninger is the apple of the Emperor's eye. Should I harm her, I would surely lose his favor. And the true mastermind behind my demise would then have the perfect opportunity to strike. However, Xiao Wanchong did not anticipate that his mother would intervene, thereby saving me. And who might that would-be assassin be? What do you think, sister-in-law? Xiao Wanping smiled faintly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligned. Have the dead concubine and the Xian concubine reconciled? Not necessarily. Xiao Wanchong's animosity towards me likely stems from Gu Shuqing. Su Jining's understanding dawned. I see. If you were to die, Gu Shuqing could remarry. This engagement had long been shelved within the palace, a fact that Xiao Wanping did not mention, which Su Jining had forgotten. Regardless of his intentions, our most pressing concern now is to identify those two individuals I mentioned. Xiao Wanping exhaled deeply, his gaze drifting toward the door. There, Duguyu was pacing back and forth, anxious that Xiao Wanping might inadvertently escape from Jingde Courtyard. The person who kidnapped you has eluded all the wind spirit guards, as if he has vanished into thin air. Locating him will likely consume considerable time. Yet Ninger has only 10 days. Thus, we must begin with the assailant who attacked Ning. Su Jining immediately recognized the crux of the issue. Sister-in-law is indeed correct. Xiao Wanping nodded. Finding that assailant is not difficult. Not difficult? Su Jining was taken aback. To her, this individual had managed to strike at Xiao Changning despite the wind spirit guards surrounding Changning Palace, leaving no trace behind. Finding this assailant seemed an arduous task. I feel that locating this assailant is even more challenging than finding the one who kidnapped you. Su Jining furrowed her brow, appearing uncertain. Shaking his head, Xiao Wanping replied. In fact, the method employed by the assailant is quite straightforward. He concealed himself in Ninger's chamber beforehand. After attacking her, he did not leave, but instead hid, waiting for the ensuing chaos to blend into the crowd. This is the trick that allowed him to disappear without a trace. Su Jining gasped in astonishment at Xiao Wanping's words. This technique was utterly unheard of to her. How did he arrive at such a conclusion? She stared at him, wide-eyed, incredulous. Has this foolish younger brother finally shown wisdom? Su Jinying was profoundly shocked. There is no need for such astonishment, sister-in-law. I merely recalled a similar method I had read about in a book. Xiao Wanping smiled, concealing his thoughts. According to your reasoning, this individual must undoubtedly be someone from the palace. Otherwise, their sudden appearance in Ning'er's vicinity would surely arouse suspicion. Indeed, my dear sister-in-law, your astuteness is commendable, Xiao Wanping remarked. Contemplate carefully. Who were the individuals that entered the room at that time? After a moment of reflection, Su Jinying replied, initially, His Majesty entered the room, and upon seeing that Ning'er had not yet dressed, commanded a maid to assist her. Shortly thereafter, both His Majesty and Xiao Wanchong entered. Ah, indeed, Xiao Wanping interjected. My jade pendant was pilfered by Xiao Wanchong. He must have seized this opportunity to plant the pendant in the room and frame me. Please, continue, he urged. Su Jinying continued. When Ning'er was attacked, Cheng Yidao was understandably tense, accompanied by a dozen or so wind spirit guards who surged into the room. At this juncture, her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The assailant was one of the wind spirit guards. Yes, precisely, it was the wind spirit guards. Xiao Wanping expressed his satisfaction with Su Jinying's deduction. Only the wind spirit guards could appear without raising suspicion. Furthermore, Pei Qing and Cheng Yidao interrogated only the officials and the maids, neglecting the guards. In their minds, the wind spirit guards were the sentinels of the day, stationed every 2 steps, making it impossible for anyone to approach Ning'er. Upon hearing Xiao Wanping's words, Su Jinying immediately discerned the contradiction within his statement. However, if the wind spirit guards were stationed 2 by 2, if one departed, the adjacent 2 would surely notice. How could he manage to leave for an extended period without being detected? The only plausible explanation, Xiao Wanping elucidated, is that this wind spirit guard was not on duty at Changning Palace that day. I understand now, Su Jinying exclaimed, enlightened. He was off duty, hence would not be recognized. Yet, amidst the chaos in Ning'er's room, the sudden appearance of an extra wind spirit guard would not provoke any suspicion. Precisely, Xiao Wanping concluded before sipping his tea. Therefore, Su Jinying pondered for a moment. If we can locate the wind spirit guards who rushed into the room today and inquire who stood beside them, anyone not listed on the duty roster would be the culprit. With a sigh of relief, Su Jinying acknowledged how swiftly Xiao Wanping had unraveled what appeared to be a complex and enigmatic scheme. Was this truly the same younger uncle she knew? Yet, she had no time for further contemplation and continued. His Majesty has entrusted Pei Qing with a full investigation into this matter. I must inform him at once. Not so fast, Xiao Wanping interjected, blocking her path. If Pei Qing apprehends the culprit, how shall we leverage that to threaten Xiao Wanchong into surrendering the Blood Lotus heart? Indeed, I almost forgot about that, Su Jinying remarked, tapping her forehead in a moment of absent-mindedness. In your view, what should we do? Xiao Wanping glanced towards the doorway, a smile gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, as I suspected, that Duguyu is indeed a pawn of my elder brother, correct? At this revelation, Su Jinying was left utterly speechless. Xiao Wanping's actions that evening had entirely shattered her preconceived notions. How do you know this? She inquired, dropping her pretense. With a gentle smile, Xiao Wanping responded. That Duguyu appears to be loyally serving the emperor. However, his actions over the past few days have subtly aided me. And just now? What about just now? The present situation within the palace is decidedly unfavorable for both of us. My sister-in-law audaciously allowed Fanner to be taken by Duguyu for amusement. Apart from the fact that he is one of us, I cannot fathom any other explanation. Chapter 27. An additional ally. Xiao Wanping's words instantly made Su Jinying realize that she was the true fool in this scenario. With keen perception and meticulous thought, he was able to solve the mystery surrounding the events at Changning Palace merely from another's description. Such an ability would leave even Pei Qing, the Minister of Justice, humbled. At that moment, Su Jinying silently rejoiced that entrusting the heavenly mechanism 18 Bureau to him might indeed be the wisest decision. She refrained from disclosing this matter to you, fearing that your daytime hysteria might inadvertently lead to a revelation. Su Jinying chose to be forthright, offering an explanation. I understand my sister-in-law's intentions, she said. Xiao Wanping responded with a smile, indicating that it was of no consequence. She continued, however, your assertion is only half correct. He is not merely your brother's man. but rather belongs to the Su family. What? Xiao Wanping exclaimed, astonished. He belongs to my sister-in-law? Indeed. Su Jinying affirmed with a nod. This is a matter I will elaborate on when the opportunity arises. Suffice it to say, his loyalty to me is no less than Zhao Shisan's loyalty to the crown prince. Given that, I can rest easy, Xiao Wanping replied, entirely trusting Su Jinying's words. She then inquired, do you wish for Duguyu to investigate this matter discreetly? Indeed, he is also a member of the Wind Spirit Guards. It is most fitting for him to investigate this matter covertly. Very well, I shall speak with him immediately. Su Jinying rose to her feet. Sister-in-law, Xiao Wanping also stood, advising, should Duguyu uncover any results, he must not hesitate to bring the person directly to Jingda Courtyard. Su Jinying comprehended Xiao Wanping's intentions. He sought to threaten Xiao Wanchong while ensuring their safety. Xiao Wanping was indeed safeguarding her and her child. Nodding, tears shimmered in Su Jinying's eyes. I understand. As they parted ways, Xiao Wanping summoned Xiao Yingfan. Fanner, your uncle shall take you out to play. Splendid. Uncle is finally accompanying me. Xiao Yingfan exclaimed with delight. What would you like to play? Xiao Wanping inquired, pinching his cheek. I wish to play hide and seek. Very well, but your uncle cannot leave Jingda Courtyard. You must hide within the courtyard while I seek you. All right, you count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Wanping leaned against the wall, beginning his countdown. Behind him, Su Jinying and Duguyu conversed in hushed tones. The following day, Duguyu ordered his subordinates to observe the deranged Xiao Wanping while he himself vanished silently from Jingda Courtyard. It was not until sunset that he returned. A lucid Xiao Wanping immediately summoned him into the room. In accordance with Su Jinying's wishes, Zhao Shisan and Duguyu were to meet, facilitating their collaboration henceforth. Upon closing the door, Zhao Shisan appeared as if conjured from thin air. The Crown Prince's shadow guard is indeed impressive, having remained beside the 8th Prince for so long. I had not detected your presence. Duguyu sincerely praised him with a fist salute. Zhao Shisan merely nodded, remaining silent. Duguyu took no offense. After all, experts possess their own temperaments, a fact he was well aware of. Why does the Crown Princess trust you so completely? Zhao Shisan suddenly posed the question, scrutinizing Duguyu with a discerning gaze, evidently skeptical of him. Cough, cough. This fellow certainly speaks with unvarnished directness. Let me put it this way. The Crown Princess is my savior, entangled in various twists and turns, which I shall recount later. Enough of that. Xiao Wanping interrupted their conversation, asserting, I trust my sister-in-law, since he has revealed his identity as Dongguyu. We are all in the same boat now. So let us cast aside any suspicion. Dongguyu nodded in agreement, while Zhao 13 remained silent. Perhaps it is for the best that he speaks little, lest the guards outside overhear him. Brother Donggu, what have you discovered? Xiao Wanping inquired impatiently, having shifted to a more familiar address. The pressing concern is to locate the culprit who threatens Xiao Wanchong to surrender the Blood Lotus Heart to save Xiao Chongning, as anticipated by His Highness. The Emperor personally inquired about the ministers, and all claimed to have never seen the Blood Lotus Heart, including Xiao Wanchong. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Wanping tapped the table with his fingers, a flicker of malice flashing in his gaze. Dongguyu felt a tremor within. How has the 8th Prince seemingly transformed? He had never witnessed such a murderous aura from him before. What of the Wind Spirit Guard's investigation? Xiao Wanping pressed on. Your Highness, the Wind Spirit Guard comprises 2,500 men, and they have yet to uncover any leads, Dongguyu replied apologetically, waving his hand. Xiao Wanping signaled that it was of no consequence. Although anxious, he understood that the Wind Spirit Guard only had 250 members actively investigating. And since Dongguyu was tasked with monitoring Jingda Garden, he could only depart discreetly, making the slow progress quite reasonable. Which squads of the Wind Spirit Guard were on duty at Chongning Palace yesterday? He sought to provide Dongguyu with some investigative direction. From Squad 1 to Squad 30. I belong to Squad 10, which has been stationed by your Highness's side. Thus there were a total of 29 squads present at Chongning Palace yesterday. Zhao 13 displayed no interest in their deductions. He turned, leaping back up to the rafters. The ability to attack the maidens and Ninger within the room without being detected by the guards outside indicated that the assailant was no ordinary servant. Dongguyu's eyes brightened. Your Highness means to infer that this individual is at least a squad leader? Let us begin the investigation from the squad leaders. Time is of the essence for Ninger. I shall commence my inquiries at once. With that, Dongguyu exited the room. On the third day, news spread throughout the palace. The wound on the concubine's face was deep and had not been treated promptly, risking a permanent scar. In a fit of despair, she caused a scene along with her son, Xiao Wanchong, at Guangming Hall. Emperor Jing appeared to be deliberating on how to deal with Xiao Wanping. His response was that he would address Xiao Wanping only after the assailant of Xiao Chongning was apprehended. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Wanping felt a stir within. Could this be an opportunity to escape the palace and develop in seclusion outside? If so, it would be a blessing in disguise. He secretly hoped for it. However, the emperor's intention was clear. He was stalling. He could have dealt with Xiao Wanping immediately, but chose not to. It was merely a tactic to let time dilute the situation. Ultimately, it seemed the emperor still favored him, and Xiao Wanping could only chuckle helplessly. Favor was of little use, for he could not bestow upon him the title of crown prince. Xiao Wanping was acutely aware that even if he were to stand before Emperor Jing and proclaim that his hysteria had been cured, the position of crown prince would remain beyond his reach. Over the years, the other princes had, to varying degrees, cultivated their own factions, while he was surrounded only by the rough-hewn duo Guyu and Zhao Shisan, lacking any substantial following. If he were to ascend as crown prince, would the other princes not rise in rebellion? The Great Yan was currently embroiled in conflict with Beiliang, and the remains of the crown prince still lay in their hands. Rumors suggested that the Eastern Wei had also dispatched envoys to Xinjiang City. One could only speculate their intentions. The Great Yan could ill afford internal strife, for Emperor Jing might very well become a sovereign without a state. Therefore, even if his affection for Xiao Wanping were profound, the position of crown prince would not be his to claim. In light of this, he resolved to strive for his own fortune. Lost in contemplation, Xiao Wanping heard Duo Guyu's voice from outside the door. You shall guard the outer gate. No one is to enter. Understood. Chapter 28. You are summoned to come knock. Knock. Enter. Duo Guyu pushed the door open, revealing a box at his feet. Xiao Wanping's heart skipped a beat. He quickly gestured for him to close the door. The two exchanged a glance, and Duo Guyu nodded slightly, prompting a surge of joy in Xiao Wanping. It seemed they had uncovered something significant. Are your subordinates trustworthy? Xiao Wanping inquired immediately. Duo Guyu had brazenly entered carrying a box in front of them. They are brothers who have fought alongside me. They won't speak out of turn. Duo Guyu replied in a hushed tone. Good. Xiao Wanping circled the box, his gaze fixed on Duo Guyu. You managed to capture him without anyone noticing, despite being of the same rank? I must admit, I am somewhat taken aback. Your Highness, to be frank, among the 250 team leaders of the Wind Spirit Guard, I am no match for 25 of the division leaders, he implied, suggesting that aside from 5 captains and General Cheng Yidao, Duo Guyu faced no rivals within the Wind Spirit Guard. Excellent. This could prove to be a valuable asset. Should there arise a need for military rebellion, having someone within the palace to coordinate would simplify matters immensely. Xiao Wanping, caught up in his excitement, quickly asked, Who is this person? The 35th team leader, Lu Liang, Duo Guyu replied, a hint of exhilaration in his eyes as he revealed the identity of the assailant. Instead of inquiring further about the perpetrator, Xiao Wanping asked, You wandered the palace carrying a box, and no one stopped you? Your Highness, Duo Guyu replied with a mysterious smile, Do not forget that I am a team leader of the Wind Spirit Guard. I am fully aware of where the sentries are stationed and where one might hide. Xiao Wanping gave him a thumbs up. They then opened the box to find Lu Liang bound tightly and gagged with a rag. Duo Guyu lifted him out and laid him on the ground. At that moment, Lu Liang was still unconscious. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to the prince himself. Not only that, but his voice was somewhat similar to that of the prince. Xiao Wanping smiled broadly. That settles it. What shall we do next, Your Highness? Duo Guyu inquired. A mischievous grin spread across Xiao Wanping's face as he replied, Of course, we shall summon Xiao Wanchong and invite him to Jingda Garden. It has been far too long since I last engaged in idle chatter with my 5th brother. Idle chatter? Duo Guyu asked, perplexed. Yes, merely a casual conversation. Xiao Wanping promptly clarified. Nodding slightly, Duo Guyu continued. He wishes he could slay His Highness. Why would he come here? Furthermore, night has fallen, and the palace gates are shut. How could he possibly enter? Casting a glance at Lu Liang on the ground, Xiao Wanping tore off his waist token. Show him this. And I am confident that Xiao Wanchong will devise a way to enter the palace at once. Duo Guyu took Lu Liang's waist token and exited the room. In the absence of a lockdown, the Wind Spirit Guards could leave the palace, provided they reported to the remaining guards on duty at the gates. Dugu summoned one of his most trusted subordinates from the 10th Squad and meticulously briefed him before he departed from Jingda Garden. Upon exiting the palace, the man changed his attire and hurried to the residence of Xiao Wanping. Inform your master that I wish to see him. He deliberately adopted an imperious tone, intending to conceal his identity as a wind spirit guard from these individuals. The gatekeepers, taken aback by someone daring to speak so boldly before them, scoffed derisively. Who is this arrogant figure, and do you know where you are? This is the residence of the 5th Prince, Xiao Wanping. Knowing that, you still dare to be presumptuous here? Leave at once, or do not blame me for being rude. The leader of the guards rolled up his sleeves, revealing a menacing expression. Tell Xiao Wanping that if he does not come out to meet me, he will surely regret it. Enraged, the guard retorted, You seek death. Brothers, seize him. Several rushed toward the wind spirit guard. In the blink of an eye, a series of dull thuds resounded, and the guards collapsed, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs, wailing in agony. After all, they were merely palace guards, nowhere near the caliber of the palace's elite guards. What is happening? The steward, hearing the commotion, emerged from the residence. I wish to see the 5th Prince. This time, his tone was less assertive. Upon witnessing the fallen guards, the steward realized that the intruder was no ordinary person and bowed respectfully, asking, Might I inquire what business you have with my lord? The wind spirit guard, eager to expedite matters, produced Lu Liang's waist token and waved it before the steward's eyes. Deliver this item to the 5th Prince, and he will come to see me. With that, he promptly tucked the token back into his cloak. Being well-versed in worldly affairs, the steward quickly sensed the gravity of the situation and replied, Please wait a moment. I shall inform His Highness at once. Indeed, within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Xiao Wanping hurriedly exited his residence. Where is he? Where is he? The wind spirit guard slowly turned around. Your Highness, someone wishes to see you. Xiao Wanping's breath quickened, though the night breeze was cool. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Raising a hand, he halted the wind spirit guard's words. He turned to the steward, saying, Leave, everyone leave. Your Highness, this? The steward hesitated, concerned for Xiao Wanping's safety. Enough chatter. Have all these fools get lost. Xiao Wanping's anger flared as he pointed at the fallen guards, shouting, Yes, yes. The steward hurriedly assisted the incapacitated guards and retreated into the residence. Slowly approaching the wind spirit guard, Xiao Wanping struggled to suppress his fury. Who are you? That is of no concern to you. You need only know that the 8th Prince wishes to see you. What? Xiao Wanping doubted his ears. That fool wants to see me? Now. The wind spirit guard, unwilling to elaborate further, replied simply, Yes, now. Now. Xiao Wanping laughed in exasperation. He gestured towards the palace gate. Now that the gates are closed, how can I enter? The wind spirit guard, indifferent to his plight, merely conveyed the words of Dongguyu. The 8th Prince said that if he does not see you tonight, this token will appear in Taiji Hall tomorrow. After delivering the message, he ignored Xiao Wanping and departed. Stop right there and explain yourself. Xiao Wanping attempted to pursue him, but his legs faltered. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately summoned the steward. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and commanded, Quickly, bring me the 9-turn blood lotus. The steward was taken aback. The 9-turn blood lotus had been procured with considerable effort from the medicinal merchants of the Tuoba clan in the western regions by Xiao Wanping himself. It was said to miraculously halt bleeding and promote healing, regardless of the severity of the wound. Your Highness, what use do you have for it at this late hour? Enough nonsense, hurry. Xiao Wanping retorted angrily. There was no alternative. Without sacrificing something of value, he feared he could not gain entry to the palace. Moments later, clutching a brocade box, Xiao Wanping arrived at the palace wall. 5th Prince, the palace gates are closed. Please halt. The wind spirit guard obstructed his path. Inform His Majesty that I possess a 9-turn blood lotus, capable of healing my mother's wounds, and I must enter to present it to her. Can you not return tomorrow? You scoundrel. Xiao Wanping fumed. My mother's wound has already festered for 2 days. If it does not heal soon, this medicine will be of no use, and if scars remain, will you bear the responsibility? The guard, upon hearing this, appeared visibly shaken. Then, Your Highness, allow me to inspect the contents of the box. Impatiently, he handed the brocade box to the guard and stood with arms crossed. Once the contents were verified, the guard stated, Your Highness, please wait a moment while I report to His Majesty. Emperor Jing was still awake, and, upon hearing of Xiao Wanping's intent to present medicine to the concubine, granted permission immediately. If the wound could be healed, he could justify downplaying the matter and avoid taking action against Xiao Wanfeng. Upon entering the palace, Xiao Wanchong had no time to spare for the concubine Da and made a beeline for Jingda Garden. Chapter 29. Skin thicker than city walls, Xiao Wanfeng had instructed Dong Guyu to conceal Lu Liang in another room. Your Highness, the fifth prince has arrived, Dong Guyu reported as he entered the room. Let him in, Xiao Wanfeng replied with a slight smile, pouring 2 cups of tea and patiently awaiting his brother's arrival. Bang! Without knocking, Xiao Wanchong forcefully pushed the door open. Old Eight, you lunatic, what do you mean by this? Upon entering, he shouted loudly. Xiao Wanfeng glanced at him, waving a hand in front of his nose. Fifth brother, has your mouth been pickled for years? The moment you speak, the odor is overwhelming. Stop feigning ignorance. Tell me, what do you intend to do? Xiao Wanchong, fuming, slammed the brocade box onto the table. Fifth brother, you are quite courteous. To have a guest is one thing, but to bring a gift is another. Xiao Wanfeng reached for the box. Bang! Xiao Wanchong forcefully pressed down on the box. Don't beat around the bush. This is not for you. With a grin, Xiao Wanfeng took a sip from his teacup. Enough with the pretense. I want the blood lotus heart. Not a chance. Xiao Wanchong retorted flatly. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Wanfeng concluded that the blood lotus heart remained in his brother's possession. Are you truly without it? Such a rare item is not something I would possess. Xiao Wanchong seemed to realize his unusual demeanor and quickly offered an explanation. Do not forget, the crown princess is the cherished jewel of the Guiyun Su family. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xiao Wanchong's mouth twitched. Damn, he had forgotten about this matter. He had sent someone to forcibly acquire the blood lotus heart from Chunji Pharmacy at a low price, and the Su family was a business associate of Chunji. They could not possibly be unaware. Feeling somewhat guilty, Xiao Wanchong turned his head aside. My pharmacy did acquire a blood lotus heart a few months ago, but it was sold long ago. Since that is the case, we have nothing further to discuss. Xiao Wanping stood up and coldly stated, tomorrow, Lu Liang will appear at the Taiji Hall. Brother, do take care. See him out. Wait. Xiao Wanchong suppressed the fury within him. Who is Lu Liang? I do not know him. He still wished to struggle a bit. Fine, since you wish to know, I shall inform you. Xiao Wanping sat back down and meticulously recounted the analysis he had conducted with Su Jining regarding Lu Liang impersonating him and harming Xiao Chongning. I have already investigated. Lu Liang was not among the Fengling guards on duty at Chongning Palace that day. Why then did he appear there? How would I know? After listening to Xiao Wanping's analysis, Xiao Wanchong's face twisted in distress. Was this still the foolish eighth brother? This plan was devised by a certain strategist. How could it be so easily unraveled? It was evident he intended to commit a crime. Xiao Wanping continued, you stole my jade pendant and, amid the chaos, placed it in Ning'er's room. Lu Liang did likewise, seizing the opportunity to mingle among the Fengling guards. At that moment, with everyone in a state of panic, no one would notice a Fengling guard who was not on duty appearing in the room. After hearing Xiao Wanping's words, Xiao Wanchong continued to argue. Perhaps he was merely passing by and saw the turmoil in Chongning Palace, entering to offer assistance. Uft. Xiao Wanping could not help but chuckle. Tell me, brother, do you truly believe that excuse? The Fengling guards are strictly disciplined. There are rigorous regulations governing where and when they should appear within the palace. Lu Liang could not have rashly intruded into Chongning Palace. Realizing his ruse had been exposed, Xiao Wanchong broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly found the eighth brother before him somewhat terrifying. Where's the evidence? He protested defiantly. That is quite simple, Xiao Wanping replied nonchalantly. To be frank, Lu Liang is currently in my custody. Xiao Wanchong was not surprised by this, as he had seen Lu Liang's insignia. And so what? Alas, Xiao Wanping sighed. Brother, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. Humph. Xiao Wanchong coldly snorted and turned away. Xiao Wanping played with the teacup in his hand and continued. In Ning'er's room, the fragrance of sandalwood and bay laurel was lit. This scent is particularly unique, combining both sandalwood and bay laurel, with a strong aroma that clings to the body and lingers long. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchong's eyelids flickered and his body slumped. The last line of defense in his heart had crumbled. Even if Lu Liang had changed clothes in the past few days, having hidden in Ning'er's room for an extended period, the scent had permeated his hair, boots, and scabbard, serving as irrefutable evidence. Upon listening, Xiao Wanchong's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately relinquished his struggle. Do you desire the blood lotus heart? Xiao Wanchong inquired through clenched teeth. Not just that, responded Xiao Wanping, who, having observed Xiao Wanchong's demeanor, resolved to extract more. After all, the initiative lay with him. What else do you seek? Xiao Wanchong's jaws were tightly clenched, emitting a low growl akin to that of a wild beast. I've heard that the herbal business in the imperial capital is entirely managed by Fifth Brother. Truly a masterful operation, Xiao Wanping laughed heartily. Xiao Wanchong showed no hesitation in revealing his desire for bloodshed. He was acutely aware that the words spoken were laden with malice. The blood lotus heart. Along with an additional 200,000 taels, not a single coin less, Xiao Wanping declared, signaling with 2 fingers. 200,000 taels? Xiao Wanchong leaped from his chair, his eyes wide with fury. Do you think my fortune is as easy to come by as the wind? If that is the case, then Fifth Brother may proceed as he wishes, Xiao Wanping said, spinning Lu Liang's waist token on his finger, regarding his adversary with a mocking demeanor. Xiao Wanchong felt as though his chest might explode from rage. He gasped for breath, consumed by the urge to eliminate Xiao Wanping. Yet, he dared not act. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Wanchong remained rooted in place. He exhaled sharply, the blood lotus heart, plus 200,000 taels. Can you release Lu Liang? Certainly, Xiao Wanping replied. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wanchong realized that even if he reported to Emperor Jing, he would have no evidence against Xiao Wanping. And thus he had no other choice. You had better keep your word, Xiao Wanchong warned, his entire being radiating menace. Paying no heed, Xiao Wanping smiled. Tomorrow evening. I shall await you here. Humph. Xiao Wanchong scoffed, seizing the 9-turn blood blue from the table, preparing to depart. He still needed to visit concubine Da. Wait. Xiao Wanping interjected, pressing down on the ornate box. Fifth Brother, this gift has been presented. What reason is there to take it back? Xiao Wanchong felt a pang in his chest and bellowed. I said, this is not for you. Oh, you've already agreed to the blood lotus heart. What difference does one 9-turn blood blue make? Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Wanping insisted, resolutely holding onto the box. His demeanor suggested no intention of allowing Xiao Wanchong to leave with it. Very well. You wretched creature, your audacity rivals that of a city wall. I shall endure for now, but I vow you will meet a gruesome end. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wanchong felt on the verge of spewing blood. Take it. Take it all. I hope you don't choke. No need for Fifth Brother to worry. My appetite is quite substantial, Xiao Wanping grinned. Chapter 30. Strategic maneuvers. After Xiao Wanchong departed, Duguyu entered the room. Your Highness, you truly are shameless, are you not? Xiao Wanping chuckled. Your Highness, I never said such a thing. Duguyu stifled a laugh. Composing himself, Xiao Wanping remarked, Xiao Wanchong is far more difficult to deal with than Xiao Wanrong. Since we've made enemies, we might as well take advantage where we can. Nodding in agreement, Duguyu expressed his thoughts. Do you believe he will willingly deliver the blood lotus heart? He certainly will. He has no other options. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Xiao Wanping appeared somewhat troubled as he gazed into the distance, towards the eastern palace. Should he send someone to notify the crown princess in advance? No. It is best to wait until tomorrow night when the blood lotus heart is secured. Indeed, Duguyu agreed. Keep a close watch on Lu Liang. Do not let him escape. Rest assured, Your Highness, he shall not flee. The following day, Xiao Wanchong entered the palace in the daylight and remained until evening. He dared not seek out Xiao Wanping during the day, fearing that the madman might have an episode and inadvertently ruin the blood lotus heart. The memory of the night pearl being destroyed in Changning Palace still lingered vividly. As sunset approached, he concocted an excuse to soothe the consort Da, and Emperor Jing naturally permitted him to stay the night in the palace. In Jingda Garden, Xiao Wanping had summoned Su Jining early on. After all, only she could ascertain the authenticity of the blood lotus heart, providing him with peace of mind. Xiao Wanchong has arrived, Duguyu reported as he entered. Allow him in. In a moment, Xiao Wanchong stealthily entered Jingda Garden, carrying a brocade box. Upon entry, he was momentarily taken aback to see Su Jining present. Yet he refrained from speaking further. Here is what you requested, he said curtly, tossing the brocade box onto the table and closing his eyes, avoiding Xiao Wanping's gaze. Xiao Wanping opened the box to find a blood-red lotus flower nestled within, exuding a delicate fragrance. He pushed the box towards Su Jining. Sister-in-law, take a look. Su Jining leaned down, pinched off a small piece of the lotus leaf, tasted it, and then brought her nose closer to inhale its aroma. It is indeed the blood lotus heart. Closing the brocade box, Xiao Wanping smiled with satisfaction. And the payment? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchong reluctantly retrieved a stack of silver notes from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. After counting, there were indeed 200,000 taels. Xiao Wanping's heart swelled with joy. Extortion proved far swifter than manufacturing soap or perfume. Furthermore, he lacked any astute business talents by his side, and the initial military funds must rely on several good royal brothers. With 200,000 taels, combined with the 9-turn blood blue and consort Xian's golden phoenix hairpin, the total would exceed 300,000 taels once liquidated. This sum would suffice to sustain a 1,000-strong army. And the person? Without regard for Su Jining's presence, Xiao Wanchong inquired. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping tossed Lu Liang's waist token to Xiao Wanchong. Without a word, Xiao Wanchong took the token and exited the room. The sounds of cursing echoed from the courtyard as the two departed Jingda Garden. Duguyu entered the room and closed the door. At last, the Blood Lotus heart was in hand. Sister-in-law, you shall present it to Father Emperor tomorrow, claiming it is a gift from the Su family. With a momentary pause, Su Jining responded, you have injured consort Da. It is better for you to present it. This way, the merits and demerits would balance out, and under the emperor's delight, Xiao Wanping would surely be pardoned. Indeed, it is most prudent for His Highness to present the treasure, Duguyu concurred. However, Xiao Wanping replied nonchalantly, that is not advisable. Why not? Duguyu interjected, eager for an explanation. Firstly, I have been confined within Jingda Garden for days, not stepping beyond the threshold. If I suddenly acquire the Blood Lotus heart, would not Father Emperor harbor suspicions? Nodding in agreement, Su Jining found this reasoning quite sound. Moreover, as I present my treasures, the sum of 100,000 gold coins has indeed vanished. Xiao Wanping chuckled softly. Not only did he deceive Xiao Wanchong out of 200,000 taels, but he also coveted the 10,000 gold coins from Emperor Jing. This fellow certainly possesses a voracious appetite, as Duguyu's lips parted slightly, astonished within. With a furrowed brow, Su Jining spoke again. However, should this be the case, your injury to the Defei will surely invoke the Emperor's wrath. I am not concerned about him punishing me, Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. The two exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean by that? Elder brother has entrusted me with the 18 strategies of heavenly secrets, and I believe my sister-in-law comprehends its implications well. However, remaining in this imperial palace renders one powerless to act. Upon hearing this, Su Jining took a deep breath, lost in thought. It seems you have come to a realization. Indeed, Xiao Wanping's gaze was exceptionally resolute. To achieve our aims, we must depart from the palace, perhaps even the imperial capital itself. After a prolonged silence, Su Jining sighed in resignation. Yet, your hysteria remains unresolved, and leaving the palace will undoubtedly pose significant dangers. Is there not, Zhao Shisan? Does my sister-in-law still doubt his capabilities? True, the crown prince faced countless assassination attempts during his lifetime, all deftly neutralized by Zhao Shisan. Safeguarding Xiao Wanping should not be a substantial issue. Su Jining gradually began to convince herself. Furthermore, Xiao Wanping continued, with elder brother fallen in battle and our father recalling past kindness, he still thinks of you and your son. As time passes, you will inevitably be forgotten. Seizing this opportunity to present the Blood Lotus heart will surely bring delight to our father, thus ensuring greater security for you and Fan Er. Although Su Jining's heart was already wavering, after a moment of inner turmoil, she still felt uneasy. Observing her hesitance, Xiao Wanping pressed on. Of course, the most crucial factor is that I require someone within the palace to gather intelligence on my behalf. I currently possess no influence and must rely on my sister-in-law. Su Jining fell silent. With her foresight, she immediately grasped Xiao Wanping's intentions. Duguyu, having understood their scheme, interjected, but how can your highness ensure that the emperor's punishment will only result in your expulsion from the palace and nothing more? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Wanping replied, this is straightforward. Although elder brother has perished, many of his former subordinates remain in the court. As long as my sister-in-law communicates with them, this matter will not be difficult. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Su Jining finally heeded the advice, seizing the Blood Lotus heart to depart. Sister-in-law, take your time, Xiao Wanping called out to her, then produced the 9 transformations blood blue and the Yunfeng golden hairpin. I currently have no use for these items. I request my sister-in-law to keep them safe for me, and if the opportunity arises, feel free to sell them. Accepting the 2 items, Su Jining did not inquire further, but merely nodded. She understood well the purpose these funds would serve in the future. It is regrettable, however, that Xiao Wanchong is being let off so easily. Du Guyu sighed. Let him off? Xiao Wanping scoffed coldly. This scoundrel first ensnared me and later harmed Ning Er. Do you believe I could possibly let him go? This chilling laughter sent shivers down the spines of Su Jining and Du Guyu. Do you still have a backup plan? Certainly. Xiao Wanping flashed a wicked smile, revealing a piece of paper, Lu Liang's confession. Though the individual has been taken away, this confession remains, and it can still prove instrumental in critical moments. A confession? Du Guyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Su Jining remarked, however, Lu Liang has already been taken away. It would be utterly impossible to bring down a prince based solely on a written confession. With a faint smile, Xiao Wanping replied, let us not forget the individual who assaulted me in the Imperial Garden. Indeed, Du Guyu suddenly realized, as long as we locate him, combined with this confession, we can equally bring Xiao Wanchong to justice. Yet he seems to have vanished as if into thin air. How shall we find him? Chapter 31. Lord Gufeng of loyalty and integrity gazing out the window, Xiao Wanping murmured, we will find him. Let Xiao Wanchong revel in his triumph for a while longer. Lu Liang has harmed the princess, yet he is so easily returned to Xiao Wanchong. I find it utterly confounding. Du Guyu had completely aligned himself with Xiao Wanping's cause. Have no fear, his time is limited. Does your highness possess a means to eliminate him? Du Guyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a grin, Xiao Wanping turned to him. Ning Er is my sister. Why do you seem more anxious than I? Isn't it only natural for me to feel vexed on behalf of your highness? Du Guyu chuckled innocently. Su Jining smiled in agreement. He truly is of such a disposition. After a pause, Xiao Wanping elaborated. We have seen through Lu Liang. His survival poses the greatest threat to Xiao Wanchong. Indeed, Su Jining acknowledged. We need not intervene. Xiao Wanchong will undoubtedly see to his demise. Just wait and see. Xiao Wanping looked once more out the window. The night was dark and the wind howled. A perfect time for treachery. From this moment on, the city of Xinjiang would be anything but tranquil. The following day, in the Taiji Hall, the court was convened. Your Majesty, I have worked tirelessly through the night with the blood lotus hard in the medicine. May your Majesty be blessed, for the princess has now regained consciousness. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute was the first to report. Truly, the early morning brought such delightful news, and Emperor Jing was overjoyed. Indeed, Princess Chongning not only awakened but also has a good appetite, consuming a bowl of clear porridge. I believe she shall recover shortly. Excellent, splendid. Rewards for all. Emperor Jing laughed heartily. The physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute bowed deeply in gratitude. At that moment, the Grand General of the Wind Spirit Guard, Cheng Yidao, also spoke. Your Majesty, the commander of the 35th Squad, Lu Liang, has been missing for 2 days. This morning, his body was discovered in the secluded river to the west of the city. Dead. Emperor Jing was somewhat taken aback. How did he meet his end? The governor of Xinjiang reported that preliminary investigations suggested he had drowned due to intoxication. Humph. He wastes his time drinking instead of honing his martial skills. He deserves his fate, Emperor Jing reprimanded. The Wind Spirit Guards, often idle in the palace, were warriors, and their fondness for wine was well known. Consequently, many off-duty guards had ventured outside the palace for drinks, a fact known to all. Thus, the ministers harbored no suspicions. Cheng Yidao bowed his head, refraining from responding. Select another from the Wind Spirit Guard to fill Lu Liang's vacancy. As you command, Cheng Yidao replied expressionlessly and retreated. Standing nearby, Xiao Wanchong exchanged glances with an official. The official, a vice minister of the Ministry of Works, immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, now that Princess Chongning has awakened, I implore you to make a decision regarding the incident in the Imperial Garden where the Defei was injured. Your Majesty, although the 8th Prince suffers from hysteria, it cannot serve as an excuse for his misdeeds. I beseech you to impose strict punishment. Indeed, Your Majesty, another official added, the 8th Prince's aggression is on the rise. Should we fail to punish him, it will be said that the laws of Dian are unjust. Please, Your Majesty, render your judgment. In a moment, a dozen officials stepped forward to present their petitions. A cold sweep passed over their faces, and Emperor Jing displayed a countenance of frost. After such an extended period, this group had not forgotten the matter at hand. The previous incident involving the crippled prince, Xiao Wanrong, had been diligently concealed, and now, with the injury to the virtuous consort, Emperor Jing found it difficult to show favoritism. According to the gathered ministers, what should be done with the 8th prince? The deputy minister of works immediately spoke. The eighth prince first harmed the seventh prince, and subsequently injured the consort. His transgressions are numerous and unforgivable. In my humble opinion, he should be reduced to commoner status and exiled from the imperial capital, never to return. Another elder opined. He should receive 30 lashes and be dispatched to the northern frontier. Yet another suggested, no, the eighth prince has already shown aggression. He should first be demoted to commoner status and then imprisoned in the Wind Spirit Guards prison for life. Among these officials were supporters of both Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong, eager to seize this opportunity to bring Xiao Wanping down. Emperor Jing listened quietly without responding. After a moment, he turned his gaze to the lower right, where the Duke of Loyalty and Trust, Gu Feng, stood, Xiao Wanping's yet-to-be-recognized father-in-law. Duke of Loyalty and Trust, what is your opinion? The ministers, perceiving the emperor's intent, understood that he desired the duke to speak on behalf of Xiao Wanping. The Duke of Loyalty and Trust is known for his impartiality. We trust he will not act out of personal bias. Before Gu Feng could speak, the deputy minister of works had already placed a label upon him. Humph. Glancing at the officials below, Gu Feng's eyes widened slightly, as if surveying a troop of jesters. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe the eighth prince's crimes are indeed unforgivable, yet they are understandable under the circumstances. The corners of Emperor Jing's mouth twitched. Elaborate. Firstly, the eighth prince has recently injured 2 individuals, displaying a notable aggressiveness that was absent before. However, he is indeed afflicted with hysteria, which accounts for his actions, thus rendering them somewhat excusable. Then what do you propose should be done with the eighth prince? This was the crux of concern for both the emperor and the ministers. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng exhaled deeply, as if summoning great effort to turn around. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that the eighth prince has harmed others. If he remains in the palace, it is likely he may inadvertently cause harm to the dragon's body. I suggest relocating the eighth prince from the palace and granting him a residence. Adult princes have long since established their own households outside the palace. Gu Feng's recommendation was indeed reasonable. Emperor Jing sighed. This resolution was the most favorable. At least the eighth prince would not suffer. Should he continue to show favoritism, it would be difficult to win the support of the court. What the duke has said is sensible. Do any of you dissent? The faction of Xiao Wanchong had already sought to have Xiao Wanping expelled from the palace, and those aligned with Xiao Wanrong shared the same sentiment. Since Emperor Jing had already consented, the officials raised no further objections. Your Majesty is wise, they exclaimed in unison. Issue the decree. Starting tomorrow, the eighth prince, Xiao Wanping, shall be relocated from the palace. As for his residence, Emperor Jing smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, there lies an abandoned residence less than half a mile from my vicinity. Although it has been neglected for quite some time, with a bit of cleaning, it would be quite comfortable to reside in. Xiao Wanchong was particularly eager to offer this suggestion. At that moment, the officials aligned with Xiao Wanrong immediately chimed in agreement. Your Majesty, it is rare for the esteemed fifth prince to overlook the minor faults of a humble servant. If the eighth prince could reside nearby, it would certainly provide him with some care. Indeed, such an action would be most beneficial. Emperor Jing did not express his opinion outright. He slightly rose from his seat, a smile gracing his features. However, the eighth prince, even if he were to leave the palace, would go nowhere else. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances, perplexed by Emperor Jing's intentions. Father, what do you mean by that? Xiao Wanchong inquired with confusion. If the eighth prince leaves the palace, he will reside at the residence of the Duke of Zhongxin. As soon as these words were uttered, the court erupted in astonishment, particularly Xiao Wanchong, whose pupils dilated, his heart sinking to the depths. Meanwhile, Gu Feng merely lowered his head in contemplation, showing little reaction. Father, you cannot. Xiao Wanchong immediately opposed. What is there to object to? Emperor Jing directed his gaze towards him. Although the eighth prince is betrothed to Gu Shuqing, they have not yet wed. To unexpectedly reside at the Duke of Zhongxin's house would surely tarnish the family's reputation. Given the proximity, should Xiao Wanping move into the Duke's residence and pursue Gu Shuqing, Xiao Wanchong would undoubtedly lose his chance. How could he possibly agree to such a notion? Chapter 32. The thoughts of Emperor Jing, then let them marry. As Emperor Jing's declaration echoed, the grand hall fell into an abrupt silence. A betrothal set aside for over a decade was now to be fulfilled. It was assumed this union would dissolve with the passage of time and Xiao Wanping's hysteria. Yet, Emperor Jing had now brought it back to the forefront. The officials were taken aback. Xiao Wanchang's mind went blank. He swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. "Father, what did you just say?" Emperor Jing reiterated loudly. "I said, let the 8th prince wed Gu Shuqing. In doing so, who would dare to speak ill?" The ministers began to murmur amongst themselves as they processed the revelation. Xiao Wanchang's countenance twisted, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had schemed tirelessly to expel Xiao Wanping from the palace, hoping to grant the consort and her son an opportunity to eliminate him, thus allowing him to claim Gu Shuqing, the most beautiful woman in the capital. Now, not only had his plans failed, but he had inadvertently sent Xiao Wanping to the Duke of Zhongxin's residence. Was this not akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot? "Father, this matter is absolutely unacceptable." Without regard, Xiao Wanchang interjected. "Do you have an objection?" Emperor Jing glared at him disapprovingly. Sweat beaded on Xiao Wanchang's forehead as he rapidly calculated how to persuade the emperor to retract his command. After a brief pause, he hesitantly replied, "Father, the 8th brother suffers from hysteria. If he is forced into marriage, it may lead people to accuse our royal family of bullying the loyal and virtuous." Upon hearing this, it seemed to have opened the minds of the officials. The Minister of Works immediately concurred. "Your Majesty, I believe the 5th prince speaks wisely. The Duke of Zhongxin has been unwaveringly loyal to the court. Should you grant this marriage, it may alienate the hearts of the faithful." "I second that. I support this notion." In an instant, these petty clowns re-emerged. Casting them a cold glance, Emperor Jing let out a derisive laugh. "The parties involved have yet to voice their opinions, yet you all rush to oppose?" He then turned to Xiao Wanchang. "Fifth, do not think I am unaware of your true intentions. There are plenty of young ladies in the capital, yet you fixate on the 8th prince's fiancée. What is it you truly desire?" Xiao Wanchang bowed his head, refraining from responding. The officials of his party, noticing their master's demeanor, also held their tongues. Soon after, Emperor Jing approached Gu Feng, softening his tone. "Zhongxin Bo, what is your opinion?" "Your Majesty, I did not oppose the marriage proposal at the time. And now that the 8th prince suffers from hysteria, if I were to refuse, would it not invite accusations of opportunism and betrayal from the world? I shall defer entirely to your Majesty's judgment." Xiao Wanchang let out a self-deprecating smile, having anticipated this outcome. Gu Feng would neither oppose nor dare to oppose. "Excellent," Emperor Jing exclaimed. "Truly, you embody loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness, an exemplar among all officials." He then cast a pointed glance at the assembled ministers before returning to his dragon throne. "Rest assured, I shall not neglect the Gu family. The crown princess has informed me that the ghost doctor summoned by the Su family is on his way. Once the 8th prince's hysteria is cured, the marriage with Shu Qing shall proceed." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Gu Feng replied with a bow. Although he did not oppose the union, it pained him to see his beloved Shu Qing wed to a fool. If the hysteria could be cured before the marriage, it would be the most perfect outcome. However, Emperor Jing's tone shifted. "In the meantime, I shall trouble Zhongxin Bo to keep an eye on the 8th prince." He implied that Xiao Wanping would reside in the Gu residence until the wedding. "Your Majesty can rest assured. I shall watch over the 8th prince with utmost diligence." Xiao Wanchang, who had previously felt despondent, now felt a flicker of hope upon hearing the emperor's words. If the 8th prince's hysteria remained unresolved, would they not be unable to marry? With this thought, Xiao Wanchang resolved to find the ghost doctor and eliminate him. The fool still wished to marry Shu Qing. Let him go to the devil. He clenched his fists in silence. Emperor Jing, with his hands resting on the table before him, continued. Though the injury to Defei was primarily due to the 8th prince, the Fengling guards tasked with his protection share responsibility as well. Cheng Yidao immediately stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I have mismanaged personnel. Please punish me." He willingly took the blame upon himself. Waving his hand, Emperor Jing was not inclined to hold him accountable. "This matter does not concern you. It was due to the negligence of Duguyu, who fell prey to the schemes of treacherous individuals. I have commanded the Court of Judicial Review to thoroughly investigate the abduction of the 8th prince and the assailant of Ning-Er. Once apprehended, their entire clan shall be eradicated." Xiao Wanchang broke into a cold sweat. Was the emperor truly willing to kill even his own? Proclaim the edict. Emperor Jing paused momentarily. Dismiss Duguyu from his position as head of the Fengling guards, demote him to a personal guard of the prince, and have him reside in Zhongxin Bo's household along with 10 of his men, who shall also be demoted to ordinary soldiers. On behalf of Duguyu, I thank your Majesty for your mercy, Cheng Yidao stated without a trace of complaint. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, quickly realizing that Emperor Jing still harbored reservations about Xiao Wanping's departure from the palace, deliberately assigning Dugu Yu to accompany him. The intent was all too clear, and the ministers understood, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. They could only lament how a foolish prince, repeatedly erring, still received such favor, truly astonishing. Indeed. Emperor Jing nodded slightly, then continued, those who deserve punishment have been punished. It is time to reward merit as well. The ministers fell silent, awaiting the emperor's next words. Princess Su Jinying, deeply concerned for the safety of the princess, tirelessly obtained the blood lotus heart from the Guiyun family over several days to awaken Ninger, a remarkable achievement indeed. Thus, she was commanded and bestowed the title of Princess Chong, with all the privileges accorded to royalty. At this moment, Su Jinying found herself within the Tai Chi Hall. I express my profound gratitude for your majesty's grace, she said, kneeling to receive the decree. As an outer surname princess, she stood as the first of her kind in the current dynasty. The officials gasped in astonishment, their minds racing with speculation. Was it due to Emperor Jing's fondness for Xiao Chongming, or perhaps his excessive affection for the crown prince? To have offered a blood lotus heart and thus attain the title of an outer surname princess seemed extraordinary. However, Su Jinying was already the crown princess, so this development was not entirely unexpected, and no one dared to voice dissent. With a slight nod, Emperor Jing regarded her with a hint of reluctance. After a moment, he straightened and declared, since you are now a princess, and the crown prince is no longer with us, you and Fanner ought to vacate the Eastern Palace. Su Jinying remained composed, responding, everything is at your majesty's discretion. Out of both sentiment and reason, she recognized the necessity of moving from the Eastern Palace. She had anticipated this day and felt no emotional upheaval. With the 8th prince having been exiled from the palace, you and Fanner shall reside in Jingda Garden. This was once the crown prince's former residence, and to dwell there is a measure of comfort for Su Jinying. Thank you, your majesty. Emperor Jing continued. I shall dispatch 2 teams of wind spirit guards to ensure your safety. I shall obey the decree, she replied. With the title of princess and the protection of the wind spirit guards, the safety of Su Jinying and her son was, for the moment, assured. But it was merely a temporary reprieve. Are there any other matters, ministers? Emperor Jing appeared somewhat fatigued. After a brief silence, no one spoke. If there are no further matters, we shall disperse. With a wave of his hand, just as Emperor Jing rose from the dragon throne, a loud call echoed from outside the hall. Report. Urgent news. A soldier clad in armor burst into the Tai Chi Hall, documents held aloft. Emperor Jing swiftly turned, fixing his gaze intently on the soldier. The officials understood that to enter the Tai Chi Hall directly meant the news was of utmost urgency. Instantly, their expressions turned grave, and they dared not speak above a whisper. Speak, commanded Emperor Jing, his voice imbued with authority and solemnity. The state of Wei has stationed 300,000 troops at the Guiyun border, displaying a clear intent to attack. What? Emperor Jing quickly descended from the dais to confront the soldier. 300,000 troops? What does Wei intend? The courtiers were in an uproar. Although the Great Yan and Wei could not be deemed lifelong allies, the two nations had maintained a semblance of peace. On significant occasions, they would exchange envoys to extend greetings. It was precisely for this reason that Great Yan dared to engage in conflict with Beiliang. Naturally, Great Yan had also fortified its defenses with 5,000 troops stationed along the Guiyun border. In response to His Majesty, since Wei stationed their troops, they have dispatched the 4th Prince, Jiang Buhuan, as an envoy to our Great Yan. What nonsense! Speak plainly, Emperor Jing bellowed. The soldier bowed his head and replied, Prince Jiang Buhuan claims he wishes to marry Princess Chongming, to forge a lasting bond between our two nations. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, he let out a cold laugh. A lasting bond? Just after Ninger has celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony. Wei seeks to claim my jewel while massing 300,000 troops. This is clearly a threat against me. With a flourish of his sleeve, Emperor Jing returned to the dragon throne. Minister Lu Qingquan, upon hearing the report, wore a look of indignation. He stepped forward and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, the state of Wei is clearly taking advantage of our vulnerabilities, knowing that the main forces of Diyen are entangled in conflict with Beiliang. They are threatening us with their troops to facilitate the marriage of Princess Chongming to them. This is an egregious affront. If they truly intended to forge an alliance, They should send their princess to us. It is utterly unreasonable for them to forcibly wed our beloved princess. This is nothing short of a humiliation for Dian. Among the officials, while many align themselves with their factions, there remain a loyal few who cherish the nation's honor. Your Majesty, we must not acquiesce to this proposal, lest Dian lose its dignity in the eyes of the world and become vulnerable to annexation by the other two states. Emperor Jing listened in silence, then suddenly turned to Xiao Wanchong. Fifth brother, what is your perspective? Xiao Wanchong, still lost in thoughts regarding Xiao Wanping's relocation to Gu Mansion, quickly gathered his wits and replied, Father, I believe that De Wei's actions amount to coercive matrimony. If Dian endures this slight and allows Ninger to marry, it will surely result in a loss of public support. What then shall we do? Emperor Jing seemed to be testing him. Xiao Wanchong swallowed hard. Perhaps we should recall our troops from the northern border and engage De Wei in a decisive battle. Absolutely not. Before the emperor could respond, Lu Qingquan interjected. If we withdraw the northern border troops, we will certainly lose the cities of Yanyun and Xiang, placing our imperial capital in jeopardy. Emperor Jing remained silent and turned his gaze to another individual. This man, with a countenance as refined as jade and eyes sharp as a hawk, was Xiao Wanan, the emperor's third son. Third brother, what say you? With unwavering focus, Xiao Wanan stepped forward. Father, we must not withdraw the northern border troops. But how shall we address the threat posed by Wei's forces? In response, Emperor Jing inquired further, what is your counsel? My answer, Father, is that since Wei has stationed 300,000 troops without attacking Dian, it indicates their reluctance to engage in open warfare. Instead, they seek to exploit this situation to force Ninger into marriage, thereby shaming Dian. I propose that we mobilize our remaining 50,000 troops stationed across various locales and discreetly redeploy them to Yanyan City to prepare for any eventualities. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingquan stepped forward in agreement. The third prince speaks wisely. Yanyan is over 2,000 li from Xingyang, and should Jiang Buhuan wish to reach the capital, it would take him at least 7 or 8 days. We should seize this moment to quickly reposition the troops surrounding Yanyan for support. After listening, Emperor Jing offered no immediate response. He seemed unconvinced by this strategy. Lord Zhongxin, what is your opinion? He turned to Gu Feng. Stepping forward, Gu Feng replied, Your Majesty, the northern border troops cannot be withdrawn, yet we must also address the peril facing Yanyan. I, too, cannot conceive a solution that satisfies both demands. Sighing deeply, Emperor Jing understood all too well the precariousness of their situation. If they were to reposition their troops to Yanyan, they would have to contend with both Bei Liang to the north and Wei to the east. Should they refuse the marriage of Xiao Chongning, they would be besieged from both sides, leaving Dian in a perilous state. Could it be that Dian must endure such indignity? At that moment, Su Jinying stepped forward. Recent discussions regarding the retrieval of the crown prince's remains had been plentiful. Thus, Emperor Jing granted special permission for Su Jinying to attend the court assembly. She clasped her hands and remarked, Your Majesty, I believe it is unnecessary to concern ourselves with the 300,000 soldiers of Wei. Oh, Emperor Jing seemed to see a glimmer of hope, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jinying. I nearly forgot. The crown prince often speaks highly of you, claiming you possess great foresight. Pray, enlighten us on this matter. Calmly, Su Jinying responded. As far as I know, the eldest, second, and third princes of Wei have either perished or fallen in battle. The fourth prince, Jiang Buhuan, is favored and trusted by the emperor of Wei, making it likely he will become the heir apparent. Given this, how could they dare to send Jiang Buhuan as an envoy to Dian and insist upon his marriage to Ning heir? Do they not fear that we might execute Jiang Buhuan on our soil? The underlying implications of her words had not dawned on the assembled officials. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing finally nodded in approval. Well said. Please, continue. Su Jinying asserted. I believe that at least until Jiang Buhuan departs safely from the territory of Dian, the 300,000 soldiers will not dare to make any rash moves. Upon hearing her words, Chen Shiqi immediately stood to oppose her. Your Highness, such reasoning is flawed. If Jiang Buhuan is indeed the favored son of the Emperor of Wei, why would he be sent to take such a risk in Dian? Wei has other princes, does it not? It appeared that Minister Chen was not well acquainted with the affairs of Wei. Su Jinying offered a slight smile. My loyalty lies with Dian. Naturally, I will focus my energy on our own affairs, leaving no time to concern myself with Wei. Chen Shiqi scoffed. Minister Chen's assertions are utterly misguided. In this time of tripartite contention, Understanding both oneself and the enemy is essential for victory. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Jinying. Enough of this quarrel. Let the princess continue, Emperor Jing interjected. With a gentle smile, Su Jinying resumed. In truth, the situation in Wei mirrors that of Dian. The heir has not yet been established, and the princes are all scheming to ascend to the Eastern Palace. The reason the Emperor of Wei has sent Jiang Buhuan as an envoy to Dian is quite clear. He aims for Jiang Buhuan to achieve merit during this journey, thereby justifying his elevation to crown prince and silencing dissent in the court. Moreover, the 300,000 soldiers do not intend to attack Dian. Their true objective is to issue a warning for us to treat Jiang Buhuan with care, ensuring his safety. Ultimately, it is merely a show of intimidation. After hearing Su Jinying's analysis, Emperor Jing's understanding became clear. Listen well, this is what you ought to be discussing. As those who partake in the emperor's bounty, you should also carry the burdens of the realm. When Dian faces true peril, you shall not utter a single word. Emperor Jing scolded the officials. Princess, he softened his tone. How do you propose we respond? Your Majesty, analysis aside, we must remain vigilant in the face of an army of 300,000. It is imperative to discreetly mobilize troops to support Guiyan City. Additionally, we must ensure Jiang Buhuan's safety. Otherwise, Wei may truly launch an assault. Very well. Issue a decree to command all stationed troops within 200 miles of Guiyan to rush to support, and further, dispatch soldiers along the way to safeguard Jiang Buhuan, ensuring his safe arrival in the imperial capital. Understood. Wei Hong promptly set about drafting the decree. And one more thing. Su Jinying continued, the northern front, with its 200,000 troops, lacks a commander. If this continues, morale will surely wane. With troubles brewing in the east, we cannot afford any missteps in the north. Emperor Jing understood well that hesitation in military matters is the gravest folly. The indecision of attack or retreat would inevitably lead to a disarrayed military morale. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing nodded once more. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, seemingly having reached a resolution. He issued a decree to the northern borders, appointing Deputy General Su Bishan to temporarily assume command, instructing him to steadfastly guard Xianzhong Plain, ensuring that the northern Liang beasts would not advance a single step into our Great Yan. The order was acknowledged. With a smile gracing his face, Emperor Jing turned his gaze towards Su Jinying. This woman had discerned the intentions of the Wei nation at a glance, demonstrating a keen insight that surpassed that of most officials in the court. It was no wonder the crown prince was so exceptional. After reflecting on this, Emperor Jing spoke again. The body of the crown prince, your majesty. Su Jinying anticipated his thoughts and interjected, suggesting that state affairs took precedence, and they should first address the Wei envoy. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief appeared on Emperor Jing's face. As night fell, in Jingde Garden, after listening to Su Jinying's account, Xiao Wanping smiled wryly while stroking his cheek. Although he had managed to exit the palace, being sent to the residence of the Duke of Loyalty and Trust felt akin to living under someone else's roof. Shaking his head, he sighed in resignation. He had anticipated that leaving the palace would afford him a residence where he would no longer need to feign madness. Yet now, upon arriving at the Gu residence, under the scrutinizing eyes of many, he found himself compelled to continue the charade. How exhausting. Well, Su Jinying smiled gently. His Majesty is merely protecting you. Do not take advantage of his kindness. Turning to his brother, Xiao Wanping raised a smile towards Duguyu. Brother, I apologize for dragging you into this. Duguyu replied. Your Highness, you jest. Leaving the palace grants me greater freedom, and I welcome it wholeheartedly. He seemed to eagerly anticipate the days ahead. Su Jinying's expression turned serious as she remarked, the Duke of Loyalty and Trust has 500 household guards, and with Duguyu and Zhao Shisan by your side, I can finally rest assured about your departure from the palace. Hearing this, Xiao Wanping felt warmth in his heart. Sister-in-law, rest easy. This fool of mine has foolish blessings and shall remain unharmed. Pausing, he then recalled Gu Shuqing. It had been several years since he last saw his betrothed, and her visage had become blurred in his memory. What would the most beautiful woman in the capital look like now? Would she be an enchanting goddess or an adorable little girl? Was she as majestic as Mount Everest or as broad as the Northeast Plain? Bah, what am I thinking? I must remain a man of military stature, impervious to the allure of beauty. Rubbing his head, Xiao Wanping mused. However, my father intends for me to marry Gu Shuqing, which presents a troublesome predicament. I understand your concerns, Su Jinying interjected. Once you wed Gu Shuqing, your ambitions may become apparent to her. The Duke of Loyalty and Trust is a staunch supporter of the court, and should matters come to light, the consequences would be dire. Sister-in-law, you are astute. Xiao Wanping could not help but admire Su Jiniying's quick wit. I had considered this as well, hence we must rely on your capabilities. Su Jiniying smiled at Xiao Wanping. What do you mean, sister-in-law? If you possess the ability to win Gu Shuqing's unwavering loyalty, she will undoubtedly stand by your side. And how could she turn against her family? Rather than that, I might as well wish for my hysteria not to subside, thus sparing me from the marriage altogether. Xiao Wanping jested casually. That won't do. To everyone's surprise, Su Jiniying's expression turned cold as she solemnly replied, regardless of the circumstances. I bear the responsibility to cure your hysteria. Beneath her reprimand lay a deep concern. Sister-in-law, I misspoke. Xiao Wanping quickly retracted his smile and bowed respectfully. As her demeanor softened, Su Jiniying continued, let us discuss the Wei Kingdom's envoy. What are your thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wanping responded, Sister-in-law, your analysis is not incorrect. The 300,000 soldiers are likely merely to bolster Jiang Buhuan's courage and will not launch an offensive against our Great Yan. However, he shifted his tone. Jiang Buhuan's intentions may not necessarily revolve around Ninger. Oh, what do you mean by that? Su Jiniying had long regarded Xiao Wanping with newfound respect. She had thought the Heavenly Secrets 18 Bureau had profoundly transformed him. It would be ideal for him to marry Ninger and return to the Wei Kingdom. In doing so, Jiang Buhuan's power would reach its zenith, and it would be natural for him to become the crown prince. If that does not come to pass, at the very least, he would still manage to embarrass our Great Yan, which would establish his authority. The three of them wore serious expressions. To the north lies Beiliang, and to the east, the Wei Kingdom has emerged. Should we fail to respond adequately, Great Yan could be in peril. Though discontent with his own circumstances, Xiao Wanping remained deeply concerned for Great Yan, as it was his home. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them with force. When the waters rise, we shall bury them in earth. In any case, we shall wait until Jiang Buhuan arrives to address the matter, he concluded with a yawn, standing up. Tomorrow, he would be moving out of the palace to reside at the Gu residence. Sister-in-law, I was contemplating, after leaving the palace, with Dugu protecting me and the 500 guards of the Gu residence, should we not keep Xiao Shisan by your side? That will not do. Su Jiniying immediately rejected the idea. I have been bestowed the title of Grand Princess. My status is akin to that of a noble, and for the time being, it is unlikely that anyone will pose a threat to us. Furthermore, His Majesty has stated that he will dispatch the Wind Spirit Guards to protect me. Xiao Shisan must remain with you. At this point, Su Jiniying could not help but admire Xiao Wanping's foresight. He had sacrificed the Blood Lotus Heart for her, earning not only 100,000 gold coins, but also the title of Grand Princess. This was significantly advantageous for both of them. I shall safeguard the 100,000 gold coins for you. They will be useful in the future. Simply notify me when needed. Indeed, Xiao Wanping acknowledged. The 100,000 gold coins were equivalent to 1 million taels of silver, and combined with the previous 300,000 taels, he had already amassed his first fortune before even leaving the palace. The future ahead was promising. He felt liberated, as if the sky was the limit. Let the 7th prince, the 5th prince, and the 3rd prince dare to challenge me. I shall make them bow down. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping's tone shifted. However, Father Emperor's decision to relocate you from the East Palace suggests he intends to re-establish the crown prince. A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. This was an inevitable development, and all they could do was hasten their pace. Su Jiniying had anticipated this outcome. The absence of a designated heir would inevitably lead to turmoil within the court. Emperor Jing's actions were, therefore, entirely reasonable. Let us speak of my betrothed, whom I have not seen for years. I have nearly forgotten her. Seemingly reluctant to dwell on this matter, Xiao Wanping rubbed his temples. Su Jiniying smiled and remarked, your betrothed is quite remarkable. I have heard that she has been gifted since childhood, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, particularly in poetry and literature, where her accomplishments would even earn the respect of great scholars. Poetry and literature? Xiao Wanping scoffed lightly. In these turbulent times, such pursuits are merely a means of leading the youth astray. Do not underestimate her, Su Jiniying cautioned. Su Jiniying continued, Gu Shuqing, that child, is pursued by many nobles, and Xiao Wanchong is among them, as you are already aware. But does she have someone she admires? I have not heard of any. Though those young scions often invite her to compose poetry, and she does not decline. Indeed, she is quite the social butterfly. With a resigned smile, Xiao Wanping remarked, "Such a beauty. Do you think she would fancy a fool like me? Regardless of her feelings, the emperor has decreed our union, and she has no choice in the matter." The three of them discussed matters outside the palace for a while longer, before agreeing on future correspondence and dispersing. Chapter 35. A gift from heaven. The following morning, accompanied by Wei Hong, Xiao Wanping finally exited the palace. A luxurious carriage glided along the grand streets of the imperial capital. Du Guyu was in charge of driving, while Wei Hong and Xiao Wanping occupied the interior. The sound of drums echoed, and Xiao Wanping returned to his whimsical demeanor. Observing this, Wei Hong hesitated for a moment, then lifted the curtain and addressed Du Guyu. "Come inside. The emperor has a message to convey." Upon hearing this, Du Guyu immediately called for another driver and joined them in the carriage. "Chief Steward, may I inquire what the emperor's message is?" Du Guyu inquired with exceptional deference. Wei Hong closed his eyes, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "The emperor has stated that should anything happen to the 8th prince, he must not perish before you." Du Guyu was taken aback, fully comprehending the Emperor Jing's intent. He was to protect Xiao Wanping with his life. "Please convey to the emperor that as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the 8th prince remains unharmed." "Excellent. The emperor trusts in your loyalty," Wei Hong replied with his characteristic squawking voice, which caused Xiao Wanping to feel somewhat nauseated. Instinctively, he shifted away. Du Guyu seemed to share the sentiment, though he dared not make any significant movements. Unexpectedly, Wei Hong's gaze toward Du Guyu grew increasingly warm, until it became quite suggestive. He then extended a hand, slowly grasping Du Guyu's left arm. Alas, among those in the palace who are both handsome and capable, it is none other than General Du Gu. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanping felt a wave of nausea and quickly turned his head away, stifling laughter. Indeed, even eunuchs have their preferences. Du Guyu hastily withdrew his arm, saying, "Chief Steward, you flatter me. I am but a humble servant." In that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Facing enemies was not nearly as taxing. Wei Hong chuckled, continuing, "You see, I have lived in the palace for many years, with no one to converse with to alleviate my solitude. My heart aches. The chief steward holds a high position and is deeply trusted by the emperor, surrounded by many admirers. How could that be? Oh, they merely covet my position and seek to exploit me. None are truly sincere." Pouting and twisting his head, Wei Hong displayed a distinctly feminine demeanor, sending a chill down Xiao Wanping's spine. Du Guyu stood rigid, scarcely daring to breathe. "I have observed you for quite some time. If you could keep me company and relieve my boredom, I assure you, within 6 months, I will have you appointed as the commander of the Wind Spirit Guard, freeing you from the company of this fool." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Du Guyu, his body brushing against him. "Your good intentions are noted, Chief Steward. But I must protect the 8th prince and cannot be absent." He sought the most tenuous justification. "Fear not. This fool shall soon be beyond your protection. When that time comes, the old servant will devise a means to summon you back to the palace, and we shall indulge in merriment." As he spoke, he erupted into a shrill laugh, shaking in exuberance. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wanping's heart jolted. What did he mean by not needing protection for long? Could it be that this elderly eunuch is privy to something? A cloud of doubt enveloped his mind, only to be swiftly interrupted by Du Guyu. Steward, I must venture out to drive. These clumsy servants might inadvertently harm you," he exclaimed, hastily exiting the carriage. The rhythmic thuds of drums echoed as only Xiao Wanping and Wei Hong remained within. Anxiety gripped him tightly. This old scoundrel, having failed to ensnare Du Guyu, would not be plotting against me, would he? Instantly, Xiao Wanping was filled with trepidation. Would I, upon entering this foreign realm, fall victim to a eunuch on my very first encounter? How utterly tragic. Fortunately, Wei Hong, upon seeing Du Guyu leave the carriage, adopted a stern expression. He cast a cold glance at Xiao Wanping and remarked, "You are indeed strikingly handsome, but alas, a fool. Such frivolity lacks amusement." With those words, a sigh of relief escaped Xiao Wanping. "Ah, the persona of a fool has spared my life. What fortuitous fortune." Just as he reveled in this realization, a commotion arose from the street outside. "Here they come. Don't miss out, fresh from the oven. Gu Shuqing's handwritten pieces, only 5 taels of silver. Miss this village, and there shall be no shop left." Peering through a gap in the curtain, Xiao Wanping caught sight of a young gentleman clad in blue, hawking his wares at the street corner. Taken aback, He noted the boy's attire. He should be well off. Yet here he was, peddling his goods. Strangely, upon his call, a throng of young aristocrats, who had been waiting patiently, surged toward him. Instantly, the entire street became congested, rendering their carriages immobile. Don't snatch. This one is mine. I arrived first. Step aside. I want that one. Here's the money. Take it. In no time, the boy's stall was besieged by the young nobles of the capital. Don't fight. Line up nicely, one by one. The young gentleman beamed widely, eagerly collecting his earnings. I say, Gu Xiao, with such a poor hand. Could this truly be your sister's work? Inquired a young scion, holding a piece of paper that bore an indecipherable design, unsure whether it depicted a dragon or a tiger. What do you know? My sister mentioned she is experimenting with new calligraphy. These are mere drafts. Smell it. There's a faint scent of powder on it. The young scion retorted, eagerly bringing the paper to his nose. His expression turned wistful. Indeed, the fragrance wafted pleasantly. I shall place it by my bedside tonight to accompany my slumber. With that, he departed the crowd with a lascivious grin. Xiao Wanping observed from the carriage. His curiosity piqued. Gu Xiao, is he not the brother of Gu Shuqing? I have heard this fellow is devoid of learning and often drives the loyal duke to the brink of madness. If he were to discover that the son of the esteemed Gu Feng is peddling on the streets, I dare say Gu Feng would be on the verge of a fit. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the calligraphy had been completely snatched away. Gu Xiao then retrieved a box from his bosom. The paintings have vanished. However, the highlight of today is this. He gestured towards a box. This is the rouge box that my sister just finished using. Let the bidding commence at 10 taels, with the highest bidder winning. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wanping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It turns out these paintings were merely an appetizer. This item is the main event. This fellow is rather intriguing. Wow, Miss Gu's rouge box. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. I'm placing a bid, 20 taels. 30 taels, no one dare contest me. What are you, a mere speck? Do you think Miss Gu would ever look your way? I bid 50 taels. I'll raise it to 60. After a flurry of bids, it ultimately sold for 150 taels. Inside the carriage, Xiao Wanping couldn't help but smile. A used rouge box, utterly worthless, was sold for 150 taels. It appears this lad possesses quite the marketing acumen. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind. Although he could occasionally extort a few 100,000 taels from his cheap imperial brothers, to maintain an army, a continuous influx of wealth was essential. Initially, he believed he was not as fortunate as other transmigrators who had a business prodigy by their side. Yet, upon leaving the palace, fate had delivered one to him. Chapter 36. The brother-in-law. After some time, Wei Hong grew impatient. He lifted the carriage curtain and shouted, "Leave at once. Do not hinder this steward's duties." Who are you to speak to the young master of the Gu family in such a manner? The young scions, accustomed to being imperious, were taken aback and questioned him. Indeed, open your eyes. This is Gu Xiao, son of the loyal and trustworthy Duke Gu Feng. Do not you dare depart without paying your respects. Wei Hong chuckled heartily. Oh, the young scion of the Gu family, how imposing you are. Upon hearing this laughter, Gu Xiao finally cast his gaze towards Wei Hong. The moment he did, he was startled. Gu Xiao promptly stowed away his belongings and assessed his wealth. No more sales, no more. Today ends here. Let us leave. Wait, Gu Xiao. I see you still have many fine items, like that fan. I desire it. Away with you. I said it's not for sale. Gu Xiao rolled up his items and approached the carriage, respectfully bowing. I greet you, Steward Wei. During the reign of Emperor Jing, Wei Hong often visited the Duke's residence, so Gu Xiao was naturally familiar with him. Xiao Wanping remained in the carriage, merely playing with his rattle drum, contemplating how to win Gu Xiao over to his side. Wei Hong replied, Young Master Gu, your business acumen is quite impressive. Does your father know of this? At this remark, Gu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, and he waved his hands frantically. Steward Wei, please do not inform my father. He would surely break my legs. With a cold laugh, Wei Hong turned his head back towards the carriage. Come on, I am on my way to the Gu household to deliver a decree. I can give you a ride. It is well known that Gu Xiao lacks academic prowess, and that Gu Feng is particularly strict with him, especially regarding his monthly allowance, which is meager. Wei Hong assumed he was merely hawking goods on the street to earn a little pocket money for indulgence, so he did not inquire further. He acknowledged twice. And Gu Xiao unreservedly boarded the carriage. Lifting the curtain, he caught sight of Xiao Wanping. Steward Wei, is this my future foolish brother-in-law? With words on his lips, He patted his backside, a smile gracing his lips as he boldly took a seat. Thud. How amusing. Xiao Wanping suddenly swung a rattle drum at Gu Xiao's face. Ouch. Gu Xiao grimaced in pain. Young Master Gu, this fool has been rather aggressive lately. You ought to tread carefully, Wei Hong chuckled, covering his mouth. After all, upon waking, Xiao Wanping would forget the events of the day, and outside the palace, he spoke without restraint, rubbing his sore cheek. Gu Xiao quickly shifted his seat further away from Xiao Wanping. My sister, a paragon of beauty and wisdom, must marry such a fool. His Majesty truly favors our Gu family. He began to grumble. Young Master Gu, such words should not be spoken lightly. Beware of losing your head. Wei Hong hastily covered his mouth. Shaking off his hand, Gu Xiao rolled his eyes, sizing up Xiao Wanping. Handsome indeed, what a pity. With a sigh, he gazed out the window, seemingly lamenting for Gu Shuqing. A smile flickered in Xiao Wanping's heart. His behavior indicated a decent sibling bond, not that of a madman. Young Master Gu, I noticed you seem to have made quite a bit of silver just now, Wei Hong observed, his eyes twinkling. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao immediately grasped his collar, adopting a defensive stance. Wei, what are you up to? He retorted. Tell me, if Lord Zhongxin discovered you were peddling in the streets, what would he think? Narrowing his eyes, Gu Xiao glared at Wei Hong, his mouth twitching. This old eunuch merely sought money. Why the need for threats? Wei, Gu Xiao said with a grin. You see, earning a little silver is no easy task. Do refrain from informing that old man. Clearing his throat, Wei Hong turned his head aside. Xiao Wanping was well aware that this was a blatant attempt at extortion. It seemed that outside the palace, Wei Hong had relaxed his demeanor, acting as if he were invisible. Wei, you toil so hard. Here is a small token for you to enjoy some tea. Gu Xiao quickly reacted, pulling out 20 taels of silver notes and offering them to Wei Hong. Yet, Wei Hong merely gazed skyward, refusing to take the notes. Gritting his teeth, Gu Xiao pulled out another 50. Is this sufficient, Wei? Still, Wei Hong remained silent. That greedy scoundrel. Xiao Wanping cursed inwardly. Sighing, Gu Xiao laid all his notes on display. Wei, how much do you want? Just tell me. His impatience was palpable. It seemed he detested such behavior as well. Finally, Wei Hong revealed a smile, accepting half the silver. Let us split it. After all, we don't want to sever our ties, do we? Chuckling, he added. 1/2 each. Gu Xiao feigned a smile, hastily pocketing the other half. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanping formed an initial impression of Gu Xiao, somewhat clever, quick to respond, adaptable. Yet, whether he harbored a righteous disdain for evildoers remained to be seen. After about 15 minutes, the carriage came to a steady halt. Your Highness, Wei, we have arrived at the Gu residence, said Duguyu from outside the carriage. Gu Xiao leaped down, while Duguyu, suppressing his nausea, assisted Wei Hong out. Followed by Xiao Wanping. Young master, where have you been? The master is looking for you. The guard at the gate immediately approached upon seeing Gu Xiao. Quickly inform your father. Someone from the palace has arrived. Xiao Wanping glanced at the Gu residence, noting the absence of extravagant decorations like Qilin stone lions. The entire estate was modestly sized, exuding an air of solemn dignity. Gu Feng was naturally aware that Wei Hong had come to deliver an imperial decree and had been waiting in the hall with anticipation. As soon as Xiao Wanping and Wei Hong arrived, he promptly went out to greet them alongside his family. Xiao Wanping harbored a sense of curiosity about the so-called most beautiful woman in the capital, scanning the crowd for her presence. Aside from Gu Feng and his wife, along with the housekeeper and a few servants, he did not spot Gu Shuqing. Zhongxin Bo received the decree. Wei Hong unfolded the imperial edict and proclaimed loudly, Zhongxin Bo Gu Feng, known for his loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, has a daughter, Shuqing, who is virtuous and gentle. Once the 8th prince recovers from his hysteria, they are to be wed. During this time, the 8th prince shall reside in the Gu household. I trust you will treat him well. Thus decreed. The old minister accepts the decree. Gu Feng raised his hands, displaying utmost respect. Just as he was about to take the edict, Xiao Wanping heard a delicate shout. I will not marry. Whoever wants to marry can go ahead. I refuse. Following the voice, Xiao Wanping beheld a striking young woman emerging from the inner courtyard, with exquisite features and a graceful figure. She resembled a fairy stepping out of a painting. Xiao Wanping stared, unintentionally smiling. He had encountered many beauties, yet this one exuded a distinctly different allure. Her beauty transcended mere physical appearance. It embodied an elegance of both character and demeanor. Is this to be my future daughter-in-law? Her grace and looks are beyond reproach. And her figure, Xiao Wanping's gaze drifted downward. As she moved, it was as if she carried two plump rabbits, playfully chasing each other. At such a young age, she possessed such remarkable poise. Xiao Wanping clicked his tongue in astonishment. Impudent. Gu Feng scolded sharply. Father, how can you bear to force me to marry him? Gu Shuqing's eyes glistened with tears, looking truly pitiable. Chapter 37. Do you need assistance? Upon hearing this, Wei Hong's expression hardened. Miss Gu, are you implying that you wish to defy the decree? The steward, I have not disciplined her properly. Please forgive me. Gu Feng stated as he accepted the edict and rose from the ground. Gu Shuqing stepped before Gu Feng, almost pleading, Father, I refuse to marry. Noticing her resolute tone, Xiao Wanping speculated whether she had someone she loved. However, he remained indifferent. If this marriage were to benefit him in the future, he would naturally accept it. If not, should it even pose an obstruction, regardless of her being the capital's most beautiful woman, he would not hesitate to act without mercy. As for romance, such trifles are of no interest. Do not be foolish, Gu Feng reprimanded. Marriage is a serious matter dictated by parental command, especially with His Majesty's decree. This is a dream come true for many. A dream come true. Gu Shuqing let out a bitter laugh. It is a nightmare for me. Gu Feng assumed her concern was over Xiao Wanping's hysteria and patiently explained, the Grand Princess has already sought a ghost doctor. I believe the prince's condition will soon improve. And if it does not improve? Gu Shuqing's eyes brimmed with tears. If it does not improve, you must still marry. Gu Feng replied firmly, word by word. Upon hearing those words, Gu Shuqing could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. No, I will not marry. I intend to enter the palace and beseech His Majesty to annul the engagement. With that, she attempted to leave. Stop her. Gu Feng commanded the guards to block Gu Shuqing's path. Your engagement with the prince was established more than a decade ago. If you refuse to marry him simply because he has fallen ill, how will the world perceive the Gu family? Gu Feng struggled to suppress his anger. I do not care how the world perceives it, Gu Shuqing retorted, displaying a touch of defiance. I do not wish to marry him, not because of his illness. Xiao Wanping, taken aback by her words, found her response intriguing. Unlike others, who regarded him as a fool, she claimed her refusal had nothing to do with his malady. I care not for your reasons. The imperial decree has been issued, and you have no choice, he stated, shaking slightly as a sense of despair washed over Gu Shuqing. What if I defy the decree? Impudent. Before Gu Feng could speak, Wei Hong interjected sharply. Do you truly wish to defy the decree? That is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Extermination of 9 clans? Gu Xiao, hearing this phrase, immediately paled in terror. Sister, please do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. I do not wish to meet our ancestors so soon. He rushed to Gu Shuqing's side, grasping her arm and shaking his head fervently. Gu Shuqing seemed momentarily stunned. The term extermination of 9 clans had always felt distant and foreign, yet now it loomed ominously before her, leaving her at a loss. With a heavy sigh, Gu stepped forward. Miss Gu, even if you do not consider your own safety, you must think of Lord Zhongxin and your mother. Your actions could endanger everyone in this household. Can you bear that? Xiao Wanping raised his eyes to the heavens, continuing his eccentric behavior, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Well then, do you still wish to defy the decree? Wei Hong asked coldly. Casting a glance at her family, Gu Shuqing shed a tear, then closed her eyes and knelt on the ground. Gu Shuqing, receive the decree. That is the correct choice, Wei Hong chuckled gleefully. Gu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly gestured for his wife to assist Gu Shuqing. Master Wei, we have prepared food and wine. Please come in. Thank you. Lord Zhongxin, Wei Hong replied, his face beaming. He was well aware that the invitation to dine was merely a pretext. Gu Feng would undoubtedly reward him for his efforts. And that was the true significance. As the two entered the reception room, everyone else dispersed. Under the guidance of the officials, Xiao Wanping was led to a courtyard. Gu Feng had long instructed his servants to tidy it up. Its arrangement was no less splendid than Gu Feng's own residence. Your Highness, Brother Dugu, you shall reside here from now on. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants, the steward said respectfully. Thank you for your efforts, Dugu acknowledged. Leading Xiao Wanping into the courtyard. Passing through the moon gate, to the left lay the master bedroom, which was designated for Xiao Wanping. On the right side, there are 5 houses designated for the guards and servants. In the center stands a modestly constructed rockery, simple yet delightful. The steward briefly introduced the courtyard, stating, "Your Highness." This courtyard is located in the southwest of the Gu residence, with a narrow alley behind it, seldom frequented by passers-by. The master has insisted on ensuring your tranquility. Although the steward appeared to converse with Xiao Wanping, his words were implicitly directed towards Dugu. "Very well, once your Highness regains consciousness, I shall convey the earnest concerns of Duke Zhongxin." "Thank you, Brother Dugu," the steward replied with a cheerful smile before taking his leave. As night fell, Xiao Wanping locked himself in his room, deeply contemplating Wei Hong's words from earlier in the carriage. Before long, "Dugu will no longer require protection?" What could that mean? Those words sounded ominously akin to a declaration of his imminent demise. Recalling how Xiao Wanchong had previously set him up without causing him harm, Xiao Wanping's eyes widened in sudden realization. Does Xiao Wanchong wish to drive me out of the palace? If so, it would make Xiao Wanrong's intent to kill me far simpler. And upon my death, Gu Shuqing would belong to Xiao Wanchong. Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, Xiao Wanping narrowed his eyes. What a pair of brothers, fixated on him without respite. It appears he must hasten his plans. He then set his sights on the 500 household troops of the Gu residence. If he could quietly turn them to his advantage, it would mark the inception of his own army. It is worth noting that both Xiao Wanrong and Xiao Wanchong possess their own troops. Given his current circumstances, Emperor Jing would never permit him to have personal soldiers. After all, how could a fool command an army? He would have to leverage the situation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the back wall of the room. Zhao Shirsand immediately became alert, descending from the beam. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Wanping, signaling him to remain silent. In an instant, he moved like a specter, silently slipping out of the room. Within moments, he returned. "It is Gu Shuqing," he announced. "Is it her?" Xiao Wanping expressed surprise. "What brings her to the back wall of my room at such a late hour?" Observing her demeanor, it seemed she intended to flee the Gu residence. A smile crept across his face as he quickly discerned her intentions. A runaway bride. Even if discovered, she wouldn't face annihilation. This girl possesses a touch of cleverness. It was time to meet this future bride of his. With a grin, Xiao Wanping stepped out of his room. Just as the wind spirit guard prepared to follow, he was dismissed. "I shall remain just behind the house. There is no need to accompany me." Upon reaching the back of the courtyard, Xiao Wanping saw Gu Shuqing disguised as a boy, dressed in servant attire, standing on the shoulders of a maid, stretching her hand to grasp the top of the wall. However, the wall was exceedingly high, and she dared not leap. Despite her efforts, she could not escape. "Do you require assistance?" Xiao Wanping asked softly, touching his nose. Startled by his voice, Gu Shuqing tumbled from the maid's shoulders. Her headscarf fell aside, revealing a cascade of silky hair. Xiao Wanping merely stood there, smiling, without any intention of offering her support. After quickly tidying her appearance, Gu Shuqing wore a somewhat awkward expression. Having encountered his highness, the maid promptly bowed in respect. Gu Shuqing shot a glare at Xiao Wanping, turning away as she coldly remarked, "At such a late hour, your highness seems to be in quite the leisurely mood, wandering about the back of the house." "Miss Gu, are you not the same?" Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gu Shuqing pouted, "The full moon hangs high. Does this young lady not have the right to take a stroll?" This girl could not even lie convincingly. Xiao Wanping nearly burst into laughter. "There is no curfew in the capital. If you wish to go out, why not use the front door instead of climbing over the wall?" Gu Shuqing found herself at a loss for words. "I do as I please. What business is it of yours?" She threw a small tantrum. Raising his hand to touch his nose, Xiao Wanping deliberately adopted an obnoxious grin. "Do you think that by running away from marriage, you can escape your father's punishment for the Gu family? Who said I was running away from marriage?" Gu Shuqing retorted defiantly. "Regardless of your intentions, from now on, you will see me every day at the Gu residence." Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing's brows furrowed in indignation. "On what grounds?" she demanded. "Simply because I am to be your future husband," Xiao Wanping replied, his smile fading as an air of dominance arose. "I shall never marry you." Gu Shuqing stamped her foot in frustration. Xiao Wanping, uninterested in her outburst, continued, "Whether you consent or not, if you disappear, I shall inform your father that Gu Feng deliberately incited you to flee, and your family will face dire consequences." "What a joke. If you run away, how would I seize the 500 private soldiers at your estate?" he added. "Besides, I still intend to use you to vex Xiao Wanchong." Gu Shuqing's face turned crimson with fury as she muttered, "Rogue." Just as she was about to turn away, Xiao Wanping's gaze inadvertently fell upon her chest. Miss Gu, how naive you are. Dressed like that, others might mistakenly believe you have been injured. He chuckled inwardly at her crude disguise. Her cheeks flushed once more. Gu Shuqing glared at him in anger. Vulgar, she exclaimed, hastily covering her chest with her hands. Previously, she had heard that he was meek when sober, yet a gentleman at heart. She never anticipated he would be such a lecher. Struggling to find the right words, Gu Shuqing pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Wanping. You didn't expect I would be such a scoundrel, did you? He interjected playfully. The maid beside them could no longer bear to watch and whispered, Miss, we should return quickly. Let us go, Gu Shuqing declared, no longer wishing to cast a glance at Xiao Wanping. Stop, he called out again. Ignoring him, she walked past. If you leave, I will immediately inform your father, he threatened. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing halted in her tracks, biting her lip and furrowing her brow. What else is there? Xiao Wanping smiled softly. I heard from Duguyu that your reluctance to marry me is not due to my affliction. Standing still, Gu Shuqing did not turn back, merely responding coldly. Illness can be treated, but a person devoid of ambition cannot be saved. Oh, Xiao Wanping raised an eyebrow. How do you know I lack ambition? At his words, Gu Shuqing slowly turned around, her frown easing into a look of skepticism. You? She scoffed. Do clarify. All day long, she remains hidden within the palace, tormented by the other princes, and whenever trouble arises, it is her elder brother who must come to her aid. Timid and hesitant in her demeanor, she dares not speak boldly. Is this what ambition looks like? Indeed, Gu Shuqing's words reflect the former Xiao Wanping. Without offering a defense, Xiao Wanping countered. Then, according to Miss Gu, what kind of individual would catch your eye? Raising her head, Gu Shuqing gazed at the full moon, her eyes brimming with longing. One who can shoot arrows from horseback, govern the realm from the ground, compose poetry at a desk, and possess a heart that embraces the world. Her lofty ideals reminded Xiao Wanping of the various interviews conducted by bloggers in his past life, where they asked women about their expectations for a boyfriend. My requirements are modest, one had said, a monthly salary of 200,000. Such a husband, he mused, ought to be sought in a temple. Xiao Wanping chuckled, touching his nose in amusement. What do you mean? Gu Shuqing turned to him. Make a wish to the Buddha. Perhaps he will grant you one. Her expression darkened as she shot him a glare. Your limitations do not reflect the capabilities of others. I am not overly ambitious. If one of those 4 criteria is met, a good character will suffice. It was evident she believed Xiao Wanping fell short on all counts. From your tone, it seems you have someone in mind already, Miss Gu. He probed. That is none of your concern. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense once more, the maid hastily interjected. Your Highness, our miss has declared that none of the men in the imperial city meet her standards. Mind your tongue, Gu Shuqing warned the maid with a fierce glare. Having gleaned the information he sought, Xiao Wanping clapped his hands. All right, the night is deepening. I shall refrain from informing Lord Zhongxin of today's events. You may leave. Pausing, he turned back to Gu Shuqing. Remember my words. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. With that, he turned on his heel, hands clasped behind his back. As he walked away, he looked up at the bright moon, deliberately reciting, human beings experience joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. This ancient truth is difficult to fulfill. May we wish for longevity, and share the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. Are you not fond of poetry? He taunted, leaving her with a weighty revelation to ponder. Hands clasped behind him, Xiao Wanping strolled away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Indeed, upon hearing those lines, Gu Shuqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her mouth agape, momentarily lost in place. The people come and go, let us depart as well, urged the maid. If Lord Gu were to see us in this attire, he would surely break the maid's legs. May we wish for longevity, and share the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. As if she had not heard, Gu Shuqing appeared entranced, allowing herself to be led back to her quarters. Once inside her boudoir, Gu Shuqing felt a restless unease. She meticulously transcribed the verses Xiao Wanping had recited onto several sheets of paper, fearing she might forget them. No, this cannot possibly be his composition. My lady, do not overthink it. You should rest, the maid suggested, but Gu Shuqing merely shook her head, undeterred. Could it be that he has resided in the palace for years, immersed in poetry? Yet, judging by his lewd and roguish demeanor, he hardly seems capable of crafting such exquisite lines, Gu Shuqing murmured to herself. The maid gently massaged her shoulders, pouting as she remarked, "Miss, in my humble opinion, this statement is not of great significance." "What do you know?" Gu Shuqing explained. "This phrase carries profound meaning, with sincere emotions. The first part describes a scene, while the latter expresses feelings, echoing harmoniously. The author of such a line must be a person of vast knowledge." "Him? That fool? A person of great learning? Do not jest with me, Mississippi." The maid, wary of showing any disrespect in front of Xiao Wanping, immediately revealed her true self upon returning to Gu Shuqing's chamber. "Indeed, it cannot possibly be him. This must have been copied." Gu Shuqing nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Yu stepped forward to report, "Your Highness, Madame Gu visited just now and mentioned that tomorrow evening, Gu Feng will host a banquet for his colleagues, hoping you can attend alongside Gu Shuqing." Chapter 39. The schemes fall through. Gu Feng is hosting a banquet for his colleagues? Xiao Wanping expressed surprise. The loyal duke seldom mingled with officials and did not form cliques. Why, upon my arrival at the Gu residence, would he choose to host a gathering? That is what Madame Gu conveyed. He wishes for me to attend with Gu Shuqing? Indeed, Your Highness, she specifically instructed so. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wanping quickly understood. Gu Feng intends to inform the officials of the imperial capital to keep an eye on their own wayward sons. Gu Shuqing has already been betrothed by the emperor and will soon marry Xiao Wanping. They should tread carefully and not cause any more trouble. Yes, that must be his intent. I did not expect this old stubborn man to be quite astute. Xiao Wanping touched his nose. Early the next morning, the Gu household bustled with activity. Everyone was busy preparing for the evening banquet, while Gu Xiao quietly entered Gu Shuqing's room. His movements were deft, as he made a beeline for her writing desk. After rummaging about, Gu Xiao discovered several sheets of paper pressed beneath the ink stone. Human emotions ebb and flow. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, he softly recited. Though he did not have a fondness for poetry, he could discern the quality of verses to some extent. He was astonished to find that his elder sister had reached such a level of poetic achievement. Without hesitation, Gu Xiao neatly folded the papers and tucked them into his bosom. Such exquisite lines, penned by his sister, would surely fetch a handsome sum. His heart brimmed with anticipation. The Gu residence was in a flurry of activity, and no one noticed Gu Xiao stealthily slipping out through the back door. Arriving at the same spot as the previous day, he began his sales pitch. This marked his third venture selling Gu Shuqing's belongings. He intended to amass enough funds to fulfill his aspirations before withdrawing. Even if Gu Feng were to discover this, he could only scold him. There was little else he could do. Before long, the young aristocrats, drawn by his calls, quickly gathered around. Do not crowd, do not crowd. Today, there are fine goods to behold. What treasures do you have? Hurry and show us. The crowd was eager with anticipation. Gu Xiao feigned mystery, covering his mouth as he said, "The eldest daughter of the Gu family has recently composed poetry, all written on paper. Interested? Enough with the chatter, name your price. I'll buy it all." The voice belonged to Dong Xingmin, son of the Minister of Works, who, like Xiao Wanchong, was a fervent admirer of Gu Shuqing. In line, one by one, just as yesterday, the highest bidder prevails. Gu Xiao was not so foolish as to sell exclusively to one person. Given Gu Shuqing's market value, it would be a disservice to herself not to take advantage of these wealthy young scions. The commotion here attracted the attention of a passerby. It was the fifth prince, presumably Gu Xiao. The individual was Xiao Wanchong, accompanied by a guard. It appeared he was selling Gu Shuqing's original calligraphy and paintings. "Let us take a look," he said, as he closed his folding fan and approached the crowd. "Make way." The guard forcefully parted the throng, and Xiao Wanchong made his way directly to Gu Xiao. "Who dares? According to the rules, one must queue." Dong Xingmin shouted in indignation as he was shoved aside. "Oh, Dong Xingmin, how imposing you are." Xiao Wanchong sneered. A glance back, and Dong Xingmin's bravado evaporated. Fifth prince. Despite his father being aligned with Xiao Wanchong, the relationship between them was strained due to Gu Shuqing. Xiao Wanchong understood the nuances and would not allow personal connections to overshadow his ambitions. He desired the beauty, but he yearned even more for the world. Ignoring the onlookers, Xiao Wanchong approached the stall directly. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Gu Xiao asked, somewhat awkwardly. "Today, Lord Gu has not hosted a banquet, so I am out selecting gifts for him," he replied with sincerity. "Very thoughtful of you." Gu Xiao nodded respectfully. Pointing with his fan at the array of papers on display, Xiao Wanchong inquired, "Did your sister write these?" "Indeed." He casually picked up a piece for examination, and Xiao Wanchang's pupils abruptly contracted. What exquisite verses! Truly timeless lines. Having delved into poetry for years to impress Gu Shuqing, he immediately recognized the quality of the work. Your Highness, you flatter me. Would you like to purchase? Gu Xiao asked timidly. Of course, I shall take them all, Xiao Wanchang declared. No way, we want them too. Dong Xingmin interjected immediately. The guard beside Xiao Wanchang glared fiercely, exuding a palpable intent to kill. Daring to compete with the fifth prince for these treasures is tantamount to courting death. The crowd fell silent. Gu Xiao, wary of opposing Xiao Wanchang, could only whisper, Your Highness, how much do you intend to offer? How much do you sell them for? Starting at 10 taels each. Very well. I shall purchase them all at double the price. Gu Xiao's face flushed crimson, and he inwardly cursed. Your Highness, please understand, it's 10 taels starting price. Not 10 taels per piece, he mustered the courage to say. Are you unwilling? Xiao Wanchang turned to him, a wicked smile spreading across his face. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to inform Lord Gu of this matter tonight. No, please. I am willing. Gu Xiao hastily acquiesced. Subsequently, Xiao Wanchang counted the pieces, 11 in total. Let us round it up. Here are 200 taels, keep the change. Gu Xiao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The fifth prince of Dayin brazenly engaged in coercive buying in public, even taking advantage of the situation. A tempest was brewing, indeed. Casually tossing down 2 banknotes, Xiao Wanchang departed the crowd, unaffected by the furious glares directed at him. The auspicious plans have once again fallen through, leaving Gu Xiao on the verge of tears. Initially, through the bidding process, these items could have fetched at least 1,000 taels. In the end, however, they barely reached 200. Previously, he had encountered Wei Hong, who had swindled him out of half his silver. This time, meeting Xiao Wanchang proved to be even worse. This young gentleman feels as if he has suffered 8 lifetimes of misfortune, having crossed paths with these 2 calamities. With a bitter smile, Gu Xiao closed his stall and returned to the Gu residence, causing the onlookers to disperse. On the way, Xiao Wanchang incessantly recited the verses written on paper. The verses were indeed exquisite, yet it seemed as though only the latter half had been penned. Your Highness, if you were to complete the first half and present it to Gu Shuqing tonight, you might win her heart, suggested a guard nearby. Well said, exclaimed Xiao Wanchang. Turning around, I shall leave the task of procuring a gift to you. I will return home to study. As night descended, the Gu residence was ablaze with lights. The steward welcomed the officials arriving for the banquet at the entrance. In the courtyard, 10 tables were set. Gu Feng sat at the head, flanked by high-ranking court officials, all of whom were either venerable or powerful. Meanwhile, the younger generation, including Xiao Wanping and Gu Shuqing, was seated to the right of the main table alongside Xiao Wanchang, Dong Xingmin, and other scions of noble families. An empty seat remained, as Gu Shuqing had yet to arrive. Eighth brother, how does it feel to be cast out of the palace by Father Emperor, forbidden to establish your own residence? How does it feel to live under the roof of another? Xiao Wanchang deliberately raised his voice to provoke embarrassment for Xiao Wanping in front of everyone. Chapter 40. A battle of wits. Seated with Xiao Wanping were the most promising youths of the imperial capital, sons of either ministers or deputy ministers. Naturally, they were all suitors vying for Gu Shuqing's affection. Unfazed, Xiao Wanping casually adjusted his clothing and sat down confidently. Fifth brother, I see Shuqing every day at the Gu residence. Father Emperor wishes for me to establish my own residence, but I have yet to agree. This statement struck like a heavy blow to Xiao Wanchang's heart. His lips twitched, and he let out a cold snort as he took his seat. After all his schemes had led to his mother's distress and his subsequent expulsion from the palace, he found it unbearable that Emperor Jing had allowed him to reside at the Gu estate and even arranged a marriage, which left Xiao Wanchang, who harbored feelings for Gu Shuqing, nearly sleepless. Xiao Wanping's deliberate mention of this matter was clearly aimed at reopening old wounds. Eighth Prince, I have heard that Miss Gu is resolutely unwilling to marry you. What use is it to see her every day? Spoke a young man sitting beside Xiao Wanchang. Who might you be? Xiao Wanping inquired suspiciously. I am Chun Wenchu, the son of the chief scribe of the Taichung Temple and the grandson of Minister Chen Shiqi. The young man proclaimed loudly, tilting his head proudly. Grandson of Minister Chen Shiqi? So, you and Xiao Wanchang and Xiao Wanrong are cousins then. Which makes you somewhat of a royal relative, Xiao Wanping replied with a slight smile. What a resounding title you bear. Not at all, Chun Wenchu countered. his lips curling into a smirk that could not be diminished by the weight of a mountain. Realizing that he and Xiao Wanchong were on the same side, Xiao Wanping continued, I have heard that Minister Chun was reprimanded by Father Emperor not long ago and is currently reflecting in isolation. No wonder he is absent today. Do not mention what ought to remain unspoken, remarked, entirely unperturbed. S. countenance darkened. Moreover, continued, the imperial decree has been issued, regardless of consent. She is destined to wed His Highness. This matter requires no concern from young master. He was not being submissive. Rather, he sought to prevent these extravagant youths from trampling upon his dignity. No one shall dare. This exchange of sharp words allowed the assembly of young gentlemen to see in a new light. Was he not labeled a fool? Yet how piercing his words were. In that moment, not even dared to utter a word of mockery. However, within his mind, a scheming calculation brewed. Enjoy your moment, fool. Soon, you shall find your face besmirched. Aspiring to wed? Perhaps in your next life. As they spoke, reluctantly pulled along by, made her appearance. Approaching the crowd, she shot an irate glare before turning her head aside. Observing this, S. heart leaped with delight. Who has vexed you? He inquired, yet his gaze remained fixed on. I have met with the fifth prince, stated, turning her head to offer a respectful nod. Do you still concern yourself with such formalities? S. words conveyed an intimate familiarity between them. Who has upset you? Speak to me, and I shall ensure that I turn him into a pig's head, unrecognizable even to his mother. His gaze remained locked onto. Upon hearing this, S. expression turned frosty. The matter involving the beautiful concubine and his elder brother was a sensitive topic. Should dare invoke it, he would not escape the consequences. With a resounding thud, slammed his hand upon the table and rose to his full height. What do you intend to do? Gasped in surprise. Taking a deep breath, revealed a charming smile. Fifth brother, this is my betrothed. Should there be inquiries, it is I who shall pose them. Disregarded this entirely, pressing on with his own question. Has he wronged you? Speak to me, and I will bring this matter before father. Her eyes tightly shut, offered no reply, appearing somewhat impatient. It matters not. Simply state whether His Highness has mistreated you, taunted with an air of confidence. Naturally, dared not reveal the events of the previous night. No one has offended me. Everyone, please take a seat, she coldly declared, gracefully settling down. To her left sat, and to her right was. Promptly claimed his seat, while, unwilling to be outdone, lifted his robe to sit as well. Ah, fifth prince, please wait, exclaimed, having procured a chair from somewhere to occupy his place. Father has instructed me to sit beside my sister, my apologies. Without waiting for his response, shoved him aside and positioned himself between and, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This brother-in-law possesses a certain wit. Little did he know, during the day, had ensnared, and the latter still harbored resentment, deliberately creating discord. Ladies and gentlemen, as all were gathered, finally rose to speak. Today, we host this banquet not for any trivial reason, but to announce that my daughter has been graciously bestowed in marriage by His Majesty and is soon to wed the 8th prince. The young lady has garnered the admiration of the talented youth in the capital, often engaging in discussions of poetry and prose with them. However, now that she is bound by a sacred marriage, it is prudent for all to exercise caution and maintain decorum. I, Gu, have always spoken my mind, and should I have offended anyone, I shall take the first cup as a form of self-punishment. With that said, Gu Feng raised his cup and drained it in one swift motion. Indeed, this banquet, as Xiao Wanping had anticipated, served as a warning to those who sought after Gu Shuqing. Congratulations, Elder Gu. His Majesty has personally bestowed a marriage decree upon you. This is an honor we could only dream of, exclaimed the officials, raising their cups in jubilation. Yet, Gu Shuqing wore a frosty expression, her laughter tinged with scorn. The atmosphere at Xiao Wanping's table was ominously silent. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, the faces of those present turned ashen, casting fierce glances at Xiao Wanping, as if they wished to devour him whole. Esteemed guests, have you heard? Shuqing is now under my protection. I kindly ask you to respect this arrangement. Should you persist in your pursuits, it will be seen as defiance against the imperial will, and I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Xiao Wanping was not enamored with Gu Shuqing. He had his own ulterior motives. The so-called beauty of the capital may be treasured by others, but to him, she was merely a means to an end. With a chuckle, Xiao Wanping raised his cup for a drink. Brother, did you catch that? He inquired of Xiao Wanchong. Setting down his cup, Wanchong managed a strained smile and replied, Eighth brother, From what I understand, there is an additional condition in the decree. At this, the crowd seemed to regain some hope. The son of the Minister of Works, Dong Xingmin, eagerly asked, "Fifth Prince, what is the condition?" Xiao Wanchong responded clearly. "As you all are aware, my eighth brother has been afflicted with a peculiar condition, hysteria. The decree states that he may only marry once he has recovered. Among the 11 individuals at the table, with the exception of Gu Xiao, not a single one wished for Xiao Wanping's recovery. This hysteria is strange. He may never fully heal," Xiao Wanchong remarked coldly. Aside from Dong Xingmin and Qin Wenqiu, the other young gentlemen lacked the standing to openly offend Xiao Wanping and could only harbor silent curses. They wished for this fool's condition to persist indefinitely. "Do not trouble yourself, Brother 5. I shall be rid of this hysteria within 6 months." The implication was clear. In half a year, Gu Shuqing would be his. Humph. Let us hope so. 6 months? If you survive until then, consider yourself fortunate, Xiao Wanchong chuckled inwardly. Chapter 41. This gift cannot be accepted. Gu Feng seemed disinclined to engage extensively with his peers. After delivering his remarks, he sat down to enjoy his meal and drink. Occasionally, a few officials approached to offer toasts, to which he merely responded with a smile. As for the entertaining performances, such as music and dance, they were conspicuously absent. The gathering devolved into a mere feast, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Noticing this, Xiao Wanchong rose and produced a slender brocade box from his robes, exclaiming, "Elder Gu, I have heard of your passion for calligraphy. By happenstance, I have come across an item that would suit you perfectly." He refrained from referring to himself as Your Highness in front of Gu Feng. Gu Feng promptly stood and clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Your Highness's kindness is appreciated, but I must insist that I am not accepting gifts today." The character of Gu Feng is well known among the officials. On ordinary days, he does not even step outside the doors of the Gu residence, let alone host banquets for them. The feast today is solely arranged for the matters concerning Xiao Wanping and Gu Shuqing. As for accepting gifts, that has never been witnessed before. It is precisely for this reason that Emperor Jing trusts him the most. "Lord Gu, what I present is not a precious item." Xiao Wanchong once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Observing this, Xiao Wanping scoffed inwardly. Was it not merely an attempt to cultivate a closer relationship with Gu Feng in front of everyone, in hopes of pursuing Gu Shuqing? Why the pretense? He continued to savor the delicacies without raising his head. "Lord Gu," an official at the main table said while bowing, "since His Highness has stated it is not a valuable item, why not open it for all to see? Indeed, it is rare for the fifth prince to show such thoughtfulness. Lord Gu should not decline." Immediately, the atmosphere in the hall grew lively once more, with everyone urging Gu Feng to accept Xiao Wanchong's gift. Gu Shuqing also looked at Xiao Wanchong with anticipation. Although Gu Feng was reluctant to host today, it would ultimately be inappropriate to refuse the sentiments of the guests. "Then, I implore His Highness to unveil it publicly for all to witness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchong's heart soared with joy as he stepped forward towards Gu Feng. One hand cradled a long, narrow brocade box while the other gently opened it. Inside lay a pen, its body a pristine white, with the tip ranging between shades of yellow and black. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the pen bore intricate engravings resembling armor. This pen, known as the whitewood armor pen, was crafted from iron white wood, with the tip derived from the tail of a greedy wolf, delicate yet resilient. When used for writing, it produced vigorous and powerful strokes, perfectly mirroring Gu Feng's upright character. Xiao Wanchong made a concerted effort to extol its virtues, while simultaneously flattering Gu Feng. "Wow!" the crowd exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with envy. "This pen is indeed a perfect gift for Lord Gu. The fifth prince has shown great thoughtfulness. To have procured such an item must have taken considerable effort." Various officials remarked. Even Gu Feng's expression softened slightly. Xiao Wanping tilted his head and smiled. One must admit that Xiao Wanchong had indeed put thought into this gift. Though a pen may not be deemed an item of great value, even if Gu Feng accepted it, Emperor Jing would not raise objections. Yet, the pen was undeniably rare. And given Gu Feng's passion for calligraphy, it was akin to presenting a sword to a hero, a match made in heaven. "The fifth prince is truly sincere, we feel ashamed." The Deputy Minister of Works, Dong Cheng, attempted to steer the discussion back to Xiao Wanchong. Xiao Wanping glanced at Gu Shuqing, noticing a hint of gratitude in her gaze towards Xiao Wanchong. Ultimately, Xiao Wanchong was merely seeking to win Gu Shuqing's favor. Gu Feng rose to his feet. accepting the pen from the brocade box and observing it closely. Clearly, he was prepared to accept this gift. Your Highness has shown great thoughtfulness. I, Gu, am grateful. Ahem. Xiao Wanping, struck by inspiration, stood up. All eyes immediately focused on him. Eighth brother, your throat is dry from drinking. What do you mean by standing up to cough? Xiao Wanchong felt a pang of unease. What scheme was this fellow about to concoct? Master Gu, this gift must not be accepted. Before Gu Feng could respond, Dong Cheng had already taken the lead in admonishing. Your Highness, such words seem rather inappropriate. You have not prepared a gift to honor Master Gu, yet you disallow others from offering one? Indeed, you claim to be Master Gu's future son-in-law, yet you appear utterly indifferent. Miss Gu marrying him would indeed be a disgrace. Xiao Wanping, lacking power and influence, spoke with utter disregard, as did the other officials. Gu Shuqing's brow furrowed at Xiao Wanping's actions, revealing her disdain. However, Gu Feng remained unfazed, slowly inquiring, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Unhurried, Xiao Wanping approached Xiao Wanchong and placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother 5, I understand your proud nature, but there is no need to use this occasion to belittle Master Gu. Xiao Wanchong abruptly turned, swatting his hand away. Pointing at his own nose, am I belittling Master Gu? Eighth brother, it is night. Do not speak recklessly. The crowd exchanged glances, wholly perplexed by Xiao Wanping's intent. Subsequently, Xiao Wanping elucidated, you presented a pin to Master Gu. Pin sounds like contempt, and Master Gu just held it before him in contemplation. Combined, does it not imply disdain? Xiao Wanchong's expression darkened, leaving him speechless as he pointed at Xiao Wanping. Although the explanation was rather strained, Xiao Wanping's words transformed the significance of the pin entirely. Brother 5, I know you often lament Master Gu's obstinacy and pretentiousness, yet there is no need to use this gift-giving occasion to disparage him. Xiao Wanping exaggeratedly added, Eighth brother, do not speak so carelessly. When have I ever uttered such words? Xiao Wanchong retorted, growing agitated. Pretending to be puzzled, Xiao Wanping dug at his ears. Oh, you never said that? Perhaps I misheard. Do not hold it against me, Brother 5. He chuckled lightly. At that moment, to argue over the truth would only serve to make Xiao Wanping appear the slanderer. Master Gu, Xiao Wanchong quickly addressed Gu Feng with a respectful gesture. I assure you, I had no such intention. Enough. Gu Feng interrupted. Your Highness, do not take offense. I originally wished to decline the gift. Since everyone has witnessed this, I kindly ask you to reclaim the pen, lest others gossip. Master Gu, Xiao Wanchong was poised to argue further, but Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, please be seated. Turning back, Xiao Wanping flashed a charming smile at Xiao Wanchong before returning to his seat. Shuqing, do eat more meat. You appear rather thin. Xiao Wanping deliberately placed a piece of meat into Gu Shuqing's bowl. Shooting him a glare, Gu Shuqing's immediate reaction was to push the meat away. If you do not wish for Master Gu to learn of last night's events, you ought to eat that piece of meat, Xiao Wanping whispered in her ear. Reluctantly, Gu Shuqing bit her lip, her face a picture of grievance, as she picked up the meat and chewed, tastelessly. Xiao Wanchong approached, fire glinting in his eyes. Were it not for the prohibition against carrying weapons into the residence, he might have been unable to restrain himself from confronting Xiao Wanping. The carefully prepared gift had, at Xiao Wanping's insinuation, become a mockery of Gu Feng? And here he was, flaunting affection in front of him? Xiao Wanchong's complexion fluctuated between red and white, his mood tempestuous. However, he swiftly subdued his anger, for the finest entertainment was yet to unfold. Chapter 42. The drinking game. After a brief interval, the revelers had imbibed enough to feel the effects of the wine. Chen Wenchu could hardly contain his eagerness to restore Xiao Wanchong's reputation. He raised his glass and proposed, Miss Gu, rather than merely drinking in vain, shall we engage in a drinking game? The youthful assembly, unlike the older officials, was invigorated by the suggestion. Splendid, exclaimed Xiao Wanchong, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Wanping, however, remained engrossed in his food and drink, his gaze steadfastly averted. What shall we play? They inquired. Chen Wenchu replied, Today, the host is Miss Gu, so she shall take the lead. Xiao Wanchong turned to Gu Shuqing, wearing an affable smile. Since Shuqing delights in poetry and couplets, let us compose couplets. Very well, let us proceed with couplets, Chen Wenchu readily agreed. The two harmonized in their enthusiasm, while Xiao Wanping observed silently, choosing not to interrupt. Upon hearing the proposal for couplets, Gu Shuqing, who had initially appeared troubled, finally exhibited a flicker of interest. Their gatherings generally revolved around elegant discourse, and with such a splendid opportunity at hand, she was determined not to let it slip away. Xiao Wanping continued, "Excellent. Then let Shuqing present the first line. Everyone present shall have the duration of a tea break to respond. Those who fail will face a penalty of 3 cups. Agreed." The assembly of young talents chorused. Xiao Wanping's expression stiffened as he inwardly lamented the predicament. He was a strategist, not a scholar of literature. When it came to crafting poetry, he knew he was outmatched by those who devoted their days to the study of verse. Furthermore, it was widely acknowledged that Xiao Wanping had diligently pursued literary knowledge to win Gu Shuqing's favor, possessing considerable literary prowess. He hoped that the line she proposed would not be overly challenging. Perhaps he could manage a response based on his limited knowledge. Noticing the flicker of unease on Xiao Wanping's face, Xiao Wanping felt a surge of delight. "You foolish man, do you still aspire to win Shuqing's heart? I shall ensure you are thoroughly embarrassed, and then I will petition the emperor to have you expelled from the Gu residence." With the effects of the wine emboldening her, Gu Shuqing raised her glass and smiled. "I have recently crafted a first line, and I humbly seek your esteemed counsel, gentlemen." When the subject of literature arose, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "We are all ears," responded Xiao Wanping, bowing his hands in respect. The commotion naturally drew the attention of those seated at the main table. Among them were esteemed scholars, and upon hearing the call for couplets, they paused their libations, turning to observe. Gu Shuqing leisurely set down her cup, parting her lips to reveal her pearly teeth. "The first line I propose is, 'Smoke weaves through the willows by the river bank.'" As this line was uttered, a hushed silence enveloped the group. It merely depicted a scene. Was it not rather simple? The literal interpretation conveyed the mist rising from the river, entwining with the willows along the shore. A noun, a verb, an adjective, followed by another noun. This was the most fundamental structure of a couplet. What could be so difficult about it? The scholars at the main table stroked their beards in contemplation. Among them, an elderly gentleman with white hair chuckled softly. "You youngsters ought to be cautious. This couplet is not as easily matched as you might think." He was Fang Hongqing, the Grand Academician of the National Academy. In contemporary terms, Fang Hongqing would be akin to the president of a prestigious university. In matters of literature, he was the most authoritative voice. The gathering of young scholars furrowed their brows in deep thought. Upon hearing Gu Shuqing's couplet, Xiao Wanping felt a surge of joy within. Was it not reminiscent of the timeless couplet "Smoke locks the pond willows" from the era of Qianlong in his past life? Though the artistic conception may fall slightly short, Gu Shuqing's ability to craft such a line clearly demonstrated her considerable expertise in poetry. He had encountered many talented individuals online who had deciphered this couplet, and thus he felt a sense of assurance. After a brief moment, Dong Xingmin was the first to step forward. "Miss Gu, this couplet is not difficult. I have already composed a response." "Oh, Mr. Dong, your talents are indeed impressive. May I ask what your couplet is?" Gu Shuqing inquired. Clearing his throat, Dong Xingmin stood with an air of self-satisfaction, announcing, "My response is, 'The moon casts shadows on the clear stream.'" Chen Wenqiu also rose, adding, "My response is somewhat similar. 'The wind rustles through the bamboo grove.'" Excellent. The antithesis is well-structured, and the imagery resonates beautifully. You both are truly gifted. Applause erupted from some less discerning young nobles in the room. Xiao Wanping nearly choked on his meal, hastily lifting his cup to wash it down with wine. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" Chen Wenqiu's expression darkened with displeasure. "Is there a flaw in our couplets?" Dong Xingmin chimed in, emboldened by the effects of the wine. Xiao Wanping felt a rush of blood to his head. He stood, pointing his chopsticks at the two. "You failed to perceive the hidden traps within the initial couplet and yet dare to present your attempts? It's laughable, simply laughable." Chen Wenqiu's face flushed with indignation. "The merit of our couplets is not for you to judge," Dong Xingmin interjected, restraining Chen Wenqiu as they both turned to the esteemed official, Fang Hongqing, at the main table. "Sir Fang, we humbly request your wisdom in determining the quality of our couplets." Fang Hongqing stroked his beard, chuckling softly as he rose. "Gentlemen, while your responses may indeed align with the text, in terms of elegance and symmetry, they are worlds apart." Upon hearing this, both men's confidence waned, and they felt their faces grow warm, still unaware of the root of their misstep. They then turned to Gu Shuqing, seemingly clutching at her as their last hope. To their surprise, Gu Shuqing gracefully stood. "Gentlemen, the intricacies of my couplet are indeed subtle. and it is only natural that you did not discern them." Upon hearing her words, the two awkwardly clasped their fists in salute to the gathering and resumed their seats. The other guests, initially inclined to rise, quickly reconsidered upon hearing Gu Shuqing's statement. Their own couplets paled in comparison to those of Chen Wenchu and Dong Xingmin, leaving them hesitant to further embarrass themselves. "Punish them with a drink," Xiao Wanping declared, pointing at Dong Xingmin and Chen Wenchu, his gaze already somewhat bleary. After shooting Xiao Wanping a glare, the two raised their cups and drank deeply. "The Eighth Prince speaks with clarity. You must have already conceived a response in your mind. Why not share it with us? To enlighten our understanding?" "Yes, do share, so we may recognize our shortcomings," Chen Wenchu added, his tone laced with sarcasm. "A fool who is awake only 6 hours a day has little time to delve into poetry," Chen Wenchu mused, convinced that Xiao Wanping would be unable to respond. Leaning back in his chair with closed eyes, Xiao Wanping smiled. "Elder brother, you are my senior. It is only fitting that you take the lead." Xiao Wanchong cast a glance at him and coldly remarked, "Do you think I cannot compose a couplet?" Fifth brother jested, "You are the most accomplished poet among the princes. And if you cannot create one, who else could? To elevate you to the heavens only to trample you beneath their feet. How will you manage then?" Xiao Wanchong was not foolish. He understood Xiao Wanping's intentions, regardless of the self-aggrandizement. Xiao Wanchong stood tall and first reiterated Gu Shuqing's first line, "Smoke weaves through the willows by the river." He then added, "Shuqing, while your first line may appear ordinary, each character, when dissected, reveals the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing involuntarily displayed a look of admiration. Chapter 43. A scholar of national studies. Though the effects of wine bubbled within him, Xiao Wanping's mind remained clear. Given Xiao Wanchong's literary acumen, Xiao Wanping was aware that he could discern the intricacies of the first line. However, he firmly believed that within the span of a single cup of tea, Xiao Wanchong would not be able to conceive a matching second line. Chen Wenchu and Dong Xingmin exchanged glances, their expressions once again awkward. After hearing Xiao Wanchong's explanation, they finally understood the source of the dilemma. At the adjacent table, Fang Hongqing listened intently to Xiao Wanchong's words, stroking his beard in anticipation. Gu Shuqing also looked at Xiao Wanchong with eager expectation, hoping he could produce a well-crafted second line. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Xiao Wanchong slowly spoke. "Esteemed guests, my second line is, peaches fall by the shimmering bank. Outside Xingyang City, there is a river named the Shimmering River. And this second line conveys the notion of peach and plum blossoms falling upon its shores." "Excellent, excellent." Chen Wenchu immediately offered a compliment. "The characters align perfectly, and each of the 5 bears the essence of the 5 elements. Your Highness's intellect is truly remarkable. We are humbled in your presence." The assembly of young gentlemen applauded in unison, exclaiming their admiration. "We are indeed humbled." Xiao Wanchong bowed to each of them, then glanced at Xiao Wanping, pride evident on his face. Even Gu Shuqing nodded subtly, though her expression remained inscrutable, as if she were still not entirely satisfied. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wanping unabashedly declared, "Nonsense. Eighth brother." Xiao Wanchong's temper flared. "Refrain from your drunken antics. Whether it is good or bad, it is up to Master Fang to judge, not your mad assertions." Gu Shuqing also stood, clasping her hands respectfully. "We kindly request Master Fang's assessment." Fang Hongqing, eager to support the younger generation, rose and stated, "Your Highness's second line is, at best, a forced match. However, although it contains the water radical, the character fall has a grass radical at the top, which does not render it particularly harmonious." Xiao Wanchong's expression stiffened, caught in a moment of embarrassment. Observing this, the Deputy Minister of Works, Dong Cheng, promptly stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Master Fang, while your words hold merit, it is indeed impressive that within such a brief span, His Highness could produce a second line. One must recognize that Miss Gu's first line is exceptional. I pondered for a long while and found no inspiration." He belittled himself to preserve Xiao Wanchong's dignity. However, his son Dong Xingmin disdainfully shook his head. He viewed Xiao Wanchong as a rival, yet his father staunchly sided with him, leaving Dong Xingmin harboring discontent. The relationship between the father and son was rather complex. Indeed, Chen Wenchu immediately concurred. "His Highness possesses great talent. I refuse to believe that anyone else present could compose a matching second line." Upon hearing this, Fang Hongqing stroked his grizzled beard and offered a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying. Observing this, Gu Shuqing felt a stir within her heart, stepping forward a few paces to bow respectfully to Fong. Esteemed Sir Fong, it seems you two have crafted a couplet? She deliberately bypassed Xiao Wanping, firmly believing that the one afflicted with hysteria could not possibly produce a second line. I humbly seek your guidance, Sir Fong. Xiao Wanchong also clasped his hands in a salute, deftly shifting the topic. Fong Hongqing was recognized as a grand scholar of the Great Yan Dynasty. Losing to him would bring no shame. I happen to have a second line, he declared. At this, Gu Feng smiled and interjected. In that case, Sir Fong, do not withhold your brilliance. Present your second line and enlighten these younger generations. Well, since you insist, I shall present my humble attempt. Rising from his seat, Fong Hongqing shook his head and proclaimed, my second line is Cannon Pile River Bridge Town. As his words fell, Xiao Wanchong immediately praised, what a splendid second line. Not only is it grand in spirit, but it also exhibits perfect symmetry, encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sir Fong is truly gifted. We younger ones are left in awe. He was eager to draw this esteemed scholar into his fold, yet his efforts proved futile. One must understand that Fong Hongqing's disciples were widespread throughout the court. Whosoever could secure his allegiance would find the position in the Eastern Palace within close reach. Thus, regardless of the quality of the second line, Xiao Wanchong continued to applaud. Gu Shuqing relaxed her brow, offering a slight smile, though she refrained from speaking. Xiao Wanping rose once more, grasping a wine jug unsteadily as he stumbled to the center of the gathering. In my humble opinion, while Sir Fong's couplet possesses depth and encompasses the 5 elements, it cannot be deemed absolutely symmetrical. His words immediately incited an uproar. Chun Wenshu slammed the table, standing to declare, Your Highness, how dare you question Sir Fong's couplet? It seems you have indulged too much and begun to speak nonsense. Dong Xingmin relished the spectacle. Old Eighth, Xiao Wanchong chimed in. Do not let a few sips of horse urine lead you to such folly. Sir Fong is a master of the Imperial Academy. I cannot believe anyone here could produce a better second line than he. Gu Shuqing, witnessing Xiao Wanping's demeanor, furrowed her brow, shaking her head in silent lament. If you cannot produce one, why must you stand and disgrace yourself? The thought of marrying such a man filled her heart with sorrow once more. Gentlemen, Fong Hongqing smiled amiably, slightly raising his hand to quell the uproar. In truth, what His Highness has said holds merit. My second line is not particularly symmetrical. At these words, Xiao Wanping was taken aback. He had assumed that these scholars would be self-important, yet Fong Hongqing had openly acknowledged his own shortcomings. This revelation shattered his preconceived notions of erudition. This old fellow is quite intriguing. How could that be? Sir Fong's second line far surpasses mine, Xiao Wanchong quickly defended. If this elder truly confessed to the lack of symmetry in his line, it would only validate Xiao Wanping's words, indirectly confirming his own ignorance. The embarrassment would fall back upon himself. No. Fong Hongqing promptly gestured with his hand, stating, the second line I have, Cannon Pile River Bridge Town, may appear symmetrical at first glance, yet the latter 3 characters River Bridge Town cannot be separated. They represent a single noun. In contrast, Miss Shuqing's first line, Smoke Twisting River Pond Willow, describes the willows of the river pond, consisting of an adjective followed by a noun, thus they are distinct. Upon hearing this, several pretentious young scholars suddenly grasped the meaning. Gu Shuqing had already discerned the crux of the matter, but refrained from voicing it out of respect for Fong Hongqing. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanchong's complexion turned a deep shade of red. He had intended to use this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Fong Hongqing, only to find himself humiliated instead. Your magnanimity, sir, is admirable, Gu Shuqing sincerely remarked, bowing slightly. However, this action inadvertently corroborated Fong Hongqing's assertion that the second line was indeed flawed. Xiao Wanchong remained frozen, hastily signaling to Dong Cheng. The latter resorted to his usual tactic, attempting to shift the topic to alleviate Xiao Wanchong's embarrassment. Your Highness, you have made a spectacle of yourself multiple times. Could it be that you have composed a second line? The crowd's attention shifted once more to the swaying Xiao Wanping. Could he possibly produce a second line? Chun Wenshu burst into laughter, for he was the grandson of Chen Shiqi, a member of the royal family, and spoke without reservation to a foolish prince. If you can produce a symmetrical second line, what will you do? Xiao Wanping, reeking of alcohol, exuded an imposing presence. If you can indeed compose a second line that receives the approval of Sir Fong and Miss Gu, I shall consume all the wine on this table. Chen Wenchu, feeling the effects of the wine, felt his blood rise. With 5 or 6 jugs of wine remaining on the table and already feeling tipsy, consuming it all would certainly lead to public embarrassment. You said it yourself. Xiao Wanping pointed at Chen Wenchu's nose. Listen well. My second line is, Cannon Town Sea City Tower, he proclaimed, delivering what could be considered the finest second line in history. As soon as Xiao Wanping's words fell, there was a moment of silence in the room, with varying expressions on each face. Those uninvolved officials and young scholars bowed their heads in contemplation. Xiao Wanchong, meanwhile, contorted his features, as if he had swallowed a fly, clearly realizing his defeat. Looking at Gu Shuqing, she was filled with disbelief, staring intently at the unsteady Xiao Wanping. Could he truly possess such talent? No, it was impossible. How could a person afflicted with hysteria have the time to study such matters? He must have merely stumbled upon the right answer by chance. She was unwilling to accept this, repeatedly telling herself so. Very well. Before anyone could speak, Fong Hongqing was the first to react. Your Highness's second line not only possesses an overwhelming grandeur, surpassing my own, but also conveys a profound meaning, with perfect symmetry. It is indeed an exquisite second line. I, a humble scholar, willingly concede defeat. Fong Hongqing's words undoubtedly affirmed that Xiao Wanping's second line was the finest in the room, unmatched by any others. Shuqing, what do you think? Xiao Wanchong, still not ready to concede, turned to Gu Shuqing. As long as she, the principal party, denied it, even the best second line would be rendered insignificant. Your Highness's second line is indeed the best. Gu Shuqing uttered a phrase with great effort. She maintained her principles, never allowing personal preferences to overshadow the true essence of literature. Xiao Wanchong, rendered speechless, let out a cold snort and returned to his seat. The others also took their places. Naturally, Xiao Wanping would not let Chen Wenchu escape unscathed. Brother Chen, I wonder if what you just said holds any weight? Chen Wenchu's face flushed crimson as he glanced at Xiao Wanchong, seeking assistance. However, Xiao Wanchong, having already lost face, was unwilling to further humiliate himself. He turned his gaze away from Chen Wenchu. Left with no choice, Chen Wenchu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, if we must drink, then let it be." With that, he seized the wine jug from the table and began pouring it into his mouth. Initially, he exuded a grandiose spirit, but after downing no more than 5 jugs, the food in his stomach, spurred by the alcohol, erupted violently. With a retch, he expelled the contents, much to the horror of those present, particularly splattering Xiao Wanchong. Witnessing this, Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow, covering her nose in disgust. Gu Xiao could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Chen is indeed bold. Even his drunkenness is a spectacle to behold. I am thoroughly impressed." He was well aware of the camaraderie between Chen Wenchu and Xiao Wanchong. Yet he dared not confront Xiao Wanchong directly. Hence, he vented his frustrations on Chen Wenchu instead. After regurgitating several more times, Chen Wenchu finally collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. "What a disgraceful display. Quickly remove him," Xiao Wanchong urged as he brushed off the filth on himself. Servants promptly arrived to carry Chen Wenchu away. "Fifth brother, you reek terribly. It would be wise to return home and change your clothes lest you offend everyone," Xiao Wanping remarked, covering his nose with a chuckle. Humph! Xiao Wanchong felt a surge of indignation, his blood boiling with resentment. How could he simply let this go? No need. With that, he cast aside his outer robe and continued to drink in his inner garments. After a moment, he spoke again. "I wonder, Shuqing, do you have a couplet in mind?" Following this incident, Gu Shuqing seemed to lose her enthusiasm and shook her head. "Your Highness, it seems rather unjust for a humble lady like myself to produce a couplet. Why not let you present the first line this time, and we shall respond accordingly?" This was the invitation Xiao Wanchong had been waiting for, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "If that is the case, I shall embarrass myself," he declared, shooting a glare at Xiao Wanping before continuing. "This couplet pertains to my 8th brother." "Pertains to me?" Xiao Wanping exclaimed, pointing at himself in surprise. He understood that his opponent was about to launch another challenge. "Indeed, my 8th brother previously resided in the star-picking pavilion. I made slight modifications and composed a first line for everyone's amusement." Burping from the alcohol, Xiao Wanping gasped, then let it come forth. Fueled by liquor, he appeared spirited and bold. He did not believe that Xiao Wanchong could devise anything extraordinary. With the knowledge he had accumulated from later years, he was confident he could handle whatever came his way. Gu Shuqing could not resist stealing a glance, momentarily unable to discern what kind of person Xiao Wanping truly was. Humph, Xiao Wanchong sneered, then listened closely. My first line is, star-picking tower, difficult to pick stars. Atop the star-picking tower, it is difficult to pick stars. The star tower is eternal. The stars are eternally difficult to pick. Upon delivering this couplet, Xiao Wanchong smirked, casting a cold gaze at Xiao Wanping. The meaning of this couplet is not difficult to comprehend. It expresses that the star tower, despite its lofty aspirations, is akin to a mere ant striving to ascend to the heavens, an endeavor utterly impossible for Xiao Wanping. The star tower may endure for millennia. Yet Xiao Wanping himself is unlikely to survive long. In essence, this couplet serves to belittle Xiao Wanping, highlighting his predicament of lacking power and influence. Upon hearing the couplet, Xiao Wanping found it somewhat familiar. After careful consideration, he recalled its resemblance to a famous couplet from the Wangjiang Pavilion in Chengdu from his previous life. He had visited the Wangjiang Pavilion and vividly remembered that couplet. It must have taken Xiao Wanchong considerable time to craft this couplet to mock him. At that moment, Xiao Wanping devised a plan. Although it would be indeed challenging to respond on the spot, he found it quite simple to alter the second line slightly. After a brief silence at the table, the wealthy young gentleman began to grasp the meaning of the first line and stifled their laughter. Meanwhile, Gu Shuqing regarded Xiao Wanping with an unperturbed gaze, curious to see how he would react. After a slight belch, Xiao Wanping waved his hand dismissively. Is that all? His nonchalance surprised everyone. Could it be that he had managed to come up with a response? The difficulty of the first line lay not in finding a match, but in how Xiao Wanping could cleverly counter Xiao Wanchong while doing so. Old 8, don't just talk. You really should respond, urged Xiao Wanchong, confident that Xiao Wanping would not be able to counter in such a short time. Even if he did, he believed he would still hold the upper hand. Xiao Wanping picked up his chopsticks and tapped the wine jug. Then listened closely. My second line is, the dragon locking well, tightly locks the dragon, securely locking the dragon in the well for 10,000 years. The first line, the star tower. Difficult to pluck stars. It is hard to pluck stars atop the star tower. Enduring for eternity. Stars are hard to pluck for eternity. The second line, the dragon locking well, tightly locks the dragon, securely locking the dragon in the well for 10,000 years. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. How impeccably structured. Gu Xiao stared wide-eyed at Xiao Wanping in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Shuqing held her wine cup suspended in midair, motionless. It is essential to emphasize that this book contains no romantic storyline. In the ensuing chapters, the protagonist's actions and words are solely aimed at achieving his objectives, not reflecting his true feelings. Chapter 45. Baseborn the dragon locking well, tightly locks the dragon, securely locking the dragon in the well for 10,000 years. Gu Shuqing repeatedly recited the lines, her brow furrowed as she glanced again at the somewhat tipsy Xiao Wanping. This fellow, is he truly a fool? It is astonishing that he could produce such an exquisite response in mere moments, and even counter the fifth prince. In stark contrast, Xiao Wanchong's face darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. The implication of the second line suggested that even if Xiao Wanchong ascended to the throne and became the true dragon, he would still be confined in the well for 10,000 years, and tightly bound at that. This was undoubtedly a powerful retort. Impossible. You fool. How could you possibly respond to my first line in just a few moments? Absolutely inconceivable. Xiao Wanchong's defenses finally crumbled. I spent 4 to 5 months crafting that first line. You must have known it in advance and prepared accordingly, haven't you? With a dismissive chuckle, Xiao Wanping replied. As you have stated, I am but a powerless prince, surrounded by no one I can truly trust. How could I possibly know your couplet? His speech began to falter slightly. Moreover, the illustrious residence of the fifth prince being robbed of its couplet would surely invite ridicule upon my brother. This declaration rendered Xiao Wanchong's face crimson with embarrassment. I do not believe this is your response, he continued to argue. Dong Xingmin interjected, shaking the wine glass in his hand. Eighth Prince, your brother doubts the authenticity of your reply. If you possess genuine talent, produce another couplet to win his heart. He relished the spectacle of these princes vying for supremacy, viewing both as rivals for the affections of the lady in question. Why not? Xiao Wanping rose, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Gu Shuqing. Since Shuqing is my betrothed, I shall use this as my theme for a couplet. Bravo, brother-in-law. Gu Xiao was the first to applaud. By putting Xiao Wanchong in a difficult position, Xiao Wanping had inadvertently avenged himself. Gu Xiao's perception of him shifted dramatically, leading him to address him as brother-in-law. "Do not call me that indiscriminately. Who is your brother-in-law?" Gu Shuqing admonished, her eyes narrowing. With a subtle smile, Xiao Wanping remained unfazed and declared loudly, "Listen closely, my reply is, love shooting, love Shuqing. In the pavilion of love for Shuqing, shooting in autumn. Shuqing in autumn." As soon as he finished, Gu Shuqing's cheeks flushed. What a scoundrel! The implication was unmistakable, reflecting the sentiment that a day apart felt like 3 autumns. Yet, what was the meaning behind the line about loving Shuqing in the pavilion? The thought made her cheeks burn even hotter. How vulgar! She could not help but mutter. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Wanping resumed his seat, disregarding Gu Shuqing's discomfort. "In time, Shuqing and I shall surely share a deep bond. A mere day apart feels like 3 autumns." The onlookers attributed his words to intoxication, dismissing any deeper meaning. "Brother-in-law, I did not expect you to possess such genuine talent. I had previously underestimated you," Gu Xiao remarked. "How could a mere couplet pose a challenge to me?" With that, Xiao Wanping seized the wine jug once more. "Brother-in-law, hold on a moment. You have had too much to drink and your words are becoming slurred." Gu Xiao swiftly took away his wine cup, patting him on the back. At that moment, Gu Xiao felt immense satisfaction. "You thought to bully others with your status. How does it feel now, being countered?" He looked at Xiao Wanchong, who was now rendered speechless. In frustration, he bit into a piece of meat, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Brother, what now? Do you still claim that I had prior knowledge of your couplet?" Xiao Wanping was determined not to let the matter rest. "Humph," Xiao Wanchong merely grunted, burying his head in his drink. "A mere clown? With your disposition, should you ascend the throne, the Great Yan would be in peril." Although the effects of the alcohol were evident, Xiao Wanping's mind remained relatively clear. An awkward silence enveloped the room. After a moment, a young man spoke up. "Miss Gu, I have heard that you recently composed a poem." "A poem?" Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow. "I have not written anything recently." Subsequently, the young man smiled and remarked, "Humanity experiences joy and sorrow, and the moon undergoes phases of brightness and dimness. This matter has been difficult to achieve throughout history. Yet I hope for the enduring bond of humanity, sharing the beauty of the moon over 1,000 miles." Such a timeless phrase, Miss Gu, should not be met with modesty. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing appeared utterly astonished. Had last night's incident become known? She was unaware that her brother had secretly been selling her possessions. "This is not my work." Gu Shuqing turned her face away, stealing a glance at Xiao Wanping. Hearing this, Xiao Wanchong felt a surge of delight, and an idea began to form in his mind. If so, it could certainly restore the dignity he had just lost. "Shuqing, if these verses are not yours, then whose are they?" he hurriedly inquired. In Gu Shuqing's heart, she too found it hard to believe that Xiao Wanping could compose such eloquent lines. "I do not know," she could only evade. Indeed, she was unaware. Xiao Wanping had no intention of concealing the truth. If he did not reveal a hint of his brilliance, life in the Gu household would become quite challenging. "What does it matter to you?" Xiao Wanchong looked at Xiao Wanping with some irritation. "How could it not matter to me? This poem was inspired by a dream of mine and gifted to Shuqing." "Inspired by a dream?" Xiao Wanchong laughed derisively. "Old 8, I believe you have truly overindulged. Do not think that by merely matching a few couplets, you can adorn yourself with glory. Such a timeless masterpiece could never have been penned by a fool like you." He had informants in the palace and was aware that Xiao Wanping rarely read, making it impossible for him to possess such talent to craft these verses. Xiao Wanchong was utterly convinced of this. The implication behind Xiao Wanping's words was clear to all. Inspired by a dream was merely a humble pretense, ultimately suggesting that he himself had composed the work. Gu Shuqing's face was a picture of confusion. Initially, she did not believe him, yet tonight, Xiao Wanping had managed to impress the esteemed scholar Feng Hongqing, which left her somewhat swayed. Fifth brother, Xiao Wanping, with his eyes closed, pointed a chopstick at him. "I advise you to cease your antics, or the one who will be embarrassed is you." He truly wished to disengage from this troublesome matter. Sensing the effects of alcohol, Xiao Wanping stood, bowing to the assembly. "I have drunk too much today. Please, carry on without me. I shall take my leave." Observing this, Xiao Wanchong became even more convinced that Xiao Wanping was attempting to escape. "Umph, after slapping my face, you think you can run away so easily?" "Old 8, Xiao Wanchong called out to him. "You claim these verses are inspired by a dream. Such baseless assertions cannot earn trust. Believe it or not, Xiao Wanping turned back, casting a disdainful glance at him before continuing on his way. He even forgot to greet Gu Feng. Stop! Xiao Wanchong called out again. I see you are merely feeling guilty and trying to flee. The notion of being inspired by a dream is utter nonsense. Fifth Prince, do you perhaps know who penned these verses? Dong Xingmin inquired. Of course, Xiao Wanchong threw back his head and laughed, because it was indeed I who wrote them. Chapter 46, A Reckless Performance. What? You wrote them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping immediately halted in his tracks, turning to gaze at Xiao Wanchong. That look was akin to viewing a fool. Even Xiao Wanping himself would not dare to claim such a timeless phrase emerged from his own hand. Where did Xiao Wanchong find the audacity? Indeed, it is a composition of my own. Xiao Wanchong stood with his hands behind his back. Gu Shuqing was utterly astonished. She could not fathom how the verses recited by Xiao Wanping had come to be attributed to Xiao Wanchong. She chose not to expose the truth, patiently awaiting the continuation of his tale. On the day of Princess Chongning's coming-of-age ceremony, the 8th prince was also present. I had engaged in discussions of poetry with others and recited these lines, which were likely overheard by the 8th prince's attendants and relayed to him. Xiao Wanchong, with a nonchalant demeanor, brazenly spun this falsehood. Gu Shuqing, in her innocence, though puzzled by his statement, refrained from voicing her doubts. How could such a scoundrel possibly craft such a masterpiece? Yet, her judgment of Xiao Wanping remained resolute. At that moment, she gazed at Xiao Wanchong, eager for his subsequent words. I never anticipated that the 8th prince would so shamelessly seek to win Gu Shuqing's favor by appropriating another's poetry as his own. However, my 8th brother, not entirely sane, should not be blamed, as he continued to boast with great pride, even offering apologies on behalf of Xiao Wanping, sounding utterly sincere. Gu Shuqing found herself believing him to a considerable extent. Consequently, Xiao Wanping could not escape the situation. Striding back, he approached Xiao Wanchong with a grin. Xiao Wanchong, if you claim this is your work, what proof do you possess? He called him by name. Observe these lines. It is clear that only the latter half is present, devoid of the former. The assembly recited the verses repeatedly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Gu Shuqing was the first to speak. The impact of these lines on her was profound. She was determined to uncover the truth. This poem was lacking its beginning, undeniably missing the first half. Xiao Wanchong replied with a smile. That is because I never conceived of a worthy opening until this morning, when I finally found inspiration. If he could produce a complete first half, it would indeed validate that this was the creation of Xiao Wanchong. 5th Prince, do not keep us in suspense. Please share it, so we may learn. The noble youths nearby instantly clamored. Yes, do hurry. Such timeless verses may elude us forever, and to witness them now is truly a stroke of fortune. Gu Shuqing appeared somewhat impatient, gracefully curtsying. I am all ears. Finally, feeling a sense of triumph, Xiao Wanchong was immensely pleased. He patted Xiao Wanping on the shoulder and exclaimed, 8th brother, listen closely. He then recited the first half he had contemplated for a day, gazing at the bright moon on the horizon. As if it understands the sorrows of parting in the mortal realm, its luminous glow graces the land. Raising a cup to inquire of the heavens, where might my returning boat be? Upon finishing, Gu Shuqing lowered her brow, murmuring to herself, gazing at the bright moon on the horizon. As if it understands the sorrows of parting in the mortal realm, its luminous glow graces the land. Raising a cup to inquire of the heavens, where might my returning boat be? Humanity experiences joys and sorrows, just as the moon waxes and wanes. Such matters have always been imperfect. May we endure long, sharing the beauty of the moonlight across the miles. Xiao Wanchong, brimming with self-satisfaction, boisterously inquired, esteemed guests, how does my poem fare? The gathered youths, coming to their senses, began to applaud. 5th Prince, your erudition and talent leave us in humble admiration. Yet, Dong Xingmin grumbled, isn't it just a few lines of poetry? What is there to be so proud about? He took up a cup and took a sip. Yet, Gu Xiao gazed expectantly at Xiao Wanping, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Wanchong's face, seeking vengeance for the humiliation he suffered today. While he was aware that Xiao Wanchong had learned the lyrics from him, he could not reveal this knowledge. Doing so would expose Gu Shuqing to the truth about his dealings in his own calligraphy and paintings. Consequently, Gu Feng would inevitably find out, and the repercussions would be dire. Shuqing, what do you think of this lyric? Xiao Wanchong inched closer to Gu Shuqing, his voice soft and inviting. Nodding slightly, Gu Shuqing maintained a neutral expression. Although the first stanza lacks some depth, it is still a commendable piece. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Xiao Wanping burst into laughter. Holding his belly with one hand while leaning against the table, tears streaming down his face from the mirth. What are you laughing at, old eight? Xiao Wanchong inquired, his tone turning icy. Xiao Wanping merely waved his hand, continuing to laugh without a response. Your intent, Eighth Prince? Gu Shuqing questioned, her curiosity piqued. Shuqing, do not mind him. He is likely having another fit of madness, Xiao Wanchong retorted dismissively. After a brief moment, Xiao Wanping finally ceased his laughter. Your lamentations are simply nonsensical, he scoffed. What did you say? Xiao Wanchong's fists clenched tightly. I said, you do not even comprehend the format of this lyric. Yet you brazenly cobbled together a stanza and dare to claim it as your own. Sheer audacity. You profess to have studied literature for many years. Yet you possess no sense of honor or shame. A true farce. Xiao Wanping's words rendered Xiao Wanchong's complexion a tumultuous blend of green and white. Old eight. It seems you are courting death today, Xiao Wanchong finally snapped, unable to endure Xiao Wanping's arrogance any longer. He stepped forward, seizing Xiao Wanping by the collar, disregarding everything, and swung his fist to strike. Stop! Du Guyu swiftly intervened, separating the two. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of onlookers, as the conflict between the two princes became a favored topic of gossip, much to the delight of the crowd. However, Gu Feng frowned deeply. What transpired? Uncle Gu. Eighth Prince is intoxicated and has misunderstood, Du Guyu quickly clarified. I am not drunk. Xiao Wanping forcefully waved off Xiao Wanchong's grip. He then raised his right hand and pointed at his nose, declaring, listen closely, the name of this lyric is Shui Diao Gu Tu. Following this, Xiao Wanping collected his thoughts, striving to regain his composure. He delved into the memories of his childhood recitations, loudly intoning. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I know not the celestial palaces above. What year is it tonight? I wish to ride the wind homeward. Yet fear the jade towers and crystal halls, for they are cold at such heights. I dance with my shadow, how unlike the mortal realm. Having recited the first stanza, Xiao Wanping casually seized a wine jug from the table and drank deeply. The candlelight illuminated his face, casting an air of aloofness. Clatter! He tossed the wine jug aside, staggering as he surveyed the surroundings. The tightly bound strands of his hair felt like a shackle to Xiao Wanping. In defiance, he removed his hairpin and cast it to the ground, allowing his disheveled locks to dance in the wind. He then raised his voice to recite the latter part, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ornate windows, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no resentment. Why must the moon always be full at parting? Human beings experience joy and sorrow, separation and reunion. Much like the moon waxes and wanes, its phases never wholly complete. Yet, one can only hope for enduring companionship, sharing the beauty of the moonlight across 1,000 miles. Upon reciting these lines, Xiao Wanping cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wanchong. This, indeed, is the epitome of a complete poem. With no desire to utter another word, Xiao Wanping trudged away, his heavy footsteps gradually fading from the crowd's sight. The courtyard fell into a haunting silence. After a long pause, Gu Shuqing lowered her head, gently biting her lip. Shui Diaogutu? A perfect ambience, a flawless piece. Without further elaboration, everyone knew that the true plagiarist of this verse was Xiao Wanchong. His face flushed crimson. He dared not raise his gaze, and his resentment towards Xiao Wanping reached a boiling point. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free, Gu Shuqing murmured softly before disregarding the guests. Turning to leave. Encountering such exquisite lines, she felt compelled to transcribe them at once. Shuqing, Shuqing. Xiao Wanchong hurried after her, wishing to offer an explanation. But Gu Shuqing paid her no mind. Humph. With a flick of her sleeve, Xiao Wanchong snorted coldly. Lord Gu, I am afraid I cannot bear any more of this wine. I must take my leave. If she stayed any longer, she would only embarrass herself further. Picking up her robe from the ground, Xiao Wanchong departed the Gu residence, not looking back. Fifth Prince, do not leave yet. The dishes have not been fully served. Gu Xiao feigned regret, pretending to keep him from leaving. He then glanced in the direction Xiao Wanping had departed. Despite my brother-in-law's hysterical disposition, he possesses unexpected talent. Gu Xiao pondered. With a sigh, Fang Hongqing at the main table exhaled deeply. He raised his cup and downed its contents, slamming it back onto the table. To think, throughout my life, I have been engrossed in literature and poetry, yet I find myself outshone by a mere junior. Henceforth, I shall not dare to claim the title of a great scholar." Shaking his head, Fang Hongqing's expression turned to one of shame. Adjusting his graying beard, he clasped his hands together and said, "Lord Gu, I can no longer stay here in good conscience. I shall take my leave. Gu Shao, see Lord Fang out." Gu Feng instructed, not wishing to impede. "No need." Fang Hongqing declined the offer of escort. As the remaining guests witnessed the departures of Xiao Wanping and Fang Hongqing, their spirits dampened, and they too began to take their leave. The following day, the capital city of Xinjiang was abuzz with excitement. The foolish Prince Xiao Wanping, in a drunken stupor, had penned a timeless masterpiece, with the esteemed scholar Fang Hongqing lamenting his inferiority. In no time, Shui Jiao Gutu spread like wildfire throughout the capital, becoming essential reading for aspiring scholars and talented individuals alike. In the Taiji Hall, ministers convened for discussions. Seemingly having bottled up his thoughts all night, Fang Hongqing stood as soon as Emperor Jing arrived, ready to speak. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to address." The emperor paused, taken aback. This individual, who typically devoted his time to teaching at the Guozijian, rarely had anything of merit to present during court meetings. Today, however, he was the first to speak up, piquing the emperor's curiosity. "Minister Fang, what is it?" "Your Majesty, I am ashamed to request my resignation from the position of Guozijian Zhejiang." "What?" The emperor furrowed his brow, tilting his head to regard Fang Hongqing. "Why would you resign when all seems well?" The old minister, burdened by his own limited talents and shallow knowledge, felt unworthy compared to His Highness the Eighth. He expressed his intention to resign from the Imperial Academy, fearing that his presence would mislead the youth. "Your Majesty, please grant me your favor." The Emperor Jing looked perplexed. What transpired last night at the Gu residence that prompted such a response? Being well acquainted with the dynamics of official gatherings, Jing was aware of the general atmosphere. Yet the early court meeting had left his informants unable to relay the details of the previous evening's events. "Your Majesty, do not misunderstand His Highness the Eighth. It is merely my own embarrassment and guilt," the old minister implored. "What exactly occurred?" The emperor surveyed his ministers, who all averted their gazes in silence. "Dong Cheng, you were present as well? Speak up." Dong Cheng, the deputy minister of works, reluctantly stepped forward to recount the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. His Highness can compose couplets and has penned timeless verses? He was both amused and incredulous, clearly skeptical of the claims. Indeed, Fang Hongqing concurred. His Highness's talent is unparalleled, a brilliance that transcends time. The emperor chuckled, stroking his dragon beard. "Fang Qing, did you indulge too much in drink last night? I know my son well. He is no poet. I assure you, Your Majesty, my words are not mere folly. I have pondered deeply on this matter. It is not a hasty conclusion," Fang Hongqing asserted with conviction. Being a trusted aide to the emperor, his position was secure. "I am curious, what sort of verse could inspire such a recommendation?" Fang Hongqing, eager to share, stood tall and paced the hall. He then recited Shui Jiao Gutu flawlessly. Upon hearing it, the emperor expressed great admiration, while those officials who had not attended the gathering exhibited disbelief. "So, His Highness possesses such talent. We have indeed misjudged him." Go on, go on. You have seen His Highness without even a glance. Such misjudgment is to be expected." The ministers whispered among themselves. Yet, the emperor continued to reflect on the poem. "I long to ride the winds homeward, yet fear the jade towers and crystal palaces, where the heights are unbearably cold." What a profound line about the unbearable chill of great heights. His Highness truly comprehends my struggles, the emperor mused. Fang Hongqing inquired once more, "May I ask, Your Majesty, how do you find this verse?" The emperor nodded in agreement. It indeed qualifies as a timeless masterpiece. Yet, even if His Highness has written this poem, Fang Qing need not feel compelled to resign. Furthermore, given His Highness's affliction, how could he be allowed to teach at the Imperial Academy? We cannot allow the students to become ensnared in His Highness's eccentricities. That would jeopardize the future of our Great Yan. This poignant statement struck at the very heart of Fang Hongqing. His dedication to the Imperial Academy was solely for the sake of the Great Yan. However, he seemed to be well prepared. According to the old minister, His Highness the Eighth suffers from a peculiar ailment during sunrise, yet regains his senses by sunset. I possess a method to resolve this conundrum. "Oh, do share." The Emperor Jing inquired with keen interest. We could allow His Highness the Eighth to rest during the day and attend the Guozijian at night to educate students. All the scholars would adjust their schedules accordingly to accommodate His Highness. The Emperor Jing wore a wry smile, realizing that this old fellow was resolutely determined to resign from his post. Upon hearing Fang Hongqing's words, the third prince, Xiao Wanping, smiled and stepped forward. Lord Fang's heartfelt intentions are evident, yet this course of action is utterly untenable. Pray tell, third prince, what is your esteemed opinion? Fang Hongqing inquired, turning to him. To rest during the day and study at night is but a reversal of the natural order. If one were to invert the balance of yin and yang, the body would struggle to endure and the mind would find it difficult to concentrate. How could one possibly acquire knowledge under such conditions? The third prince's argument held merit. The Emperor Jing regarded Xiao Wanping with appreciation. Fang Hongqing was poised to argue further, but the emperor waved his hand to interrupt. Enough, beloved minister. Your loyalty is well understood, but this matter shall not be broached again. Seeing the emperor's resolve, Fang Hongqing sighed inwardly. Your Majesty, if that is your will, I shall abide by it. That is the right attitude, the Emperor Jing responded with delight. However, I have one more proposal that I hope your Majesty will graciously consider. The emperor's expression stiffened. What other scheme could this old fellow possibly have? Lord Fang, do you have any further requests? The Emperor Jing asked, somewhat exasperated. The head of the Guozijian passed away 2 years ago, and given my advanced age and limited vitality, I find myself unable to manage everything. I humbly request that your Majesty appoint His Highness the Eighth as the acting head of the Guozijian to assist in shouldering my responsibilities. To clarify, the acting head is akin to a vice principal, aiding the principal in instructing students, with duties similar to those of the Guozijian's chief scholar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. He could not allow Xiao Wanping to assume this role, should his ailment be cured in the future. It was easy to imagine that, years hence, Xiao Wanping's supporters would permeate the court, making it difficult for him to contend for power. Lord Fang, given the Eighth's disposition, he can barely manage his own affairs. How could he be of assistance to you? Chen Shiqi, having been confined in his residence for days, finally succumbed to the gentle yet persistent coaxing of Consort Xian and emerged. He too stepped forward to concur. Your Majesty, I believe that officials of the Guozijian must possess both talent and virtue. Only those who embody both can serve in this capacity. Although His Highness may possess talent, his ailment is a significant concern. Indeed, Dongcheng also interjected. If the scholars of the realm were to learn that the Guozijian has an acting head afflicted with such a condition, how could they possibly enroll? It would surely result in our talented individuals gravitating toward Bailiang and Weigua. Such a course of action is simply unacceptable. Each side presented valid arguments, leaving Emperor Jing in a quandary. Your Majesty, Fang Hongqing spoke again. I do not genuinely wish for His Highness to assist. My intention is merely that should any scholar encounter difficulties in their studies, they may seek His Highness's guidance at any time. His Highness could continue residing at the Guofu, not needing to report for duty, merely holding the title of acting head, thereby maintaining propriety. As for what Lord Dong has suggested, Fang Hongqing slowly turned to face Dongcheng. That is utterly unfounded. Oh, Dongcheng replied, somewhat displeased. I would indeed like to hear Lord Fang's insights. Fang Hongqing replied nonchalantly. The Eighth Prince has composed the Water Melody, such an enduring masterpiece. I firmly believe that it will soon resonate throughout our Great Yan. At that time, will not scholars flock to him? Allowing the Eighth Prince to hold the position of Minister of the Imperial Academy will not deter students, but rather attract more exceptional talents, thereby fortifying the foundation of our Great Yan. His words, both reasonable and substantiated, left the courtiers speechless. Indeed, there is merit in this. Emperor Jing did not wish to further dispute the matter. Let it be as you suggest, my dear Fang, and allow the Eighth Prince to assume the role of Minister of the Imperial Academy to assist you in teaching. Once the emperor spoke, the matter was settled, leaving Xiao Wanping gritting his teeth, reluctant to voice any further objections. After the court session, returning to the Guangming Hall, although Emperor Jing was advanced in years, he still took great pleasure in matters of the harem. It was not long after the ban on Consort Xian that he summoned her once more. At her age, she was as fierce as a tiger, tending to the emperor with fervor. Upon seeing Emperor Jing return from the Taiji Hall, a smile graced his face, suggesting he was in good spirits. Your Majesty, it seems today brings good tidings. Consort Xian immediately approached, shedding the emperor's outer robe, removing his crown, and dexterously offering him a cup of ginseng tea. You often say the eighth prince is foolish, yet he possesses such remarkable talents. Emperor Jing felt a sense of relief. For despite his thoughts of consort Li and the fallen crown prince, he wished for Xiao Wanping to possess some skills. Upon hearing Xiao Wanping's name, a flicker of hostility crossed Consort Xian's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Your Majesty, do share your thoughts with me. Emperor Jing recounted the events of the court to her. After listening, Consort Xian gasped in astonishment. I never expected the eighth prince to be so learned. Could it be he was merely feigning ignorance? What seemed like an offhand remark sent a shiver down Emperor Jing's spine. Feigning ignorance? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back. Your Majesty, consider this. Since that day he fell from his horse, the eighth prince appears to have changed. With her words, Emperor Jing began to reflect deeply. The incident involving the injury to Xiao Wanrong, the fire at the star-picking garden, the harm done to Consort Da. These seemingly mad actions seemed to benefit the eighth prince. Emperor Jing could not help but draw a sharp breath. Yet he quickly dismissed his own thoughts. This must be mere coincidence. Yes, coincidence. Following the injury to Xiao Wanrong, he had harbored doubts, but after Du Guyu's surveillance, no abnormalities were detected. You worry too much. I am aware of the seventh prince's situation, and you still harbor resentment. Do not seek to harm the eighth prince, for he is the child of Consort Li. Otherwise, I shall truly be angered. Your Majesty, Consort Xian said, her face a picture of grievance, ever since my confinement. I have realized my mistakes. My concern in speaking is solely for your protection from deceit. Deceive me? Why would he? Emperor Jing chuckled. As for that, I dare not speculate. However, as the saying goes, one must always guard against deception. If the eighth prince truly feigns madness, his intentions must be significant. Rulers are inherently suspicious. After hearing Consort Xian's words, Emperor Jing's smile faltered. He fell silent, deciding to visit the Gu residence personally at a later time. Enough of this matter. How is Rong'er's injury? He is already able to walk. Mentioning her son, Consort Xian immediately displayed a sorrowful countenance, tears glistening in her eyes. In the aftermath, could marriage still be a possibility? The imperial physician had declared it impossible. Who would be willing to wed him? The concubine Xian wore a face full of resentment. Grasping her hand, Emperor Jing gently patted it. Fear not, the ghostly physician shall arrive shortly, and I shall have him treat the seventh prince. Can he truly heal him? He has the power to resurrect the deceased. How could he not address a mere injury? The concubine Xian's heart brimmed with hope at this news. At the Gu residence, Xiao Wanping awoke as the sun began its descent. His head throbbed with pain, and thirst plagued him. Instinctively, he called out, "Bring me water." The door creaked open, and Du Guyu stepped inside, his eyes wide with disbelief. By heavens, I nearly forgot. The sun has yet to set. Immediately, he feigned madness, clutching his throat. Water, water, I crave water. Ignoring his bare feet, he dashed towards the inkstone on the desk, where the ink had not yet dried. He lifted the ink slab, tilting his head to drink from it. Your Highness, no? Du Guyu rushed forward, snatching the inkstone from his hands. With a resigned sigh, he poured a cup of water for him. Xiao Wanping drank eagerly, clapping his hands and laughing foolishly. Delicious, delicious. More, I want more. Du Guyu shook his head, continually sighing. I thought your hysteria had improved. Murmuring to himself, Du Guyu, somewhat disheartened, poured another cup of water. That was close. Xiao Wanping thought to himself, realizing that the alcohol had clouded his senses, nearly leading to his exposure. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. His trust in Du Guyu was unwavering. Yet such matters were best kept under wraps. He had not even confided in Su Jining, let alone anyone else. Knock, knock. A rap sounded at the door. Who is it? Du Guyu inquired on behalf of Xiao Wanping. It is I, came a melodious voice from outside. Su Jining, sister-in-law? What could she want? Chapter 49. The Emperor arrives upon hearing the voice. Du Guyu promptly opened the door, revealing Su Jining accompanied by Madame Gu. As Du Guyu opened his mouth to speak, Su Jining cast him a glance. I have met the eldest princess. He quickly realized that, with Madame Gu present, their relationship must remain concealed. I heard that the eighth prince was quite inebriated last night, so I specially ventured out of the palace to check on him. Madame Gu smiled warmly beside her. It is said that an elder sister is like a mother. The eighth prince suffers from hysteria, truly a burden for the eldest princess. Turning her gaze towards the frenzied Xiao Wanping inside, Su Jining sighed deeply. The crown prince perished in battle. The only thing I cannot relinquish is this brother. I shall take it upon myself to care for him. The eldest princess is virtuous. I admire her greatly, Madame Gu remarked. You flatter me excessively. After a brief exchange of modesty, Madame Gu, understanding the gravity of the moment, took her leave. Once the door was closed, Su Jining surveyed the courtyard, her smile fading as she turned to issue orders to Duguyu. Yes. Entering the room, she estimated the time. Xiao Wanping would soon awaken. From her bosom, she retrieved a yellowed booklet, casting it onto the desk without a word. May it aid you in overcoming this trial. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wanping felt a surge of curiosity. What is my sister-in-law up to? Casting a glance at the yellowed book, Xiao Wanping noticed 4 characters inscribed on the right page. Curious anecdotes. Could it be that my sister-in-law feared my boredom and specially brought me a storybook? Of course, this was merely a jesting thought. He was well aware that such a notion was utterly implausible. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Xiao Wanping shook his head, pretending to emerge from a state of delirium. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Su Jining's expression turned frosty. Do you dare to ask? Are you aware of what transpired last night? Last night, Xiao Wanping rubbed his aching head. He was not feigning. He had indeed indulged in excessive drinking. After a moment of contemplation, fragments of memory began to resurface. Sister-in-law, at the Gu residence, we merely exchanged a few couplets and recited a poem. Why do you appear as if facing a formidable adversary? Humph, you still dare to speak. Su Jining scolded, as if admonishing a child. Do you know that the entire city of Xinjiang is abuzz with your couplets, and that poem Shui Diaoge too? To make matters worse, many taverns have displayed that poem in their halls. Famed. A chill ran down Xiao Wanping's spine, and he inwardly lamented. That cursed alcohol. It seems last night I shone too brightly. I must abstain from drinking in the future. Su Jining continued her reprimand. Now the entire imperial capital is in a frenzy, claiming that the formerly foolish prince is not at all foolish, but rather quite learned. They are clamoring to meet you. Just think, if this reaches His Majesty's ears. What will he think? At her words, Xiao Wanping felt a shiver run down his back. Given Emperor Jing's suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly suspect him of concealing his true ambitions. If that were the case, the road ahead would be fraught with peril. With a resounding slap, Xiao Wanping struck his own cheek. Sister-in-law, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall certainly abstain from alcohol henceforth. Seeing his cheeks swell instantaneously, Su Jining's heart softened. It is good that you recognize your error. However, this incident may not be entirely detrimental. Not entirely detrimental? Xiao Wanping inquired, intrigued. Your couplets and poetry have left Fang Hongqing utterly humiliated. He is even insisting on resigning from his post as the Grand Academician of the National Academy, proposing that you take his place. What? Xiao Wanping found it exceedingly amusing. That old man is far too fanciful. How could a fool like me assume such a position? Naturally, His Majesty would never consent. Yet, through persistent persuasion, Fang Hongqing has nonetheless allowed you to assume the role of the Academy's director. Director? Indeed. This is undoubtedly a boon for us, Su Jining stated. Xiao Wanping understood her implication. The director of the National Academy holds the responsibility of educating students. Should any of those students rise to become pillars of the court, they would undoubtedly serve as allies for him. This was indeed a favorable turn of events. However, Su Jining shifted her tone. Yet, this directorship is but a nominal title. His Majesty has only agreed that, while you are lucid, those students may come to consult you at the Gu residence if they have any doubts. Xiao Wanping felt a surge of joy. Having something is better than nothing. We have certainly taken a significant first step. Indeed, Su Jining nodded. The pressing concern now is how to alleviate His Majesty's suspicions regarding you. What insights do you possess? Sister-in-law? Xiao Wanping inquired earnestly, his demeanor turning grave. Turning her gaze to the desk, where the yellowed tome lay, Su Jining remarked, Go take a look. I trust you know how to proceed. Xiao Wanping rose and took the book titled Strange Tales, flipping it open. The contents were entirely comprised of stories about talented individuals, featuring numerous couplets and poems penned by learned folk. Among these was the renowned Shui Diaoge too. If His Majesty inquires about the couplets and verses from last night, you may tell him you came across them in this remarkable tome. Upon closer inspection, the book was already worn and yellowed, with some ink having faded, giving the impression that it had been printed long ago. My sister-in-law possesses remarkable skill. Within a single day, she has transformed a new book into an old one. Xiao Wanping sincerely remarked. Su Jinying replied. It is merely a matter of wiping it with white vinegar, then sanding it down, and finally soaking it in tea before drying it out. Just a trifling skill, really. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I know how to do it. Xiao Wanping tucked the book into his bosom. At that moment, a herald's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. His Majesty has arrived. The old minister respectfully greets His Majesty. I regret not welcoming you properly to my humble abode. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping exchanged glances with Su Jinying. So soon? Open the door and welcome Father Emperor, Xiao Wanping stated without hesitation. At the entrance of the courtyard, Gu Feng had already led the Gu family members to kneel in welcome of Emperor Jing. Xiao Wanping observed as Emperor Jing exchanged a few words with Gu Feng, who then bowed and retreated. Accompanied by Cheng Yidao and a host of wind spirit guards, Emperor Jing strode directly into the courtyard where Xiao Wanping resided. I, your son, humbly welcome you, Father Emperor. Emperor Jing cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Wanping, his eyes filled with profound examination. Without uttering a word, Emperor Jing stepped into the room. I, your humble daughter-in-law, welcome your Majesty, Su Jinying said, bowing in respect. You are also here? Emperor Jing expressed mild surprise. I heard that His Highness was intoxicated last night, so I brought some hangover soup from the palace to pay a visit, Su Jinying explained succinctly. Emperor Jing nodded, not pondering it further, for it was well known that Su Jinying cared for Xiao Wanping. As Emperor Jing took his seat, Xiao Wanping, ever perceptive, approached respectfully and poured him a cup of tea. Father Emperor, what brings you to the Gu residence? Surely, my sister-in-law has informed you of the matters at court. I have come personally to issue an edict. An edict? Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. Is it regarding the position of the Grand Scholar at the Imperial Academy? Indeed. Such trivial matters could be handled by Wei Hong. Why must you personally make the trip, Father Emperor? Xiao Wanping was increasingly convinced that Emperor Jing's visit was a test of his character. Chapter 50. Who cannot act? What? Am I not allowed to visit you? Emperor Jing's tone was calm, revealing no hint of anger or joy. You are welcome. Thank you for your concern, Father Emperor. Xiao Wanping bowed in gratitude. Emperor Jing fixed his gaze upon him, and after a moment of silence, he continued. Last night, you certainly stole the spotlight. Even Feng Hongqing dared not continue in the role of Grand Scholar. Father Emperor, it was merely excessive drinking, nothing more. Xiao Wanping scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Excessive drinking? Emperor Jing scoffed coldly. Excessive drinking could not produce such timeless verses. Merely luck, Xiao Wanping replied, resembling a child who had committed a serious transgression. Hearing this, Su Jinying felt a jolt of alarm. Did I not instruct you to attribute it to that book? Why do you seem to claim it for yourself? Though startled within, she maintained an expression of calm, betraying no sign of turmoil. Speak honestly to me. Did you truly compose the couplets from last night? After posing the question, Emperor Jing fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Wanping, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Should a single falsehood escape his lips, the emperor would expose him instantly. Touching the bridge of his nose, Xiao Wanping appeared somewhat pleased yet also slightly anxious. In response to Father Emperor, those indeed were crafted by your son. The moment the words left his mouth, before the emperor could react, Su Jinying's eyes widened in disbelief, and she nearly sprang to her feet. What is this fellow doing? Why would he admit to such? Does he not realize this would only serve to incite suspicion in Emperor Jing? Bang! As expected, the emperor rose in fury. What a learned young man you are. Even I have been deceived. It seems you have been feigning ignorance all along. Father Emperor. Xiao Wanping feigned astonishment. Your son did not. Still denying it? Last night, your drunken exuberance was evident. Far from your usual timid demeanor, the emperor retorted. Xiao Wanping's face flushed crimson as he hurried to clarify. Father Emperor. Who among us does not act like this when intoxicated? Perhaps I simply lost my composure for a moment. Do not attempt to argue. Emperor Jing interjected angrily. Speak. What motives lie behind your concealment of knowledge? Should you fail to confess truthfully, I shall show you no mercy. The emperor despised deceit above all, even from those closest to him. Hearing these words, Xiao Wanping pretended to be overwhelmed with terror and promptly knelt. Father Emperor, your son would never dare. He adopted an expression of dulled wits and inept speech. Subsequently, a yellowed book slipped from his embrace. What is this? Nothing. Xiao Wanping feigned panic, reaching down to retrieve it. However, the emperor extended his foot to pin the book to the ground. Father Emperor, it is merely a book. A book? Emperor Jing's face was etched with doubt as he picked up the volume titled Strange Tales and Anecdotes and flipped through its pages. His gaze darted back and forth between the book and Xiao Wanping. After a moment, although anger still simmered within him, the emperor's expression had softened considerably. Bang! He hurled the book onto the table, chastising, shameless. I knew such timeless verses could not possibly be penned by you. Please forgive me, Father Emperor, please forgive me. Xiao Wanping quickly pleaded, his voice choked with emotion. Ever since the death of his mother, the loss of his brother in battle, and his expulsion from the palace, he had lived in constant fear, wary of schemes from other princes. Knowing that only by proving himself capable could he ensure his own safety, he continued, tears streaming down his face. I understand my lack of power and strategy. It is only by showcasing my scholarly talents that I might capture your attention and perhaps secure a glimmer of hope. In a moment of folly, I mistakenly claimed another's poetry as my own, not intending to deceive. I beseech you to show mercy. By the time he finished speaking, the emperor's anger had dissipated, replaced by a profound sadness. Rise, he said with a deep sigh. Thank you, Father Emperor, Xiao Wanping replied, wiping his tears as he stood. Foolish child. I am the emperor. I shall protect you without requiring your prowess. The emperor raised his right hand and patted Xiao Wanping on the shoulder. Suddenly, he was reminded of the late consort Li and the deceased crown prince. With a heavy heart, he sighed inwardly. This child has suffered greatly. Such theatricality is merely to draw my attention. It is I who owe him an apology, since he harbors such fear of being framed. It would be better to consider this. With that thought, Emperor Jing spoke again. Once your hysteria is cured and you have wed Gu Shuqing, I shall grant you the establishment of your own office, allowing you to recruit soldiers. Henceforth, do not engage in deceit. I have no affection for such antics. Do you understand? His tone resembled that of a benevolent father. Thank you, Father Emperor. Your son shall never dare to do so again. Xiao Wanping felt a surge of joy within. He had assumed that after last night, Emperor Jing would surely suspect him, yet unexpectedly, after this performance, he received the imperial decree to establish an office and recruit troops. From misfortune came fortune. I have struck gold this time. Among the princes, only the third Prince Xiao Wanan, the fifth Prince Xiao Wanchong, and the seventh Prince Xiao Wanrong possessed their own military forces, although their numbers were few. With each prince permitted to recruit only 500 men, these individuals, with adequate training, could serve as the foundation for future endeavors. As for the position in the Imperial Academy, Emperor Jing continued, the imperial edict has been issued, and I shall not rescind it. However, it would be wise for you to burn this book to prevent the world from claiming that I favor you. Your son understands. Focus on your studies with Gu Shuqing. Otherwise, if those students come to seek your counsel and you are at a loss, would it not be a source of great ridicule? At last, a smile graced Emperor Jing's face. Your son shall obey. Xiao Wanping bowed respectfully. Very well. Emperor Jing rose, feeling greatly relieved. This son of mine, neither feigning madness nor harboring ulterior motives, is commendable. The day has grown late. I shall return to the palace. Your son will escort you, Father Emperor. No need. You should rest. Emperor Jing waved his hand and then turned to Su Jinying, who stood nearby. You should return to the palace as well. Do not leave Fanner alone in the palace for too long. I shall obey. Su Jinying bowed slightly. She then turned and followed Emperor Jing, giving Xiao Wanping a thumbs up from behind. This lad is far more astute than I had envisioned. With a sigh of relief, he felt that this hurdle had been overcome, and all his tears and snot had not been in vain. After bidding farewell to Emperor Jing, Xiao Wanping promptly burned the book. He restructured his plans for the future. Since Emperor Jing had granted him permission to establish an office after his hysteria was cured, it seemed he truly needed to be healed by the ghostly physician. If he could then utilize the 500 soldiers from the Gu family along with his own forces, that would amount to 1,000 men. Unbeknownst to him, this would already surpass the 3 princes. However, the persona of a fool is quite useful. I must make the most of it before I am cured. Accomplishing as much as possible, thoughts swirled in his mind, yet Xiao Wanping still felt a headache coming on. After dinner, he once again fell into slumber. The following day, as the sun set, unexpectedly, Gu Shuqing took the initiative to seek out Xiao Wanping. Chapter 51. This prince intends to keep you in check. Miss Gu, young Master Gu. A voice rang out from the entrance, belonging to Du Yu. Accompanied by Gu Xiao, Gu Shuqing appeared within Xiao Wanping's line of sight. We have come to see His Highness. The twilight had not yet faded, and as Xiao Wanping was still in a state of delirium, Dugu did not inquire about his opinion and directly allowed Gu Shuqing to enter the room. In that case, please, enter. The two stepped inside. Dugu poured a cup of tea for the two. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanping sat on the bed, looking dazed. Your Highness, is he still not awake? Gu Shuqing inquired cautiously. Glancing at the twilight outside, Dugu replied, as the afterglow fades, Your Highness will naturally awaken. I thought he would wake with the sunset, Gu Shuqing murmured, cradling her teacup. Miss Gu, young Master Gu, what brings you to seek His Highness? Dugu asked again. Gu Shuqing hesitated, at a loss for words. Oh, sister, do not be so coy, Gu Xiao interjected, unable to hold back. My sister has come to inquire whether that poem, Shui Diao Gutu, was indeed composed by His Highness. Dugu smiled faintly. Given His Highness's current state, how can he provide you with an answer? No matter, the twilight will soon dissipate. I shall wait here. Gu Shuqing replied softly. Take care, I shall step out to keep watch. With that, Dugu exited the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. He had no interest in such poetic pursuits. Gu Xiao, unperturbed, grabbed a handful of peanuts from the table, popping them into his mouth one by one. He frequently glanced at Xiao Wanping. Sister, do you think he resembles someone capable of penning Shui Diao Gutu? Gu Shuqing's mind was filled with contemplations. She had come to seek clarity, for her heart was laden with questions about those verses. It was this uncertainty that kept her thoughts occupied. This prince wishes to ensure that you always remember me, he thought, deliberately evading a definitive answer. With that thought, Xiao Wanping rolled off the bed, shaking a rattle in his hand as he approached the writing desk. Sister, what is he about to do? Gu Xiao halted his actions. Who knows? Gu Shuqing cast a careless glance. In the next moment, Xiao Wanping seized the inkstone from the desk and splattered ink towards Gu Shuqing. Demon, where do you flee? Witness my celestial prowess in vanquishing evil. He chanted incantations, his right foot stamping on the ground. Ah! Gu Shuqing gasped as ink splattered across her face, prompting her to leap up in alarm. Her once fair complexion was now a patchwork of black and white, resembling a mischievous spirit. Uft! Gu Xiao could not contain his laughter. Sister, I must say, your appearance truly resembles that of a demon. He showed no inclination to assist her in cleaning up. You dare say that? Gu Shuqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Just then, the last rays of sunlight vanished, plunging the earth into darkness. With a clatter, Xiao Wanping dropped the inkstone. What just transpired? What was I doing with the inkstone? He then turned to the siblings. What are you doing in my room? Gu Xiao looked around, unsure of how to respond. This young lady's appearance is indeed remarkable. May I inquire her esteemed name? Xiao Wanping asked, his expression grave. Humph, lunatic. With a stomp, Gu Shuqing covered her face and dashed out of the room. Xiao Wanping, filled with suspicion, remarked, that voice seems to belong to Miss Gu. Miss Gu, do not depart. If someone has wronged you, inform me, and I shall undoubtedly avenge you. He craned his neck and called out loudly. Yet he showed no intention of pursuing her. Gu Xiao, however, burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. What is the matter with your sister? Xiao Wanping inquired, his face a mask of confusion. It is nothing. Do not concern yourself with her. Gu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Wanping thought to himself, your sister has already left. What are you lingering for? Hearing the commotion from within the room and noticing Gu Shuqing had dashed out, Dugu hurried inside to investigate. Upon confirming that Xiao Wanping was unharmed, he finally relaxed. In truth, Zhao Shisan was discreetly present, which alleviated much of Duguyu's burden, allowing him to remain less on edge. Do you have matters to attend to? Xiao Wanping asked, tilting his head as he regarded Gu Xiao. Scratching his head, Gu Xiao appeared somewhat hesitant to speak. Observing this, Xiao Wanping deduced the reason. Is it regarding your street-side selling the other day? Yes, indeed, Gu Xiao quickly affirmed. I trust Dugu has informed you? He did mention it. Brother-in-law, Gu Xiao affectionately addressed him. Could you refrain from informing my father? Is it truly just this matter? Xiao Wanping found it amusing internally. Yes, precisely this matter, Gu Xiao nodded vigorously. If my father finds out, I shall be in deep trouble. No worries. I shall remain silent, Xiao Wanping readily assured him. Simultaneously, he felt compelled to inquire why Gu Xiao had chosen to sell on the streets. Thank you. Gu Xiao replied, bowing slightly. However, Xiao Wanping shifted the conversation. But your street-side selling of your sister's paintings will be witnessed by many. It is only a matter of time before they find out. Alas! Gu Xiao's expression darkened, I cannot afford to be overly concerned once I save enough money. Even if they discover it, the worst they can do is scold me. They certainly cannot devour me. Xiao Wanping felt a stir of empathy and followed his line of thought. Save enough money? What do you intend to do with the savings? Casting a glance at Du Guyu, who sat nearby, Gu Xiao offered a faint smile but remained silent. No worries, we are all friends here, Xiao Wanping remarked lazily. Clearing his throat, Gu Xiao leaned over the table and whispered, I wish to purchase the Baiwei building. The Baiwei building? Xiao Wanping, who seldom ventured outside the palace, was unfamiliar with it. This establishment is a restaurant situated in the most prosperous district of Xinjiang City. Do you know who the owner is? Quit the suspense and tell me, Xiao Wanping chided playfully. Dong Xingming, the son of the Ministry of Works Vice Minister Dong Cheng? Indeed. This Baiwei building was seized by Dong Cheng under the pretense of safety hazards, compelling the previous owner to sell it at a pittance. What a vile act of coercion. Xiao Wanping scoffed. Gu Xiao continued. Dong Xingming, lacking both talent and martial prowess, was given the responsibility of managing the establishment to occupy his time. And then, you have observed Dong Xingming. He is utterly inept, understanding nothing of business. Within a year, the Baiwei building gained infamy, and its profits plummeted. Eventually, Dong Xingming had no choice but to put it up for sale. For sale? How much are they asking? Xiao Wanping pressed further. Chapter 52, An Assassination Bang. Gu Xiao slammed the table, startling Du Guyu. Startled and taken aback, what are you doing? Dong Guyu shot him a glance. Gu Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, brother Donggu, but I simply cannot stand by. The Dong family acquired Bai Tower for merely 10,000 taels, yet now they demand 50,000 taels. Is that not utterly disgusting? Dong Guyu interjected. 50,000 taels for a restaurant in the most bustling district of the capital is hardly exorbitant. Gu Xiao immediately countered. While that may be true, the Dong family, after their ruthless dealings, would net a profit of 40,000 taels even without lifting a finger over the course of a year. I simply cannot abide by it. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping tapped his fingers on the table. So, do you intend to purchase Bai Tower to vent your frustrations or to manage it yourself? Gu Xiao scratched his cheek, grinning foolishly. My father constantly berates me for my lack of skills. I find poetry and literature so dull that I can barely stay awake. I just wish to accomplish something to prove to him that I am not entirely useless. Do you have sufficient funds? Not quite. That is why I am daringly hawking goods on the street. How much more do you need? At this, Gu Xiao's expression dimmed. My father allocates me a limited monthly allowance, and after years of saving, along with money from selling calligraphy and paintings, I have accumulated just over 10,000 taels. That is still far from enough. How much of your sister's belongings would you need to sell to accumulate 50,000 taels? Dong Guyu stated directly. At this moment, a thought took root in Xiao Wanping's mind. Although he often intimidated those inept royal brothers to extort some funds, managing an army requires an endless stream of financial resources. Perhaps Gu Xiao could be of assistance. 50,000 taels was a sum Xiao Wanping could easily procure, yet he had no desire to do so. To ensure Gu Xiao would heed his commands from now on, he needed to demonstrate his capabilities to instill a sense of awe. If you wish to acquire Bai Tower, perhaps I can be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Highness, are you willing to lend me money? With a playful smile, Xiao Wanping replied. As a foolish prince with an annual stipend of merely 1,000 taels and no assets, how could I possibly lend you 50,000 taels? Gu Xiao felt greatly disappointed. I thought you were as wealthy as the other princes, he muttered. To Gu Xiao, Xiao Wanping's only means of assistance lay in lending him money. Noticing his expression, Xiao Wanping suddenly understood. You sought me out not only regarding your street vending, but also to borrow money, didn't you? Embarrassed, Gu Xiao rubbed his face and replied. They say you're foolish, brother-in-law, but it seems you are quite clever. Do not rush to flatter me. Although I lack funds, within 10 days, I can conjure 50,000 taels out of thin air. The first strategy of the 18 hidden techniques, exchanging 1 for 1,000. Xiao Wanping finally had the means to test this ancient tome's worth, discerning whether it was indeed a book of profound wisdom or merely fanciful rhetoric. Conjure 50,000 taels out of thin air? Gu Xiao gazed at Xiao Wanping in disbelief. Then, feeling his forehead, he asked, Brother-in-law, this isn't a fanciful daydream, is it? Go away, Xiao Wanping brushed his hand aside and replied. In any case, within 10 days, as long as you cooperate with me, I can indeed produce 50,000 taels for you. No problem. Gu Xiao pounded his chest and declared, "As long as I can conjure up 50,000 taels, brother-in-law, I would even stoop to eating excrement." Though his words were coarse, his determination was unwavering. Xiao Wanping rolled his eyes in response. "There's no need for such extremes. But you must first take me for a stroll around the 100 Flavors Pavilion." Agreed. Gu Xiao promptly stood up. "Yesterday you avenged me, and I was already considering treating my brother-in-law to a day out. This is a perfect opportunity." "Avenged you?" Xiao Wanping was unaware of how Xiao Wanchong had deceived Gu Xiao in the streets. Gu Xiao briefly recounted the incident. "Humph, the illustrious fifth prince of Diyen, the foremost apothecary in the capital, is shockingly petty and narrow-minded. How pitiful." It was absurd that, despite Xiao Wanchong's wealth in the millions, he treated Gu Xiao so poorly, especially given his pursuit of Gu Shuqing. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied Xiao Wanchong's mind. At that moment, Xiao Wanping was further convinced that, despite Xiao Wanchong's scholarly prowess, he was akin to Xiao Wanrong, a mere empty vessel, unworthy of mention. Who could argue otherwise? "I find him even less competent than you, foolish brother-in-law." Realizing his misstep, Gu Xiao offered a sheepish smile. He patted Xiao Wanping on the shoulder, who took no offense. "Let us proceed. Bring along your 10,000 taels." "Not a problem." The two donned disguises, and Du Guyu along with 10 men also changed into casual attire, trailing behind them as they exited the Gu residence. In the capital, the night was devoid of curfews. Countless noblemen, talented scholars, and beautiful maidens awaited the fall of night to indulge in revelry. Ironically, this marked Xiao Wanping's first nocturnal venture into Xinjiang City. The original owner of this body had been utterly inept. At his age, he had never even ventured beyond the palace walls. The city was aglow, a spectacle of lights. Vendors lined the streets, their calls mingling in a vibrant cacophony. Gu Xiao skillfully guided Xiao Wanping through the throngs of people. A river separated the bustling market from the most prosperous district of Xinjiang City. As they navigated through the crowded marketplace and approached a bridge, the sudden clatter of hooves startled Xiao Wanping. He turned to see a man clad in tight-fitting attire, riding a magnificent black steed, galloping towards them from the west. In the blink of an eye, the horse was upon Xiao Wanping, showing no sign of slowing down. "Your Highness, be careful." Du Guyu reacted swiftly, lunging forward to tackle both Xiao Wanping and Gu Xiao to the ground. The horse neighed loudly, its front hooves raised, poised to trample the three fallen figures. Before Du Guyu could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and a stone the size of a chicken egg flew out from the darkness, striking the horse with force. The steed let out a pained cry, its body flying sideways, along with its rider, who plunged directly into the river. "Who rides without regard? Are they blind?" Gu Xiao exclaimed in anger as he stood up, glaring in the direction of the disappearing figure. Du Guyu assisted Xiao Wanping to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Wanping indicated he was fine. He then looked toward the river, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Brother-in-law, surely the horse was startled. We should check on that rider." Gu Xiao hurriedly made his way to the riverbank. He naively believed this to be an accident. Du Guyu glanced at Xiao Wanping, and they shared a silent understanding. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Wanping intervened, suggesting they follow him to ensure Gu Xiao's safety. The group of wind spirit guards arrived at the riverbank, where they beheld the lifeless body of a magnificent steed floating on the water, devoid of any sign of its rider. "Surely he hasn't drowned?" Gu Xiao mumbled. "Forget about him. We must leave," Xiao Wanping advised, aware that lingering here was unwise, as he pulled Gu Xiao onto the riverbank. In the darkness, Zhao Shisan moved like a shadow, closely guarding Xiao Wanping. Chapter 53. Byway building crossing the arched bridge, they entered a world of vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry. Rows of taverns, tea-houses, and brothels lined either side. Although Xiao Wanping and his entourage remained unfazed by the recent incident, Du Guyu stayed closely tethered to Xiao Wanping, unwilling to stray more than a couple of steps away. Under Gu Zhao's incessant chatter, they finally arrived at Byway Building, located in the bustling heart of the imperial capital. This establishment stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. The entire street was bustling with patrons, whether for dining, entertainment, or even pawnshops and antique stores. Yet Byway Building seemed almost desolate, with scarcely a soul entering or exiting. As they stepped into the tavern, they were met with a handful of disheveled attendants idly gnawing at their nails and picking at their toes in the main hall. The innkeeper was even sprawled across the counter, asleep. Bang! Approaching the counter, Gu Xiao slapped the table with force. Guests have arrived. Why are you not attending to us? The innkeeper jolted awake, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Oh dear, young Master Gu, what brings you here? I have brought friends to patronize Master Dong's establishment. Make haste and serve us. Gu Xiao was disinclined to elaborate. Of course at once. The innkeeper, as if seeing a savior, promptly summoned the idle attendants. Quickly, work has arrived, come over. The 3 or 4 attendants, glancing at the group, ambled over slowly. Gu Xiao casually ordered a few dishes. And under the guidance of one of the attendants, they entered the finest private room in Baiwei building. With no other guests in the tavern, they had the luxury of choice regarding the room. Xiao Wanping surveyed the tavern's arrangement. The main hall was spacious and well lit, with private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, arranged in an appealing manner. The structure of the tavern was quite commendable. Upon entering the room, Xiao Wanping promptly approached the window and opened it. Below, the streets were bustling with life, illuminated by lights, offering a broad view. For such a tavern, to be managed in this manner by Dong Xingmin was indeed a testament to talent. Xiao Wanping remarked with a cold laugh of derision. Dugu circled the room, ensuring there were no anomalies before pulling out a chair for Xiao Wanping to sit. When he took over Baiwei building last year, the business was thriving. In just 1 year, he has let it decline to this state. Truly a fool, Gu Xiao uttered with palpable disdain. Dugu, standing behind Xiao Wanping, could not resist speaking up. Baiwei building is situated in a bustling area. 50,000 taels is not exorbitant. With so many noble families in the capital, is there truly no one willing to purchase it? My dear Dugu, you are yet to grasp the full picture. Gu Xiao spoke eloquently. Firstly, it is well known that the 100 Flavors restaurant is the property of the Vice Minister of Works, Dong Cheng. They are aware that this establishment was acquired through Dong Cheng's coercive means. Although 50,000 taels is a sum many can muster, they are apprehensive. Apprehensive? Indeed. They fear that purchasing the 100 Flavors restaurant might lead to another deception by Dong Cheng, especially considering past experiences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping nodded in agreement, stating, what if, after the purchase, Dong Cheng finds an excuse to declare it unfit for operation? Wouldn't that result in a futile loss of 50,000 taels? Furthermore, Gu Xiao continued, the reputation of the 100 Flavors restaurant has already been tarnished by Dong Xingmin. No one can guarantee that business will thrive, even if it is transformed into a different venture. Therefore, those noble families are reluctant to play the fool. More than half a month has passed since the 100 Flavors restaurant was put up for sale, and while there have been occasional inquiries, no one has dared to make a purchase. After listening, Xiao Wanping smiled slightly. Then why do you wish to buy it? He began to assess Gu Xiao. With a confident pat on his chest, Gu Xiao replied, I am the son of Gu Feng, and I naturally fear no deception from Dong Xingmin. Moreover, I have privately befriended a few cooks, whose culinary skills rival those of the palace chefs. As he spoke, Gu Xiao lifted his chin, brimming with confidence. To rejuvenate this troubled establishment, it would require more than just a few cooks. It necessitates a sound business strategy, Xiao Wanping interjected. Brother-in-law, I am fully aware of that. It merely requires restoring its reputation. Share your thoughts. After acquiring the 100 Flavors restaurant, I will first change its name, ensuring that the people of the imperial capital recognize that this establishment has undergone a transformation. And then, Xiao Wanping continued to inquire. Then, Gu Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, I will offer free meals and drinks for 3 days, allowing everyone to understand that the food served here is no longer what it used to be. Word of mouth will surely revive the 100 Flavors restaurant. Xiao Wanping nodded, recognizing a degree of business acumen in Gu Xiao, but still felt he lacked experience. Brother-in-law, do you agree with my idea? Gu Xiao eagerly awaited Xiao Wanping's response. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a certain reliance on Xiao Wanping. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Wanping chuckled noncommittally. Have you considered that after 3 days of free meals and drinks, on the 4th day, when charges are introduced, most of those patrons will not return? The majority of those who come for the free offerings are merely opportunists, not the true clientele of the restaurant. Realizing this, Gu Xiao regarded Xiao Wanping with admiration, initially believing him to possess only poetic talent, but now recognizing his expertise in business as well. I merely gleaned this from books. Xiao Wanping waved his hand dismissively. Brother-in-law, please teach me. Gu Xiao grasped Xiao Wanping's arm eagerly. Reluctantly, Xiao Wanping could only offer a brief insight. You must make the customers feel they are gaining an advantage, while in reality, it is the restaurant that benefits. Scratching his head, Gu Xiao appeared somewhat perplexed. Brother-in-law, what does that mean? With a smile, Xiao Wanping refrained from directly answering and instead posed a question. Let me ask you, do you truly wish to purchase the 100 Flavors restaurant? Xiao Wanping was concerned that Gu Xiao's interest might be a mere whim. Of course, my ambition is not to attain noble titles, but to become the wealthiest merchant in the imperial capital. Gu Xiao's voice was loud, unafraid of being overheard. However, upon contemplating the 50,000 taels, Gu Xiao could not help but feel a sense of despondency wash over him. Do not fret about that sum. As long as you possess the resolve to venture into the business realm, I shall assist you, he declared. Brother-in-law, Gu Xiao once more grasped Xiao Wanping's arm. I have contemplated this for years. It is not a fleeting impulse. Trust me, I am determined. Noticing his earnest demeanor, Xiao Wanping finally nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall aid you. The attendant, without a knock, pushed the door open and entered to serve the dishes. Throughout the entire process, the attendant maintained a stern expression, uttering not a single word. Has someone died in this household? Or what is the matter with such an attitude? Du Guyu expressed her dissatisfaction. Xiao Wanping, however, remained unfazed, casually picking up a piece of chicken and placing it in his mouth. Wow, he exclaimed, barely chewing before spitting it out. Does this 100 Flavors restaurant not charge for salt? It is excessively salty. Upon hearing this, the others began to sample the dishes as well. Gu Xiao frowned deeply. The dishes I prepare are far superior to this. Du Guyu, too, spat her food onto the floor. This is something even a dog would refuse. The meals my grandmother cooks with her feet are far tastier than this. Setting down his chopsticks, Xiao Wanping quickly deduced the situation. It was apparent that the cooks of the 100 Flavors restaurant had been dismissed by Dong Xingmin, and these dishes were likely hastily prepared by the attendants themselves. No wonder the business had plummeted. Du Guyu cast a disdainful glance towards the door. I shall not eat anymore, summoned the manager. We are purchasing this establishment. With only 10,000 taels, how can we buy it? Gu Xiao pondered inwardly. Chapter 54. Target in sight. What? You wish to purchase the 100 Flavors restaurant? The manager stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Xiao Wanping's words. Do not say too much. Can you truly make such a decision? Xiao Wanping replied. I can, the manager stammered, flustered. He then immediately shouted downstairs. Quick, call the young master up. Moments later, Dong Xingmin, who was indulging in revelries at a nearby brothel, hurried over, his trousers not even properly fastened. Dong brother, how dashing you are. Walking the streets with your belt undone, Xiao Wanping remarked with a slight smile. Dong Xingmin, embarrassed, quickly secured his belt and bowed. I have met His Highness. And young Master Gu. The manager, upon realizing that the newcomer was the 8th prince, was momentarily taken aback, silently grateful that he had not offended him. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. Step aside, Dong Xingmin commanded the manager. Your Highness, do you wish to buy the 100 Flavors restaurant? Dong Xingmin inquired, a hint of excitement in his tone. It is not I who wishes to buy it, but him. Xiao Wanping gestured towards Gu Xiao. You, young Master Gu? Dong Xingmin appraised Gu Xiao from head to toe. Indeed, I wish to make a purchase. With a chuckle, Dong Xingmin turned to Xiao Wanping. Your Highness, the 100 Flavors restaurant is priced at 50,000 taels. Does young Master Gu possess such wealth? He was well aware that Gu Feng was notoriously strict regarding finances with his son, and it was improbable that Gu Xiao possessed 50,000 taels. If it were Xiao Wanping, Dong Xingmin would have believed it without question, for he was a prince, albeit somewhat foolish, yet still favored by Emperor Jing. You need not concern yourself about that. Immediately, Xiao Wanping exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Xiao. The latter produced a bundle of silver notes from his bosom and tossed it onto the table. This is a deposit of 10,000 taels. Please count it. Deposit? Dong Xingmin took the notes and counted them. You shall retain the initial sum of 10,000 taels, and within a fortnight, I will gather the remaining 40,000 taels. At that time, the exchange will occur simultaneously, cash in hand for the property. Dong Xingmin was elated. At last, someone was willing to assume this burdensome predicament. No problem. Certainly no problem, he responded hurriedly, tucking the 10,000 taels close, fearing a change of heart from the other party. After all, 50,000 taels was no trifling matter for Gu Xiao. Granting him an additional fortnight to amass the funds was entirely reasonable, and Dong Xingmin held no suspicion. Once the money was received, a formal acknowledgement was necessary. Xiao Wanping promptly asserted, of course, let us draft a document. By all means. Dong Xingmin commanded his steward to procure paper and writing instruments. Your Highness, how would you like this document to be structured? Simply follow the customary format. Should we fail to gather the necessary funds in a fortnight, this 10,000 taels will belong to you, he replied with a sheepish smile. Xiao Wanping then inquired, what if we manage to raise the funds within 2 weeks, yet you sell the 100 flavors building to another? In accordance with the trading regulations of the imperial capital, I shall compensate you double the transaction amount, which would be 100,000 taels to Gu Xiao. Very well, let us proceed with the writing. Both parties signed and sealed the agreement with satisfaction. Although Gu Xiao had been filled with confidence at the 100 flavors building, once outside, his brow was furrowed with concern. Brother-in-law, that 10,000 taels is my hard-earned savings. If I cannot gather the remaining 40,000 taels within this fortnight, I shall be ruined, Gu Xiao lamented. Do you doubt me? Xiao Wanping remarked with a smile, touching his nose. I trust you. I really do, Gu Xiao replied, feeling rather disheartened. At this juncture, he had no choice but to place his faith in the situation. At that moment, Dugu Yu stepped forward. Your Highness, how shall we earn that 40,000 taels? After glancing at the others, Xiao Wanping chuckled. What do you think of the document we just established with Dong Xingmin? He cast a deliberate glance at Gu Xiao. The group appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend. Gu Xiao queried, Brother-in-law, are you suggesting we use that document to deceive Dong Xingmin? Not at all, Xiao Wanping shook his head. Striding forward, the scheme he intended to execute was drawn from the teachings of the 18 strategies of heaven, a concept that would likely elude their understanding. Gu Xiao hurried after him. Brother-in-law, please do not feign profundity. I am quite unsettled. Xiao Wanping turned, patting him on the shoulder. In the imperial capital, there must be pawnshops or antique stores capable of producing 50,000 taels in one go. Pawnbrokers or antique shops. Gu Xiao, though confused, pointed ahead. There is Chunji Antiquities, run by Chen Wenqiu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that these esteemed families in the imperial capital possessed their own enterprises. This was a departure from the ancient times of his previous life, where merchants held the lowest status, and the nobility viewed commerce with disdain. In fact, the court had issued explicit decrees prohibiting officials from engaging in trade. However, in this alternate world, the court seemed to support commerce among officials and princes. While such actions bore their drawbacks, they also presented advantages. Officials' incomes increased, resulting in a decrease in corruption, at least to some extent. Is that the grandson of Chen Shiqi? Dugu Yu asked disdainfully. Indeed, he is the sycophant of Xiao Wanchong. Gu Xiao scoffed. Standing 10 paces away from Chen's antique shop, Xiao Wanping lingered for a considerable time. He observed that a fair number of patrons were entering the establishment, suggesting that the shop enjoyed a commendable reputation. Xiao Wanping felt a twinge of surprise, given Chen Wenqiu's sycophantic nature. It was astonishing that he could successfully manage such a flourishing antique business. Brother-in-law, you only see one side of the coin, but not the other. Gu Xiaoqiao remarked with a sneer. What do you mean? The antiques and paintings within this shop are indeed mostly genuine, which naturally attracts many buyers. However, Gu Xiaoqiao scoffed. Continuing, if you wish to sell antiques and encounter those in power, they will not dare to offend you, offering a fair price. Yet, if a poor person is in urgent need of money, they will slash the price mercilessly. In essence, they prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Xiao Wanping's smile faded. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a man clad in coarse clothing being forcibly ejected by a shop assistant. This goblet is a treasured heirloom, at least 400 years old, worth well over 1,000 taels. Why are you offering me only 500? The man protested. Enough. The agreement has been set. What more is there to discuss? Leave. The assistant retorted impatiently. But you initially quoted 800 taels. How has it dropped to 500 upon signing? The man's face was etched with distress. Who told you not to read the terms carefully? Now be gone. With that, the assistant turned and returned to the shop. The man, clutching the agreement, glanced down, his brow furrowed as he sighed repeatedly. This is outrageous. Before Xiao Wanping could utter a word, Gu Xiaoqiao had already rushed forward. Is this fool truly attempting to seek justice? Reluctantly, Xiao Wanping signaled for Dugu Yu to follow. They approached the man, witnessing Gu Xiaoqiao patting him on the shoulder. Zhou Xiaoqi, what is the matter? The man looked up upon recognizing the newcomer. Young Master Gu. He clasped his hands in salute, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Do you know him? Xiao Wanping inquired. Chapter 55. It is you. Gu Xiaoqiao drew Zhou Xiaoqi closer, introducing him. This is Zhou Xiaoqi, a soldier of the Red Phosphorus Guard. I often venture outside the city, and we've become acquainted over time. Xiao Wanping scrutinized Zhou Xiaoqi, noting his square face and clear eyes, which perpetually bore a deep-seated sorrow. Brother, what has transpired? Xiao Wanping asked. This gentleman is? Zhou Xiaoqi inquired, regaining his composure. Oh, he is a dear friend of mine, surname Wan. Gu Xiaoqiao, displaying his intelligence, was careful not to reveal Xiao Wanping's true identity. Have I become your dear friend so swiftly? Xiao Wanping chuckled inwardly. Brother Wan, Zhou Xiaoqi greeted with a fist salute. What exactly has happened? Gu Xiaoqiao pressed eagerly. Alas, Zhou Xiaoqi sighed and shook his head repeatedly before explaining, my mother is ill, and the doctor says she requires musk for her treatment. Musk is extremely precious. To fully cure her, it would require at least 700 or 800 taels. I do not possess such funds, so I have no choice but to sell our family heirloom. And what was the dispute with that shop assistant about? Xiao Wanping continued to inquire. Alas, they say Qin's Antiques is a reputable shop, but I believe it operates more like a black market. Zhou Xiaoqi, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, that heirloom of mine is worth at least 1,000 taels. If sold at an antique shop, even with a discount of 20%, it would amount to 800 taels. We had originally agreed upon this figure, yet upon signing the document, it inexplicably transformed into 500 taels. Did you not pay attention to the amount when you signed? It is entirely my fault for being careless. Who would have thought that the shop of the current national elder's grandson would be so duplicitous? In my haste to procure medicine, I neglected to verify the figures on the document. Xiao Wanping understood that such antique shops were fraught with deceit. They present a low-priced document for you to sign, and if you see through their ruse, they claim a mistake was made and provide a new document without loss to themselves. If you fail to notice, then it is simply your misfortune. Among 10, there are always 1 or 2 who are careless, and Zhou Xiaoqi had unfortunately encountered such a situation. This is utterly outrageous. Gu Xiao gritted his teeth, casting a glare at the group of attendants within the shop. My friends, I must attend to my medicine procurement. So I shall take my leave, Zhou Xiaoqi declared, preparing to depart. Wait. Gu Xiao halted him and pulled out 5 100-tael silver notes, thrusting them into Zhou Xiaoqi's hands. Take this. Your health is of utmost importance. No. Zhou Xiaoqi protested vehemently, shaking his head. Young Master Gu, how can I accept your money? Enough with the formalities. Gu Xiao replied, seemingly averse to niceties. Take it. When you are financially stable in the future, you can repay me at your leisure. At this, Xiao Wanping silently approved of Gu Xiao's character. He displayed admirable integrity. Should the need arise, there was little fear of Gu Xiao acting maliciously. It was important to note that Gu Xiao was currently in need of funds, having recently expended 10,000 taels. Thus, 500 taels was not a trivial amount for him. The ability to readily part with such a sum to aid a friend was truly commendable. Zhou Xiaoqi accepted the banknotes, tears brimming in his eyes. With a deep bow, he inhaled deeply, saying, Young Master Gu's immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. Please, do take your leave. Zhou Xiaoqi nodded earnestly and departed. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping had a thought. Zhou Xiaoqi was a soldier defending the city, at the very least. He was a member of the Red Phosphorus Guard. If a beneficial relationship could be cultivated, it might prove advantageous in the future. Gu Xiao, in an unintentional manner, seemed to have rendered Xiao Wanping a significant favor. Brother-in-law, shall we continue to peruse the shop? Gu Xiao inquired. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Chun Wenchu's antique store. There is no need to look further. That shop is the one. Xiao Wanping retorted coldly. Since they revel in deceiving others, let them taste the bitterness of being deceived themselves. With a scornful glance at the antique shop, Xiao Wanping smirked and led the group back to the Gu residence. Within the confines of the room, Gu Xiao poured a cup of tea for Xiao Wanping. Brother-in-law, pray tell, how can we amass 40,000 taels within half a month? How much do you have on hand? Counting his banknotes, Gu Xiao responded. A little over 2,000 taels. That is sufficient. You merely need to find 2 individuals. In 10 days, I shall procure 50,000 taels for you. Find 2 individuals? Gu Xiao's face was a portrait of confusion. Are we not capable? That will not suffice. These 2 must be unfamiliar to Qin Wenchu. Preferably individuals who rarely make appearances in the imperial capital, and their connection to us must remain concealed from him. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Xiao nodded. Very well. I shall bring the individuals to see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Dugu interjected immediately. Gu Xiao scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Tomorrow night, tomorrow night. The series of antics from Xiao Wanping nearly made Gu Xiao forget that this brother-in-law was rather eccentric during the day. All right, you may leave now. After a long night of bustling about, Gu Xiao felt a bit fatigued and took his leave. Once he departed, Xiao Wanping signaled for Duguyu to close the door. Come down, he said, glancing at the beams of the room. Silent as a whisper, Zhao Shursen appeared. Did you catch a glimpse of that night? Xiao Wanping inquired. I did not see clearly, but I heard his voice. Their conversation naturally revolved around the recent ambush by the spirited steed by the riverbank. In the future, if you encounter such incidents, capture the assailant for me. Do not merely linger by my side. Xiao Wanping lamented, for with Zhao Shursen's skills, the assassin would not have escaped. Yet, he had refrained from pursuing. If we could capture one alive and interrogate him about the mastermind, we might extort a hefty sum or even eliminate the adversary entirely. No, my duty is to ensure your safety, not to chase after assassins, Zhao Shursen replied stubbornly. Xiao Wanping was left speechless. He then turned to Duguyu. Should we face another assassin, you shall pursue, and strive to bring one back alive. Yes, your highness. Duguyu replied dutifully. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Wanping's eyes as he pondered. Did they act right after leaving the palace? Your highness, who do you suspect is behind this assassination attempt? Duguyu asked. Need it be said? It can only be either Xiao Wanrong or Xiao Wanchang. Or perhaps they conspired together. Both have been manipulated by me recently and possess motive. But why did they not use hidden weapons? Why resort to a horse? Duguyu queried in confusion. If I were to be killed by a hidden weapon, my father would undoubtedly suspect them. But if it were an accident? Xiao Wanping countered. I understand now. They intend to create an accident, ensuring no suspicion falls upon them. Since they have truly sought to take my life, they must not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. A glimmer of murderous intent passed through Xiao Wanping's gaze. Tomorrow, you will contact my sister-in-law and instruct her to swiftly uncover the identity of the assailant from that day in the Imperial Garden. That person must be within the palace. Understood. If this person is found, then Xiao Wanchang is finished. Regardless of who seeks to take my life, I shall strike first. As for Xiao Wanrong, he is already a eunuch. I will deal with him in due time. The following day, as the afterglow of dusk descended, Gu Xiao arrived punctually. Standing beside him were two middle-aged men dressed as merchants, fitting the criteria set by Xiao Wanping. Brother-in-law, these two are named Gu Mo and Zhuang Li. They are from outside the city. What do you think? Chapter 56. Setting the trap. Xiao Wanping did not have high expectations for the two. As long as they could communicate effectively, that was sufficient. Noticing that Gu Mo and Zhuang Li both bore the demeanor of business people, he found it even more favorable. Very well. Xiao Wanping nodded. Can you read? He asked. We can. Both men responded simultaneously. That's good to hear. Subsequently, Xiao Wanping turned, surveying the room. His gaze finally settled upon the inkstone on the writing desk. This inkstone, though appearing entirely black, shimmered with a faint green hue within. You shall do. Xiao Wanping picked up the inkstone and dried the ink stains on it over the candle flame before handing it to Gu Mo. Be careful. This inkstone is worth 50,000 taels, he said with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother-in-law, this is merely an ordinary celadone inkstone. It can be purchased for a few taels of silver. How could it possibly be worth 50,000? Xiao Wanping, no longer teasing, elaborated on the specific operational strategy. After listening, the crowd was left dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. Brother-in-law, you are truly terrifying. Gu Xiao could not help but swallow hard, gazing at Xiao Wanping in astonishment. Such an ingenious plan surely no one in the world could evade. Zhuang Li also offered a compliment, while Gu Mo echoed. They say your highness suffers from hysteria. Often appearing foolish, but this brilliant scheme is simply unprecedented. I am in awe. All right, Xiao Wanping, wishing to avoid suspicion, quickly waved his hand. I merely learned this from an ancient book. I possess no such talent. In truth, he had indeed learned it from the 18 strategies of heaven. Now, let us get moving. The next steps are up to you. With a grand gesture, Xiao Wanping urged them on. The two, still in shock, collected their thoughts before bidding farewell. The night in the imperial capital was bustling. Gu Mo entered Chunji Antiques with the inkstone in hand. Coincidentally, Chen Wenchu was also present. Upon seeing Gu Mo dressed as a merchant, the shopkeeper immediately approached him. Dear guest, are you here to buy or sell? If you wish to purchase, we have a wide selection, guaranteed to be authentic. If you intend to sell, we pride ourselves on our integrity, treating all fairly. Before Gu Mo could speak, the shopkeeper had already launched into a lengthy introduction. Might you be looking to store a precious item here? The shopkeeper was taken aback. He had never encountered a merchant seeking to deposit antiques. Deposit? What item do you wish to store? He inquired. You must be able to take charge, for my item is of great value and cannot afford any mishaps. The shopkeeper's expression grew serious, and he quickly replied, Please wait a moment. I shall summon the owner. A short while later, Chen Wenshu emerged from the inner hall. Brother, you wish to deposit a valuable item? He asked with an indifferent tone. Indeed, Gu Mo nodded. Then let us first see what fine item you wish to store, Chen Wenshu prompted. Nodding in agreement, Gu Mo hesitated not, retrieving a brocade box from his bosom. Inside is the inkstone used by Lang Yutong. 500 years ago, this esteemed scholar held a status akin to that of Li Bai. The inkstone of Lang Yutong? Chen Wenshu exchanged a glance with the shopkeeper, both their eyes lighting up. This is indeed of considerable worth. Indeed, Gu Mo confirmed, continuing. I am originally from Guiyun and have come to the imperial capital to procure goods for sale upon my return. By chance, I acquired this treasure and wish to store it here. Why not take it back with you then? Why store it here? Chen Wenshu queried, puzzled. You see, this treasure is precious and difficult to sell in Guiyun. It can only find a buyer in the capital. I am eager to return to Guiyun, so I must entrust it here. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenshu inquired further, why not wait until it is sold before returning to Guiyun? To be candid, the merchandise I procured is prone to spoilage if left unattended for too long. Thus, I must hasten back, yet the journey spans over 2,000 miles, and I fear the presence of bandits or robbers along the way. Therefore, I shall return to Guiyun and liquidate the goods before making my way back to the imperial capital to peddle this treasure. My explanation was seamless, and neither Chen Wenshu nor the shopkeeper suspected otherwise. Indeed, in these tumultuous times, the number of bandits within the Diyan realm has proliferated, and carrying such a precious item on one's person during the journey exponentially increases the peril. Understanding this, the shopkeeper nodded. Subsequently, Chen Wenshu inquired, Might we take a look at the treasure? Certainly, Gu Mo replied, graciously pushing the brocade box before the two. Upon opening the box, Chen Wenshu cautiously extracted the inkstone. After merely a glance, he exchanged a knowing look with the shopkeeper, silently acknowledging the truth. This was no inkstone once used by the Longyu Hall. It was plainly an ordinary Celadon inkstone. In commerce, amiability breeds prosperity, especially in the trade of antiques, so the two remained silent. May I ask how you wish to store this item? The shopkeeper queried, sensing a shift in Chen Wenshu's demeanor, which had become somewhat haughty. Quite simply, 100 taels for a 10-day storage. I shall return after 10 days to retrieve it, Gu Mo stated directly. 100 taels? Chen Wenshu exclaimed in astonishment. This mere Celadon inkstone could be purchased for a few taels in the market. How could such a fool willingly pay 100 taels for storage? With money so readily available, why not seize the opportunity? Immediately, Chen Wenshu acquiesced. Very well, 100 taels for 10 days. Gu Mo continued, of course, if someone expresses interest during this period, you may assist in selling it, but my bottom line is 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels? The shopkeeper gasped once more. Sir, are you aware he began, only to be interrupted? Silence. Chen Wenshu interjected. Regardless of whether the item was genuine or a counterfeit, as long as the other party agreed to store it, he would profit 100 taels regardless of whether it sold. Sir, we shall accept the item and proceed as you instructed. Let us formalize this agreement. Certainly. Chen Wenshu instructed the shopkeeper to fetch pen and ink, and they formalized the terms, a storage fee of 100 taels for a maximum of 10 days, with a minimum sale price of 50,000 taels. Both parties signed the agreement, each retaining a copy. Subsequently, Gu Mo produced 100 taels in banknotes and handed them over to Chen Wenshu with ease. I must continue my journey, so I bid you farewell. Safe travels, esteemed guest, the shopkeeper replied with a smile as he escorted Gu Mo out of the establishment. Upon returning to the store, Chen Wenshu let out a cold laugh. There are so many fools in this world. If we cannot turn a profit from our shop, it would indeed be a travesty. He then laughed heartily, brandishing the 100 taels in his hand, though it was not a large sum for him. Human nature is inherently greedy, and who would refuse an effortless profit of 100 taels? The shopkeeper chimed in with a smile. Young master, that fellow must have been deceived as well. That is of no concern to us, Chen Wenchu waved his hand dismissively, tossing the inkstone back into the brocade box. The shopkeeper understood and promptly closed the box, preparing to store it. What are you doing? Chen Wenchu halted him. Master, I will keep it safe, regardless of its authenticity. This inkstone is now worth 50,000 taels to us. They remain oblivious to this fact. What are they collecting? Display it on the shelf. Perhaps we might encounter another fool and profit from the price difference. Chen Wenchu wore a sinister smile. Chapter 57. An inexorable dilemma. The following day, Zhuangli made his entrance. With a fan in hand and clad in splendid attire, he exuded the aura of a learned scholar with ample wealth. Upon stepping into Chen's antique shop, he called out in a resonant voice, "Proprietor, do you have any fine treasures within your establishment?" The shopkeeper greeted him with a broad smile. "Esteemed sir, what type do you fancy? I am a devotee of literature and have a passion for paintings and calligraphy. Do you possess any rare antique scrolls?" "Indeed, we do. Right this way, please." The shopkeeper led Zhuangli to the display of paintings and calligraphy. "This piece is the work of the prime minister from the founding of the Great Yan Dynasty. What do you think?" He pointed to the yellowed landscape painting hung at the highest point of the display. Clearly, this was one of the shop's prized possessions. After glancing at it a few times, Zhuangli feigned ambivalence. "This painting is no better than my own. Were it not for its considerable age and the fact that it belonged to the founding prime minister, how could it possibly be deemed a treasure?" He pretended to adopt the demeanor of a connoisseur. The shopkeeper was taken aback. "Esteemed sir, what kind of piece do you prefer? Please, you may leave. I shall look around on my own." Zhuangli waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, take your time. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call for us." Zhuangli strolled through the shop, hands clasped behind his back. It must be said, the antique store was quite expansive. After a leisurely circuit, coupled with his feigned pauses, he had spent nearly half an hour. Eventually, his gaze settled upon an inkstone on the display. "Shopkeeper, how much for this inkstone?" Upon hearing that someone was interested in the inkstone, the shopkeeper's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly summoned Chen Wenchu. "Esteemed sir, this treasure is rather unique. Our proprietor will discuss it with you." Chen Wenchu emerged, approaching Zhuangli. "Brother, do you wish to acquire this inkstone?" Zhuangli retracted his fan and gently tapped the inkstone, straining to listen to its sound. He then leaned in closer to scrutinize the stone. In the next moment, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, though it was fleeting. Naturally, none of this escaped Chen Wenchu's keen observation. "How much do you intend to sell this inkstone for?" Zhuangli inquired as he straightened up. Chen Wenchu exchanged glances with the shopkeeper, incredulous that such a fool could exist, even more so than Xiao Wanping. "Esteemed sir, this inkstone was used by Lang Yutong. We are asking 50,000 taels." Before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, Chen Wenchu interjected, 55,000 taels. "This ancient inkstone is one of a kind, sir, not a single tael less." The mere fact that someone had shown interest in this ancient inkstone ignited Chen Wenchu's desire to profit, consistent with his methodical nature. He would not sell it for naught. He must earn a margin. Even if the deal fell through, the 100 taels deposit would ensure he incurred no loss. 55,000 taels. Zhuangli burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Why do you find amusement, sir?" Chen Wenchu inquired. "It has been said that your shop offers genuine goods at fair prices. Yet I discover it to be a den of deceit. This inkstone is far from being used by Lang Yutong. It is plainly a piece of celadon. How dare you demand 55,000 taels? Have you lost your senses?" If Zhuangli had shown immediate interest in purchasing, Chen Wenchu would inevitably have grown suspicious, thus rendering this scheme futile. Xiao Wanping's scheme was intricately woven, each layer seamlessly connected, leaving one defenseless against its cunning. "How much are you willing to offer?" Chen Wenchu inquired, fully aware that the inkstone before him was a counterfeit. "I shall bid 1,000 taels. Will you sell?" Zhuangli proposed. Upon hearing the figure, Chen Wenchu was momentarily taken aback. This individual, it seemed, possessed a discerning eye. How could he offer such a sum for a mere piece of celadon inkstone? Could it truly possess unique qualities? Not for sale. Regardless of the circumstance, 1,000 taels was simply unacceptable. The written agreement clearly stipulated that Gu Mo intended to sell for 50,000 taels. Accepting a mere 1,000 would result in catastrophic losses. "If it's not for sale, then so be it," Zhuangli retorted with a dismissive snort, turning on his heel to depart. On the following day, he returned to the shop, once again drawn to the inkstone, lingering before it with an unmistakable glimmer of avarice in his eyes. Chen Wenchu, having noticed his presence, approached with a smile. "Sir, Are you still interested in this inkstone? This time, Zhuang Li's tone softened. Esteemed merchant, you must understand that this inkstone is merely a replica. How can it be worth 55,000 taels? If you lower the price, I shall make the purchase. Chen Wenchu was increasingly astonished. He was nearly convinced that the inkstone indeed held something extraordinary. Resolutely, he decided to remain steadfast in his pricing. What amount do you propose? Raising a single finger, Zhuang Li gritted his teeth, declaring, this time, I can offer 10,000 taels. It is the utmost I can afford. Unacceptable. 55,000 taels, not a single coin less. Chen Wenchu replied with unwavering firmness. Zhuang Li, at a loss for words, feigned extreme disappointment and exited once more. On the third day, he returned again, this time increasing his offer to 20,000 taels. Chen Wenchu, of course, would not yield. Ultimately, on the fourth day, Zhuang Li begrudgingly consented to the deal at 55,000 taels. What could one say? The inkstone's hue was indeed rare in this world. The color of the inkstone? The shopkeeper beamed as he approached the two with paper and pen in hand. Chen Wenchu inquired, do you find the color of this inkstone appealing? Observe, Zhuang Li exclaimed. Cradling the inkstone, the outer layer is black, while the interior glimmers with a translucent hue, radiating a subtle green light, interspersed with veins of golden yellow. Such rarity is astonishing. He extolled the virtues of the inkstone, regardless of the veracity of his claims. This was specifically instructed by Xiao Wanping. In truth, there were no golden streaks within the inkstone at all. At this juncture, Chen Wenchu had no intention of probing deeper. Securing a profit of 5,000 taels was his primary concern. Sir, let us formalize the contract, he stated. In the realm of antique dealings, where substantial sums were involved, both parties were obliged to draft a contract to prevent disputes. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Li returned the inkstone to its silk box and retrieved a banknote of 1,000 taels. To be candid, 55,000 taels is not a trifling amount. I do not have that much cash on hand at this moment. Oh, what do you propose then? Chen Wenchu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Observing his hesitation, Zhuang Li quickly reassured him, fear not, esteemed merchant. I reside in Chongning City, not far from the capital, merely 100 miles away. I shall return with the necessary funds in 4 days, and I assure you, I will settle the payment in full. Chen Wenchu hesitated. Certainly. I shall first place a deposit of 1,000 taels, please count it. Upon seeing the banknotes, Chen Wenchu's eyes sparkled with excitement, gesturing for the shopkeeper to tally the amount. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper nodded, confirming the sum was accurate. Chen Wenchu then beamed with delight. In that case, I shall reserve this inkstone for you for 4 days. During this time, it will not be sold to anyone else. Having received the deposit of 1,000 taels, he felt a sense of assurance. Excellent. Zhuang Li nodded, then swiftly shifted the conversation. But what if, during these 4 days, you sell the ancient inkstone? By the rules of the trade, you would be compensated double the transaction amount, which amounts to 110,000 taels, Chen Wenchu replied without hesitation. Impressive, Zhuang Li exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Following the customary procedure, both parties also drafted a written agreement. The deposit was set at 1,000 taels, with the remaining 54,000 taels to be settled in 4 days. Should the payment not be completed on time, the deposit would belong to Chen Wenchu. However, if the shop failed to produce the inkstone after 4 days, they would owe Zhuang Li 110,000 taels. Chapter 58. The brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to Chen Wenchu, with the signing of this agreement, he had unwittingly entered an inextricable dilemma. Indeed, the very next day, Guillemot appeared. Shopkeeper, I am here to retrieve the inkstone. Upon entering the store, he called out loudly. Hearing the commotion, the shopkeeper had yet to emerge when Chen Wenchu rushed out. Upon seeing Guillemot, he froze in place. Was it not agreed that he would return in 10 days? It was only the 6th day. How had this fellow returned so soon? According to the arrangement with Zhuang Li, the financial transaction was to be completed after 4 days. Yet, Guillemot still had 6 days remaining before the storage deadline. Chen Wenchu had expected to have an additional 2 days for negotiation. Who could have anticipated that Guillemot would return early? In an instant, his complexion paled, leaving him uncertain on how to respond. What's the matter, shopkeeper? I come to reclaim the inkstone, Guillemot said, waving his hand before Chen Wenchu. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged, and upon seeing Guillemot, his reaction mirrored that of Chen Wenchu. Observing this, Guillemot feigned a stern expression. What? Have you damaged my inkstone? The shopkeeper, wearing a wry smile, replied. Not at all, but the agreed-upon storage period was 10 days. Why come to collect it on the 7th day? Oh, it is quite the coincidence. I encountered a group of merchants on my way back to the cloud, and they purchased all my goods, prompting me to return to the capital, Guemo explained. Hearing this, Chen Wenchu and the shopkeeper exchanged glances, filled with helplessness. You wish to take back the inkstone now? Chen Wenchu inquired once more. Indeed. A friend of mine is quite interested in this inkstone, and I must retrieve it. Perhaps he will purchase it, Guemo replied. That is unacceptable, Chen Wenchu instinctively shouted. Accustomed to his domineering ways, his tone allowed no room for negotiation. What is the reason for this? Guemo feigned confusion. The agreed storage period is 10 days. It must be retrieved only after 10 days, with no allowance for early withdrawal. At this, Guemo let out a cold laugh. Shopkeeper, what logic is this? He then produced the written agreement from his pocket, pointing to its terms. As you can see, it states a maximum storage of 10 days, implying I may reclaim it at any time within that period. Furthermore, Guemo continued, expressing his frustration, I retrieved my belongings in advance and did not demand a refund for the storage fees. You would benefit from this convenience. So why deny me my possessions? Chen Wenchu, of course, refrained from revealing his intentions, as he sought to profit from the price difference of 5,000 taels. No is no. I have the final say, he declared, beginning to act with impunity. It would be a jest if Guemo were allowed to reclaim the ancient inkstone. For if Zhuangli were to arrive and find it missing, he would be liable for 11,000 taels. Drawing a sharp breath, Guemo remained unfazed, retorting with a smile, if that is the case, let us settle this in court. With that, he turned on his heel and made to exit the antique shop. Wait, esteemed guest, please hold on. The shopkeeper quickly intervened, urging him to sit. Do not be hasty. Allow me to speak with the owner. He bent slightly and stepped outside, summoning Chen Wenchu. Owner, we cannot win this lawsuit. The evidence is clear, and moreover, the magistrate of Xinjiang has always been at odds with us. He will not support our cause. Chen Wenchu spread his hands in frustration. What shall we do? If he takes the inkstone, and Zhuangli arrives in a few days to find it absent, we will owe him 11,000 taels. The shopkeeper's eyes darted thoughtfully at this juncture. We have no choice but to purchase the inkstone. 50,000 taels for this worthless item? Chen Wenchu exclaimed in anger. Purchasing it will not incur a loss. After all, Zhuangli has already deposited 1,000 taels here. In a few days, he will return to settle the remaining balance, and we will profit an additional 5,000 taels. After careful consideration, Chen Wenchu conceded, realizing that no one would casually part with 1,000 taels without intent. Zhuangli would undoubtedly return to acquire the inkstone. It must be so. Having received Chen Wenchu's consent, the shopkeeper re-entered the room. Esteemed guest, this contract stipulates that if our shop sells this treasure, the minimum price shall be 50,000 taels, correct? Indeed, Guemo replied. Very well, we shall consider this inkstone sold on your behalf. Guemo feigned a frown, appearing troubled. In that case, I would be betraying my friend who is quite interested. He may even offer a higher price. Hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a surge of confidence. Esteemed guest, the contract is explicit. 50,000 taels is the agreed price, and you cannot retract your word. With a sigh, Guemo waved his hand dismissively. Very well, 50,000 taels it shall be, but the transaction must be settled in full. Of course, the shopkeeper affirmed. He promptly gathered the 5,000 taels in banknotes and presented them to Guemo. Please verify. Once the amount was confirmed, Guemo stood to leave. Esteemed guest, according to our customs, we must also formalize this in writing. Guemo smirked inwardly, confident that the shopkeeper would comply. The two parties established a sales contract, and Guemo, clutching the 5,000 taels, exited the antique shop. Undoubtedly, neither Guemo nor Zhuangli would return. Night fell. In the Gu residence, Xiao Wanping toyed with a teacup. This was his first application of the 18 strategies of heavenly mechanisms in a practical scenario, and truth be told, he felt far from assured. After all, theory and practice are two entirely different realms. With a resounding bang, the door swung open as Gu Xiao exuberantly entered the room, followed closely by Du Guyu, who promptly shut the door behind them. Observing the gleam of admiration in Gu Xiao's eyes directed towards him, Xiao Wanping realized that their venture had indeed succeeded. Brother-in-law, you are simply remarkable, he exclaimed, slapping a hefty stack of silver notes onto the table. 50,000 taels. Not a single one less. Du Guyu's gaze towards Xiao Wanping shifted, reflecting a newfound respect. The notion that a mere 1,000 taels in earnest money, coupled with an inconsequential inkstone, could compel Chen Wenchu to part with 50,000 taels was nothing short of astonishing. Your Highness's intentions are unfathomable, he sincerely praised. Xiao Wanping released a breath of relief, yet maintained an air of unwavering confidence. This was precisely the effect he desired. 50,000 taels were at his disposal whenever needed. However, to win Gu Zhao's loyalty, he needed to exhibit a measure of ingenuity to earn his complete trust. Just a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning, Xiao Wanping waved dismissively. Trivial skill? Gu Zhao's face was a mask of astonishment. Brother-in-law, could you possibly teach me these skills? Teach you? Xiao Wanping feigned an air of mystery, a smile curling at his lips. Brother-in-law, Gu Zhao implored, eagerly grasping Xiao Wanping's arm. As long as you agree to teach me, I shall undoubtedly follow your lead from now on. Really? Witnessing this, Gu Zhao's expression turned solemn as he immediately swore an oath to the heavens. As long as His Highness is willing to instruct me in the ways of commerce, I, Gu Zhao, will honor him as my master, never daring to defy him, and will serve him faithfully until the end of his days. Enough, enough, Xiao Wanping chuckled, bemused. Do not be so glib. The matter is far from settled. Chapter 59. Brother-in-law, are you plotting again? Gu Zhao's declaration solidified Xiao Wanping's confidence. All that remained was a final push to completely win him over. Brother-in-law, I understand that the matter is not yet concluded. I shall go and settle the remaining payment to acquire Baiwei building, Gu Zhao announced with palpable excitement. Wait. Xiao Wanping halted him. Surely, you do not believe we need to spend that 40,000 taels to purchase Baiwei building, do you? At this, both Gu Zhao and Du Guyu were taken aback. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? Gu Zhao asked, puzzled, though Du Guyu was equally surprised. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Xiao Wanping's unpredictable behavior over the past few days. He finally understood why Su Jining preferred to send him to be with Xiao Wanping rather than have Zhao Shursen protect her. This foolish prince appeared destined for greatness. This 50,000 taels is merely the beginning. What if I told you that soon, Baiwei building will be respectfully delivered to us? What? Gu Zhao gaped in disbelief. Brother-in-law, we have signed a promissory note. Without settling the remaining payment, how could Dong Xingmin willingly present Baiwei building to us? With a grin, Xiao Wanping stroked his nose and continued. What if I further claimed that not only will we acquire Baiwei building for free, but someone will also deliver 100,000 taels to us? Would you believe it? At this, Du Guyu was left utterly flabbergasted. While he would not have been surprised had Xiao Wanping devised some cunning scheme to obtain Baiwei building, he could not fathom how someone would simply bestow 100,000 taels upon them. However, it was Gu Zhao who reacted first. Brother-in-law, are you plotting again? Xiao Wanping playfully tapped Gu Zhao's head, exclaiming, this is a clever strategy. Following this incident, he felt an overwhelming confidence in the 18 techniques of heaven's secrets. What kind of cleverness are we talking about? Gu Zhao inquired. His curiosity piqued as he rubbed his head. Patience, my friend. Let us wait a few days until Chen Wenchu is thoroughly agitated, Xiao Wanping replied. Brother-in-law, do you still intend to target Chen Wenchu? I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Gu Zhao chuckled, reveling in mischief. Look at that smirk on your face. Xiao Wanping feigned a stern expression before shifting his tone. I find it utterly delightful. The two shared a hearty laugh. Chen Wenchu had audaciously insulted the prince at the banquet, even daring to call him a fool. Now, it appeared the true fool was yet to be determined. As Du Guyu chimed in, sobering his expression, Xiao Wanping remarked, however, this time, my aim is not to strike at him directly, but merely to utilize him. Then who is your true target? Gu Zhao asked. A glint of cunning flashing in Xiao Wanping's eyes as he recalled the assassination attempt on the way to Baiwei Tower that night. This matter would not be easily dismissed. The puppeteer behind it was undoubtedly either Xiao Wanrong or Xiao Wanchong. Striking at the root of the problem was essential. Chen Wenchu was merely a pawn, and his elimination would not resolve the core issue. This statement was not directed at Gu Zhao, but rather intended for Du Guyu and the unseen Zhao Shursan. Gu Zhao, though somewhat perplexed, grasped the essence of the political landscape, aware of the Eighth Prince's lack of power and influence, particularly following the Crown Prince's demise, which left him nearly without support. This circumstance resonated with Gu Zhao, who yearned to prove his worth to the world. Suddenly, Gu Zhao felt a surge of compassion. Rest assured, brother-in-law, though I may seem frivolous at times, I am a man of my word. I will follow your commands without hesitation, whether in water or fire. Without a hint of discontent, he declared, thumping his chest. Xiao Wanping patted Gu Xiao's shoulder, a warm smile spreading across his face. His desire to win Gu Xiao over was based not solely on his cleverness, but also on his character. By the way, what of Gu Mo and Zhuangli? He inquired. Each received 1,000 taels and have distanced themselves from the capital, Gu Xiao replied. Xiao Wanping nodded. Recognizing the impending danger for the two once Chen Wenchu regained his composure, necessitating their proper safeguarding. I need you to undertake a task, he instructed. What is it, brother-in-law? Gu Xiao asked eagerly. Seek out Dong Xingmin for a drink, and subtly reveal certain information to him, Xiao Wanping whispered conspiratorially. What information? Gu Xiao asked, intrigued. You will understand, Xiao Wanping replied. I shall depart at dawn, Gu Xiao affirmed. Though uncertain of Xiao Wanping's intentions, he regarded him as his savior and readily agreed. After Gu Xiao left, Xiao Wanping withdrew 3 tokens from his robe, one inscribed with the number 3, another with 5, and the last with 7. Zhao Shisan descended from the beams overhead. In your opinion, who sought to take my life that night by the river? He queried, breaking his usual silence. It must be Xiao Wanrong. You have made him a eunuch, and such a grudge is irreconcilable, Dugu Yu opined. Yet, I perceive it to be Xiao Wanchong. At the banquet in the Gu residence, you humiliated him, providing ample motive, Dugu Yu countered. The 3 of them unanimously excluded the 3rd prince, Xiao Wan. After all, he seldom interacted with Xiao Wanping in his daily life. Even during the previous contest for the Eastern Palace, Xiao Wanan had remained inconspicuous, harboring no grievances with the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince has passed away, he found no reason to target Xiao Wanping. Noticing Xiao Wanping's silence, Dugu Yu could not help but inquire, Your Highness, who do you believe it to be? With a narrowed gaze, a flash of ferocity crossed Xiao Wanping's eyes. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, it was evident that the 2 brothers, Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong, regardless of their past grievances, would undoubtedly unite against me in the near future. Dugu Yu and Zhao Shisan nodded in agreement. In the ethereal imperial court, there are neither eternal enemies nor everlasting friends, only perpetual interests. Those aligned in interest will share a toast today, while those at odds will strike a dagger in the back tomorrow. Such is the nature of affairs. If they truly join forces, it could indeed pose a significant challenge, Dugu Yu thought anxiously. Challenge. Xiao Wanping opened his right hand, basking in the warmth of the candlelight. Resolving them one by one would render them no longer troublesome. Dugu Yu and Zhao Shisan exchanged glances, both perceiving the murderous intent in Xiao Wanping's eyes. They were both martial arts experts, yet in that moment, sensing Xiao Wanping's aura left them momentarily breathless. Even Zhao Shisan had never encountered such an aura around the former crown prince. The next day, as dawn broke and the sun ascended, Xiao Wanping commenced another day of madness, shouting and creating chaos throughout the Gu residence, with Dugu Yu closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the outer courtyard, Xiao Wanping suddenly spotted the steward at the entrance, bowing and apologizing, seemingly in an act of contrition. He feigned passing through the corridor to approach the entrance. Xiao Wanchong had arrived, accompanied by his private soldiers. Steward, has Miss Gu truly refused to see me? He lamented. Your Highness, it is not that our miss is unwilling to meet you. Rather, she has been feeling unwell lately and is not seeing anyone. Please forgive her, the steward replied. At that moment, one of the guards spoke up. Your Highness, let us depart. There are countless women in this world. Why cling to a single tree? What do you know? Xiao Wanchong retorted with ire. Xiao Wanping dashed to the entrance, biting his finger and pointing at a dark cloud in the sky. A storm looms overhead. Someone is destined for misfortune, he exclaimed, feigning terror. Dugu Yu quickly restrained him. Your Highness, let us return to the residence. You cannot go out. He pulled Xiao Wanping away. Glaring fiercely at Xiao Wanping's retreating figure, Xiao Wanchong's teeth nearly ground to dust. It's all your fault, you lunatic. Just wait. He hissed under his breath. That day, he had plagiarized Xiao Wanping's poetry, intending to wait until Gu Shuqing's anger subsided before explaining himself properly. Now, he could not even see her face. Steward, this is a fan I purchased from my cousin's shop. Shuqing should appreciate it. Please ensure it is delivered. Xiao Wanchong demonstrated his understanding of how to please her. The steward cautiously accepted the fan, refraining from opening it, aware that it must be a valuable item. The commoner thanks His Highness on behalf of the Mississippi. Subsequently, Xiao Wanchong took his leave. Ever since that banquet, the young scions vying for Gu Shuqing's affection had diminished by nearly 90%. They would never dare to pursue her, risking the wrath of imperial edicts. Only Xiao Wanchong, being a prince, paid no heed to the contents of the imperial decree. As long as Xiao Wanping's hysteria remained unresolved, or if he were to perish prematurely, Gu Shuqing would still belong to him. Thus, he persisted in his relentless pursuit. Although Xiao Wanping regarded Gu Shuqing merely with an appreciation for her physical beauty, devoid of genuine affection, she ultimately remained his betrothed. Xiao Wanchong's bold intentions to court Gu Shuqing were nothing short of a slap to his own face. Contemplating this, a target seemed to materialize in Xiao Wanping's mind. Fifth brother, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, will you? Do not blame me then. After Xiao Wanchong departed, Xiao Wanping aimlessly wandered the Gu residence until he unknowingly arrived at the courtyard where Gu Feng resided. You ungrateful wretch! Do you wish to drive your father to his grave? Upon uttering these words, a series of anguished cries ensued. Father, I simply do not understand why it is imperative to study those useless classics. From within the room, Gu Zhao's stubborn and trembling voice echoed. Studying the sages teaches you how to conduct yourself with integrity. In what way am I not upright? Gu Zhao's voice was already tinged with tears. Peddling your sister's paintings on the street, is that what you call honorable? Are you not concerned about the disgrace you bring upon my name? Hearing this, Xiao Wanping instantly realized that Gu Feng had discovered Gu Zhao's street-side sales. Father, I truly do not comprehend. I neither steal nor cheat. The money I earn is through my intellect. How can you speak of it, as if I have transgressed some divine law? You are solely concerned with your own reputation. Must I master the classics to inherit your legacy? Have you ever considered my feelings? You ungrateful wretch. Even from outside the door, Xiao Wanping could hear Gu Feng's labored breathing. It appeared that this brother-in-law could no longer endure and was ready to confront Gu Feng. A sharp sound resounded from within the room, likely Gu Feng striking Gu Xiao. Outside in the courtyard, Xiao Wanping winced at the sound, feeling the sting himself. Father, enough. My brother is right. He has the right to pursue his passions. Shuqing, your paintings have been stolen and sold by him, and you still defend him? If you had devoted more time to your studies, how could you engage in such deceitful behavior? Gu Feng roared with fury. Father, you are mistaken. Those paintings, Xiao Wanping heard a brief pause within the room. Then, Gu Shuqing's voice emerged. Those paintings were taken out to be sold at my behest. A subtle smile crept across Xiao Wanping's face. The bond between the siblings was indeed profound. To defend Gu Xiao, Gu Shuqing disregarded her father's scolding. However, would that old man believe her? Curiosity stirred within Xiao Wanping. As expected, Gu Feng huffed dismissively. Shuqing, I know what kind of person you are. How could you engage in such frivolous conduct? Enough. Gu Feng, in a fit of rage, abruptly interrupted her. I understand you care for him, but if you continue to shield him, it will only lead to his downfall. Confronted by Gu Feng's piercing words that unveiled her deceit, Gu Shuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Summoning her courage, she continued, Father, I defend him because I believe my brother is not in the wrong. Not in the wrong. Gu Feng raised his voice once more. He has stolen your paintings to sell, bringing disgrace upon the Gu residence, and yet, he is not in the wrong? With calm composure, Gu Shuqing elaborated. You claim that a Xian lacks knowledge and skill, but has he engaged in debauchery or oppressed the virtuous like other wayward youths? He simply has a passion for commerce and lacks an affinity for poetry and literature, which goes against your wishes. Enough. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. You two siblings. Are you intent on driving your father to despair today? Father. Gu Xiao interjected, I truly do not understand. The third prince, the fifth prince, the seventh prince, and even Chun Wenchu are all engaged in business in the capital. Why must I be any different? Gu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Resorting to obstinacy, I care not for the paths of others' children. You, Gu Xiao, must devote yourself to your studies. I refuse. Gu Xiao replied resolutely. Unfilial son. Gu Feng nearly roared. From this day forth, if you step out of the Gu residence, do not expect to return. I shall consider you no longer my son. And you, Gu Feng turned to Gu Shuqing. Keep a close watch on him. If this rascal stirs up any more trouble, I shall penalize you as well. With that, he slammed the door behind him, storming out. He cast a fleeting glance at the dazed Xiao Wanping, his expression momentarily stunned, before he sighed and departed. This family, it seemed, was a source of constant worry. Gu Feng shook his head in dismay. Xiao Wanping wanted to offer counsel, but it was futile. It was daytime, and how could he intervene during a bout of hysteria? Resigned, he returned to his own courtyard. As night fell, Xiao Wanping was taken aback when Gu Shuqing, clutching Gu Zhao's hand, barged into his chamber. Her large eyes bore into him intently. Since the last incident involving ink, Gu Shuqing had not visited. "Ah, Miss Gu, what a rare guest. Please, take a seat." Xiao Wanping greeted her with a smile. Gu Shuqing pulled Gu Xiao closer, standing by his side. "I have heard that my brother has been spending considerable time with you." Xiao Wanping was uncertain of her intentions, but her fierce demeanor suggested a confrontation was imminent. Gu Xiao stood quietly beside her, his expression one of despondence, his head bowed in silence. "And if that is the case?" Xiao Wanping did not deny it. Pouting slightly, Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow. She took a few steps closer to Xiao Wanping, the distinctive fragrance emanating from her enveloping him. Xiao Wanping felt his heart flutter. "Is the water melody truly your work?" Without receiving a definitive answer, Gu Shuqing had been unable to set her mind at ease these past few days. The image of that night, when Xiao Wanping recited poetry in a drunken stupor, lingered in her thoughts. Chapter 61, Routine Operations. No need to panic, and if it is, what then? And if it is not? Xiao Wanping smiled faintly, lifting his teacup to his lips for a delicate sip. "If it is, then I entrust Gu Xiao to you from now on." Gu Shuqing seemed to have mustered great courage to utter this statement. "Excuse me?" Xiao Wanping was taken aback, having expected her to confront him, only to find she was seeking a future for Gu Xiao. It seemed that Gu Feng's anger from earlier had left the siblings feeling quite apprehensive. "You are a prince, also serving as the supervisor of the Imperial Academy. With a Xiao by your side, surely my father will have no objections." Gu Shuqing seemed to be speaking to herself, or perhaps pleading. Xiao Wanping remained silent, casting a glance at Gu Xiao behind Gu Shuqing. Noticing him blink repeatedly at him, he understood the implication. "Are you imploring me?" Xiao Wanping replied, furrowing her brows. Gu Shuqing lightly bit her lip. "I suppose so. It appears this sister is indeed a devoted sister who dotes on her brother. She has always been proud and disdainful of herself. Yet, for Gu Xiao, she is willing to lower her pride." Following this, Gu Shuqing continued, "My brother, though he lacks an interest in poetry and literature, possesses a kind heart, upright character, and a certain cleverness. However, he has one flaw, his excessively rebellious nature. I worry that you might be concerned about Gu Bo's intention to confine him in the Gu residence, which could lead to unforeseen troubles." Xiao Wanping interrupted her. "How do you know about this?" "Coincidentally, I wandered near Gu Bo's courtyard today, and Duga you mentioned it to me," Xiao Wanping explained. Gu Shuqing slightly nodded, appearing enlightened. "In that case, I beseech your highness for assistance." "How may I assist you?" Xiao Wanping maintained his usual playful grin. "It is quite simple. I hope your highness can teach him poetry and literature." "Me?" Xiao Wanping pointed to himself in disbelief. "Teach him poetry and literature? Your highness is erudite. What is there to prevent you from doing so?" Upon glancing at Gu Xiao, who was gazing at him eagerly, Xiao Wanping realized that if this hurdle could not be overcome, it would be difficult for Gu Xiao to leave the residence in the future, let alone manage the 100 Flavors restaurant. A thought crossed his mind, and Xiao Wanping devised a plan. In academia, knowledge is fundamentally rooted in practice. Being cooped up in the Gu residence daily, what great wisdom could one acquire? This statement was intended by Xiao Wanping to persuade Gu Feng to allow Gu Xiao to venture outside. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing trembled slightly, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. "Knowledge is fundamentally rooted in practice?" she murmured to herself, frowning in contemplation. After a few moments, she suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, nodding vigorously. "Well said, exceedingly well said." Subsequently, she turned to Xiao Wanping. "It seems you truly possess profound knowledge." Naturally, Xiao Wanping remained unperturbed, his heart steady. Apart from not being able to outshine in front of Emperor Jing, he could display his talents before anyone else. The emperor was already aware of Xiao Wanping's deceit and had instructed him to destroy the book Strange Tales, ensuring that no one else would know. This was precisely the outcome Xiao Wanping desired. Henceforth, regardless of how he performed academically, the emperor would likely assume that Xiao Wanping had learned from that very book. "You are correct. In the pursuit of knowledge, one must venture out. I shall explain this to my father." Implicitly, this meant that Gu Xiao could be freed from confinement in the Gu residence. After speaking, Gu Shuqing performed a respectful bow and prepared to depart. "Wait." Xiao Wanping called out to her. "Assisting your brother is acceptable, but I have conditions as well." "Speak." Gu Shuqing turned back. "Although we are not yet wed, you are still my betrothed, and from this day forth, without my consent, you shall not privately meet with other gentlemen." though Xiao Wanping harbored no feelings for Gu Shuqing. The thought of the capital's society discovering that his fiancée he was clandestinely engaging in poetic discourse with other young men behind his back would be utterly disgraceful. Once one's reputation is tarnished, it becomes exceedingly disadvantageous for future endeavors. After all, no one would heed a person whose credibility is compromised. Before marriage, I merely played the role of a dutiful daughter. Gu Shuqing was somewhat reluctant. If you refuse to comply, then bring Gu Xiao back. Xiao Wanping chuckled, exuding confidence. Gritting her teeth, Gu Shuqing shot him a glare. This man, despite his intellect, was undeniably a scoundrel. Very well, I shall acquiesce, but what? I must witness your true capabilities. Since you can compose couplets and write lyrics, how about crafting a poem? Gu Shuqing regarded him with skepticism. A poem? Xiao Wanping scoffed. Do you prefer 5-character or 7-character verses, regulated poetry, or quatrains? Would you like pastoral poems, or those that express aspirations through metaphor? The choice is yours. Regardless of whether Gu Shuqing intended to test him or simply cherished poetry, Xiao Wanping focused on intimidating her. With control over you and Gu Xiao, isn't everything in the Gu residence mine? Brother-in-law, can you truly compose poetry? Gu Xiao inquired cautiously. Having reached this pivotal point, he was determined not to falter. Absolutely. Xiao Wanping lifted his teacup, swaying it gently while blowing on the rising steam. Gu Shuqing regarded him coolly, secretly thinking, I refuse to believe you possess the skill to craft exquisite poetry under duress. Let us compose a poem inspired by your cup of tea. Tea. Xiao Wanping toyed with the teacup, striving to recall what he had learned in his past life. What? Unable to produce anything. Gu Shuqing prodded deliberately. Unable to? Humph. Xiao Wanping retorted with a smirk. I am merely contemplating which piece to present. How is it that you have already composed several verses in such a brief span? Gu Shuqing's face reflected astonishment. With a smile, Xiao Wanping touched his nose. Standard procedure, do not be alarmed. Stop boasting, recite it for me. Gu Shuqing remained skeptical. Then listen closely. Seated, I sipped the cool, clear water, observing the dust in the gentle boil. With no means to hold a bowl, I send it to the one who cherishes tea. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing raised her delicate brows, her mouth slightly agape. She seemed momentarily immobilized by an invisible force. The poem, though it mentions tea only once, brims with an ardent affection for it. Why? How can he be so shameless and yet articulate such eloquence? After years of diligent study, I find myself outmatched by someone with a mere whimsy. With a shake of her head and a sigh, Gu Shuqing gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, casting one last glance at Xiao Wanping before departing. Phew. Gu Xiao exhaled, promptly sitting beside Xiao Wanping. Brother-in-law, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would have suffocated in this household. He seized the teacup and drank deeply without hesitation. Are you certain your sister can persuade Uncle Gu? Xiao Wanping's demeanor shifted from casual to serious. Of course, my father dotes on her the most. And since you are a prince, my future brother-in-law, that old curmudgeon has no reason to prevent me from associating with you. Noticing the slight swelling on one side of Gu Xiao's face, likely from a blow dealt by Gu Feng, Xiao Wanping instructed, "De Gu Yu, fetch some medicine for him." During the application of the ointment, Gu Xiao winced and grimaced. So, shall we continue? Xiao Wanping referred, of course, to the matter of learning the ways of commerce from him. Certainly. Gu Xiao gritted his teeth, determined to prove to that old stubborn man that he was not devoid of merit. Excellent. Xiao Wanping felt a surge of satisfaction. Henceforth, our commercial empire shall commence with Byway Tower. Chapter 62. 50 taels, shall we sell? To privately command troops, one must possess an unceasing flow of finances. In the capital, the two most lucrative industries are the catering and medicinal herb sectors. Xiao Wanping planned to first monopolize the catering industry. With substantial financial backing, he would have the confidence to act. After stabilizing the commercial empire, he would seek opportunities to distance himself from the capital and recruit troops to seize power. Xiao Wanping's words invigorated Gu Xiao, instantly overshadowing the chastisement he had received from Gu Feng earlier that day. Brother-in-law, do tell. How can we earn that 100,000 taels and acquire Byway Tower effortlessly? Gu Xiao inquired eagerly. Have you followed my instructions to approach Dongxingmin? Xiao Wanping countered. Indeed, I have, and inadvertently revealed our intention to purchase Byway Tower. Excellent. It is now my turn to make an appearance. Xiao Wanping stood and stretched. Tomorrow marks the day when Zhuang Li is to pay the remaining sum, correct? Gu Xiao replied promptly. Yes. Chen Wenchu must be furious that he cannot meet Zhuangli. That is precisely the desired effect. The angrier he becomes, the greater the likelihood of success for our scheme, Xiao Wanping remarked with a mysterious smile. After discussing for a while, Gu Xiao finally took his leave. Once he departed, Zhao Shisan leaped down from the rafters. Xiao Wanping rolled his eyes. Each time Zhao appeared, it startled him anew. Brother Zhao, what brings you down? I have discovered the identity of the person who attempted to kill you by the river that night. Who? Xiao Wanping's heart skipped a beat. It was the guard beside Xiao Wanchong, and he possesses formidable skills, at least a 5th-grade master. How do you know this? During the day at the Gu residence, I heard his voice. That night by the river, before he fell into the water, he let out a cry. I remember distinctly. The two voices are identical. Xiao Wanping narrowed his eyes, taking a sharp breath. So it was Xiao Wanchong who sought to kill me? He had initially assumed that it was Xiao Wanrong's men behind the assassination, given the profound animosity stemming from Xiao Wanrong's thwarted ambitions regarding the Eastern Palace. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wanchong acted first. On further reflection, it made sense. That night at the Gu residence, he had been humiliated, leading to Gu Shuqing's unfavorable view of him. Perhaps even a tinge of aversion. Gaining her affection would now be nearly impossible. It appeared that Xiao Wanchong had been pushed to his limits by his own actions. Very well, I was just pondering whom to target, and you have conveniently presented yourself. That is unfortunate for you. I can eliminate him. Zhao Shisan's voice was cold, akin to an arrow, brimming with lethal intent. Eliminate Xiao Wanchong? Xiao Wanping contemplated for a moment. Such a method is indeed feasible, providing a lasting solution. What is your level of confidence? After all, Xiao Wanchong commands 500 imperial guards, and that guard at his side is highly skilled. 70%. Xiao Wanping furrowed his brow and added, if you kill him, what are the odds you can retreat unscathed and remain undetected? 50%. Then let's not pursue it. Even if you have a 90% certainty, it is still unacceptable, Xiao Wanping immediately countered. Why? Zhao Shisan protested. Once we are exposed, it won't just be the two of us. Even my sister-in-law would be implicated, and at that point, we would truly be beyond redemption. Upon hearing that Su Jinying might be affected, Zhao Shisan's confidence dwindled, and he reluctantly acquiesced. They could not afford to gamble on this matter. The following day, Gu Feng's anger had dissipated considerably. After a persuasive discussion with Gu Shuqing, he finally agreed to let Xiao Wanping take Gu Xiao out to pursue knowledge, with the stipulation that they must not leave the capital. This arrangement alleviated their lingering concerns. As dusk approached, Xiao Wanping summoned Gu Xiao and, under the protection of the guards from Dugu Yu, departed from the Gu residence, heading directly to the Chen antique shop. Get lost. If it weren't for your foolishness, I wouldn't have been swindled out of 50,000 taels. As they neared the entrance, Xiao Wanping spotted the shopkeeper being ousted by Chen Wenchu. Quick on the uptake. He had realized the deception before the day had even ended. Xiao Wanping chuckled inwardly, stepping forward to cast a disdainful glance at the shopkeeper, devoid of any sympathy. Birds of a feather flocked together. He and Chen Wenchu were of the same ilk. Zhou Xiaoqi of the Qilin guards had been cheated out of 300 taels. It was undoubtedly the shopkeeper's scheme. Bah! Gu Xiao spat at the shopkeeper. Justice is clear, and retribution is inevitable. Did you think today would not come? The shopkeeper's face contorted in despair, tears nearly spilling. Upon recognizing the young master of the Gu family, he dared not retort. He picked up his belongings from the ground and glanced at the enraged Chen Wenchu outside the shop before slinking away in defeat. Young Master Chen, what a temper you have. Xiao Wanping approached with a smile. Upon seeing him, Chen Wenchu coldly snorted. He could not forget the banquet at the Gu residence, when Xiao Wanping had forced him to drink 5 pots of wine, leaving him so inebriated that he lost consciousness. This incident had been the subject of gossip among the other youths for quite some time, marking a significant embarrassment for him. Your Highness, what winds have brought you here? Chen Wenchu stood with his arms crossed, showing no intention of inviting them into the shop. The door welcomes guests from all directions. Do you not welcome visitors to your business? Are you looking to purchase antiques? Why not take a look? Though his demeanor remained sour, he strode into the shop. Having just lost 50,000 taels, he hoped to recover some of that loss from this fool. Upon entering the shop, Xiao Wanping immediately spotted his inkstone, quietly resting on the display stand, alongside Zhou Xiaoqi's high-footed cup. Chen Wenchu, how much for this high-footed cup? Xiao Wanping addressed him directly, unreserved. 5,000 taels. Chen Wenchu replied curtly. After all, compared to the 50,000 taels he had lost, 5,000 seemed trivial. Goodness. acquiring it for 500 taels and selling it for 5,000. How audacious of you to set such a price. Xiao Wanping casually remarked. This is a treasure from the reign of Emperor Wan, over 500 years old. 5,000 taels is not excessive. Xiao Wanping grinned. 50 taels, do you accept? At this, Gu Xiao and Dugu Yu behind him nearly burst into laughter. They had anticipated Xiao Wanping would haggle, but they were unprepared for such a drastic cut. What? 50 taels? Chen Wenchu, filled with urgency yet amusement, remarked, Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, the sun has already set. Are you well? I believe this item is worth merely 50 taels. I shall not sell it. With an impatient wave of his hand, Chen Wenchu dismissed the notion. Unperturbed, Xiao Wanping's gaze shifted to the inkstone beside him. This ancient inkstone appeared rather unique. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenchu instantly donned a beaming smile. Eighth Prince, you possess truly discerning taste. This inkstone was used by Lang Yutong and is of considerable value, an object of desire for scholars. With your unparalleled talent, it is a perfect match for you. The swift change in his demeanor epitomized the essence of a cunning merchant. How much? Xiao Wanping inquired, feigning interest. 55,000 taels. Chen Wenchu stated, unable to raise the price further. He knew all too well that the inkstone was hardly worth a few taels of silver. Expecting Xiao Wanping to react with indignation, he was taken aback when the prince merely nodded. If it truly was an artifact of Lang Yutong, then 50,000 taels was indeed a reasonable price. Well then, Your Highness, do you wish to purchase it? Chen Wenchu's heart soared with delight. Chapter 63. Just to annoy you, this fool, regardless of his scholarly prowess, is ultimately just a dupe. Chen Wenchu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on Xiao Wanping, hoping he might even offer a discount for the inkstone. Xiao Wanping did not respond directly but sighed. Alas, I have not had a sip of water on this journey, and my throat is rather parched. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenchu promptly called out to his servant, Bring forth tea, the finest tea available. Moments later, the servant, smiling, emerged from the inner hall, respectfully presenting a teacup to Xiao Wanping. Lifting the lid of the tea, Xiao Wanping took a sip. Uffed. He immediately spat out the tea and shattered the cup upon the ground. Do you intend to scald me, Your Highness? Chen Wenchu was momentarily stunned and turned to the servant. Young master, the tea is not hot. The servant replied innocently. Impudent. Dugu Yu stepped forward, drawing his sword. Do you dare conspire against the Eighth Prince? Realizing that regardless of the prince's intelligence, he was still a royal, Chen Wenchu felt a pang of dread. What brings about such an accusation? He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Gu Xiao also stepped forward, asserting, Chen Wenchu, the other day at my home, you disgraced yourself. I see you are intent on seeking vengeance against the prince today. I did not. Chen Wenchu was now sweating profusely. The shattered cup lay in pieces, and he had no opportunity to defend himself. You deny it? Xiao Wanping interjected. My father bestowed upon me the Wind Spirit Guard precisely to protect me from signs like you. How dare you toy with me? Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace and inform my father. Let us see how he punishes you. With that, Xiao Wanping feigned fury and stormed off. This cannot be. Though my grandfather is the national consort, he cannot shield me from the crime of plotting against a prince. Chen Wenchu felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Xiao Wanping. Your Highness, please wait. Let us discuss this calmly. Discuss calmly? Yes, let us speak nicely. Let us speak nicely. Chen Wenchu forced a smile. Xiao Wanping halted in his tracks and returned to the shop. Then tell me, will you sell this goblet for 50 taels? Chen Wenchu was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, is it not the inkstone you desire? First, let us discuss this goblet. Will you part with it for 50 taels? Xiao Wanping asked once more, his tone laden with menace. If you choose not to sell, we shall meet at the Taiji Hall tomorrow and see whose favor the emperor will bestow. At this juncture, Chen Wenchu finally grasped Xiao Wanping's intentions were to extort him. A flicker of murderous intent sparked in his eyes, but he quickly masked it with resignation. With a pained expression, Chen Wenchu conceded, Very well, I shall sell it. I acquired that goblet for 500 taels. In comparison, my life is of greater value. With a swift motion, Gu Xiao produced a 50-tael banknote and placed it upon the table. Let us formalize our agreement. After both parties signed the contract, a smile finally graced Xiao Wanping's face. Thank you, young Master Chen. This item is indeed a treasure at such a price. He took the goblet, praising it with admiration. Meanwhile, Chen Wenchu simmered with fury, nearly choking on his indignation. Yet, He dared not voice his displeasure, forcing a smile as he bent slightly, and added, "As for the matter of the spilled tea, it was my own clumsiness that caused the mishap. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Wanping waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you." Chen Wenchu exhaled in relief. He then inquired, "What of the inkstone? Might Your Highness be interested? I can offer it at a discount, half purchase and half gift." Chen Wenchu hoped to ensnare Xiao Wanping as a foolish buyer. His retreat was not solely due to Xiao Wanping's threats, but also because he perceived a glimmer of interest from him regarding the inkstone and wished to foster goodwill in hopes of persuading him to buy it. However, Xiao Wanping scoffed, "What nonsense! That inkstone is merely a common piece of celadon, hardly worth a few taels. You expect to sell it for 50,000? Have you lost your mind, Chen Wenchu?" Realization dawned upon Chen Wenchu. Xiao Wanping had outmaneuvered him. He never intended to purchase the inkstone, merely using it as bait. Yet, with the contract signed, reclaiming the goblet was no longer an option. "Oh, by the way, this inkstone seems rather familiar," Xiao Wanping mused, leaning in closer. "Isn't this the one I frequently use?" "What? You have used it?" Chen Wenchu nearly leapt from his seat, suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, if it is my inkstone, there should be a triangular crack at the bottom." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenchu quickly examined the inkstone, and there it was, a triangular fissure. He turned to Xiao Wanping. Disbelief etched on his face. The more he pondered, the tighter his fists clenched. Could this be part of a trap he had set for himself? As this realization struck him, Chen Wenchu's expression darkened, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Observing this, Xiao Wanping chuckled softly, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering, "Thank you for the 50,000 taels, young Master Chen. Otherwise, I would have lacked the funds to acquire that 100 flavors pavilion." With that, Xiao Wanping strolled out of the antique shop, hands clasped behind his back, laughing heartily toward the sky. Behind him, the sounds of Chen Wenchu's furious roars and the crashing of furniture echoed. Upon exiting the shop, Gu Xiao and Dugu Yu could no longer contain their laughter. "Brother-in-law, you truly are ruthless, taking advantage and still playing the victim." Chen Wenchu is likely to be infuriated. "I intentionally provoked him," Xiao Wanping replied in a hushed tone. "Why?" Dugu Yu asked, perplexed. "If not for this, how could we possibly acquire that 100,000 taels in the 100 flavors pavilion?" Xiao Wanping smiled mysteriously. Gu Xiao and his companion had grown accustomed to his methods, filled with questions yet refraining from inquiries, knowing that answers would remain elusive. Soon, Gu Xiao shifted the topic. "Brother-in-law, the way you dealt with that goblet was truly exhilarating." "What do you mean by dealt with?" "This is merely a transaction, one of mutual consent," Xiao Wanping chuckled. Dugu Yu concurred. "In my view, it still falls short. They have scorched His Highness. Extracting several thousand taels from him is not an issue. If His Highness is willing, they might even have him hand over the entire antique shop, and Chen Wenchu would dare not refuse." Indeed, Gu Xiao's vision is somewhat limited. How could I have overlooked this? "Brother-in-law, are you not being a tad too merciful?" "Enough," Xiao Wanping turned with a smile. "Do you truly believe that tea would be scalding?" "I know it won't be, but whether it is or not, isn't it up to you to decide, brother-in-law?" Influenced by Xiao Wanping's audacity, Gu Xiao had also absorbed a hint of his mischief. "You are mistaken. Should this escalate, Qin Shiqi will undoubtedly intervene. And when the imperial physician examines me, there will be no sign of burns." "How shall we explain that?" Dugu Yu and Gu Xiao exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Thus, such trivial tricks can only deceive temporarily. The two, enlightened, promptly followed in Xiao Wanping's footsteps. "But, brother-in-law, what purpose do you have in purchasing this goblet?" Chapter 64. Recruiting a Red Phosphorus Guard. The acquisition of the goblet is, of course, intended to recruit Zhou Xiaoqi. Zingranfang, located in the capital, is home to the lower-class populace, and Zhou Xiaoqi resides here. Although affiliated with the Red Phosphorus Guard, his monthly stipend amounts to merely 1 tael and 50 coins. Compounded by his mother's illness, he has long since sold off his possessions. Zhou Xiaoqi is an honest man. Unlike other Red Phosphorus Guards who accept bribes both overtly and covertly, he refrains from such practices. Gu Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Wanping and Dugu Yu, was en route to Zhou Xiaoqi's residence. How does an honest man become a Red Phosphorus Guard? In the Great Yan Dynasty, the Wind Spirit Guards are responsible for guarding the palace, while the Red Phosphorus Guards protect the capital, basking in glory. Those who gain entry into these two organizations are invariably individuals of notable background and status. His father had once been the warden of Xingyang prison, and before his death, He paved a path for him. Coupled with his ancestral swordsmanship, which possesses remarkable power, he was summoned into the Red Phosphorus Guard. Yet, he is merely a lowly gatekeeper? Xiao Wanping pondered, perplexed. Logically, one with ancestral skills should not be relegated to such a position. It was said that he was too honest to curry favor with superiors. Thus he had remained a gatekeeper for 5 or 6 years. Ever since that night, when Zhou Xiaoqi was extorted by the antique shop, Xiao Wanping had harbored the intention of recruiting him. After all, a gatekeeper may seem of little use now, but in the future, having someone at the gates of Xinjiang City to assist you could prove invaluable. The princes, such as Xiao Wanqin, only sought to align with those in power, unaware that the ultimate outcomes are often decided by those at the grassroots level. We have arrived. Gu Xiao pointed towards a dilapidated building ahead. Although it was also constructed of brick and stone, upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Wanping beheld crumbling walls overrun with weeds, devoid of vitality. Who is it? Zhou Xiaoqi emerged from within upon hearing the voice. It is I, Gu Xiao called out loudly. Young Master Gu. Zhou Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with delight as he extended his hands to brush off his clothing before approaching. Young Master Gu, Brother Wan, what brings you here? Please, come inside. With that, he tugged at Gu Xiao's sleeve, eager to lead him in. Oh, there's no need for that. We merely wish to exchange a few words before departing. Xiao Wanping interjected, not wishing to linger for fear of being seen by others. Very well then, Brother Wan, feel free to share your thoughts. Zhou Xiaoqi replied with a bright smile. Xiao Wanping responded with a faint smile of his own, directly inquiring, Are you not on duty today? You know, my mother has been ill, and I took leave to care for her. And how is your mother faring? Thanks to young Master Gu's generous 500 taels, I was able to afford her medicine, and she is much improved now. She can get out of bed. Zhou Xiaoqi's eyes brimmed with gratitude at this point. Yet, almost immediately, his expression darkened. Brother Zhou, do not hesitate to speak frankly. I may be able to assist. Xiao Wanping maintained his smile. However, I had to sell a family heirloom. My mother scolded me harshly for it. Zhou Xiaoqi shook his head with a wry smile. She declared that she would rather suffer than part with the family treasure. But as her son, how could I bear to see her in pain? I can only blame my own inadequacy. It was evident that Zhou Xiaoqi's decision to sell the goblet was born out of desperation. At this juncture, Gu Xiao finally grasped the situation. Xiao Wanping was attempting to win Zhou Xiaoqi's favor. He was silently astonished, as this seemed unrelated to the acquisition of Bai Wei Lu. Why would he go to such lengths? Gu Xiao dared not inquire further and stood quietly to the side. Brother Zhou, do you see what this is? Xiao Wanping took a brocade box from Dugu Yu's hands and casually opened it. My goblet. Zhou Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Brother Wan, how did this goblet come into your possession? Naturally, I purchased it, Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. It seems you possess a discerning eye. This goblet has a history of 400 to 500 years. I hope you will take good care of it. Encountering someone who recognized its worth brought Zhou Xiaoqi a sense of relief. A gentleman does not take away what one holds dear. This goblet is a family treasure of the Zhou lineage and rightly belongs to its original owner. With that, Xiao Wanping unhesitatingly handed the goblet back to Zhou Xiaoqi. Zhou Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback. Brother Wan, may I inquire what this means? He still could not believe Xiao Wanping's actions. Is it not clear? Chen Wenchu deceived you, and Brother Wan could not bear to see that, so he bought it back to gift it to you. But I do not have enough money to redeem it. Zhou Xiaoqi stood rooted in place, at a loss. He could not fathom that Xiao Wanping would give it to him without charge. Listen well. It is a gift for you. No payment is required. Xiao Wanping emphasized the two crucial words. Upon realizing this, Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly felt a wave of emotion. His eyes brimming with tears, rendered speechless. Only he understood the significance of this goblet to the Zhou family. He bowed deeply, prepared to kneel. Brother Zhou, there is no need for that. Xiao Wanping quickly intervened. To buy back the goblet was but a trifling effort. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhou Xiaoqi's voice trembled as he spoke. Brother Wan, do you understand the immense favor your small act has done for my family? This goblet has been passed down for 20 generations. If it were to be lost now, how could I ever face my ancestors? Enough. Gu Xiao observed the tears welling in his eyes and feigned a light-hearted demeanor as he stepped forward to embrace his shoulder. Hold on to this. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you are always welcome at the Gu residence. I am truly at a loss for how to repay your immense kindness. Fear not, I shall find a way to return this money to you. This sum is but a trifling matter to us. There is no need for repayment. replied Xiao Wanping, not out of a desire to flaunt his wealth, but rather to alleviate the honest conscience of Zhou Xiaoqi. Indeed, you need not return the 500 taels I lent you. Just take good care of your mother, Gu Xiao echoed in agreement. These words ultimately brought forth tears from Zhou Xiaoqi, who declared, Young Master Gu, Brother Wan, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. He patted his chest, acknowledging the gravity of his promise, aware that, given his meager salary, it would be an eternity before he could repay such a debt. Let us not exaggerate, Xiao Wanping remarked, patting his shoulder. Your mother requires peace and quiet. We shall take our leave now. Allow me to see you off, Zhou Xiaoqi insisted. No need. Go take care of your mother, they replied, watching as the others departed, wiping away his tears. He was taken aback by Brother Wan's unexpected generosity in gifting him a high-stemmed cup without any ulterior motives. In that moment, he resolved to repay this kindness. No matter what, Chen Wenchu was consumed with rage, his blood boiling as he felt utterly cheated. A fool had outsmarted him, costing him 50,000 taels and a high-stemmed cup. He hurried to the Wanhalu and summoned 2 women to vent his frustrations. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Dong Xingmin embracing a courtesan, approaching from the opposite direction. A thought struck him. Xiao Wanping has swindled me out of 50,000 taels to purchase the Baiwei building. I shall not allow you to succeed. Gritting his teeth, he approached Dong Xingmin. Brother Dong, may I have a word? Chapter 65. I will cover this expense upon seeing Chen Wenchu. Dong Xingmin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Brother Chen, you too have come to sharpen your blades. What a delightful spirit you possess. With no time for idle chatter, Chen Wenchu pulled Dong Xingmin aside. Brother Dong, I hear you are selling the Baiwei building? Indeed, Gu Xiao has already placed a deposit. It will be his in 5 days. Gu Xiao? Chen Wenchu was momentarily stunned. Regardless of whether it was Gu Xiao or Xiao Wanping, they were all part of the same scheme. Surely, Gu Xiao was merely a front, with Xiao Wanping pulling the strings behind the scenes. Brother Chen, what troubles you? That lad Gu Xiao has no such wealth. It is clearly Xiao Wanping who desires the Baiwei building. The 8th Prince. Indeed, he spoke those very words to me. Dong Xingmin was not surprised. He was indifferent to who the buyer was, as long as the payment was substantial. Seeing this, Chen Wenchu lowered his voice once more. Could you perhaps enlighten me on what their intentions are for the Baiwei building? That is a trade secret, and I cannot disclose it, Dong Xingmin chuckled, casually stroking the courtesan in his arms. Understanding this, Chen Wenchu proposed, how about I cover your expenses at the Wanhalu for today? Just today? Dong Xingmin was not satisfied. How greedy you are. Chen Wenchu responded with an affable smile. And how long do you propose? Dong Xingmin pressed on. With their index fingers entwined, Dong Xingmin declared, 10 days. If you can cover my expenses for 10 days, I shall divulge the information. Chen Wenchu gritted his teeth and replied, very well, 10 days it shall be. It is worth noting that this group of young masters, when frequenting such establishments, spent money as if it were mere dust, with expenditures ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 taels. In just 10 days, thousands of taels could easily vanish, an amount that an ordinary person would toil a lifetime to earn. Driven by a desire for retribution, Chen Wenchu was prepared to go to great lengths. It's settled then, Dong Xingmin said with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Speak quickly. After dismissing the songstress, Dong Xingmin leaned in and whispered, a couple of days ago, Gu Xiao invited me for drinks, and in a moment of inebriation, he inadvertently mentioned that they seemed to be considering opening a pharmacy. A pharmacy? Chen Wenchu felt a shiver run down his spine. If Xiao Wanping intended to open a pharmacy, it would be a direct challenge to his cousin, Xiao Wanchong. Furthermore, his sister-in-law, Su Jinying, hailed from the esteemed Su family of Guiyun, the city's largest supplier of medicinal herbs. Were they truly planning to establish a pharmacy? This cannot stand. I must inform my cousin at once. With this thought, Chen Wenchu swiftly departed from the Wanhalu. Hey, Chen, you haven't settled your bill yet. Dong Xingmin cursed behind him. Upon reaching Xiao Wanchong's residence, Chen Wenchu promptly articulated his purpose. Cousin, that fool is clearly intent on crossing you. We cannot allow him to succeed. After hearing Chen Wenchu's words, Xiao Wanchong fell into deep contemplation. Old Ba intends to encroach upon my business, does he? Indeed. Chen Wenchu affirmed. The Su family is a major player. If they establish a foothold, your medicinal herb business will undoubtedly suffer. For years, Xiao Wanchong had monopolized the medicinal herb trade in the imperial capital through his status and cunning, resulting in exorbitant prices that left commoners in silent despair, unable to voice their grievances, while he profited immensely. Xiao Wanping was a living testament to this plight, driven to desperation and forced to sell treasured heirlooms. Yet, due to Xiao Wanping's status, these lower-class individuals could only harbor resentment without daring to challenge him, let alone open their own pharmacies. The Su family, Su Jinying. Xiao Wanping. Xiao Wanping's eyes narrowed into slits, a surge of animosity welling up within him. The Su family's herbs are far cheaper than anything in your establishment. If they were to open multiple outlets, your business would be completely undermined, Chen Wenqiu incited. They intend to purchase Baiwei Lu to open a pharmacy? Xiao Wanping abruptly turned, his expression fierce. Yes, the deposit has already been paid. Only the balance remains. Xiao Wanping understood all too well that should they succeed in establishing a pharmacy in Baiwei Lu's prime location, pricing herbs competitively, it would be a devastating blow to his enterprise. No, this cannot be allowed. They must not be permitted to rise. Clenching his fist, he struck the table with force. Chen Wenqiu felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He sought to exact vengeance on Xiao Wanping while being cautious not to overly offend him, thus turning to Xiao Wanping for assistance. Cousin is right. We must not allow them to gain a foothold. We must strike decisively to thwart their ambitions. How much does Baiwei Lu cost? 50,000 taels. Gu Xiao has paid a deposit, and should he breach the contract, according to customary practices, he would owe a sum of 100,000 taels, in addition to the cost of the property, totaling a remarkable deduction of 150,000 taels. Xiao Wanping furrowed his brow as he glanced at Chen Wenqiu. Cousin, you are the largest drug merchant in the capital, surely. A mere 100,000 taels is but a trifling matter for you? You may not know, but I recently made a substantial purchase of musk, and my liquid assets are not as plentiful as one might think. Xiao Wanping scrutinized Chen Wenqiu, sensing an underlying tension. Speak honestly. Have you suffered losses at the hands of that fool again? Certainly not. How could that be? Chen Wenqiu promptly refuted. If that is the case, why are you so eager? That fool publicly humiliated me not long ago, and I have been seeking an opportunity to reclaim my dignity. Chen Wenqiu presented his pre-prepared explanation. Xiao Wanping did not pursue the matter further and stated directly, in that case, lend me 100,000 taels for the time being. I shall repay you once my finances are more stable. 100,000 taels? Cousin, I do not possess such a sum. Chen Wenqiu replied with a pained expression. You run an antique shop. Can you truly not produce such a modest amount? Cousin, Chen Wenqiu chuckled sheepishly. To be honest, I have recently acquired quite a number of valuable items, and I am indeed short on cash. Humph. Xiao Wanping scoffed. Enough. You are merely afraid of offending that fool and wish for me to act on your behalf. Do not think I am unaware. Chen Wenqiu lowered his head, chuckling softly. This is one reason, but the key is that I cannot allow them to establish a drugstore. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wanping ceased to respond. Indeed, Chen Wenqiu spoke truthfully. With the Su family's power in Guiyun, should Xiao Wanping open a drugstore, he would have no means to compete. Opening elsewhere might be manageable, but the Bai building is located in the most prosperous area of the capital. He must rely on the drug trade to cultivate relationships with officials. This matter is of utmost importance to his fate. Xiao Wanping had no choice. I shall meet with Dong Xingmin tomorrow. The next day, Xiao Wanping visited the Bai building and requested the manager to summon Dong Xingmin. Your Highness, do you also desire the Bai building? Dong Xingmin blinked in surprise. Why is it that no one inquires, yet now everyone is gathering? Indeed. Accept Gu Xiao's deposit of 10,000 taels. Additionally, I shall offer you 50,000 taels, equating to a sale price of 60,000 taels for the Bai building. Xiao Wanping stated bluntly. However, Gu Xiao has already made a deposit. Should I backtrack, I would owe him 100,000 taels. Dong Xingmin gestured with his fingers, crossing them to emphasize his point. Bang! Xiao Wanping slammed his fist onto the table. This money, I shall provide. Chapter 66. The net tightens regardless of any previous animosity with Xiao Wanping. The prospect of earning an additional 10,000 taels was certainly appealing to Dong Xingmin. The following day, in the Taiji Hall, during the morning court session, the Minister of Justice, Pei Qing, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am ashamed to report that it has taken me 9 days to uncover the truth behind the attack on Princess Changning. Oh, Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes. Su Jinying had presented the blood lotus heart, and after Xiao Changning's recovery, he had not given the matter much thought. After all, The northern Liang was eyeing them closely, and the fourth prince of Dawei, Jiang Buhuan, was soon to arrive in the capital. Emperor Jing had focused all his efforts on managing relations with the two nations. Proceed. As Pei Qing brought this matter to light again, Emperor Jing naturally felt compelled to inquire further. Subsequently, Pei Qing articulated his reasoning process, which bore a striking resemblance to what Xiao Wanping had previously stated. Beside him, Xiao Wanchong felt a tremor within as he listened to Pei Qing's deductions. He had initially believed that silencing Lu Liang would bring this matter to a close. Yet the fact that Pei Qing could reconstruct the entire sequence of events left him somewhat unsettled. However, Xiao Wanchong quickly regained his composure. Since Lu Liang was deceased, even if Pei Qing were aware of the truth, he possessed no evidence to implicate him. Bold scoundrel, how dare you orchestrate such a treacherous plot against Ninger? Pei Qing, do you know who is behind this? Emperor Jing stood up in a fit of rage. Pei Qing bowed and replied, Your Majesty, only by identifying the assailant of the princess can we uncover the mastermind behind it. He remained oblivious to the fact that on the day of Xiao Chongning's coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanping had collided with each other. Had he known, Pei Qing would have undoubtedly surmised that Xiao Wanchong had stolen Xiao Wanping's jade pendant and discarded it in Xiao Chongning's chamber, intending to frame him. This matter must continue to be investigated. The truth must be unveiled. Whoever dares to plot against Ninger, I shall show no mercy. Emperor Jing declared with a wave of his hand. I shall comply with your command. Pei Qing acknowledged with respect. Fortunately, Lu Liang had been eliminated in a timely manner, and Xiao Wanchong felt a sense of relief. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jing spoke again. Where has that prince from the state of Wei gone? He estimated that Jiang Buhuan should have arrived by now, yet there was no sign of him. The Minister of Rites stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, Jiang Buhuan has reached Chaoyua City, but is still over 500 miles from the capital. It has been nearly 10 days. Why has he not arrived? The Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, according to reports from the local governors along the route, Jiang Buhuan has been leisurely indulging in the scenic beauty of our Great Yan. Taking his time and showing no urgency, came the reply. Humph, what a blatant display of indulgence. He is clearly parading through our lands, flaunting his power, Lu Qingquan scoffed. Chen Shiqi also stepped forward, stating, he believes that our Great Yan dares not act against him. Hence he brazenly traverses our territory to gain merit for the state of Wei. Regardless of his intentions, all ministers must prepare for his arrival, the emperor commanded. After the court session, Xiao Wanchong went to visit the dowager consort. Her face had shed its scabs, revealing a distinct mark of clawing. This was not merely a matter of beauty. It also affected Emperor Jing's future favor and affection, as well as Xiao Wanchong's ambitions for succession. With a crash, the dowager consort shattered the mirror before her, the 10th she had broken. Chang'er, promise your mother that you will tear Xiao Wanping to shreds, she said, her eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Do not worry, mother consort. Xiao Wanping will soon meet his demise outside the palace. Xiao Wanchong reassured her with a nod. The dowager consort's fury had yet to subside, and suddenly she burst into tears. How can I face the world with this face? She lamented, burying her visage in the table. Do not fret, mother. I have already dispatched someone to seek the sheep fat jade dew balm, which will surely restore your unparalleled beauty, Xiao Wanchong consoled. The dowager consort's wounds had now healed, and the 9-turn blood blue that had been wasted by Xiao Wanping was of no use. Only the sheep fat jade dew balm remained, reputed to erase any scar and rejuvenate the skin to the softness of a newborn. Naturally, the dowager consort had heard of this miraculous remedy, and knowing that Xiao Wanchong was a prominent merchant of medicinal herbs, she felt a surge of hope upon hearing his words. Throughout the entirety of the day, Xiao Wanchong remained in the company of the imperial concubine, only departing the palace at sunset. Upon exiting the palace walls, he made haste to Baiwei building. Every evening, Gu Xiao would dutifully arrive at Xiao Wanping's residence. Just as they were about to engage in discussion, the steward interrupted with a report. Your Highness, young master. A messenger from Master Dong has arrived. Finally, it has come. A mysterious smile graced Xiao Wanping's face as he rose, saying, Let us be off. Brother-in-law, where are we headed? To collect the 100,000 taels and to Baiwei building, he replied, stretching and exhaling deeply. It is time to cast the net. Confused, both Duguyu and Gu Xiao could only follow suit. Upon arriving at Baiwei building, guided by the innkeeper, Xiao Wanping, with a smile upon his face, ascended to a private room. Pushing open the door, he found Xiao Wanchong seated alongside Dong Xingmin. Fifth brother, what brings you here? Xiao Wanping feigned shock, laced with a hint of concern. Glancing at him, Xiao Wanchong remained silent. Behind him stood a tall figure, according to Zhao Shisan. This was the same man who had attempted to assassinate him by the riverside that fateful night. Xiao Wanping recognized him as Niahu, Xiao Wanchong's personal guard. Wherever Xiao Wanchong went, be it overtly or covertly, Niahu was always by his side, a testament to the trust Xiao Wanchong placed in him. Upon seeing Xiao Wanping, a fleeting chill passed through Niahu's icy gaze. Dugu Yu, sensing the murderous intent, became vigilant, fixating on him. With a decisive clap, Xiao Wanchong chose brevity, producing a stack of banknotes from his robes and slapping them onto the table. 100,000 taels, count them. Xiao Wanping was taken aback. Fifth brother, what is the meaning of this? Byway building is now mine. Do not expect to claim it. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanping feigned outrage. Dong Xingmin, what is the meaning of this? We had already paid a deposit. Dong Xingmin chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, I apologize, but the fifth prince offered a higher price. So I had no choice but to sell it to him. Upon seeing the pile of taels on the table, Gu Xiao began to comprehend the situation. What is my brother-in-law doing, relentlessly targeting Xiao Wanchong? How utterly unscrupulous. He stifled a laugh, putting on a facade of indignation. Dong Xingmin, there is a proper order to affairs. Do you wish for me to inform my father to bring this before the court? Dong Xingmin suppressed his amusement. By all means. Go ahead and report. The agreement is quite clear. Breach of contract incurs a penalty of 10,000 taels. The money is here, and I am not defaulting on you. I would like to see how you plan to proceed. Gu Xiao was rendered speechless. Seeing this, Xiao Wanping pushed the stack of banknotes towards Xiao Wanchong. I shall not take this money. You refuse? Xiao Wanchong smirked triumphantly. Fifth brother, are you simply opposing me for the sake of it? And if I am? Xiao Wanchong's lips curled into a smug smile. Sighing in resignation, Xiao Wanping feigned helplessness. Fifth brother, what need have you to purchase Byway building? You already possess 3 apothecaries on this street, with one right next door. Byway building holds no value for you. This had indeed been Xiao Wanchong's hesitation in making a move until now. With Xiao Wanping's intent to purchase and compete in the apothecary business, he was compelled to invest heavily to thwart him. Chapter 67. You are playing me again. Why do you concern yourself with my acquisition of Byway building? In any case, I shall not allow it to fall into your hands. Xiao Wanchong grew increasingly pleased with himself. Observing this, Dong Xingmin cheerfully remarked, Young Master Gu, Prince 8. It would be wise to accept this 100,000 taels and hand over the promissory note. Dong Xingmin, you are truly despicable, Xiao Wanping retorted, veins protruding on his forehead. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanchong felt a surge of satisfaction. He could have remained in the shadows, yet he relished the sight of Xiao Wanping's impotent fury. As is the nature of a merchant to seek profit, although Prince 5 had offered 50,000 taels, the deposit of 10,000 taels had not been reclaimed. Thus I naturally sold it to him. I beg your pardon, Prince 8, Dong Xingmin chuckled. Old 8, I advise you to accept this 100,000 taels and surrender the note. Otherwise, in the end, you might lose even that deposit, which would be a double loss. After this, Xiao Wanchong raised his teacup, sipping with a smile. Dong Xingmin again pushed the banknotes towards Xiao Wanping, saying, Prince 8, both in law and reason, the advantage lies with us. Whether you accept it or not, the 100 Flavors restaurant will not be sold to you. Gu Xiao observed. Already aware of the source of the 100,000 taels, yet Dong Xingmin's words rang true. Accepting this sum would mean the 100 Flavors restaurant belonged to Xiao Wanchong. But Xiao Wanping questioned, could he obtain 100,000 taels and acquire the 100 Flavors restaurant for free? How could such a feat be accomplished? He felt a perplexity within. However, following the incident with Mo Yin, Gu Xiao had developed unwavering trust in Xiao Wanping and refrained from further objections. After a moment of intense struggle, Xiao Wanping slammed the table. Gu Xiao, hand over the note. Brother-in-law, this is not acceptable. We have only just managed to gather 50,000 taels. Gu Xiao played his part convincingly. Xiao Wanping suppressed a smile, thinking, what a clever lad. Less chatter. He interrupted Gu Xiao. Reluctantly, Gu Xiao produced the promissory note and handed it to Dong Xingmin. Simultaneously, Dugu Yu swiftly gathered the banknotes from the table, beginning to count. After a brief moment, he nodded at Xiao Wanping, signaling that the amount was correct. Across the table, Dong Xingmin also indicated to Xiao Wanchong that the note was valid. And yours? Xiao Wanchong inquired. The promissory note existed in duplicate, with Dong Xingmin and Gu Xiao each holding one. At that moment, Dong Xingmin produced his copy. In full view of the onlookers, Xiao Wanchong set both promissory notes ablaze. Immediately thereafter, Niahu produced 50,000 taels from his bosom and handed them to Dong Xingmin. The land deed, he stated coldly. Understood, understood. Dong Xingmin then retrieved the land deed for the 100 Flavors restaurant from his own garments, bowing as he presented it to Xiao Wanchong. Grinning triumphantly, Xiao Wanchong waved the land deed in the air. Old 8, do you see? The 100 Flavors restaurant is now mine. You wish to open a herbal shop? Not a chance. With the 100,000 taels tucked into his bosom, Xiao Wanping patted his inflated chest. Ah, this 100,000 taels is indeed a substantial sum. Thank you, fifth brother. At that moment, Xiao Wanping, Gu Xiao, and Dugayu bore no trace of regret upon their faces. They looked at Xiao Wanchong as if he were a fool. Observing this, Xiao Wanchong's heart sank. His intention to acquire the 100 Flavors restaurant and establish a new inn had crumbled. Xiao Wanping dusted off his clothes, a wicked grin playing upon his lips. Beside him, Gu Xiao began to embellish the tale. Your Highness, the 8th Prince is, after all, your brother. It seems rather unreasonable not to fulfill even this modest wish of his. Du Guyu stood nearby, clearing his throat awkwardly in an attempt to suppress his laughter. With a fortune of 100,000 taels secured, the three of them laid their cards on the table. What do you mean? You are not going to open a medicinal herb shop? Xiao Wanchong's brows furrowed in disbelief. My hysteria has yet to subside. Even though my sister-in-law belongs to the Guyansu family, how could I manage a medicinal herb shop? You are truly careless, fifth brother. Xiao Wanjing. Xiao Wanchong suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered once more. Enraged, he stood up and pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Wanjing, exclaiming, You madman. Are you playing tricks on me again? The tide of the situation swiftly turned, and the previously impotent fury transformed into Xiao Wanchong's wrath. Am I tricking you? Xiao Wanjing retorted with a cold smirk. If you were not intent on making things difficult for me, would you have fallen for my ploy? Seeing this, Xiao Wanchong's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. He suddenly turned towards Dong Xingmin. Did you not say he was going to open a medicinal herb shop? Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. Dong Xingmin hastily waved his hands. It was Gu Xiao who let it slip while intoxicated. Qin Wenchu inquired of me, and I merely relayed the truth. You cannot hold me responsible for this. I will kill you. Unable to confront Xiao Wanjing, Xiao Wanchong could only unleash his fury upon Dong Xingmin. Hey! Dong Xingmin immediately jumped up, fleeing to the doorway. Your Highness, I am, after all, the son of the Minister of Works. In broad daylight, beneath the Emperor's gaze, do you dare to commit murder in the streets? Xiao Wanchong certainly did not have the audacity to kill anyone. Firstly, he still needed to leverage Dong Xingmin's father, Dong Cheng. Secondly, with Xiao Wanjing and others present, he could not afford to give them any leverage against him. However, overwhelmed with rage and unable to vent it, he could only shout in frustration. Moreover, it was you who pressured me to sell the Byway building. I did not force you to pay that 10,000 taels of breach of contract. Now, to place the blame on me, Your Highness, is rather unreasonable. After speaking, he bowed to the crowd, saying, 8th Prince, I shall not intrude upon your brotherly reunion any longer. Farewell. With a clap of his hands, showcasing the 5,000 taels in his possession, Dong Xingmin left with a smile. Crash. With no outlet for his fury, Xiao Wanchong smashed all the teacups on the table. Fifth brother, this transaction was mutual. Why must you act so? Xiao Wanjing remained nonchalant. Staring intently at him, Xiao Wanchong's eyes blazed with fury. I shall remember this humiliation today. Having said that, Xiao Wanchong rose with Niahu, preparing to depart. Fifth brother, why the haste? Xiao Wanjing stood up, blocking their path. What do you intend to do? At that moment, seeing Xiao Wanjing's smirking face made Xiao Wanchong uneasy. Since you already have 3 medicinal herb shops on this street, the Byway building is of no use to you. Why not give it to me? I assure you, I will open a restaurant, not a medicinal herb shop, Xiao Wanjing vowed solemnly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanchong turned around, his lips twitching with anger. Heh, heh, are you out of your mind, Xiao Wanjing? Even if I were to burn the Byway building down, I would never give it to you. That remains to be seen, Xiao Wanjing replied with a cold laugh. I advise you to sit down and have a proper discussion with me. Upon witnessing this, Gu Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to observe how Xiao Wanping would manage to persuade the furious Xiao Wanchong to relinquish the 100 Flavors Pavilion so willingly. There was no need for alarmist rhetoric here. This prince intends to depart. Let's see who can hinder me. With that thought, he had already reached the doorway. Do you remember Lu Liang? The moment those words escaped his lips, Xiao Wanchong seemed as though his feet were nailed to the ground, utterly motionless. Chapter 68. The exchange during today's court meeting. Father ordered Pei Qing to investigate the assault on Ning further, declaring that the mastermind behind it would face no mercy. You are aware of this, aren't you, fifth brother? Xiao Wanping maintained his characteristic roguish grin, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wanchong. The latter feigned calmness, asserting, I have already killed Lu Liang. He cannot harm me anymore. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Turning away, Xiao Wanchong shed his menacing demeanor, replaced by a hint of insecurity. What do you wish to say? Perhaps we should dismiss them and have a conversation. Just the two of us. Xiao Wanping, for the moment, did not wish to embroil Gu Xiao in the tumult of court politics. Your Highness, you mustn't, Niehu interjected. Stepping forward, raising a hand to halt him, Xiao Wanchong sneered. What threat could a fool like you pose? You may leave. He won't depart, nor will I. Niehu pointed at Duguyu. Your dog is quite loyal. I wonder how it feels when it bites, Xiao Wanping remarked with a knowing smile. Fury ignited within Niehu as his hand moved toward his dagger. What do you intend to do? Duguyu swiftly positioned himself behind Xiao Wanping. Enough. Both of you. Leave. Xiao Wanping waved his hand dismissively. Duguyu shot Niehu a glare but chose silence, reassured by the presence of Zhao Shisan, who was watching from the shadows. Brother-in-law, Gu Xiao had initially wished to observe Xiao Wanping's cunning, but now that was thwarted. Everyone, please exit, Xiao Wanping reiterated solemnly. Reluctantly, Gu Xiao complied, though disappointment lingered in his heart. Duguyu and Niehu walked out side by side, and as the door closed, Xiao Wanchong immediately hissed, You madman! What trickery do you intend to employ? You let Lu Liang harm the princess and framed me for it. I have yet to settle that score with you. Xiao Wanping grinned widely. You haven't settled it with me? You speak of Blood Lotus Heart, 9 turned blood blue, and the 200,000 taels, all of which I have received. What more do you desire? Consider those merely interest. My appetite is quite large, and the 100 Flavors Pavilion is among my ambitions. Dream on. Lu Liang is dead. No one knows I was behind it. You cannot threaten me any longer. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping extracted a piece of paper from his sleeve and unfolded it. What if I present Lu Liang's confession? How would you respond, fifth brother? Lu Liang's confession? Xiao Wanchong's hair stood on end as he instinctively reached to seize it. Xiao Wanping had anticipated this, sidestepping Xiao Wanchong's grasp. We are civilized individuals. Let us refrain from violence. Should you persist, I shall summon others. Suppressing his rage, Xiao Wanchong forced himself to remain composed. After a brief pause, he suddenly laughed. Resuming his seat, he reminded himself of the necessity to maintain control. He must not fall into the rhythm set by this madman. Go on, shout if you wish, Xiao Wanchong responded, joining in the laughter. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wanping's smile remained unyielding. This fool, it seems, is not entirely dim-witted. Are you not afraid, fifth brother? Xiao Wanchong replied. Lu Liang is already dead. With a mere statement of dubious authenticity, do you truly believe you can bring me down? Is that even plausible? One must concede, he spoke the truth. Lu Liang had perished, leaving no witnesses to affirm or refute. This statement could easily be dismissed by Xiao Wanchong as a fabrication. To attempt to undermine a prince based solely on it is utterly impossible. Initially, one might have anticipated a clever retort from Xiao Wanping, yet he candidly acknowledged, indeed. This statement alone is insufficient to topple you. Otherwise, I would have presented it to Father Emperor long ago. Yet, why do you still dare to use it as a means of intimidation against me? Fifth brother, you are mistaken. Xiao Wanping feigned an air of mystery, lowering his voice to continue, while it may not be able to unseat you. This statement is sufficient to sow seeds of doubt in Father Emperor's mind. Would you not agree? Instantly, the smile faded, and Xiao Wanchong's cheeks twitched slightly. The prospect of Emperor Jing harboring suspicions was a potentially fatal blow for Xiao Wanchong, who aspired to the Eastern Palace. He wavered. Moreover, who is Pei Qing? Should he provide a direction for an investigation? What if he were to uncover some inconspicuous clue? Would that not spell your doom? Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Xiao Wanchong's face. His complexion fluctuated between red and pale, reflecting his tumultuous emotions. You intend to exchange this statement for the 100 Flavors restaurant? Fifth brother, you are truly astute. Regardless of who ascends as crown prince, it matters not to me. This statement may hold little value for me, yet it could prove immensely beneficial to the other princes. Do ponder that. Indeed, this statement alone might not suffice to unseat Xiao Wanchong, and for Xiao Wanping, it was of little consequence. However, should this statement fall into the hands of another prince and subsequently reach Emperor Jing, the dynamics would shift dramatically. At that juncture, if suspicion were cast upon Xiao Wanchong, he would find himself increasingly distanced from the Eastern Palace. Conversely, the prince who presented the statement would garner favor with Emperor Jing, inching closer to the coveted position. Thus, the balance of power would inevitably tilt against Xiao Wanchong. I grant you 10 breaths of time. Should you not acquiesce, I shall offer this statement to the other princes. 10, 9, 8. Xiao Wanping commenced his countdown. 50,000 taels, in exchange for my exoneration from Emperor Jing's suspicion. This transaction is hardly a loss. Xiao Wanchong endeavored to persuade himself. 3, 2, bang. Xiao Wanchong slammed his palm upon the table, beneath which lay the deed to the 100 Flavors restaurant. Bring forth the statement. He gritted through clenched teeth. With a triumphant smile, Xiao Wanping placed the statement upon the table. Shall we release simultaneously? You are quite the schemer, Xiao Wanchong remarked with evident displeasure. Yet, he refrained from relinquishing his grip prematurely. Ultimately, it was Xiao Wanping who took a step back, releasing his hold, thus facilitating the successful exchange. Gazing at the deed in his hand, Xiao Wanping laughed heartily. Fifth brother, you are indeed generous, recognizing my need for funds to reopen the 100 Flavors restaurant. With both 100,000 taels in this deed, I find myself undeserving of such generosity. In that moment, Xiao Wanchong seethed with a desire to consume him whole. However, he refrained from responding. Instead, he ignited a candle and proceeded to incinerate the statement before Xiao Wanping's eyes. He exhaled deeply, for the matter concerning Lu Liang had cost him no less than 500,000 taels, a burden he had carried for far too long. Now, with the resolution of this affair, Xiao Wanchong felt as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Are you truly intent on opening a restaurant? If Brother Wu does not believe it, let him wait and see, Xiao Wanjing replied, not wishing to linger any longer, and turned to depart. Xiao Wanchong stood as well, remarking, in the capital, the restaurant business is dominated by my younger brother and my father-in-law. I advise you to tread carefully. Xiao Wanjing was well aware of this reality. Although Xiao Wanrong was a fool, with Chun Shichi's assistance, the two had effectively monopolized the capital's dining industry. It could be said that Xiao Wanrong's reputation and power were acquired through the expenditure of wealth. Otherwise, given his capabilities, any ambition to vie for succession would have surely led to his demise. With a grin, Xiao Wanjing replied, no need for Brother Wu to worry. I shall not disappoint you. This statement held truth, for he understood the intentions of Xiao Wanchong. With a cold sneer, Xiao Wanchong left, his lips curling into a subtle, sinister smile. Chapter 69. He is not as foolish as we imagine, brother-in-law. Did Xiao Wanchong truly hand over Baiwei Lu to you? Upon returning to the Gu residence, Gu Xiao gazed incredulously at the land deed before him. Is there any doubt? Xiao Wanjing patted him on the shoulder. Find a suitable time to transfer the ownership. Gu Xiao seemed oblivious, lost in his astonishment. Brother-in-law, what method did you employ? How could Xiao Wanchong not dare to reclaim those 100,000 taels and willingly deliver Baiwei Lu into our hands? It is simply remarkable. He scrutinized the deed repeatedly, fearing it might be a forgery. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary, merely some crude tricks, Xiao Wanjing replied. Gu Xiao beamed like a child. Wonderful. I finally possess my own enterprise. Yet, just as he spoke, he noticed Du Guyu staring at him in a daze. His smile faltered as he realized that he had only contributed a little over 10,000 taels, while the initial operating capital of 100,000 taels had been secured by Xiao Wanjing. To claim Baiwei Lu as his own was indeed premature. With an awkward smile, Gu Xiao scratched his head and said, Brother-in-law, what I meant is that we finally have an enterprise. With a gentle smile, Xiao Wanjing waved his hand. I understand your sentiments. There is no need for formality. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. Let us discuss the shares of Baiwei Lu shares. Gu Xiao queried, puzzled. I mean business shares. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao's expression sobered, his demeanor turning serious. Feel free to share your thoughts, Xiao Wanjing encouraged with a hearty laugh. Brother-in-law, to be honest, My intention in acquiring Baiwei Lu is not merely for profit. I simply wish to demonstrate to that old man that I am not without merit. As for the share distribution, I leave it to your discretion. Even if I do not hold shares, a monthly allowance would suffice. Gu Xiao spoke with utmost sincerity. You are mistaken. Xiao Wanjing corrected him. While your aim may not be profit-driven, it is essential to earn money to validate yourself, is it not? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao nodded earnestly. Indeed, now that he had purchased Baiwei Lu, the only way to prove himself was to ensure that it flourished profitably, and richly so. Brother-in-law, I understand now. It is understood, thus to earn money, one must possess a share of the business. Xiao Wanping does not intend to manage the restaurant long-term. He must allow Gu Xiao to hold shares in order to maintain his enthusiasm over time. With a sheepish smile, Gu Xiao seemed hesitant to speak. Brother-in-law, I have only invested 10,000 taels, whereas you have contributed a total of 150,000 taels. I do not wish to receive a monthly salary. Perhaps I could hold a 10% stake? 10%? Xiao Wanping raised an eyebrow. How about 5% instead? Seeing Zhao's apparent displeasure, Gu Xiao quickly amended his offer. That won't he do? Xiao Wanping replied sternly. Brother-in-law, Gu Xiao lamented, his expression woeful. If you desire for me to profit, how can you deny me even half? Suddenly, Xiao Wanping burst into laughter, extending 5 fingers. 50%, we shall split it evenly. What? 50%? Gu Xiao rubbed his ears, doubting his hearing. Moreover, the 100 Flavors Pavilion will be registered under your name, Xiao Wanping continued. Brother-in-law, you can't be serious. I have only invested 10,000 taels. And you wish to grant me 50%, placing it under my name? Gu Xiao felt as though the world was spinning around him. Do not rejoice too quickly. As you know, I suffer from hysteria, lacking autonomy during the day. Henceforth, all matters regarding the 100 Flavors Pavilion will depend on you. I will merely provide ideas. That is absolutely manageable. Gu Xiao's eyes brimmed with gratitude, glistening with tears. Brother-in-law, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. With a serious demeanor. A flicker of darkness crossed Xiao Wanping's gaze. Let me inform you, our endeavors will extend beyond the 100 Flavors Pavilion. I intend to have all the restaurants in Xinjiang City bow before me. Therefore, you must diligently manage and swiftly accumulate experience. Feeling the grand vision of Xiao Wanping, Gu Xiao's heart stirred. He pounded his chest and declared, Brother-in-law, I have but one thing to say. Henceforth, even if the emperor himself arrives, I shall recognize only you. This was precisely what Xiao Wanping desired. Although Gu Xiao appeared somewhat inexperienced, Xiao Wanping recognized the innate talent within him. Given time and nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a formidable merchant. To instigate an uprising, one requires soldiers, and soldiers require funding. Should Gu Xiao succeed, he would become Xiao Wanping's most solid foundation and support. Xiao Wanping spared no effort in employing both kindness and authority, and it seemed Gu Xiao had embarked on this journey. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's words, Gu Yu suddenly interjected, What if Lord Gu comes? Will you acknowledge him? Gu Xiao was left speechless. Laughter erupted within the room. After his departure, Gu Yu's smile faded. Your Highness, how did you manage to acquire the 100 Flavors Pavilion from Xiao Wanchang? Do you recall Lu Liang's testimony? Did you exchange that testimony with him? Gu Yu's eyes widened in confusion. That testimony holds little value for us. Xiao Wanping toyed with the teacup in his hand. Gu Yu appeared somewhat anxious. Even so, it could certainly cause trouble for Xiao Wanchang. Exchanging it for the 100 Flavors Pavilion seems unworthy. Observing this, Xiao Wanping cast a glance at Gu Yu. I too believe it is not worth it. Then why, what is there to rush? That testimony was merely a forgery I crafted. Xiao Wanping flashed a sly smile as he produced the authentic testimony from his other sleeve. Upon seeing this, Gu Yu burst into laughter. Your Highness, you truly possess unparalleled wisdom. He intended to speak of treachery and cunning but forced himself to refrain. With a silent smile, Xiao Wanping's gaze grew complex, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. Did Xiao Wanchang not realize that the confession was false? Gu Yu continued to inquire. Upon acquiring the false confession, he hastily incinerated it, leaving no time for discerning its authenticity. This fool still wishes to contend with his Highness, unaware of his own folly. Gu Yu had thoroughly sensed the terror embodied in Xiao Wanping. No, you are mistaken. He is not as foolish as we presume. Xiao Wanping appeared to be re-evaluating Xiao Wanchang. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? He asked, raising a hand dismissively. Without responding, Xiao Wanping stood up and stretched. I am rather fatigued today. it would be prudent to retire early. Yu dared not press further and took his leave. The knight in the imperial capital is always prone to ensnare the unwary. Surprisingly, despite being swindled out of 150,000 taels, Xiao Wanping appeared to be in good spirits. Accompanied by Niahu, he made his way to the Unending Pavilion. The Unending Pavilion is a tea house, the grandest in the imperial capital. To win the favor of Gu Shuqing, Xiao Wanping refrained from visiting brothels, making this tea house his favored retreat. Skillfully entering a private room, the attendant presented fragrant tea, and the door was shut. After surveying the room, Niahu took a seat opposite Xiao Wanping. Your Highness, having been swindled out of another 150,000 taels, how can you still find the heart to sip tea? Niahu understood that although Xiao Wanping monopolized the medicinal herbs trade in the capital, 150,000 taels was an amount that would take all the apothecaries 3 months to recoup. Rather than being angry, Xiao Wanping savored his tea. If not tea, should I shed tears? Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. This left Niahu perplexed. Taking a delicate sip of the fragrant brew, a glimmer of cunning appeared in Xiao Wanping's eyes. Furthermore, why did your Highness relinquish Bai Tower so readily? You paid 3 times its worth. I find it quite vexing. His words were somewhat brash, showing no regard for rank. Yet, it was clear that Xiao Wanping was accustomed to this and bore no semblance of reproach. He countered. Let me ask you, concerning Lu Liang, were his hands clean? Rest assured, Your Highness, there were absolutely no traces left behind. Lu Liang was the one he had personally cast into the Youshang River. Yet, Niahu was puzzled as to why Xiao Wanping brought this matter up again. That fool threatened me with Lu Liang's confession. Confession? Niahu narrowed his eyes, quickly grasping the situation. However, he then remarked, but Lu Liang is dead. That confession cannot threaten us. There is no need for your Highness to submit. Submit? Xiao Wanping scoffed. You must have heard, they are not reopening an apothecary, but rather a restaurant. And so? Xiao Wanping tapped a piece of tea cake and placed it into the boiling teapot. Tell me, who controls the restaurant business in the imperial capital? At this, Niahu's eyes brightened. The 7th Prince and the State Uncle. Indeed, once that madman, the 8th Prince, joins them, they will undoubtedly vie for supremacy, and we can watch from the sidelines, reaping the benefits. Your Highness is indeed astute. Niahu clapped his hands in admiration. Xiao Wanping continued, I used to think of him as a fool, but I have now come to realize that this fellow is quite cunning. Let 7th brother deal with him. It would be best if they both suffer heavy losses. Meanwhile, we can seize the opportunity to acquire those taverns. With an increase in our financial resources, I need not fear the obstinate old guard in court opposing me. At that point, the position in the Eastern Palace will surely belong to His Highness. The two exchanged hearty laughter. This was also the reason why Xiao Wanping decided to present the 100 Flavors Pavilion to Xiao Wanping, watching the tigers fight from the mountain while the fisherman profits. However, Niahu soon detected something amiss. But your Highness, how can you be certain that they are opening a tavern? What if that fool tricks you and instead opens a medicinal herb shop? I inquired of Dong Xingmin. On the day they paid the deposit, they ordered an entire table of dishes, yet barely touched any. Why is that? Niahu appeared somewhat simple-minded. Initially, I had no inkling, but upon reflection, they were testing the dishes. If they were not opening a tavern, why would they bother to sample the food? Ah, I see. Of course, there is one crucial point. I have investigated Gu Zhao's social connections, and those he recently befriended are all cooks. If they were not opening a tavern, how could that be? Niahu's eyes lit up. I understand now. Gu Zhao has been selling goods on the street to raise funds to acquire the 100 Flavors Pavilion. Therefore, this initiative originates from Gu Zhao, not Xiao Wanping. You are not as dim-witted as I thought, Xiao Wanping chuckled, tilting his head back in amusement. Since it is indeed Gu Zhao's initiative, and he has befriended many cooks, it is highly likely that Xiao Wanping speaks the truth. They are indeed opening a tavern. This fool appears to be helping to purchase the 100 Flavors Pavilion to curry favor with his uncle. He is powerless and insignificant, if he cannot marry Gu Shuqing. Surviving amidst this tumultuous chaos will be a challenge. Niahu displayed a sympathetic expression. Your Highness, your words make me feel a sudden surge of pity for him. Pity? Xiao Wanping's brow furrowed. He harmed my mother, extorted me of hundreds of thousands of taels, and humiliated me in front of Shuqing. I must ensure that he meets a terrible end. Gazing at his countenance filled with murderous intent, Niahu lifted his teacup and took a sip, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. After the hour of the rat had passed, the two finally returned to the residence. The night was deep. A shadow slipped stealthily from the Xiao Wanchong residence, unnoticed and untraceable. After winding through several turns, it arrived at a narrow alley. The alley was deserted, backed by an abandoned estate. The figure, clad in black, had their face thoroughly concealed. After glancing around, they rhythmically knocked 6 times on the wall. Bang, 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 bang. With a creak, 2 figures emerged from the derelict estate. The leader, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally pale. Accompanying him was a tall, sturdy man wielding a saber. Have you arrived? The voice of the leader was somewhat shrill. 7th Prince. The figure in black bowed respectfully, removing their mask to reveal none other than Yehu. The pale-faced individual was none other than the 7th Prince, Xiao Wanrong. Ever since being incapacitated by Xiao Wanping, his skin had grown increasingly delicate. His voice had gradually sharpened, and even the dignity of manhood, represented by facial hair, was visibly thinning. This only fueled his hatred for Xiao Wanping. What is the progress of the matter? Xiao Wanrong was the first to speak. Your Highness, I have executed your command and eliminated Xiao Wanping, intentionally leaving behind a trace of sound. Excellent. Xiao Wanrong appeared somewhat exhilarated. Did that fool recognize you? I have a vague feeling that he is aware of my involvement. How so? Today, I accompanied Xiao Wanchong to the 100 Flavors Pavilion, where Nyehu recounted in detail all that transpired, including Xiao Wanping's words. That fool remarked, I wonder if your bite is painful? Indeed. Thus I surmised that he must have recognized my voice. Splendid. Xiao Wanrong's eyes sparkled. Continue to remain close to Xiao Wanchong, and seek another opportunity to eliminate Xiao Wanping. Remember, you must be able to escape while ensuring that everyone sees it was you. Understood, my subordinate replied respectfully. After a brief pause, Xiao Wanrong continued. You say Xiao Wanchong deliberately offered the 100 Flavors Pavilion to Xiao Wanping? Precisely. He wishes to observe your conflict, allowing him to benefit as a fisherman. Humph. Xiao Wanrong scoffed coldly, his gaze ominous. Even in my current predicament, Xiao Wanchong still plots against me. He shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Your Highness, I have a matter that perplexes me. Observing Xiao Wanrong's fury, Nyehu could not help but inquire, seemingly having held this question in for quite some time. Speak. Xiao Wanrong replied softly. I am near Xiao Wanchong, with at least 100 opportunities each day to eliminate him. Why does your Highness not permit me to do so? If I were to kill him, the position of Crown Prince would be mine. I would not hesitate to allow you to act. Alas, it is not as simple as that. Xiao Wanrong narrowed his eyes. I still do not comprehend, Nyehu insisted. Lifting a hand to rest on his shoulder, Xiao Wanrong let out a sharp laugh. It has taken me considerable effort to earn Xiao Wanchong's trust. Should you assassinate him, it would mean exposing yourself, rendering our strategy futile. At this moment, a person beside Xiao Wanrong finally spoke. Do you know why His Highness wants you to kill Xiao Wanping and ensure others recognize your deed? Nyehu blurted out. Is His Highness aiming to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Naturally, he understood this. Chapter 71, The Double-Edged Spy. Indeed. The man nodded. If you successfully eliminate Xiao Wanping, you will appear to be Xiao Wanchong's subordinate. At that point, there will be no need for us to act, as the Emperor will take care of Xiao Wanchong himself. I could first kill Xiao Wanchong, and then find a way to deal with Xiao Wanping, Nyehu argued. Xiao Wanrong sighed as he gazed at Nyehu. He needed to clarify matters, for otherwise, there was a risk that Nyehu, in a moment of impulsiveness, could jeopardize his plans. Do you still not understand? Killing Xiao Wanping is merely an act of venting anger. He lacks the capability to contend for the Eastern Palace position. Merely eliminating Xiao Wanchong does not remove Xiao Wanin from the equation. After a moment's contemplation, Nyehu suddenly grasped the truth. The 3rd Prince Xiao Wanin and the 5th Prince Xiao Wanchong must both be eliminated. Simply killing Xiao Wanchong, given Xiao Wanrong's disabled state, would still leave him without a claim to the Eastern Palace. Conversely, if Xiao Wanchong were to die but Xiao Wanin remained, the position would likely fall to Xiao Wanin. Would that not be akin to sowing for another's benefit? Only by removing both can he hope to seize the opportunity. The situation is, in truth, quite clear. The sons of Emperor Jing, only 4 have reached adulthood. The 3rd Prince, Xiao Wanin, the 5th Prince, Xiao Wanchong, the 7th Prince, Xiao Wanrong, and the 8th Prince, Xiao Wanping. Both Xiao Wanping and Xiao Wanrong suffer from health issues, leaving the position of the Eastern Palace to either Xiao Wanin or Xiao Wanchong. It seems His Highness not only wishes to achieve 2 objectives with 1 action, but also aims to accomplish 3. Nyehu, realizing this, revealed a trace of complex emotion in his eyes. Indeed, that is the intention, Xiao Wanrong continued, stating that as long as Niahu followed his plan and sought an opportunity to eliminate Xiao Wanping, he had means to subsequently dispose of both Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanan. Niahu finally understood. He had painstakingly maneuvered his way to Xiao Wanchong's side. To merely kill him would be a gross waste. Xiao Wanrong's ambition to maximize his utility was quite insatiable, Niahu mused. Thus, you cannot kill Xiao Wanchong now. Should you do so, His Highness's plan would be jeopardized, the person beside Xiao Wanrong added. I understand, Niahu nodded. That is good to hear. Xiao Wanrong turned, tightening his cloak, exhaling deeply. Even if I am crippled, I shall ascend to the exalted throne. His words brimmed with unrelenting malice. Then, the person beside Xiao Wanrong remarked, From now on, unless it is an urgent matter, do not meet. It is likely to expose us. Yes. Niahu bowed, as Xiao Wanrong and his companions slowly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Niahu's lips curled into a cold smile. A mere eunuch, aspiring to be emperor? He then removed his night attire and stepped out from the alley. Though the night was deep, the streets of the imperial capital remained densely populated. Niahu blended into the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. He navigated expertly to a small stall. The vendor sold milk cakes. Sir, care to try some milk cakes? The proprietor greeted warmly as Niahu approached. I'll take 2, Niahu replied, reaching into his pocket for coins. Certainly, please wait a moment. Shortly, the vendor wrapped 2 milk cakes in oiled paper and handed them to Niahu. In the next instant, Niahu spoke in a barely audible tone. Inform my master that the 3-bird plan is ready to be executed. I will first eliminate Xiao Wanping, then frame Xiao Wanchong, ultimately solidifying Xiao Wanrong's charge of murdering a prince. Understood. The vendor maintained his cheerful demeanor. Yet his lips appeared to move not at all as he replied in a manner that was both discreet and imperceptible. Niahu, clutching the milk cakes, departed with an air of confidence. Gu Xiao had already transferred the deed to Baiwei Tower into his name. With Xiao Wanping providing cover, he could finally act freely. He commenced extensive renovations on Baiwei Tower, even spending consecutive days away from the Gu residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanping remained within the confines of the Gu residence, feigning madness during the day and sipping tea under the moonlight at dusk, occasionally teasing the maids to provoke Gu Shuqing. Life was tolerable. However, when Gu Feng learned of Gu Zhao's actions, he sought out Xiao Wanping alongside Gu Shuqing. Your Highness, did you not say you would study with Gu Xiao? Why have you opened a tavern instead? Upon their meeting, Gu Feng could hardly contain his impatience. It was evident he was struggling to suppress his anger. For the other party was a prince, and the decorum of rank was of utmost importance to Gu Feng. He dared not be overly audacious. Ahem. Xiao Wanping cleared his throat awkwardly. The sight of this fellow induced a headache, yet one must confront what is inevitable. Uncle Gu, art is derived from life. Am I not bringing Gu Xiao to experience life? However, this young man was consumed by commercial pursuits, and the prince could not simply acquiesce to his whims. At the mention of this son, the silver in Gu Feng's hair seemed to reflect an additional layer of frost, rendering him even more aged. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanping felt a pang of compassion. He indeed intended to leverage the Gu family, but his earnest desire was to nurture Gu Xiao. Moreover, Gu Feng did not despise his own folly, agreeing to the marriage proposal in front of the entire court. Though somewhat antiquated, he was far superior to the sycophantic hypocrites who shifted with the winds of politics. Such a man was a rarity in the Yan Dynasty. Meanwhile, Gu Shuqing glared fiercely at Xiao Wanping, her expression one of being duped, filled with exasperation. I shall see how you explain yourself. With a sheepish smile, Xiao Wanping patted Gu Feng's back, saying, Uncle Gu, this idea was entirely Shuqing's. If you seek retribution, direct it towards her, not me. Gu Shuqing's face flushed with anger, her lips nearly drawing blood from her biting. She had anticipated a lengthy discourse from Xiao Wanping, only to find him shifting the blame onto her. This fellow was truly shameless. Rascal. Gu Shuqing stamped her foot, causing the ground to tremble. In such a moment, Xiao Wanping felt a stir within and quickly turned his head away. Shuqing, immediately summoned Gu Xiao back to me. Reluctantly, Gu Feng did not dare to blame Xiao Wanping and could only comply. Observing this, Xiao Wanping restrained his smile, knowing that once Gu Xiao returned, he would not step out of the Gu residence again. Uncle Gu, do not be hasty. I ask you, what is the fundamental reason for your insistence on Gu Zhao's education? Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, Xiao Wanping interrupted once more. Do not offer me the lofty pretenses of aspiring to be a respectable individual. I seek no grandiloquent justifications. Gu Feng, a man of great esteem, had never been addressed in such a manner, not even by Emperor Jing. The sudden aggressive words from Xiao Wanping left him momentarily speechless. Your desire for him to study is simply to ensure that after your passing, he possesses the capability to inherit your title and prevent the decline of your family. Is it not? With hands clasped behind his back, Gu Feng fell silent. In this world, while not all pursuits are of lowly merit, education indeed serves as the most effective means to secure a foothold in the court. I act for his benefit. Xiao Wanping scoffed inwardly. This phrase was all too familiar. In his past life, it seemed to be a refrain uttered by fathers to their children. Unbeknownst to them, they were entirely ignorant of their offspring's true desires, imposing their own thoughts upon them. This led to numerous tragedies. Chapter 72. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Xiao Wanping felt deeply that if he did not curb Gu Feng's controlling tendencies towards Gu Xiao, the father and son would inevitably become adversaries in the future. Such a scenario would be detrimental to him. Uncle Gu, you do not truly understand Gu Xiao. As his father, how could I not know him? Gu Feng retorted with a cold smile, unconvinced. Well, let me ask you, he began. What does he enjoy eating? What activities does he indulge in? What kind of clothing does he prefer? And what type of individuals does he admire? On these matters, Gu Feng is utterly at a loss. He is only aware of the relentless pressure he places on Gu Xiao to study. I, a simple-minded prince who has resided in the Gu manor for less than half a month, am already well acquainted with these details. As his father, you cannot possibly be unaware. Can you? Xiao Wanping retorted. Gu Feng lowered his head. Xiao Wanping continued. When one is unfamiliar with another, forcing them to engage in an activity they detest is akin to driving them to despair. Gu Feng listened quietly, devoid of any rebuttal. Master Gu, are you familiar with the saying, an orange grown in Huainan is an orange, while one grown in Huaibei is a bitter orange? Gu Feng stroked his beard. I have not encountered this phrase. This world does not recognize the distinction between Huainan and Huaibei, hence few have heard it. Yet, oranges do exist. It matters not that you are unaware, but with your intellect, I trust you grasp the underlying meaning. An orange tree bears sweet fruit only in the south. If it is forcibly transplanted to the north, it will yield bitter fruit, due to the differing soil and climate. Whether Gu Xiao becomes an orange or a bitter orange ultimately rests in your hands, Master Gu. Upon hearing Xiao Wanping's words, Gu Feng had yet to respond. But it was Gu Shuqing who spoke first. Father, while this person may seem eccentric, there is a kernel of truth in his words. My younger brother does not take to poetry and literature. If we continue to force him, the outcome may be unfortunate. Xiao Wanping's smile faltered. What do you mean? You offer praise, yet you begin with a rebuke? While speaking, Gu Shuqing cast a sidelong glare at Xiao Wanping. However, everyone knew Gu Feng's obstinate character. Akin to a stubborn stone in a latrine, odorous and unyielding. He would not be swayed by a few words from Xiao Wanping. Your Highness, while that may be so, Gu Xiao is my only son. If he were to engage in commerce, who would inherit the title after my demise? Who says that engaging in commerce precludes one from inheriting a title? Does the law of our Yin prohibit it? Xiao Wanping countered. Gu Feng was rendered speechless. Just as he was about to argue further, a voice emerged from the side, proclaiming loudly, what your Highness states is profoundly enlightening. I wholeheartedly agree. It was Madame Gu. Although she was of royal lineage, she was still a junior, and as Gu Feng's future daughter-in-law, Xiao Wanping nodded in acknowledgement. Your Highness, forgive my intrusion. I happened to overhear your conversation and found it enlightening. I deeply feel ashamed. Madame Gu shook her head repeatedly in dismay. Xiaonyang, your name is Yu Xiaonyang. You need not say more. I shall take charge of Zhao's affairs from now on. They will be entrusted to your Highness for guidance, and we shall no longer intervene. We are aging, and the youth possess their own insights. Why must you impose your will? Gu Feng grew anxious, yet felt powerless. Observing this, Xiao Wanping secretly chuckled. You stubborn old man, it seems you are indeed fearful of your wife. Although Yu Xiaonyang had spoken, Xiao Wanping still believed it prudent to provide them with reassurance. Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, rest assured, with me by his side, I guarantee that Gu Zhao's future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival your own. The couple exchanged glances, both astonished by the implications of his words. Gu Feng, being a perceptive individual, quickly grasped the underlying meaning, having already conferred a noble title upon himself. It could only imply that he aspired to elevate Gu Xiao to a royal status. What sort of individual could bestow such a title upon Gu Xiao? At this thought, Gu Feng felt a tremor in his heart, daring not to contemplate further. His expression turned solemn, and he ceased to speak. Thus, I shall rely on your highness. With a gracious nod and a smile, Xiao Wanping returned the gesture. The two departed, leaving behind the bewildered Gu Shuqing. Miss Gu, do you have something to discuss? Gu Shuqing remained silent, muttering to herself, an orange grown in the south of the Huai River is an orange, while one grown in the north is a bitter orange. I wonder where this rogue acquired such peculiar sayings. Miss Gu, if you have further inquiries, shall we retreat to a private room for a more in-depth discussion? Observing Xiao Wanping's mischievous grin, Gu Shuqing knew his words were not to be taken lightly. With a stamp of her foot and a pout, she turned to leave. Hey, Miss Gu, when the tavern opens soon, you must come. Xiao Wanping chuckled, waving goodbye. Gu Shuqing paid him no heed, storming off in a huff. Sighing in relief. He had finally convinced the old stubborn man, allowing for a more focused pursuit of wealth and development. 4 days later, Gu Xiao finally returned home. He did not visit his parents, but headed straight to Xiao Wanping's courtyard. Brother-in-law, I heard you managed to persuade that old fellow. Is it true? Upon entering, Gu Xiao, holding a food box, inquired with bright eyes. Seeing his enthusiasm, Xiao Wanping countered. Have you not returned home for so long, due to fear of facing your father? Scratching his head, Gu Xiao chuckled. That's one reason. But mainly I've been busy. I've been staying at Baiwei Lu, which has been completely renovated and will reopen in a few days. He was eager to share the news. Is it that quick? Xiao Wanping expressed mild surprise. Of course. Look at me. I'm ready to showcase my skills. Gu Xiao rolled up his sleeves, bursting with excitement. Now tell me, how did you convince that old man? It's simple. You must achieve results quickly to impress Uncle Gu. Otherwise, he will inevitably pull you back in due time. I understand. Which is why I hired 2 teams of workers to work day and night on the renovations of Baiwei Lu, Gu Xiao replied. Xiao Wanping nodded. Then let us discuss the taverness situation. Gu Xiao set down the food box and began. Baiwei Lu has a decent layout, and I didn't make major changes. Only updated the decor and renamed it Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Xiao Wanping raised an eyebrow. Brother-in-law, what do you think? I spent days coming up with that name. Gu Xiao beamed at Xiao Wanping. That name is rather pedestrian. How could you bring yourself to choose it? Xiao Wanping chuckled resignedly. Huh, is the name not good? Gu Xiao asked, bewildered. Waving a hand, Xiao Wanping replied, the name is inconsequential. What truly matters are the dishes and the methods of operation. Here, I brought some samples. Gu Xiao patted the food box and then presented 4 dishes from within. The original cooks and the shop assistants have all been dismissed by me, and now our people have taken their places. Today marks the first day of cooking, and I have specially brought back dishes for my brother-in-law to taste. Nodding slightly, Xiao Wanping's gaze fell upon the 4 dishes. Their vibrant colors and enticing aromas stirred one's appetite at first glance. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled each dish, finding them delicious and layered in flavor. Indeed, the culinary skills were not inferior to those of the imperial kitchen. Xiao Wanping nodded lightly. In a world devoid of MSG and chicken essence, to produce such exquisite dishes signifies top-tier culinary artistry. Moreover, since Gu Xiao had packed these dishes, the taste would undoubtedly be even better if enjoyed on-site. Gu Xiao was not boasting. With his culinary prowess affirmed, Gu Xiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, quickly tell me how we can expand the business of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the shortest time possible. Chapter 73. Grand Opening. Noticing Gu Xiao's eagerness to speak, Dugu also felt curious. Your Highness, the phrase you mentioned last time still puzzles me. Which phrase? You stated that in business, one must make the customers feel as though they are getting a bargain, while in reality, it is we who benefit. I ponder this day and night, yet I cannot comprehend it. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping elucidated, it's quite simple. Initiate a recharge promotion. Recharge? Gu Xiao and Dugu Yu were unfamiliar with the term. It means to pre-deposit silver. Xiao Wanping continued. Let us start with a small trial. Offer a deposit 100 taels. Receive 100 taels scheme. We'll observe the restaurant's performance afterward, and I will propose an advanced strategy. Within 6 months, we will have Xiao Wanrong's establishment groveling at our feet. Gu Xiao was aware of the enmity between Xiao Wanping and Xiao Wanrong, and refrained from voicing any opinion, though he was left speechless by the latter's first statement. Deposit 100 taels, receive 100 taels? Wouldn't that lead us to ruin? Dugu Yu interjected. With a grin, Xiao Wanping filled a cup with tea. Just tell me, if you were the customers, would you participate? Absolutely. The two responded in unison. Then that's the effect we aim for. Xiao Wanping continued to elucidate. Of course, the 100 taels given must not be deducted all at once from the bill. It should be used in 50 installments, deducting 2 taels each time. Do you understand my intent? Xiao Wanping was deliberately testing Gu Xiao. Although this rebate strategy was a minor tactic, it had yet to be employed in this world. He was confident it would be a resounding success, at the very least generating buzz and attracting customers away from Xiao Wanrong's establishment. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Xiao's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, I see. This way, the customers who pre-deposit their silver will be tied to our drunken immortal pavilion. Moreover, those who can pre-deposit 100 taels are likely wealthy. They will not limit themselves to merely 2 taels in spending, but will surely order additional dishes, thus incurring further costs. The more Gu Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. We stand to gain immensely from this. Dugu, you seem to have caught on as well, if the spending is divided into 50 installments. Even if a customer visits the drunken immortal pavilion 10 times a month, they will likely refrain from visiting other establishments for 5 months. Brother-in-law, you are a genius. Gu Xiao praised, giving a thumbs up. Dugu, you looked at Xiao Wanping, her eyes filled with astonishment. It is often said that he is a fool. Yet what cunning schemes might this fool possess within? It is simply inconceivable. With a roll of his eyes, Xiao Wanping's emotions remained utterly unperturbed. Enough of this. This is merely the foundation. Once the drunken immortal pavilion stabilizes, I have advanced and ultimate strategies that will undoubtedly allow you to dominate the culinary landscape of the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao felt a sense of elation, as if he could envision Gu Feng beaming with pride over him. This drunken immortal pavilion was established by my son, Gu Xiao, Gu Feng's Gu, and Xiao for valiant and brave. Scenes flashed through his mind as Gu Xiao gazed skyward, exuding an air of triumph. What are you pondering? Xiao Wanping waved his fingers before him. Clearing his throat, Gu Xiao returned to the moment and continued, Brother-in-law, I intend to display your poem Shu, Diao Gutu in the pavilion. The opening line, when will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the azure sky. Who could resist being entranced by such words? Those self-proclaimed erudite scholars, upon encountering this line, would surely come in for a few rounds of drinks, wouldn't they? Other taverns have already done so, haven't they? Dugu countered. Oh, but it is different. Your Highness is my brother-in-law. Displaying it in our tavern will yield a distinctly different effect. What a clever lad. You even grasp the concept of brand effect, Xiao Wanping thought to himself, secretly admiring Gu Xiao. You may decide this matter, but I believe our tavern should have an added element of excitement. An added element? What do you mean? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wanping proposed. How about this? I will compose a couplet for you to hang in the tavern. On the opening day, should someone manage to respond correctly, all their food and drink will be complimentary. Of course, this offer is limited to the first person who accomplishes it. Your Highness, what is the purpose of this initiative? Du Guyu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Firstly, it serves as a gimmick. Secondly, it establishes trust for the drunken immortal pavilion. Establish trust? In the realm of commerce, integrity is paramount. At the very least, on the surface, you must allow others to perceive that the proprietor of this tavern is trustworthy and would not deceive patrons. I understand. Gu Xiao exclaimed suddenly. You comprehend? Du Guyu remained perplexed. Brother-in-law's intention is that if someone successfully responds to the couplet, their complimentary food and drinks will showcase our credibility. Consequently, more patrons will naturally be inclined to deposit their coins in advance. A promising student indeed. Xiao Wanping patted Gu Xiao's shoulder. His expression then turned serious as he fell into deep contemplation. The upper line must not be too simple, lest it be easily solved, which would reflect poorly on our drunken immortal pavilion. Yet, if it is too difficult, no one would be able to respond, rendering it pointless. After pondering for a while, Xiao Wanping suddenly recalled a classic upper line from his past life. He immediately approached the writing desk and began to inscribe it. 2 days later, the drunken immortal pavilion opened its doors. Everything was prepared according to Xiao Wanping's vision. Gu Shuqing, who cherished Gu Xiao, would naturally attend the opening. Moreover, the news had long spread throughout the imperial capital. You may go, but you must not reveal your identity, was Xiao Wanping's stipulation to Gu Shuqing. One could easily imagine that the appearance of the most beautiful and talented woman in the imperial capital would undoubtedly stir quite a commotion. Why must I adhere to so many restrictions when it was you who encouraged me to go? Gu Shuqing protested. If you cannot comply, then do not go, Xiao Wanping declared with an authoritative gaze. Though he harbored no genuine affection for her, the fact remained that she was, in name, his betrothed. And Xiao Wanping was unwilling to allow others to cast judgment upon her. Reluctantly, Gu Shuqing could only respond with tearful eyes, biting her lip in acquiescence. After all, the evidence of her escape from the Gu residence still lay in Xiao Wanping's hands. Yet, the flicker of goodwill she had recently felt towards him quickly dissipated. Xiao Wanping remained indifferent. He was not there to engage in romantic pursuits, but rather to stir up trouble. Since that fateful day when Gu Feng had overheard Xiao Wanping's words, it was as if a light had suddenly dawned upon him. Although he did not attend in person, he dispatched private guards from the residence to maintain order at Zui Xianlu, as his children were present there. This, in essence, signaled his support for Gu Xiao, or perhaps more accurately, for Xiao Wanping. During the day, Xiao Wanping was still in a state of madness, unable to leave the Gu estate. As dusk fell, Dugu led a contingent to escort him to Zui Xianlu. Following the assassination attempt by the river, everyone was understandably apprehensive. On these recent outings, Dugu had arranged for a carriage, personally driving while 9 other guards ran alongside. Zhao Shisan kept a watchful eye from the shadows. Thus, they arrived at Zui Xianlu without incident. As soon as the curtain was lifted, Xiao Wanping was greeted by a throng of people outside the establishment, the line stretching nearly 100 paces. Goodness, how exaggerated. Was it the lure of a promotional event or the allure of Gu Shuqing that drew such a crowd? Xiao Wanping shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 74. Brother-in-law, there is a disturbance by depositing 100 taels. One could receive another 100 in return. Did this young master Gu not fear depleting his family's wealth? As soon as he dismounted the carriage, Xiao Wanping overheard the crowd's murmurs. They regarded him as the scion of a noble family. This some merely a trifling amusement for him. I'm curious to see how long he can manage this notorious byway Lu after rebranding it as Zui Xianlu. A young man scoffed. Don't forget who controls the taverns in the capital. The 7th prince will not allow Zui Xianlu to flourish. I care not for that. As long as I can see Miss Gu, I would gladly spend 1,000 taels, another added. Indeed, I am here for Miss Gu as well. Who cares whether the food is palatable at Zui Xianlu? If she frequents the place, I would be content to serve as a mere worker there. Lower your voices. That is the 8th prince's betrothed. Do you not fear for your heads discussing her so? It was unclear who had uttered those words. But the crowd quickly fell silent. It appeared that half were drawn by the promotional event, while the other half were captivated by Gu Shuqing. Xiao Wanping scoffed internally. Was she merely a foolish woman? A bit more voluptuous, a touch more beautiful, and slightly more educated. Was that truly worthy of such fervor? Make way. Dugu parted the crowd, escorting Xiao Wanping through. The onlookers expressed their displeasure. Hey, you should queue like everyone else. How rude. Indeed. We have waited for an hour, and still haven't entered. Does your entourage make you special? They did not recognize Xiao Wanping, perceiving him merely as a typical dandy, forcing his way ahead with a retinue of sycophants. Casting a glance back at them, Xiao Wanping offered a faint smile but said nothing. At this moment, a private soldier from the Gu family noticed the arrival of Xiao Wanping and immediately approached him. Greetings, Your Highness, he exclaimed, with a slight nod. Xiao Wanping maintained an expressionless demeanor as he advanced, escorted by the crowd. The 2 individuals who had spoken earlier were now devoid of color in their faces. Your Highness? Is that person a prince? You are finished. He must be the future son-in-law of Lord Gu, the 8th prince. What should we do? The 2 were at a loss. Frozen in shock, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. What else can we do? Hurry inside and prepare some silver. Perhaps young Master Gu might speak favorably on your behalf. Paying no heed to the crowd's chatter, Xiao Wanping continued forward. Before reaching the entrance, he observed Gu family soldiers meticulously searching each guest. What is the purpose of this? In response to Your Highness, the young master has commanded us to guard the entrance, fearing chaos within the tavern due to the multitude of guests. We are instructed to prevent anyone from bringing weapons inside. Indeed, with a large gathering, if someone were to get intoxicated and cause a disturbance, resulting in bloodshed or even death, it would be disastrous. How thoughtful, Xiao Wanping mused inwardly. Naturally, the Gu family soldiers would not dare disarm the members of the Dugu family. Upon entering the tavern, he was met with a bustling hall, so crowded that Gu Xiao had even ordered the addition of 10 extra tables. Yet, Guests still lined up, waiting for food and drink, forming a long queue. The capital is truly wealthy with its populace. 100 taels would suffice for the average citizen's livelihood for 20 years. This throng was evidently drawn not only by the promise of delectable dishes, but also by the enticing promotion of receiving 100 taels for every 100 taels spent. Additionally, there was another reason, to catch a glimpse of the capital's most beautiful lady, Gu Shuqing. In the center of the hall hung a couplet penned by Xiao Wanping, clearly untouched since dawn, as no one had yet succeeded in completing it. Beside it, a wooden pillar bore the first 2 lines of Shui Diao Gu Tu. When will the bright moon appear? I raised my glass to inquire of the azure sky. The remaining verses had been inscribed by Gu Zhao's order on screens surrounding the hall, serving as decoration. Though the arrangement was simple, the original essence of the 100 Flavors Tavern had become unrecognizable. Gu Xiao possessed quite a thoughtful disposition. Brother-in-law, you have finally arrived. Gu Xiao, drenched in sweat, hurried to greet Xiao Wanping, holding a plate of freshly cooked dishes. Have you also become a worker here? There was no choice. We are short-handed. Where is your sister? In the Tsuewei elegant room. Very well, you may attend to your duties. Led by a staff member, Xiao Wanping and the others ascended to the second floor's private room. A few guards stood watch, tasked with protecting Gu Shuqing. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon Xiao Wanping's arrival, everyone bowed respectfully. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Wanping stepped into the private room. Gu Shuqing was seated by the window, sipping tea and admiring the myriad lights of the capital. Without hesitation, Xiao Wanping took a seat opposite her and poured himself a cup of tea. Was that recharge promotion your idea? Gu Shuqing asked without turning her head, her frustration evident as her chest heaved with emotion. Fortunately, Xiao Wanping remained oblivious to her ire. Just a trivial skill, he replied nonchalantly. Lifting the teacup, Xiao Wanping blew away the steam and took a gentle sip. I truly wonder how many deceitful tricks you still harbor, you scoundrel. I shall take your words as flattery. Xiao Wanping chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing finally turned around and glared at him. She then gracefully shifted her body to sit across from him. This couplet featuring lotus flowers was proposed by you as well? The very couplet hanging in the grand hall of the drunken immortal pavilion. Whoever can respond to it shall have their drinks for today waived. Without raising his eyes, Xiao Wanping replied, Stop asking such foolish questions. What if I can respond? What if I cannot? If I can, will you help me vent my frustrations? If I cannot, can you defy the decree and refuse to marry? Understanding his implication, Gu Shuqing frowned slightly. Can you not speak properly? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping couldn't help but smirk. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Shuqing found this mischievous smile less irksome. Very well, let us converse properly. Xiao Wanping poured her a cup of tea. You are fond of poetry. Perhaps you can respond to this couplet? Your Highness. Donggu, you could not refrain from speaking. From dawn till dusk, the guests at the drunken immortal pavilion number no less than 800. If they cannot respond, is it not too much to expect Miss Gu to do so? Mind your tongue. Xiao Wanping feigned anger. He was aware that Donggu Yu had always sought to ease the tension between him and Gu Shuqing, which was also Su Jinying's intention. However, Xiao Wanping had his own plans. To ensnare Gu Shuqing, and indeed the entire Gu family, mere subservience would not suffice. He needed to showcase his true capabilities. Gu Shuqing tossed her hair back. This couplet reads the same forwards and backwards. I have pondered it here for quite some time, and have only managed to come up with a somewhat imperfect response. Pray share it. The heavens connect with the waters, and the waters connect with the heavens. Quite commendable. Xiao Wanping nodded, refraining from further comment. After all, achieving such a response was no small feat the structure matched. Yet the gerunds did not align. What was commendable about that? Gu Shuqing muttered, clearly dissatisfied with her own response. It seems I have made it too difficult. Without a proper response, I cannot attain the desired outcome. I am eager to hear your response. Just as Gu Shuqing finished speaking, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Come in. The one entering was Gu Xiao, still catching his breath. Brother-in-law, trouble is brewing in the grand hall. Chapter 75, Provocation, a plea for more updates. Trouble brewing? Xiao Wanping raised an eyebrow. Indeed, someone has responded to brother-in-law's couplet. According to the rules, that table's food and drink shall be complimentary. Yet that person is shouting that he wishes to treat the entire tavern, demanding free provisions for everyone. Gu Xiao quickly recounted the events. Goodness, exploiting loopholes, are we? Let us go see. Xiao Wanping was quite astonished. Everyone knew that the drunken immortal pavilion was owned by Gu Feng's son, and they were aware of the situation within. Who would dare to cause trouble in the tavern? With such a matter at hand, Gu Shuqing naturally would not remain cooped up indoors and followed suit. Xiao Wanping did not descend, but instead moved to the corridor, resting his hands on the wooden railing and leaning over to look down. As the crowd in the hall ceased their revelry, all eyes converged upon a solitary figure. This individual, seemingly in his early 20s, possessed an enigmatic demeanor, his sharp eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of those before him. At that moment, he fanned himself with a paper fan, clad in a flowing azure and white robe, seated gracefully with a smile. Yet, to Xiao Wanping, there was an unsettling quality to this scene, an air of discord. The three companions at the youth's table were all tall and imposing, their gazes as piercing as blades, clearly skilled in martial arts. Wei people? Gu Shuqing murmured, her brows furrowing slightly. Xiao Wanping turned to her. Are they indeed Wei people? Indeed, Gu Shuqing nodded. The Wei region is characterized by its sweltering heat, hence their loose-fitting garments, long skirts trailing the ground, and billowing sleeves, often eschewing sashes. Their attire unmistakably reflects this trait. Xiao Wanping suddenly comprehended. It was no wonder he found the youth's appearance disconcerting. He was a Wei individual. The audacity of the Wei people to cause a ruckus in the grand capital of Dian was intolerable. Brother-in-law, wait here. I shall descend and teach him a lesson. Gu Xiao declared, his anger ignited upon learning the youth's heritage. Initially, he had assumed the young man was a citizen of Dian, and mindful of the newly established Zui Xianlu, he refrained from having the guards expel him to avoid the reputation of a tyrannical establishment. However, since the individual was of Wei descent, employing force against him would draw no reproach. Wait, Xiao Wanping interjected, do you not find this peculiar? Peculiar? What is there to find strange? As you mentioned, a Wei person dares to create a disturbance in our Dian capital, particularly within the establishment owned by the son of Gu Bo, who grants him such audacity. As soon as his words fell, Gu Shuqing echoed. This individual possesses a significant identity. Your Highness, Du Guyu interjected, the three individuals accompanying him are not inferior in skill to myself. At this, Xiao Wanping furrowed his brow, piecing together the implications. Just then, the young man in the hall stood, a slight smile adorning his lips, and proclaimed, What is this? Are the decision-makers mere turtles hiding their heads? I have presented you with a couplet. You ought to honor your promise and waive everyone's bill. In such a vast establishment, do you intend to default? Under ordinary circumstances, the patrons in the hall would have erupted in uproar, not merely out of a desire for a free meal, but for the sheer amusement of witnessing a spectacle. Yet, as Zui Xianlu was owned by Gu Xiao, backed by Gu Feng and Xiao Wanping, none dared to raise a ruckus. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young sir? Xiao Wanping, positioned on the second floor, asked from his elevated vantage. This young gentleman's surname is Jiang. Jiang. That narrows it down considerably. A barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Wanping's lips. Might I inquire? Young Master Jiang, what is your couplet? The Jiang youth replied. Your upper line is, a monk paints lotus flowers. My lower line is the troops of Guanzhong are confined within the barracks. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. A splendid couplet. Young Master Jiang displays remarkable skill. We are all in admiration. Gu Shuqing added, this lower line surpasses my own in elegance. Du Guyu's countenance darkened with barely concealed anger. This Wei individual is exceedingly arrogant. He clearly insinuates that our Dian troops are imprisoned within their barracks. Upon hearing this couplet, Xiao Wanping was further convinced of young Master Jiang's true identity. Jiang Buhuan, the fourth prince of Wei, is the chosen heir apparent. His journey to the Great Yan is intended to establish his prestige, allowing him to return home with a rightful claim to the throne. However, upon hearing Su Jinying's words, I find it perplexing that despite Jiang Buhuan's extensive knowledge and strategic mind, his demeanor and actions seem to mirror those of the inept Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping realizes that since Jiang Buhuan seeks to assert his authority in Yin, his actions begin to make sense. Surely, Jiang Buhuan is aware that his presence at the Zui Xianlu is a matter of significance to Xiao Wanping. He is deliberately provoking trouble, targeting a prince of the current dynasty no less. Jiang Buhuan is testing the limits of the Great Yan court. How audacious he is. Parading with 3 inconsequential attendants in the imperial capital of Great Yan, instigating conflict. This defies all reason. Who is this individual, and what grants him such impudence? Gu Shuqing furrows her brow, interrupting Xiao Wanping's thoughts. She has been standing behind him, and upon hearing Zhang Buhuan's words, she unconsciously approaches the wooden railing, leaning against it. It is understandable that Gu Shuqing fails to discern Zhang Buhuan's identity. She is engrossed in her studies, cut off from the world, having only heard of the envoy from Wei without further inquiry. Moreover, she did not anticipate that the esteemed fourth prince of Wei would venture into the capital, risking his life to engage in clandestine visits among the common folk. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping refrains from responding. Many matters become complicated once they are exposed. Where's the proprietor? Where's the manager? Come forth. Zhang Buhuan, seeing no response, smashes a wine jug onto the table. The guards of the Gu residence, alerted by the commotion, rush in and encircle the four individuals. Zhang Buhuan's attendants, witnessing this, position themselves protectively behind him. However, upon entering, they were disarmed by the guards and can only raise their arms in a defensive posture. Brother-in-law, what shall we do? Xiao Wanping glances around the hall. Noticing the guests watching with keen interest, Zhang Buhuan continues to shout, "All the food and drink in this hall have been ordered by me. Since you have responded to my challenge, you ought to honor your word and waive the costs for everyone." What? Does a larger establishment mean one can bully the patrons? He casts a disdainful glance at the Gu residence's guards. No one responds. It is absurd. They are well aware of the background of the Zui Xianlu, and they recognize Zhang Buhuan's intentional provocation. With the guards present, who would dare to answer? Observing this, Zhang Buhuan sneers coldly. Indeed, Great Yan is feeble. I offer you all complimentary food and drink, yet no one dares to accept. How laughable. He gestures dismissively, stepping onto a chair, raising the wine jug to drink heartily. Young Master Zhang, is it? Xiao Wanping, standing on the second floor, finally speaks. With a clang, he tosses the wine jug onto the table. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Wanping. Are you the proprietor? Not quite, but perhaps my words will resonate with him. Upon hearing this exchange, the guests simultaneously turn their attention to the second floor. Miss Gu has appeared. Someone shouts, and instantly, the hall erupts in commotion, interrupting the dialogue between Xiao Wanping and Zhang Buhuan. Their thirst for wine forgotten, the guests rise, their eyes shamelessly fixated on Gu Shuqing. Emperor Jing has already arranged a marriage, and apart from Xiao Wanchong, no one dares to pursue Gu Shuqing any longer. Yet, is it not a crime to merely glance? Meanwhile, Zhang Buhuan's gaze upon Gu Shuqing suddenly brightened. Chapter 76, Strike for Me. Is this truly the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital? Indeed. She possesses a beauty that transcends earthly realms, a celestial being gracing this world. What mere mortal could compare? The eighth prince is truly fortunate. My hour-long wait was not in vain, for I have indeed laid eyes upon Miss Gu. I must also deposit 100 taels. It seems I shall frequent the Zui Xianlu from now on. The guests began to murmur amongst themselves, completely disregarding Xiao Wanping and Gu Xiao, who stood to the side. Hearing their comments, Gu Shuqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly retreated a few steps to stand behind Xiao Wanping once more. At that moment, Zhang Buhuan stood on tiptoe, his eyes still searching for the concealed Gu Shuqing. What are you staring at? Donggu could not help but scold. As if in a trance, Zhang Buhuan muttered to himself, is there truly such a beauty in this world? Finally, Xiao Wanping spoke again, Jiang Gongzi. Are you here to cause trouble? With a chuckle, Zhang Buhuan looked to the heavens and came back to his senses. I merely intended to treat everyone to a feast. And now that I've presented a couplet, do you wish to play tricks? The banquet expenses were of little concern to Xiao Wanping. A mere 1,000 taels was but a drop in the ocean for him. However, if Zhang Buhuan's antics were not handled properly, the reputation of Zui Xianlu would suffer greatly, jeopardizing their standing in the imperial capital. Gu Xiao, feeling anxious, moved closer to Xiao Wanping and whispered, brother-in-law. It is not the cost of the feast that troubles me, but the fact that he is deliberately seeking trouble. If we concede easily, will we not be a laughingstock in the future? I understand your concerns. Leave this matter to me, Xiao Wanping replied, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, as a plan began to form in his mind. Observing this, Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow. What scheme does this fellow intend to execute? Jiang Gongzi, are you certain you wish to provoke me? Xiao Wanping's eyes glinted with malice. The guards of the Gu residence, sensing the tension, moved closer, tightening their encirclement around Zhang Buhuan and his companions. In the grand capital of Dian, do you intend to assault innocent citizens? Zhang Buhuan, suppressing his smile, pointed angrily at Xiao Wanping on the second floor. We would never bully the innocent, but we shall show no mercy to those who seek trouble. With that, Xiao Wanping waved his hand decisively. Strike. What of the fourth prince? Before you reveal your identity, you are merely a ruffian causing a disturbance. Even if we were to kill you, ignorance is no excuse for punishment. Damn it, do you dare to act pretentious in my presence? Xiao Wanping muttered angrily under his breath. Gu Shuqing observed him, her brow furrowing further. She found Xiao Wanping increasingly perplexing, at times eloquent, at others profane. Which version of him was the true self? The guards had received orders from Gu Feng to follow Xiao Wanping's commands that night. Upon receiving the order, they immediately surged toward Jiangbuhuan. The three attendants were taken aback by this turn of events. How dare you? Do you even know who this person is? Xiao Wanping did not grant the guards a moment to speak, and immediately shouted, I care not who you are. If you seek trouble in my establishment, you must bear the consequences. Strike, and strike with utmost ferocity. The palace guards surged forward, brandishing their weapons as they attacked the three guards. The trio, caught unarmed and faced with the daunting task of defending themselves while shielding Jiangbuhuan, found themselves at a severe disadvantage, outnumbered by dozens. Despite their commendable skills, within moments, they were left battered and bruised, their faces swollen and marked. The onlooking guests gasped in shock, yet instead of departing, they remained, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. As the situation escalated beyond control and the threat of lethal violence loomed, Jiangbuhuan, filled with dread, was the first to call out, Stop! Everyone, cease this madness. Observing this, Xiao Wanping waved his hand lightly, a smile gracing his face as he signaled the guards to withdraw. What is it, young Master Jiang? Do you have something to say? Jiangbuhuan, pointing at Xiao Wanping on the second floor, seethed with indignation and frustration. You are nothing but a rogue. Utterly devoid of reason. Xiao Wanping chuckled inwardly. This fellow, in a fit of anger, had revealed his true nature, a timid scholar. Why bother pretending to be a fierce individual? Is it not absurd? If you are so cowardly, how dare you cause a ruckus in my establishment? Logic dictates that you sought trouble, and we merely acted to maintain order. What is problematic about that? He had intended to deliver a few sharp retorts, but considering the numerous guests present, Xiao Wanping held his tongue. Gu Xiao and Du Guyu observed the scene with immense delight. Well done, Your Highness. These wastrels, believing themselves to wield a modicum of power, will not shed tears until they see their own graves. Gu Xiao, too, released a pent-up frustration, standing by the wooden railing as he called down, Young Master Jiang. I am the proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Do you still insist that the food and drink in this hall were ordered by you? As the guards retreated, Jiangbuhuan's face twitched. No, arriving in the imperial capital with such a disadvantage would make returning home a difficult task. He needed to gain some leverage. Otherwise, facing the emperor would be a precarious situation. Regret began to creep into his heart. He had overstepped. Now, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat or advance. Suddenly, he recalled the enchanting beauty he had seen earlier, and his heart stirred. You are Gu Xiao, correct? He asked loudly. Indeed. What do you propose? Gu Xiao puffed out his chest. The lady you encountered earlier on the second floor is your sister, Gu Shuqing, the fiancée of the Eighth Prince. Jiangbuhuan emphasized the latter part of his statement deliberately. And what of it? Xiao Wanping interjected. I can retract my request, but you must ensure that Gu Shuqing joins me for 3 drinks. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Had this man consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to make such a bold demand? Knowing that Miss Gu was the betrothed of the Eighth Prince, and still daring to utter such words was tantamount to courting death. Yet, one could not help but wonder. Given that he was aware of this fact and still made such a request, he must possess an extraordinary background. Gripping the wooden railing tighter, Xiao Wanping's smile gradually faded. Though he held no feelings for Gu Shuqing, Jiangbuhuan's actions were a blatant affront to him, and even more so, to the Great Yan. He returned to the state of Wei, proclaiming his arrival with great fanfare. Upon reaching Xingyang, he summoned the unwed wife of a prince to serve him drinks. This left Xiao Wanping in a precarious position, and the Great Yan was utterly humiliated before all. Outrageous. Du Guyu was the first to speak out. Xiao Wanping, however, was not one to be trifled with. Seizing the moment before his identity could be revealed, he cast a cold glare and with a swift motion, severed the man's tongue. This time, Du Guyu leapt from the second floor, brandishing his sword as he advanced. Hold on. Yet, this time, Jiangbuhuan was prepared. He extracted a token along with a document from his robe, raising them high above his head. I am the fourth prince of Wei, Jiang Buhuan. My state has stationed 300,000 troops at the border. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the might of Wei shall trample your yan, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Chapter 77. Never before encountered such a request the fourth prince of Wei. As Jiang Buhuan's words echoed, gasps of astonishment filled the hall. He is indeed the fourth prince of Wei? I heard that Wei sent envoys to our Great Yan. Could he be that fourth prince? Why is he not in an official capacity, but rather in a tavern, unafraid of assassination? Guests in the hall set down their chopsticks and stood in unison, eager to witness how the situation at the Drunken Immortal Tavern would unfold. At that moment, someone finally recognized Xiao Wanping. Look, the one standing on the second floor is none other than His Highness the Eighth. What? The Eighth Prince has also arrived? No doubt about it. I saw him at Chen's antique shop. Until now, all eyes had been on Gu Shuqing, assuming she was merely supporting her brother, and due to the distance, few recognized Xiao Wanping. Thus, when he spoke, no one identified him. Now, as Gu Shuqing stepped back behind Xiao Wanping, the attention finally shifted to him. If he is truly the Eighth Prince, this situation has become quite intriguing, remarked a young gentleman. Keep your voice down. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle, he whispered, fearful of being overheard. A foolish prince daring to confront the fourth prince of Wei. I doubt this show will last long. Indeed, I have heard that even if the Eighth Prince is not mad, he is certainly meek, a pushover. If the fourth prince of Wei requests Miss Gu to accompany him, I foresee he will have no choice but to comply. Such discussions, naturally, Jiang Buhuan could not hear. Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow. Is he truly the fourth prince of Wei? Du Guyu halted in his tracks, frozen in the hall. He turned to glance at Xiao Wanping, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao, mouth agape and eyes fixated on Xiao Wanping, was equally at a loss. Brother-in-law? He is the fourth prince of Wei. What do we do? With a peculiar smile still on his face, Xiao Wanping turned to Gu Shuqing. It seems this fellow has taken a liking to you. What do you think about accompanying him for drinks? You. Gu Shuqing bit her lip, clearly annoyed. Are you suggesting I entertain him? She appeared somewhat defiant. I am merely inquiring if you would be willing. After all, he answered my riddle, indicating a certain level of intellect. Perhaps you should consider it? Xiao Wanping inquired playfully. You scoundrel, you rogue. Gu Shuqing's face flushed with anger, and tears welled up in her eyes. With a swift motion, she raised her delicate fist, ready to strike. Oh, sister, Gu Xiao intervened. Your brother-in-law would never allow you to serve drinks. Over the course of their interactions, he had gained some understanding of Xiao Wanping's methods. Given his character, he would never allow himself to be humiliated in such a manner. Brother-in-law, this is hardly the time for jokes at my sister's expense. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Wanping turned around and called out loudly to the hall. Ah, it is the fourth prince of Wei Gua. I, who am blind to greatness, have offended you. Allow me to descend and personally apologize. Upon hearing these words, the guests erupted in astonishment. Some expressed disappointment, others gasped in surprise, while a few lamented the foolishness of the prince. It was said that this foolish prince would never dare to resist. The young nobleman continued to whisper to his companions. Jiang Buhuan, upon hearing Xiao Wanping's declaration, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smug smile adorning his face. You, go into the room. Xiao Wanping's smile faded, replaced by a fierce expression. He spoke to Gu Shuqing with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. The intensity of his gaze made even Gu Shuqing shiver involuntarily. Compelled by an unseen force, she found herself stepping into the room. Look after your sister, Xiao Wanping instructed, striding confidently toward the hall. Brother-in-law, let us resolve this amicably and reason with him. Gu Xiao waved his hand. Xiao Wanping turned back, a cold smile on his lips. This is Dian, not Wei Gua. Reasoning with him is futile. With hurried footsteps, Xiao Wanping quickly approached Jiang Buhuan. Du Guyu closely followed behind. You wish for Miss Gu to accompany you for drinks? Jiang Buhuan did not even glance at Xiao Wanping. What? The fourth prince of Wei Gua demands the most beautiful woman in the capital serve drinks? Is that unacceptable? And if I refuse, do you dare to decline? Jiang Buhuan turned back, disbelief etched on his face. What if I do? Humph. Jiang Buhuan took a few steps closer to Xiao Wanping, pointing a finger at him. Today, I demand that woman drink with me. What will you do about it? Huh? Xiao Wanping suddenly flashed a wicked smile, remaining silent. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fists. Seeing this, Jiang Buhuan scoffed. You wouldn't dare strike me, would you? Xiao Wanping did not respond. Come on, hit me. If you have the guts, strike me. Jiang Buhuan taunted, lightly slapping his own cheek as he leaned closer to Xiao Wanping, pushing the limits of provocation. Suddenly, Xiao Wanping's expression hardened. You asked for this. He swung his fist forcefully towards Jiang Buhuan's face. Bang! Jiang Buhuan was struck, stumbling backwards several steps, his right hand covering his mouth. Stars danced before his eyes, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Everything transpired so swiftly that his three attendants had no time to react. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Jiang Buhuan was momentarily stunned. Never had anyone dared to strike him, not even the Emperor of Wei. After receiving that blow, his mind went blank. You are truly shameless. I have never encountered such an unreasonable demand in my life. Xiao Wanping chuckled darkly, then commanded, as guests, we must honor the fourth prince's wishes. Seize him. Two wind spirit guards swiftly approached and restrained Jiang Buhuan. Observing this, three attendants attempted to intervene and rescue him. However, Duguyu had anticipated such a move. With a flicker of his form, he unsheathed his blade to block their path. If you dare to move, I shall slay your master, he warned. The remaining guards surged forward, encircling the three men completely. Witnessing Jiang Buhuan being captured, the trio exchanged glances, hesitant to advance any further. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, timid guests had already fled, while the bolder ones gathered around to witness the spectacle. You dare strike me? Jiang Buhuan finally regained his senses. Shock etched across his visage as he gazed at Xiao Wanping. You, a mere commoner, presume to attack a prince? With a grin, Xiao Wanping replied, this was your request. I am merely fulfilling your wish. With that, his fists fell like rain once more. I told you to provoke me. A punch landed squarely on Jiang Buhuan's face. I said to find a drinking partner. Another blow struck fiercely at his abdomen. Ugh! The contents of Jiang Buhuan's stomach surged forth. Noticing his mouth agape, Xiao Wanping seized the blade of a nearby wind spirit guard, reversing the hilt to strike Jiang Buhuan's mouth brutally. Let me teach you a lesson. The sound of breaking teeth echoed clearly. Two of Jiang Buhuan's front teeth fell to the ground. The hall erupted with Jiang Buhuan's wails. Additionally, I shall add a chapter if I am fortunate enough to receive gifts. A special chapter will be dedicated to my readers. The format shall be as follows: chapter for my readers. Furthermore, this book has yet to receive a rating. I kindly ask everyone to return to the book's detail page and leave a 5-star review. Such gestures affirm the author's efforts. Thank you immensely. Writing is arduous, and my fingers, joints, and back have developed chronic ailments. A simple gesture from you all serves as the best remedy for me. I bow in gratitude. Chapter 78. What a coincidence. I am also a prince. Witnessing Xiao Wanping's actions, the guests were left speechless. How could someone dare strike even the fourth prince of the Wei Kingdom? Clapping his hands, Xiao Wanping swept his hair back. You all heard it. This fellow asked me to hit him. It's not my concern. Clutching his aching mouth, tears streamed down Jiang Buhuan's face from the pain. Who are you? State your name. I shall have you torn to pieces. Still defiant? Another punch struck Jiang Buhuan's right eye, causing it to redden and swell visibly. Stop, please. Jiang Buhuan finally begged. I am a prince of the Wei Kingdom. You cannot treat me this way. It is punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. You are a prince? Xiao Wanping chuckled softly. What a coincidence. I too am a prince. The 8th Prince of Dian, Xiao Wanping, at your service. As his words resonated, the atmosphere in the hall turned solemn. Only a few were aware of Xiao Wanping's true identity, and now that he had publicly revealed it, the crowd was momentarily stunned. He is actually the 8th Prince? This development promised to be quite the spectacle. Hearing Xiao Wanping's declaration, Jiang Buhuan blurted out, You are that foolish prince? He was aware that the drunken immortal pavilion was established by the 8th Prince of the Great Yan. Yet he could scarcely fathom that the brazen individual before him was indeed a prince of the Yan nation. The intelligence that Jiang Buhuan had received painted Xiao Wanping as a meek fool, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he now confronted. With a resounding slap, Xiao Wanping struck him fiercely. You're the foolish one. Following this, a thick loogie was spat onto Jiang Buhuan's face, dangerously close to trickling into his mouth. His hands were bound behind him, rendering him unable to wipe away the spittle, forcing him to shake his head incessantly in a futile attempt to dislodge it. The viscous substance clung stubbornly to his skin. Witnessing this, Xiao Wanping erupted into a hearty laugh. It seems this prince has been a bit heated lately. That phlegm is impressively thick. Having never endured such humiliation, Jiang Buhuan felt his teeth nearly crack under the pressure. You dare treat me this way? Do you not fear the wrath of my 300,000 valiant soldiers? Another slap resounded. Soldiers? Where are your valiant troops? This prince only sees you seeking trouble, mentioning your Wei nation's rabble. Do you believe I won't have you executed right now? Jiang Buhuan was left speechless, obediently closing his mouth. His expression mirrored that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, torn between the urge to cry, curse, and speak, yet feeling utterly powerless. How had he encountered such a madman, one who played by no known rules? At that moment, a guard beside Jiang Buhuan spoke up, Your Highness, treating the envoy from Wei in such a manner, do you not fear the world's condemnation? Condemnation? Xiao Wanping turned to him. You come to my Great Yan capital, unprovoked, seeking trouble in an inn, and expect my unwed wife to serve you drinks, yet you fear no judgment? Jiang Buhuan felt utterly humiliated, his face burning with shame and rage. He wished to speak out and salvage some dignity, but as Xiao Wanping turned to glare at him, he found himself trembling in fear, swallowing his words before they could escape his lips. And you think your couplet is so well-crafted? Xiao Wanping continued his tirade. Your line about the lotus flower and the monk and military affairs, while mine rhymes both forward and backward, differing in characters. For me to assert that your line lacks symmetry is hardly unjust. Upon hearing this, the patrons in the hall began to murmur among themselves, most agreeing with Xiao Wanping's assessment. They felt the eighth prince was correct. Jiang Buhuan's couplet indeed lacked elegance. Given this, he could not be excused from his debt for food and drink. Yes, I support the eighth prince. The crowd rallied in unison. Despite any previous disdain they may have held for Xiao Wanping, upon learning of Jiang Buhuan's identity, they united against him. Although the Yan nation boasted 1 million soldiers, it was predominantly filled with scholars, with warriors being scarce. The absence of great generals meant that even campaigns against Bei Liang required the crown prince to lead personally. However, witnessing this scene, Xiao Wanping felt a flicker of hope for the Great Yan. Jiang Buhuan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, and he dared not utter another word. Instead, the 3 guards, who felt compelled to refrain from acting recklessly, spoke up. Since His Highness the Eighth has claimed that our master's couplet lacks symmetry, we kindly request the complete lower line to persuade the assembly. He attempted to divert the conflict. Humph. Xiao Wanping scoffed coldly. A symmetrical lower line should read, the script of the Han tablet, written by the Hanlin scholar. A splendid couplet indeed. This is the epitome of perfection. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fervent applause and admiration. Raising his hand for silence, Xiao Wanping addressed the gathering, esteemed guests. The disturbance at the Zui Xian Lu has surely disrupted your enjoyment. The expenses for your ordered food and wine will be waived, as an apology from Zui Xian Lu. At his proclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. His Highness the Eighth is a man of honor. From this day forth, I shall consider Zui Xian Lu my preferred establishment. Indeed, the dishes are exquisite, the price is fair, and most importantly, His Highness has discerning taste. Henceforth, this shall be our dining venue. Above, Gu Shao observed the scene and was once again filled with profound admiration. Similarly, when it came to waiving the guests' wine expenses, Xiao Wanping's deft words swiftly shifted the object of gratitude from Jiang Buhuan to Zui Xian Lu, gradually turning. Xiao Wanping regarded Jiang Buhuan. Well then, do you have anything more to say? The script of the Han tablet, written by the Hanlin scholar, Jiang Buhuan, was in a daze, repeatedly murmuring Xiao Wanping's lower line. Meanwhile, sitting in the elegant chamber, Gu Shuqing also heard Xiao Wanping's couplet from the hall. Her brow furrowed, lips curving upward, her gaze a mix of emotions. What manner of person is he? Xiao Wanping had fiercely reprimanded Jiang Buhuan for her sake, stirring an unusual feeling within Gu Shuqing. Throughout her life, aside from Gu Feng and Gu Shao, no other man had ever selflessly defended her. Why can I not see through this fellow? Unable to resist, Gu Shuqing directed her gaze toward the hall, though she could not catch sight of Xiao Wanping. Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived, announced a guard stationed at the entrance, swiftly approaching Xiao Wanping. Someone from the palace? Who? Xiao Wanping's brow furrowed slightly. Jia Zhenghao, the Minister of Rights, and General Xia Yongjin of the Red Phosphor Guard, are approaching Zui Xian Lu with their men. The Ministry of Rights is responsible for receiving foreign dignitaries. Their appearance indicates they are aware of Jiang Buhuan's presence at Zui Xian Lu. As for the Red Phosphor Guard, they must have been dispatched by Emperor Jing to protect Jiang Buhuan. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous voice rang out at the entrance. "Clear the way. The Red Phosphor Guard is on duty. Those who obstruct shall face dire consequences." A towering figure, exuding an imposing aura, surged into Zui Xianlu. He was none other than General Xia Yongzhen of the Red Phosphor Guard. Following closely behind was a stout official, clad in official garb, visibly anxious. "Where's the fourth prince? Where's the fourth prince?" As Jia Jinghao stepped inside, his gaze swept the room, ultimately landing on Xiao Wanping. "Your Highness the Eighth, you are here as well?" Jia Jinghao inquired. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wanping immediately feigned a look of sudden awareness. "Minister Jia, General Xia, what brings you here?" Xiao Wanping questioned, feigning confusion. The two exchanged glances, approached Xiao Wanping, and offered a respectful bow. In response to His Highness the Eighth's words, "I received a letter from the governor of Xinjiang, stating that the envoy from the state of Wei has arrived in the imperial capital. Yet the fourth prince of Wei is incognito among the populace. His Majesty has commanded me to search for him and to host the fourth prince." Jia Jinghao was the first to respond. Xia Yongzhen bowed slightly, declaring, "I am tasked with the protection of the fourth prince of Wei." Jia Jinghao maintained a relatively amiable demeanor, but it was evident that Xia Yongzhen harbored a degree of disdain for Xiao Wanping. Indeed, as a distinguished general of the Red Phosphorus Guard, holding a second-rank position and being a master of the third rank, he commanded a force of 25,000. Effectively holding sway over the security of the imperial city. How could someone of Xia Yongzhen's stature regard a foolish prince with any respect? Jia Jinghao slightly inclined his body and inquired, "May I ask your Highness the Eighth if you have encountered the fourth prince of Wei?" "The fourth prince of Wei? I have not seen him," Xiao Wanping replied, raising his hands in feigned ignorance. He then surveyed the gathered guests and the restrained Zhang Buhuan, appearing as if he had just awakened from slumber. Who is this person, and how has he been so brutally beaten? Turning to the assembly, he noticed their suppressed laughter, which amused him inwardly. Yet, the show must go on. Who dares to create a disturbance in my drunken, immortal pavilion? Step forward. Jia Jinghao and Xia Yongzhen exchanged glances, remaining silent, both thinking, what affliction has befallen His Highness this evening? Xiao Wanping paid little heed to being exposed. It was clear to anyone that he was fully aware while striking Zhang Buhuan. The crucial aspect was that this pretense of hysteria served him well, providing a plausible justification for his actions. Even if Zhang Buhuan was aware of the truth, he was powerless against it. That sufficed for Xiao Wanping. He then approached Zhang Buhuan, inquiring, "Dear sir, may I ask your esteemed name and how you came to be in such a state?" Gesturing toward his face, Zhang Buhuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was filled with venomous daggers. "You scoundrel! You are the one who harmed me, yet you feign madness. I am the very fourth prince of Wei, Zhang Buhuan." With Jia Jinghao and Xia Yongzhen present, Zhang Buhuan regained his confidence and unleashed a torrent of invective. A tattered cloth rushed to Zhang Buhuan's side, and Jia Jinghao took in his appearance. A bruised visage, missing 2 front teeth, with remnants of undried saliva adorning his face. Alas! At Zhang Buhuan's words, Jia Jinghao involuntarily exclaimed, "What transpired? Are you truly the fourth prince of Wei?" Zhang Buhuan nearly shouted in a fit of hysteria, "Lord Jia, General Xia, it was he. Your eighth prince assaulted me. Quickly apprehend him, or I shall report to His Majesty and seek justice on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanping affected a look of confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Lord Jia, is this person indeed the fourth prince? I have no recollection of such an event. Did I truly strike him?" Jia Jinghao's gaze darted between the two princes, a grim smile settling on his face. This situation had become precarious. How should one resolve the matter of two princes in conflict? Nevertheless, the procedures must be followed. Jia Jinghao approached Zhang Buhuan respectfully and inquired, "Fourth prince, may I see your documentation?" "Humph." Zhang Buhuan scoffed, unexpectedly breaking free from one hand, retrieving a document from his garments, and flinging it at Jia Jinghao's face. "Open your eyes and see clearly." Upon hearing this, Xia Yongzhen furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the knife, yet ultimately remained silent. Jia Jinghao, however, displayed no signs of anger, maintaining a constant smile. After examining the document and finding it in order, he respectfully returned it to Zhang Buhuan. Soon after, Jia Jinghao appeared distraught as he turned to Xiao Wanping, exclaiming, "Your Highness, he is indeed the fourth prince of the state, Zhang Buhuan." "Ah!" Xiao Wanping smacked his forehead, So it truly is the fourth prince. I have long admired your portrait. You were indeed strikingly handsome. What has happened to your appearance now? Xia Yongzhen, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward. Your Highness. He claims you struck him. Sighing deeply, Xiao Wanping lamented, "Curse this wretched hysteria of mine. It seems to have flared up again." He then smote his own hand in frustration. Why can't I control myself? Truly, it is deplorable. Jia Jinghao understood the situation. Xiao Wanping must have had his reasons for striking someone, yet he refrained from exposing it. Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent to release the fourth prince first. With a smile, Xiao Wanping glanced at the expressionless Xia Yongzhen, who remained with his sword firmly in hand, his gaze piercing. Hundreds of crimson phosphor guards stood at the entrance, dispelling the private soldiers of the Guo family. Xiao Wanping realized that even if he refused to release them, the crimson scale guards would forcibly take them away. Such internal strife would only serve to make Jiang Buhuan the laughingstock of the Great Yan. Rather than allowing that, it would be wise to grant a favor to Jia Jinghao. Have you heard? Release him at once. With a wave of his hand, Du Guiyu commanded the private soldiers of the Guo family and the Wind Spirit Guards to simultaneously free Jiang Buhuan and the three attendants. Upon regaining his freedom, Jiang Buhuan was quickly surrounded by his attendants, who hastily cleaned his face. Speak. Your prince has struck me. If I do not receive an explanation for this, my 30,000 valiant soldiers of the great state are not to be trifled with. Xiao Wanping internally scoffed. To boast of 30,000 soldiers so readily. This prince is not particularly wise, is he? As the mention of 30,000 soldiers drew a cold smile from Xiao Wanping, he rolled up his sleeves once more. Observing this, Jiang Buhuan was startled and quickly hid behind his three attendants. Look, he is about to strike again. Huh. I merely find it rather warm and rolled up my sleeves. What is there to fear? Xiao Wanping retorted with a cold smirk. Xia Yongzhen interjected. The fourth prince is unaware that our eighth highness suffers from hysteria, resulting in behavior that deviates from the norm. Hysteria? Jiang Buhuan scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of his condition, yet it only manifests during the day. It is night now. He struck me. How do you explain that? Jia Jinghao was at a loss, perspiring profusely. He quickly glanced at Xiao Wanping, hoping for a reasonable explanation. With a smile, Xiao Wanping offered, my hysteria has shown signs of exacerbation lately. Under provocation, I may succumb to an episode at any moment. Ah, I see. Jia Jinghao chuckled nervously. Xia Yongzhen could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to inquire. Your Highness, what exactly is happening? On the second floor, Guo Xiao, having overheard the conversation, hurried down. Lord Jia, General Xia, he saluted respectfully. Young Master Guo, both men nodded in acknowledgement. My brother-in-law has just fallen ill, and he surely remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Allow me to elucidate. Very well, then, I invite young Master Gu to recount the sequence of events, responded Jia Jinghao. Subsequently, Gu Xiao expounded upon the matter in detail. Upon the inauguration of my drunken immortal pavilion, the fourth Prince Wei dared to seek trouble without cause, even demanding my sister to accompany him in toasting. Perhaps His Highness was provoked, resulting in a recurrence of his hysteria. Jia Jinghao was at a loss. With both sides comprised of princes, should he lean towards Xiao Wanping, the Great Yan would plunge into perilous warfare. Yet, should he side with Jiang Buhuan, who could fathom Emperor Jing's sentiments? Chapter 80. Always at your service. Xia Yongzhen was the first to inquire. Fourth Prince Wei, is what young Master Gu said indeed true? Jiang Buhuan retorted slyly. I, your Highness, was merely jesting. I did not anticipate that you, the eighth prince, would take advantage of your numbers to humiliate me in such a manner. I shall certainly dispatch a letter back to my Great Wei, summoning 30,000 valiant soldiers to demand justice on my behalf. At this moment, Du Guiyu stepped forward. It was indeed the fourth Prince Wei who instigated the provocation. Do not blame the eighth prince. Jiang Buhuan was poised to argue further when Xiao Wanping interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The fourth Prince Wei may be unaware, but I have been experiencing intensified hysteria of late, exhibiting considerable aggression. Even the seventh prince of this dynasty has been rendered a eunuch by my hand, and a favored concubine has also suffered injuries at my expense. Your wounds are but trifles in comparison. You have left me battered and bruised, with 2 teeth missing. This is merely a trifle? Jiang Buhuan, infuriated, felt as though his chest might burst, yet found himself at a loss for words. The fourth Prince Wei, calming, acknowledged, what the eighth prince has stated is indeed factual. Jia Jinghao struggled to suppress a laugh. Enough, Xia Yongzhen interjected, not wishing to prolong the matter. Fourth Prince Wei, this place is not suitable for lingering. For your own safety, it would be prudent to return to the Huayuan Pavilion swiftly. The Huayuan Pavilion was constructed by Great Yan specifically to welcome foreign envoys. Indeed, let us hasten to Huayuan Pavilion. Your nation's envoy has already arrived, and they are most anxious to see you, Jia Jinghao eagerly concurred. The two of them were certainly embroiled in this dispute. Tomorrow, at the court assembly, they would report to Emperor Jing. Left speechless by the confrontation, Jiang Buhuan's eyes blazed with fury. Eighth Prince Xiao Wanping, what further instruction do you have for the fourth Prince Wei? Xiao Wanping wore a wicked smile, his lips twitching. Whether due to the injury to his eye or the ire within him, Jiang Buhuan declared, the humiliation suffered today shall compel the entirety of your Great Yan to grant me justice. With an impassive expression, Xia Yongzhen stepped forward, interposing himself between Xiao Wanping and Jiang Buhuan. Always at your service. Xiao Wanping grinned broadly. Does he not appear to be suffering from hysteria? With a dismissive huff, Jiang Buhuan, filled with ire, departed from the drunken, immortal pavilion. Having reluctantly revealed his identity, he could no longer afford to linger. Your Highness, the fourth prince, we warmly welcome your return to the drunken, immortal pavilion. I assure you, we shall treat you splendidly, Xiao Wanping called after him, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. This interlude did not dampen the guests' enthusiasm. Rather, it invigorated their spirits, prompting many to pre-deposit their coin. Gu Xiao and Du Guyu exchanged knowing glances, their laughter uncontrollable. The following day, in the Taiji Hall, the ministers convened. Jia Jinghao was the first to step forward. I report to your majesty that the fourth Prince Wei has arrived in the imperial capital and is currently resting at the Huayuan Pavilion. Upon hearing the report, Emperor Jing let out a cold laugh. The esteemed fourth Prince of Wei, a future heir apparent, actually sneaked into the city without prior notice to the court. What was his intention? Chen Shiqi stepped forward and asserted, Your Majesty, I believe that the fourth prince's clandestine entry into the city signifies ill intentions and warrants our vigilance. Humph. Minister of War Lu Qingquan added, from Guiyun to Xinjiang. It has taken nearly a month with his stops and starts. This fellow clearly aims to flaunt his power within our Great Yan, parading through the streets. Emperor Jing expressed his disdain. With such conduct, he dares to forcibly wed my cherished pearl? Pei Qing, rarely one to speak up, interjected, Your Majesty. Since Jiang Buhuan's visit is meant to embarrass our Great Yan, he must create an impression, whether within the court or beyond. This is his strategy. Strategy? Emperor Jing scoffed once more. To employ such childish tactics within our Great Yan, does he not realize how inexperienced he is? At that moment, Emperor Jing caught sight of Gu Feng and Jia Jinghao, who appeared somewhat restless. Gu Qing, do you have something to say? Gu Feng raised his gaze to meet the emperor's eyes, then stepped forward and knelt in the hall. This old minister is guilty. The emperor, perplexed, descended from the throne to assist him. Why do you say such a thing? Last night, at the opening of the drunken immortal tower, His Highness the Eighth Prince was present, and coincidentally, the fourth Prince of Wei was also there. Gu Feng hesitated. He was struck by the Eighth Prince, and it was quite severe. Gu Feng lowered his head. What? Emperor Jing nearly leapt from his seat. The Eighth Prince struck Jiang Buhuan? Indeed. It was my failure to supervise His Highness. I implore your majesty to punish me. Gu Feng pleaded once more. What transpired? What exactly happened? The emperor surveyed the gathered ministers. Jia Jinghao, did I not instruct you to welcome Jiang Buhuan with the Qihang guards? How could this occur? With a mournful expression, Jia Jinghao quickly stood and knelt. Your Majesty, by the time I found the fourth Prince of Wei, the incident had already taken place. That madman, the Eighth Prince. Emperor Jing nearly shouted in anger. Quickly, tell me what happened. Jia Jinghao recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety. Upon finishing, the emperor's anger dissipated. So, he instigated the matter? Indeed, your majesty. The emperor gazed skyward with a smile as he returned to his dragon throne. Rise, this matter is not your fault. Jia Jinghao was taken aback, having expected a furious outburst, yet was met with this unexpected response. Seeing this, Chen Shiqi stepped forward. Your majesty, the Wei nation has stationed 300,000 troops at the Guiyun border. Now that the Eighth Prince has struck Jiang Buhuan, if we do not impose punishment, it may be difficult to provide an explanation to Wei. Indeed, echoed the Deputy Minister of Works, Dong Cheng, our Great Yan is a land of propriety. Although Jiang Buhuan was at fault initially, it was nonetheless the Eighth Prince who committed the act of violence. If we do not punish him, it will be challenging to silence the voices of the world. The two men were both bitter rivals of Xiao Wanping, a fact Emperor Jing was well aware of. For reasons unknown, the more he observed these factional members, the more vexed he became. "Your Excellencies, your assertions are misguided," interjected Fang Hongqing, the Minister of the National Academy. Firstly, Zhang Buhuan left the delegation without authorization and entered the imperial capital alone, deliberately seeking to provoke trouble for our Great Yan. Moreover, he deliberately instigated trouble at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, audaciously requesting Miss Gu to serve drinks. Such conduct is unbecoming of a prince. It is clearly the behavior of a debauched rogue. I find no injustice in the beating that Zhang Buhuan received from the Eighth Prince. Since the commencement of the Gu family banquet, Fang Hongqing has become an ardent supporter of Xiao Wanping, naturally coming to his defense at this moment. Of course, this reflects his true sentiments. Chen Shiqi replied once more, "Though that may be the case, will the 300,000 troops of Wei heed our explanations? They only know that Zhang Buhuan was struck. And what if he was struck?" Minister of War Lu Chenquan could no longer tolerate the situation. He deserved it for failing to properly accompany the delegation into the city, indulging in covert excursions instead, daring to cause a ruckus in our imperial capital. This is nothing short of contempt for our Great Yan. In my opinion, the Eighth Prince was too lenient. He should have beaten him to death. And then what? Dongqing scoffed. Will Minister Lu defend against those 300,000 Wei soldiers? Should His Majesty issue a command, I would immediately head to the border. What is there to prevent me? Emperor Jing rubbed his aching temples, overwhelmed by the atmosphere in the court, which increasingly resembled a bustling marketplace. Enough. Silence. The emperor slammed the dragon table and rose in fury. The courtiers stood in solemnity. He turned to Chen Shiqi and Dongcheng. "I am aware of your long-standing disdain for the Eighth Prince, but this is a matter of state. Do not intermingle personal feelings with it." Chen Shiqi and Dongcheng lowered their heads, refraining from response. The words of Minister Fang and Minister Lu hold merit. The world is rife with opinions, both right and wrong. In this matter, the fourth Prince of Wei is at fault, and we, as representatives of Great Yan, are in the right. Let us not mention those 300,000 soldiers again, for it only serves to embolden others while diminishing our own prestige. With a wave of his sleeve, the emperor resumed his seat. "Your Majesty is wise," Fang Hongqing proclaimed with a bow. Furthermore, the emperor continued, "It was I who decreed the marriage of Gu Shuqing. How dare the fourth Prince of Wei, in such a public setting, demand her to serve drinks? Do you not see this as an affront to my dignity?" "Your Majesty speaks truthfully," Lu Chenquan concurred. Initially, the factions of Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong were poised to rebut, but upon hearing the emperor's rebuke, they fell silent. The emperor continued, "You may contend and vie for power, but as for this dragon throne, whoever possesses the capability may claim it. However, I must remind you, you are subjects of Great Yan, officials of the court. In matters of great significance, you must be clear-headed. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding." The princes engage in both overt and covert struggles for power, and Emperor Jing turns a blind eye to it all. After all, to ascend to the dragon throne, one must possess certain skills and cunning. Yet, he will not tolerate the use of external forces. This humble minister understands. The officials cried out. At that moment, the emperor suddenly sighed. Reflecting upon this matter, Zhang Buhuan is no different from a wastrel. For such a person to threaten our Great Yan by seeking to wed Ning is utterly laughable. The Minister of Justice, Pei Qing, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I hold a differing opinion." "Speak," the emperor commanded. "Your Majesty must not underestimate the situation. Zhang Buhuan possesses some talent and cunning. I have always found it strange that he would engage in such despicable acts, but now I finally comprehend." "Oh," Emperor Jing, intrigued, signaled for him to continue. Pei Qing elaborated. "Zhang Buhuan's actions are deliberate, aimed at testing the limits of our Great Yan. If, at the Zuasian Lu, the Eighth Prince were to falter, then during the forthcoming negotiations, his demands may escalate, extending beyond merely seeking the hand of Princess Chongning." Emperor Jing squinted, pondering this. So, the Eighth Prince not only acted correctly, but may have even accomplished something significant? Pei Qing bowed in acknowledgement. From this perspective, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jing stroked his meticulously groomed dragon whiskers. Pei Qing's words held merit. This individual might harbor ulterior motives. Upon concluding his thoughts, Emperor Jing resolved to meet Jiang Buhuan. With a flourish of his sleeves, he placed his hands on the table. Dong Cheng is correct. Our Great Yan is a nation of propriety. Issue a decree, tonight. A banquet will be held at Guanyue Pavilion to welcome Jiang Buhuan. All officials of third rank and above, along with members of the royal family, are to be present. After the court session, Emperor Jing was in good spirits and made his way to the Guangming Hall, where Consort Xian awaited him. Despite the burdens of state affairs weighing heavily upon him in his advanced years, he required Consort Xian's special ministrations after court. Your Majesty appears to be in high spirits, Consort Xian remarked, having just finished washing her hands and rinsing her mouth. Did you hear? The 8th Prince has struck Jiang Buhuan, avenging me, Emperor Jing said, donning his robes and taking hold of Consort Xian's enchanting hands. Naturally, Consort Xian had already received the news but feigned ignorance. Oh, the 8th Prince has bested the 4th Prince of Wei. Indeed, Emperor Jing succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Consort Xian furrowed her brow, remaining silent. What is it? My beloved, are you not pleased for our Great Yan? The 8th Prince is indeed formidable. I hold great admiration for him. But what? I dare not say, for I fear it may provoke your Majesty's ire. Having just been soothed by her presence, Emperor Jing laughed. Speak freely, my beloved. I shall not be angered. Yet, does the 8th Prince also suffer from his afflictions at night? Consort Xian seemingly brought it up casually. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing turned to stare at her for a long moment before retreating into contemplation. Your Majesty, have I spoken out of turn? Consort Xian feigned a startled expression. Emperor Jing remained silent, a flicker of unease crossing his brow. Previously, during the day, when Xiao Wanping had injured De Fei and kicked Xiao Wanrong, it had been during his episodes. But this occurrence transpired at night. The sober Xiao Wanping was not of such temperament. No, you have not erred, Emperor Jing composed himself, narrowing his eyes. His interest seemed to wane. My beloved, return to the Shuxiu Palace. I have matters to attend to. Yes, your Majesty. Consort Xian curtsied, a cruel smile playing at the corners of her lips. At the Gu family residence, Xiao Wanping secluded himself within his chambers, while Dugu Yu cautiously opened the door, his gaze unwilling to stray far. He sensed that Xiao Wanping's episodes had intensified, becoming increasingly aggressive. Should he inflict harm upon himself, he would betray Su Jinying. Simultaneously, Dugu Yu grew more convinced that this 8th Prince was far from the simpleton the world perceived him to be. He was no mere puppet. He was biding his time, developing in the shadows. Once the opportune moment arrives, the dragon will soar across the skies, unstoppable by any force. As the twilight descends, Xiao Wanping regained his senses. He immediately summoned Dugu Yu and inquired, what news from the palace regarding Jiang Buhuan? Your Highness, there is no news whatsoever. Not a soul has visited today. Dugu Yu replied with a slight smile. A surge of joy filled Xiao Wanping's heart. It seemed his gamble had paid off. The emperor would not hold him accountable. However, Dugu Yu's tone shifted. His Majesty has instructed Wei Hong to discreetly seek me out. Oh, Xiao Wanping's heart stirred, his brows arching. What did he wish to discuss? He has requested that I resume surveillance on you. Dugu Yu managed to articulate after considerable effort. With the mandate from Su Jinying and his growing admiration for Xiao Wanping, Dugu Yu had effectively become an ally of Xiao Wanping. He had anticipated Xiao Wanping would be utterly astonished, yet instead, a smile graced his lips. This is hardly surprising. Surely you know how to report to Wei Hong? Of course, I am aware, Dugu Yu replied, but your Highness, the Emperor's desire to monitor you clearly indicates his suspicion that you are feigning madness. Are you not concerned? With a subtle smile, Xiao Wanping responded, assaulting Jiang Buhuan, injuring Xiao Wanrong, and wounding concubine are indeed similar actions. However, I was lucid last night, which is uncharacteristic of me. It is only natural for Father Emperor to harbor doubts. Upon witnessing his calm demeanor, Dugu Yu gritted his teeth and finally posed a question that had long been on his mind. Your Highness, there is something I wish to ask. Though I am uncertain if I should. Ask if you feel it necessary. If not, it is best left unspoken. Dugu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Swallowing his inquiry, looking up with a smile, Xiao Wanping patted his shoulder. I am merely jesting. Go ahead and ask. With a smile breaking through, Dugu Yu mustered his courage and asked, Your Highness, are you truly pretending to be mad? Chapter 82. The Banquet Regarding the Pretense of Madness. Xiao Wanping had no intention of disclosing this to anyone, not even Su Jinying. Should matters come to light, Su Jinying would remain unscathed. Naturally, Xiao Wanping also refrained from confiding in Duguyu and Zhao Shisan, the former out of a desire to protect, and the latter due to a sense of caution. This was not a wariness of Duguyu or Zhao Shisan, but rather a recognition that if one person knew, a second would inevitably follow. Xiao Wanping understood the necessity of severing the matter at its source. The more concealed, the safer it would be. What do you think? Xiao Wanping countered with a smile. It is precisely because I am uncertain that I dared to ask your highness, Duguyu candidly admitted. If I had not been afflicted by hysteria, what claim would the 5th and 7th princes have to contend for the throne? Implicitly, had I been in my right mind, I would have subdued them long ago, leaving no room for their antics. Xiao Wanping did not speak untruths. After all, he had only recently recovered from his hysteria. Indeed, Duguyu laughed awkwardly. But your highness, given the ruckus at the drunken immortal pavilion, the emperor has grown suspicious. How shall we navigate this predicament? Fear not, I have my strategies, Xiao Wanping assured him. As they conversed, a guard entered and reported, Your Highness, Miss Gu seeks an audience. Gu Shuqing? Xiao Wanping raised an eyebrow. Has she timed her arrival to the moment the twilight dissipates? It appears she is rather eager. Let her in. We cannot refuse to meet. With her hair elegantly styled and adorned in a splendidly woven garment, Gu Shuqing strode into the room with a grace reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the willows. It was evident that her attire was deliberately chosen. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wanping was momentarily taken aback. Why had she dressed so extravagantly? Understanding the situation, Dugu Yofei tactfully withdrew. Miss Gu, what brings you to me? Without rising, Xiao Wanping maintained his usual demeanor, pouring himself a cup of tea to savor. Was the couplet from yesterday at the Drunken Immortal Tower, the one about the Han Tai, composed by you? Xiao Wanping was at a loss for words. How could this girl be so preoccupied with poetry and verse? No, it came to me in a dream, he replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. Again, it was a dream? Gu Shuqing clearly did not believe him. Indeed. Very well, then let me ask you, what is Han Tai? Xiao Wanping was momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting that in this world, the concept of the Book of Han did not exist. Although he had publicly recited the couplet at the Drunken Immortal Tower the previous night, the guests had been too caught up in the spectacle to scrutinize the term. However, Gu Shuqing, dedicated to her studies and meticulous in her approach, had now brought it up. I learned of a script from an ancient text, known as the Han Ti. The Han Tai is simply a note written in this script, he casually deflected. Han Ti? Gu Shuqing responded, her expression one of confusion. I have never heard of such a script. Growing somewhat impatient, Xiao Wanping sighed. He truly had no desire to jest with her at this moment. Approaching the writing desk, he picked up a brush and inscribed 2 characters on separate sheets of paper. One was and the other. Do you see? Take the name of Gu Boy as an example. This character for wind is written in Han Ti. Xiao Wanping shook the paper inscribed with simplified Chinese characters. Observing this, Gu Shuqing's eyes gleamed with intrigue. She hastily approached the desk, taking the paper from him for a closer look. The simplicity and vitality of the Han Ti made it remarkably fascinating, and Gu Shuqing marveled at it repeatedly. Paying her reaction no mind, Xiao Wanping returned to the tea table and resumed drinking. With a sidelong glance at him, Gu Shuqing's gaze danced with curiosity. Just how much knowledge did this man possess? Gradually walking to Xiao Wanping's side, she inquired. If this Han Ti were to be promoted in our Dian, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the common folk. Do you have any more? More of what? Characters written in Han Ti, she clarified. Yes, plenty. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you in due course, Xiao Wanping replied with a mischievous smile. From his demeanor, Gu Shuqing sensed that his words were laced with mischief. Yet, she seemed accustomed to it and did not take offense. I wish to learn now. Now. Xiao Wanping grinned. I'm afraid I am rather occupied. Why are you occupied? Xiao Wanping rolled his eyes, stepping past the screen to the bedside. I intend to rest. If you do not mind, you may join me, and I shall teach you at my leisure. Gu Shuqing's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip. This rogue, never straying far from his true nature. Suppressing her anger, she took a deep breath and asked, one last question, why did you resort to violence at the Drunken Immortal Tower last night? She appeared to anticipate a specific response. Such sentiments from a young woman were not lost on Xiao Wanping. Gu Shuqing merely yearned to hear that it was for her sake that he took action. This young lady, it appears, has developed a fondness for herself. Alas, I am here to stir trouble, not to engage in romance. Marrying her is one thing. Indulging in flirtation another. Yet, the notion of love is something I resolutely shun. Whoever dabbles in it is a fool. With this thought in mind, Xiao Wanping coldly remarked, Miss Gu, do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply wish to avoid humiliation, and you are not a factor in that. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow, her petite frame trembling slightly. Very well, Xiao Wanping, I shall remember your words. If there's nothing further, Miss Gu, please take your leave. I shall rest now. With that, Xiao Wanping dismissed her and reclined onto the bed. Humph. With a stomp of her foot, the ground trembled as Gu Shuqing departed. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly collided with Gu Xiao, who was about to enter. Hey, sister, what brings you here as well? Upon seeing Gu Xiao, Gu Shuqing scolded. You aren't a virtuous character either. When the city gates catch fire, the innocent fish suffer. Gu Xiao's recent association with Xiao Wanping irked her greatly. Sister, have you consumed gunpowder? Gu Xiao, perplexed, gazed at Gu Shuqing. Casting him a glare, she chose silence and continued on her way. What a mystery. Gu Xiao scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanping had already heard Gu Xiao's voice and promptly arose from the bed, making his way to the hall. Brother-in-law, guess how much revenue the drunken immortal tower garnered yesterday? Before even crossing the threshold, Gu Xiao's face radiated with joy. Pouring him a cup of tea, Xiao Wanping replied with a smile, By your expression, it must be quite substantial. Gu Xiao gesticulated excitedly. Indeed, it is. Just from the pre-deposit of 100 taels. There were 300 to 400 patrons, and with the total revenue, it amounts to no less than 50,000 taels. He illustrated with his fingers. Xiao Wanping, however, was not surprised. This figure fell within his expectations. Noticing Gu Xiao's exuberance, he could not help but caution, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Initially, people's curiosity drives them to support you, but to maintain a steady clientele, you must focus on the fundamentals. I understand. Only by excelling in our dishes can we ensure longevity. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I comprehend this. In truth, it is not merely about the dishes. The wine holds equal importance. The Drunken Immortal Tower is a tavern, not merely a restaurant. Patrons come not only to dine, but also to drink. If the wine is subpar, many customers might take their leave. The finest brewery in the capital, Yilu Brewery, is reputed to supply only to Xiao Wanrong's establishment. His next strategy involves tackling the wine aspect, gradually undermining Xiao Wanrong's hold. Xiao Wanping decided to withhold these thoughts from Gu Xiao for now. One cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. First, let him establish a firm foundation. The two continued their discussion, when unexpectedly, Gu Feng also arrived. Were the three of them in cahoots? Your Highness, come quickly with me to the Guanyue Pavilion for a banquet. Gu Feng appeared somewhat anxious. A banquet at Guanyue Pavilion? The emperor has summoned the princes for a feast there, and unfortunately, Dugiyu had not managed to inform Xiao Wanping in time. Gu Feng had no choice but to briefly explain the situation. To welcome Zhang Buhuan, Xiao Wanping's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, regarding the matter of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, His Majesty has not cast blame, but rather expressed some admiration for your Highness's actions. However, His Majesty also stated that the Great Yan is a nation of propriety, and that decorum must not be forsaken. What should be upheld must still be upheld. If I were to go, would Zhang Buhuan not go mad upon seeing me? Xiao Wanping laughed heartily. Naturally, your Highness must go. After the commotion at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion last night, to refrain from attending would only betray his sense of guilt. Gu Feng replied. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wanping nodded. What Lord Gu says is reasonable. Let us set forth at once. The two of them boarded a horse-drawn carriage. Accompanied by Du Guyu, leading 10 squads of wind spirit guards and several hundred private soldiers from the Gu Manor, heading straight for the imperial city. On the way, Gu Feng patiently briefed Xiao Wanping on the political landscape of the Wei Kingdom. It is generally divided into two factions. One faction advocates for taking advantage of the conflict between Bailiang and Great Yan to launch an offensive against Great Yan while they are vulnerable. The other faction believes that should we engage in warfare against Great Yan, Bailiang may split its forces and march south, leaving Wei Kingdom unable to defend itself. This faction contends that we should observe developments and deliberate once the outcome is clear. What is the Wei Emperor's stance? Xiao Wanping inquired with an indifferent tone. Although the Wei Emperor has yet to declare his position, he has not mobilized troops against Great Yan thus far, suggesting he leans towards the faction advocating for peace. Indecision leads to chaos. Were it me, I would immediately send troops to swallow up Great Yan. Your Highness, tread carefully. Gu Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Xiao Wanping merely laughed heartily, neither affirming nor denying. The Guangyue Pavilion lies approximately 100 paces southeast of the Taiji Hall, traditionally reserved for receiving foreign envoys. At this moment, Jia Jinghao was exceedingly busy. He had to organize the evening banquet while coordinating the efforts of the Ministry of Rites, the Wind Spirit Guards, and the Imperial Kitchen. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Xiao Wanping noted the bustling crowd within. Many attendees had already arrived. Of course, Emperor Jing and Zhang Buhuan were still yet to appear. Royal brother. A melodious call interrupted, prompting Xiao Wanping to turn around. It was Xiao Chongning. Ninger. Since Xiao Chongning's coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Wanping had not seen her. Gu Feng, recognizing her arrival, tactfully remarked, "Your Highness, Princess, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." "Lord Gu, please do," Xiao Chongning replied with a gentle smile. "Ninger, how is your injury faring?" Xiao Wanping hastened to her side, his gaze lingering on the wound on her forehead. After all, it was Xiao Wanchun, that scoundrel, who had ordered her harm in a bid to ensnare him. Thus, Xiao Wanping harbored a persistent sense of guilt towards her. Gently brushing aside her hair, Xiao Chongning offered a bittersweet smile. "The wound is healed, but it has left a scar." Indeed, Xiao Wanping observed a half-inch-long scar upon her forehead. Anger surged within him. Such a beautiful visage had been marred by Xiao Wanchun's cruelty. The weight of his guilt deepened. "Rest assured, your royal sister-in-law belongs to the Guiyun Su family. She will surely have a way to remedy your scar." Xiao Chongning smiled softly. "I do not mind the scar too much." Seeing this, Xiao Wanping lowered his gaze, noting a hint of sorrow in her expression. "Ninger, do you wish to speak with me?" "Royal brother." Xiao Chongning suddenly felt tears welling in her eyes. "I do not wish to marry Zhang Buhuan." With that, tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Wanping noticed that Xiao Chongning had lost considerable weight. In recent days, it seems that Zhang Buhuan's insistence on marrying her has left Xiao Chongning in a state of melancholy. "But Father Emperor has not expressed any intention to marry you off to him," Xiao Wanping gently reassured her. "True, he hasn't. Yet with 300,000 soldiers stationed at the Guiyun border, Father Emperor has little choice," Xiao Chongning replied, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Observing her distress, Xiao Wanping tenderly grasped her shoulders and spoke earnestly. "Ninger, do not worry. Since you are unwilling to marry Zhang Buhuan, I will certainly assist you." "Really?" Xiao Chongning wiped her tears and stifled her cries. "Indeed," Xiao Wanping affirmed with a firm nod. "Trust your elder brother. That scoundrel shall not succeed." "Brother." Xiao Chongning suddenly threw herself into Xiao Wanping's embrace, her tears flowing anew. The fears and anxieties that had burdened her for days were momentarily released in that embrace. Xiao Chongning had already broached the subject with Emperor Jing, but he, too, was helpless and had not clearly acquiesced to her wishes. It seemed that no one in the palace was willing to offer her assistance. Yet, at that moment, regardless of the truth of Xiao Wanping's words or their feasibility, she had found someone who stood by her side. "Now, there are so many eyes upon us. You have just completed your coming-of-age ceremony and are no longer a child. It would not be proper to continue weeping," Xiao Wanping gently urged, pushing her away slightly and reaching out to wipe her tears. After a brief moment, Xiao Chongning managed to regain her composure, though her brow furrowed once more. "But if I refuse to marry, will those 300,000 soldiers from Wei not invade our Diyan? I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the people of Diyan." Hearing this, Xiao Wanping felt a chill run through him. It was evident that Xiao Chongning was deeply conflicted. On one hand, she did not wish to marry, yet on the other, she feared the consequences of her refusal for their homeland. Such depth of thought from a delicate young woman was indeed admirable, Xiao Wanping mused. Is this not a far cry from those princes and ministers in the court, who are consumed by their incessant struggles for power? He gently ruffled Xiao Chongning's hair and smiled. "Ninger, you need not concern yourself with such matters. If Diyan were to face peril, relying on a frail princess to resolve it would only hasten its demise." Thus, Xiao Wanping emphasized, "You must simply live joyfully. Leave everything else to your elder brother." After hearing his words, Xiao Chongning stared at Xiao Wanping, her large eyes blinking in surprise. "Why do you look at me so? Is there mud on my face?" Xiao Wanping chuckled, touching his own face. Xiao Chongning's tears turned to laughter. "I feel as though you have changed, brother." "Changed?" Xiao Wanping felt a stir within. This clever young lady had keen insight. "In what way have I changed?" She continued, her eyes darting playfully, her lips curving upward. In the past, although you enjoyed playing with me, you would never comfort me, nor would you have ever articulated such reasoning. And now, you— Xiao Chongning paused, scrutinizing Xiao Wanping intently. Ahem. Xiao Wanping lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. What is it now? Xiao Chongning pressed. I feel as though I see a regal aura about you that I have never encountered before. Xiao Wanping quickly turned away. He could devise countless strategies to deal with Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong, yet he found himself at a loss when faced with this spirited girl. People do grow. After all, Xiao Wanping remained noncommittal, uttering a brief remark before quickly adding, well, since you have no desire to marry Jiang Buhuan, you should hasten back to the Chongning Palace to avoid the unpleasantness of encountering him. Covering her mouth with a giggle, Xiao Chongning finally shed her worries. By the way, last night at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, my royal brother dealt with that Jiang Buhuan. Thank you, Ninger. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and skipped away. Observing her retreating figure, Xiao Wanping smiled warmly. Turning around, just as he was about to step into the Guanyue Pavilion, he suddenly noticed several figures approaching swiftly from his left, exuding an aura of unbridled hostility. Ah, seventh brother, Xiao Wanping greeted with a smile, halting in his tracks. Xiao Wanrong advanced rapidly, his eyes ablaze with fury as they faced each other for the first time since his recovery. When enemies meet, tempers flare, and at that moment, Xiao Wanrong's eyes were indeed bloodshot. Suppressing his rage, he taunted, what? Even a fool like you can attend such gatherings? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing our Yin in front of the Wei Kingdom? Rest assured, I am quite lucid now, Xiao Wanping retorted with a grin, continuing. I am merely curious as to how the Wei envoy would react upon learning that our dynasty has a prince who is less than whole. Chapter 84. A Battle of Wits. Xiao Wanping. Xiao Wanrong's fists clenched, his fury palpable. The guards beside him advanced a few steps. Sensing the tension, Duguyu immediately intervened. Seventh Prince, this is the Guanyue Pavilion. I implore you to maintain decorum. The standoff escalated, the air thick with animosity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wanrong suppressed his anger. Offering a cold smile, Duguyu, you are quite the loyal hound, having been demoted from the Wind Spirit Guard to a prince's attendant. It seems you relish your current state. Duguyu's lips twitched slightly. Xiao Wanping swiftly countered. Regardless of his demotion, he remains a dignified man, unlike you. TSK, it's been a few days, and you have grown even more handsome. Your voice has become more melodious as well. By the way, I wonder if you now prefer men or women. The implication was unmistakable, as Xiao Wanping insinuated that Xiao Wanrong was neither masculine nor feminine. At this, Duguyu almost burst into laughter. The suppressed smile felt like a dagger, piercing Xiao Wanrong's heart. Xiao Wanping, ever the provocateur, struck at Xiao Wanrong where it hurt most. Xiao Wanping, do not be so smug. I will surely take my revenge. Xiao Wanrong growled, nearly in a roar. Unfazed, Xiao Wanping waved dismissively, laughing heartily. I am always ready for a challenge. Just as he was about to enter Guanyue Pavilion, Xiao Wanping suddenly turned back, saying, oh, by the way, I wonder if it still pains you down there? You. Xiao Wanrong's lips trembled violently. The area, which had healed, seemed to throb again at the mention. Xiao Wanping, I will make you pay dearly for this. He clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. As fate would have it, at that moment, Xiao Wanchong arrived. Seeing the two glaring at each other, he chuckled. Oh, seventh and eighth brothers, are you two about to come to blows? At the sight of Xiao Wanchong, Xiao Wanrong's anger somewhat subsided, while Xiao Wanping maintained his mischievous grin. Fifth brother, you may be disappointed. We are merely discussing how a person could possess such audacity as to claim another's poetry as his own. Xiao Wanchong's face twitched momentarily, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Wanping. Soon after, he broke into a smile. Old seventh, old eighth, and Gu Shao have opened as Zui Xianlu. It is said that they have snatched away many of your patrons. This is clearly a direct affront to you. I could not stand idly by. Humph. Xiao Wanrong waved his hand dismissively. The flicker of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. That mere Zui Xianlu is hardly worthy of my concern. Indeed, Xiao Wanping concurred, aligning himself with Wanrong's sentiment. The majority of the taverns in the imperial capital belong to Old Seventh. How could Zui Xianlu possibly compare? I merely wish to earn a little money. When one of you ascends to the position of crown prince in the future, I would like to retire comfortably. The two exchanged a glance, a chill running through them. They had not anticipated that Xiao Wanping would dare to broach such a sensitive topic publicly. For a moment, both lowered their heads, refraining from further retorts. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Wanping chose to disregard them and turned to enter the hall. Just as Xiao Wanrong was about to follow, he was halted by Xiao Wanchang. Old Seventh, why has this fool been so sharp-tongued lately? It is a stark contrast to his former self. Although they had clashed in the past, and would likely do so again, they now found themselves united against a common adversary, Xiao Wanping. With Xiao Wanchang's support, Xiao Wanrong had successfully driven Xiao Wanping out of the imperial palace, which had significantly eased their relationship. Rest assured, brother emperor, he shall not bask in his glory for long. With that, Xiao Wanrong stepped into the main hall. Behind him, Xiao Wanchang followed, a hint of a sinister smile on his lips. Little did they know, they were merely pawns in another's game. Surrounding the Guanyue pavilion stood numerous Fengling guards. Such a banquet was not to be trifled with under Emperor Jing's watchful eye. As Xiao Wanping entered, the guards on both sides of the entrance bowed in unison. We have the honor of meeting His Highness the Eighth Prince. Xiao Wanping cast a glance at the two, recognizing their attire as that of the team leaders. Paying them no mind, he strode forward. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited in his mind, and he abruptly turned to look at the team leader on the right. Why does this person seem familiar? Have I seen them before? He tapped his head, racking his brain but failing to arrive at an answer. Perhaps it was a vestige of memory from his previous life within the palace. After fruitless recollection, Xiao Wanping dismissed the matter and proceeded into the main hall. At the center, a dragon throne awaited, designated for Emperor Jing. On the lower tiers, over 100 seats were adorned with soft cushions, with a small table in front for wine and delicacies. The banquet style bore resemblance to that of the southern and northern dynasties. A row of seats on the lower right remained vacant, likely reserved for the envoy of the state of Wei. Your Highness, an official from the Honglu Temple approached, extending his hand. Your seat is here. Please follow me. The 8th seat on the lower left was where Xiao Wanping was to sit. 3 seats up were occupied by 3 adult princes, followed by 4 remaining siblings of Emperor Jing. The other adult princesses filled the seats behind them. Turning around, Xiao Wanping was startled to see Xiao Chongming and Su Jinying entering the hall hand in hand, and their seats were directly behind him. Upon their arrival, Xiao Wanping and Su Jinying nodded in acknowledgement without exchanging further words. He then turned to Xiao Chongming. Ninger, did you not say you would not come? Your Highness, I initially intended to depart, but with the Empress accompanying me, a sudden whim led me to desire a glimpse of the true nature of Jiangbu Huan. With a nod and a smile, Xiao Wanping replied, I shall not disappoint you. He then turned and took his seat. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he turned, Xiao Wanping discreetly received an object from Su Jinying's hand. Su Jinying, lost in thought, gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with concern. Xiao Wanchang and Xiao Wanrong also took their places near Xiao Wanping, choosing silence. At that moment, a man clad in resplendent attire, possessing a somewhat delicate appearance, approached. Yet, his eyes were profoundly deep, making it difficult to discern his true intent. This individual was none other than the 3rd prince, Xiao Wanan. As he arrived at his seat, Xiao Wanchang and Xiao Wanrong did not acknowledge him, merely bowing their heads. Xiao Wanan, unfazed, offered a slight smile and approached Xiao Wanping. 8th brother, he said. Startled, Xiao Wanping rose to return the greeting. 3rd brother. Given that Xiao Wanan bore no grievances against him at present, Xiao Wanping had no reason to display disdain. Raising his right hand, Xiao Wanan clasped Xiao Wanping's shoulder and whispered, You handled Jiangbu Huan well. After patting Xiao Wanping's shoulder, he returned to his seat without waiting for a response. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Wanping had not yet contemplated the meaning behind his words when a loud announcement reverberated through the hall. His Majesty has arrived. The previously jovial assembly of officials and royals promptly formed 2 lines. Emperor Jing entered the hall, flanked by the Fengling guards and his personal attendants. Long live the emperor! The crowd chanted in unison. With an impassive expression, he ascended to the throne and turned to face the assembly. Today, we welcome the envoy from the state of Wei. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take your seats. The crowd rustled as they settled down. What of the 4th prince of Wei? Is he not yet here? The emperor inquired. Chapter 85. Not a bit reluctant, Jia Zhenghao immediately stood to respond. Your Majesty, I have dispatched messengers thrice to summon him. The 4th prince of Wei is surely on his way. Humph. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingquan was the first to express discontent. His Majesty has graciously hosted a banquet. Yet this fellow lingers. It is quite evident he seeks to display disrespect towards our Great Yan. What is his intention? Since entering our Great Yan territory, he has avoided the envoy and wandered aimlessly. Now he dares to keep his majesty waiting. How outrageous! Moreover, he has made Lord Jia summon him thrice. Who does he think he is? Even the usually composed Pei Qing could not contain his anger. The emperor, seemingly unfazed, raised a hand, saying, "We are the hosts. They are the guests. A brief wait is inconsequential." No sooner had he spoken than a guard outside announced, "The envoy from the state of Wei has arrived." Jiang Buhuan entered Guangyue Pavilion, flanked by 2 companions. The envoy comprised 160 individuals, with Jiang Buhuan as the chief envoy, accompanied by 2 deputy envoys, the Prime Minister of Wei, Fei Xingquan, and the General of the Cavalry, Fan Zhua. Only Jiang Buhuan and the 2 deputy envoys were permitted within Guangyue Pavilion. Accompanying officials, guards, and certainly the servants, cooks, and physicians were not allowed entrance. Xiao Wanping observed that Jiang Buhuan's eyes were still swollen, and his cheeks bore remnants of bruises. These injuries obscured his true visage. The courtiers were well aware that Xiao Wanping had struck him, but none anticipated the severity of the assault. They struggled to suppress their amusement at the sight of the 4th Prince of Wei, now resembling a swollen pig. The 8th Prince, known for his eccentricity, unexpectedly seemed to have defended the honor of Dian. The officials murmured amongst themselves, and the ceremonial officer approached Jiang Buhuan, instructing him to step forward and pay his respects. Jiang Buhuan and his companions exchanged disdainful glances at the officer before taking a few steps forward. "I, Jiang Buhuan, 4th Prince of Wei, pay my respects to your majesty." He stood there, uttering the words with a nonchalant tone, merely nodding his head without bowing his body. "Impudent! Upon encountering our sovereign, why do you not perform the act of kneeling?" The grand scholar Feng Hongqing, displeased, immediately stepped forth to admonish him. Emperor Jing's gaze remained unyielding, coldly fixed on the trio below, without offering a response. "Kneeling?" General Fan Zhua of Wei scoffed. "And you dare to demand such from us?" Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in anger, with the fiery Minister of War, Lu Qingquan, leading the charge. "Preposterous! As an envoy, upon meeting our sovereign, you are obliged to kneel." "What do you mean by such words, General Fan?" Fan Zhua regarded Lu Qingquan with a sidelong glance. "And who might you be?" "I am Lu Qingquan, Minister of War." With a cold smile, Fan Zhua retorted, "Pray, open your eyes and behold the state of our 4th Prince, reduced to this by your 8th Prince. And yet you still have the audacity to demand we kneel?" "Indeed." The Prime Minister of Wei, Fei Xingquan, immediately echoed. "If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter, not only shall we refuse to kneel, but I shall also write to Wei, urging the 30,000 soldiers at the border to exact justice for our 4th Prince." A faint smile played at the corners of Xiao Wanping's mouth as he subtly shook his head. These Wei officials seemed fixated solely on their 30,000 soldiers. Emperor Jing remained seated, silent, yet cast a fleeting glance at Gu Feng. The latter understood and rose from his seat. "Minister Fei, the fault lies with the 4th Prince of Wei. If accountability is sought, it is you who must provide an explanation to our Dian." "Do you enjoy reversing right and wrong, Minister Fei?" Fei Xingquan replied, unhurriedly. "As guests from Wei to your Dian, we are indeed guests. What rationale is there for the host to assault the visitor?" "That depends on whether the visitors are truly guests or wolves in sheep's clothing," Gu Feng countered, unwavering. Xiao Wanping, taken aback, had not expected the normally pedantic Gu Feng to exhibit such spirit. The two engaged in a battle of words, while the officials aligned with Xiao Wanping remained silent. As Dian officials, they dared not speak in defense of Jiang Buhuan before Emperor Jing, yet they lacked the courage to advocate for Xiao Wanping. At this moment, Fan Zhua spoke again, his face marked by malevolence. "What of guests or wolves? It matters not." Lu Qingquan, standing tall, responded, "When guests arrive, we offer fine wine. If they are wolves, Dian possesses blades and spears." At these words, Jiang Buhuan let out a cold laugh and finally spoke. "Ah, it seems your nation of Yan has no intention of addressing that foolish prince. If so, I find no purpose in remaining here. I shall return to my homeland and let the valiant soldiers of Wei seek justice for me." With that, he turned to leave the Guangyue Pavilion. The wind spirit guards in the hall immediately drew their swords to block their way. "Do you believe you can escape?" The skilled swordsman, holding a dagger, squinted and spoke. "What? Do you still dare to attempt an open assassination on me?" Jiang Buhuan sneered, rising from his seat. Lu Qingquan took 2 steps forward and proclaimed loudly, Prince Wei, since you are allowed to return, should the state of Wei provoke war, killing you would equally incite conflict. So tell me, do you think we would dare to kill you, or would we not? How resolute. Xiao Wanping's gaze fell upon Lu Qingquan, recognizing that this fellow was increasingly to his taste. You, Jiang Buhuan directed an accusatory finger at the assembly, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Fei Xingquan exchanged glances with Fan Zhua, seemingly gripped by trepidation. Indeed, if war were to commence, Emperor Jing would undoubtedly order their execution first, inflicting a psychological blow upon the state of Wei. Contemplating this, Fei Xingquan spoke again. In the event of war between our nations, it is customary not to harm envoys. Does your country wish to defy this fundamental principle? And if so, what of it? Lu Qingquan replied directly. Faced with such a rogue as Lu Qingquan, Fei Xingquan found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, Xiao Wanping silently rejoiced, noting the resemblance Lu Qingquan bore to himself. Enough. At last, Emperor Jing rose. He was well aware that the elite forces of Dian were engaged in the northern territories, negotiating with Beiliang. Thus it was unwise to provoke the state of Wei into war. The reason he had allowed the ministers to converse first was merely to enhance their negotiating position. Everyone, please remain. Emperor Jing's words commanded respect, and Jiang Buhuan was obliged to comply, turning with his 2 companions. Your Majesty, do you have further instructions? Please. The 3 of you take a seat and listen to my words. The trio exchanged glances. Since the emperor had spoken, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction and seated themselves at his lower side. Emperor Jing spoke slowly. Prince Wei, it is not that I hold bias. The incident involving the 8th Prince assaulting you was due to his hysteria. You may inquire further. Not long ago, he severely injured a prince of our dynasty and even harmed a consort, whose scars remain to this day. Given such accusations, I have yet to punish him. Therefore, I shall not penalize you for your injuries either. This reasoning left Jiang Buhuan at a loss for words. With the princes and consorts of this dynasty harmed without consequence, the injury of an outsider would hardly invoke any reprimand against Xiao Wanping. However, upon hearing these words, Xiao Wanrong's face flushed crimson with indignation, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. To defend Xiao Wanping, Emperor Jing was willing to expose his wounds, which brought him great shame. Your Majesty's reasoning is sound. But whether the 8th Prince truly suffers from hysteria remains a matter for discussion. Fei Xingquan suddenly interjected. Chapter 86. Would you dare to diagnose? Fei Xingquan's words startled Xiao Wanping. Could it be that this old fellow knew something? Impossible. He had concealed it well, not even confiding in those closest to him. There was no way he could know. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Minister Fei, what do you mean by that? Xiao Wanping finally rose from his seat, his displeasure evident. Ah, the 8th Prince, you have finally chosen to step forward. I have been observing you for quite some time, Fei Xingquan remarked. Oh, is it because of my handsome appearance? Xiao Wanping chuckled, touching his cheek with a playful grin. Humph. With a flick of his sleeve, Fei Xingquan declared, I observe that the prince appears perfectly normal. There is no sign of hysteria whatsoever. Gufeng replied, surely. Prime Minister Fei is aware that His Highness the 8th Prince suffers from a disruption of yin and yang energies within him, experiencing episodes of illness intermittently, which no one can control. His words were articulated with precision. He refrained from stating that the prince was mad by day and sane by night, lest he provide the other party with a point to seize upon. Whether this is indeed the case remains to be verified. Fei Xingquan spoke again. To his surprise, Xiao Wanan also stepped forward this time. Prime Minister Fei, your assertion is erroneous. Are you suggesting that my 8th brother has feigned madness for all these years merely to strike your 4th prince at the Zui Xianlu? Upon uttering this, laughter erupted among the officials present, all of whom recognized the implausibility of such a scenario. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Buhuan finally made his intentions clear. There is no need for further discourse. Our nation has long been well acquainted with your royal family. He candidly ceased to conceal the truth. Among the 3 kingdoms, there are spies gathering intelligence. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle, a fact that is an open secret. Jiang Buhuan continued. As we understand it, Xiao Wanping suffers from his affliction during the day, but returns to normal at night. His act of striking me yesterday at Zui Xianlu occurred during the night, indicating intent. Indeed, Fei Xingquan interjected. However, Lord Gu's son, Gu Shaosheng, claims that the 8th prince has recently suffered from severe hysteria, succumbing to episodes when provoked. Are you willing to allow us to verify this claim? How shall you verify it? Emperor Jing inquired. Quite simply, if he also exhibits symptoms at night, his pulse must reveal abnormalities. May I request our court's imperial physician to examine him? Fanzhou responded. They had come prepared, and naturally, they did not trust the imperial physicians of Dian, instead bringing along those from Wei. Xiao Wanping retorted, but what if there are indeed issues? If abnormalities are found, we shall cease our allegations of assault against His Highness. Jiang Buhuan declared loudly. Very well. Emperor Jing rose. Let your court's physician take his pulse. It is fortuitous. For I too wish to ascertain whether the 8th prince's hysteria has intensified. With that, he narrowed his eyes at Xiao Wanping. The palace physicians were already well acquainted with Xiao Wanping's hysteria. His pulse was erratic by day, but returned to normalcy at night. Yet, the words of concubine Xian lingered in the emperor's mind, leaving him with a thorn of doubt. He sought this opportunity to discern whether Xiao Wanping was truly feigning madness. Your Majesty, Gu Feng wondered why the emperor would so readily acquiesce. Should the pulse prove normal, it would offer Wei a pretext for accountability. Without further discussion, the emperor gestured in agreement with their wishes. His decision elicited expressions of skepticism from those in attendance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Wanping, your fate is sealed. Should the pulse be normal, father will have no choice but to punish you. With a stroke of luck, perhaps we could rid ourselves of this madman altogether. However, behind them, Xiao Chongning gazed at Xiao Wanping with a countenance of concern, while Su Jinying remained composed and silent. In that moment, Xiao Wanping comprehended the emperor's intent. The ongoing surveillance by Dugu Yu was a clear indication of suspicion regarding his hysteria. If the pulse is found to be normal, it suggests that I indeed harbor suspicions of feigning madness. Emperor Jing may seize the opportunity presented by Jiang Buhuan's recent misfortune to impose severe punishment upon me. Could it be that I am to be surrendered to the state of Wei? While the emperor permits his sons to engage in open and covert rivalries, each displaying their talents, he will not tolerate any deception against him. Inwardly amused, Xiao Wanping, though disdainful, acknowledges that the immediate course of action is to suppress Jiang Buhuan, compelling him to retreat and relinquish his pursuit of Xiao Chongning. Our imperial physicians are already waiting outside the hall. I beseech your majesty to allow them entry. Fei Xingquan stated directly after hearing Emperor Jing's words. Wait. Xiao Wanping interrupted Fei Xingquan. What? Is the 8th prince feeling guilty? Fanzhou asked with a sneer. Jiang Buhuan interjected. It is not necessary for you to take the pulse, provided that you kneel before me in the presence of the court and bow 10 times, allowing me to deliver 10 slaps, and this matter shall be settled. With a chuckle, Xiao Wanping replied, I'm afraid I have no intention of doing so. Then why do you speak? Jiang Buhuan raised his voice sharply. I merely wish to inquire, if the pulse is found to be abnormal, will the 4th prince be required to pay respects to my father? Upon hearing this, Pei Qing immediately echoed, indeed. You cannot perform the kneeling rites because my 8th prince struck your 4th prince. If this matter is resolved, then courtesy must be observed. In terms of logic, it seems the Minister of Justice is quite astute. Very well, Jiang Buhuan conceded, not wishing to prolong the discussion. He knew full well that when the incident occurred at Zui Xianlu, Xiao Wanping was fully alert. There was no question of being triggered into a fit. He was certain that Xiao Wanping's pulse would be normal at this moment. Then let your imperial physicians ascend to the hall. Xiao Wanping smiled and settled back into his seat. Moments later, 2 elderly gentlemen clad in white robes, carrying medicine boxes, entered the hall with measured steps. We pay our respects to your majesty. The 2 merely bowed without kneeling. Emperor Jing was unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. Take the pulse. The 2 imperial physicians approached Xiao Wanping and set down their medicine boxes. May I request the 8th prince to extend his hand? Xiao Wanping complied, extending his right hand. We require both hands, replied one of the physicians. The 2 intended to take his pulse simultaneously. With a cold smile, Xiao Wanping slowly extended his left hand. Both physicians placed their index fingers upon his hands, taking the pulse with a single finger. Quite intriguing, Xiao Wanping thought, somewhat astonished. He had heard that the notorious physician also used one finger to take the pulse. Both being from Wei, he wondered if these 2 had any connection to that doctor. The hall fell into silence, no one uttering a word. However, the expressions of the 2 physicians were exceedingly revealing. They first composed themselves, stroking their beards. Then their mouths slightly agape, exchanging glances, followed by an incessant swallowing of saliva. Xiao Wanping even noticed beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Ultimately, the two shook their heads in disbelief, their faces a canvas of astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, they finally withdrew their hands. Without speaking, they approached Jiang Buhuan and bowed respectfully. "Well, what do you make of it? Is his pulse normal?" Jiang Buhuan inquired confidently. The two appeared somewhat parched, struggling to respond. Ultimately, one individual replied with trepidation, "Your Highness, this person's pulse is exceedingly chaotic, at times roaring like a ferocious beast, and at others, flowing softly like a stream. Indeed, it is a manifestation of profound mental disarray." Chapter 87. Want to leave? Not a chance. How could that be? Jiang Buhuan's emotions spiraled out of control as he slammed his palm upon the table, rising in fury. The diminutive table, scarcely 2 feet in size, nearly toppled from his force. When he struck me, his mind was evidently lucid. It was impossible for him to behave thus. Upon hearing the words of the imperial physician of the state of Wei, Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, directing his gaze towards Xiao Wanping. That look seemed to harbor a flicker of reassurance. Alas, he should not have doubted the 8th prince, the emperor mused inwardly. Fei Xingquan also stood up. "Have you discerned the pulse clearly?" "Chancellor, we are disciples of the ghost doctor. We would never err. This pulse is a rarity in my lifetime, and indeed, the 8th prince's hysteria may strike at any moment." The two naturally dared not to lie. Even if they did, it would serve no purpose. The emperor could easily summon the imperial physician from the state of Yin to re-examine the pulse. Upon hearing that the two were disciples of the ghost doctor, Xiao Wanping involuntarily turned his head slightly, exchanging a glance with Su Jinying. Xiao Wanrong and Xiao Wanchong also widened their eyes, simultaneously gazing at Xiao Wanping. Could it be that this fool's hysteria had truly worsened? The faces of Jiang Buhuan and his companions turned ashen as they glared at Xiao Wanping in indignation. "Well then, 4th Prince Wei, I did not fabricate my words. Did I? Your people have confirmed that my pulse is chaotic and I may succumb to hysteria at any moment. Will you still cling to the matter of the drunken immortal pavilion?" Seeing this, Gu Feng hastily stepped forward to support his future son-in-law. "4th Prince Wei, I hope you honor your word and perform the act of kneeling before our sovereign. The esteemed state of Wei would not be one to break its promises, would it?" Fang Hanqing chimed in. Lu Qingquan added, "If you insist on disregarding the decorum befitting an envoy, then there is no need to discuss matters further." With his eyes twitching violently, Jiang Buhuan let out a cold snort, yet chose to remain silent. However, the situation had escalated to a point where retreat was difficult. Fei Xingquan forcibly pulled him, along with Fan Zhua, and begrudgingly they knelt upon the ground. "Envoys of the state of Wei, we pay our respects to your majesty." As they uttered these words, the three clenched their fists tightly, their complexions flushed. The Emperor Jing felt a surge of satisfaction within. Not only had he cleared Xiao Wanping of any suspicions of feigned madness, but he had also compelled the Wei envoy to perform the act of kneeling, thus alleviating some of his grievances. "Be seated and rise," he commanded. The three immediately stood up from the ground and returned to their seats. Moments later, the room was filled with the melodies of song and dance, and cups were exchanged in revelry. Yet, each individual harbored their own thoughts. Xiao Chongning was deeply concerned about Xiao Wanping's hysteria and found it impossible to eat. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanping pondered how to make Jiang Buhuan recognize the futility of his pursuit of marrying Xiao Chongning. As for Emperor Jing, he was naturally reluctant to see Xiao Chongning wed into the state of Wei. Yet, he desired for the soldiers of Wei to refrain from incursion while also wishing for Jiang Buhuan to retreat in defeat, a task that seemed insurmountable. Once the songstress concluded her performance, applause erupted among the audience. Fei Xingquan gradually rose from his seat. "Your Majesty, it is said that your nation's songs and dances are unparalleled, and today I have witnessed such splendor. It is truly enviable." What lay beneath his words implied that the great Yin was stagnant, merely indulging in a life of intoxication and dreams. Such a statement from Chancellor Fei was indeed misguided. Pei Qing stepped forward and replied, "In our great Yin, we are not accustomed to such frivolities. It is only due to the arrival of your esteemed delegation that the Honglu Temple, out of respect, arranged for this performance. Do you not require respect?" His retort earned silent admiration from Xiao Wanping. Fan Zhua coldly responded, Our great Wei has no inclination for song and dance. Very well. Emperor Jing interjected with a smile. Since your nation does not favor it, let them withdraw, and we shall discuss matters of importance. Yes, your majesty. Jia Jinghao bowed in acknowledgement and waved his hand, allowing the singers to gracefully exit the Guanyue pavilion. In the hall, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Prince of Wei, is your visit to our great Yin intended for a marriage alliance? Emperor Jing, disliking lengthy discourse, posed the question directly. Hearing the emperor's inquiry, Jiang Buhuan rose and clasped his hands in respect. Indeed, I am willing to marry your esteemed Princess Chongning, thus forging a lasting bond between our two nations, ensuring mutual peace. I refuse to marry. Xiao Chongning immediately stood up, proclaiming, Father, look at his swollen face, akin to a pig's head, and his missing teeth. He speaks with a lisp. I shall not wed him. Xiao Wanping nearly erupted in laughter at the young lady's audacity. She surprisingly possessed a sharp tongue. You are the Princess Chongning? Jiang Buhuan's gaze shifted to her, and he could not help but feel a flicker of greed upon beholding her beauty and stature. Indeed, I am. Xiao Chongning lifted her chin defiantly. If you wish to marry me, you shall find no passage. Just as Jiang Buhuan was about to respond, he was interrupted by Emperor Jing. Ninger, cease your nonsense and sit down. Xiao Chongning made a face, but reluctantly complied. The emperor then turned his attention back to Jiang Buhuan. Prince of Wei, historically, marriage alliances have been rooted in the desire to prevent conflict. Yet, your nation has stationed 300,000 troops at the Guiyun border and sends a delegation to seek our princess's hand in marriage. This is not an alliance, but a clear attempt at coercion. Finally, Emperor Jing took the initiative to confront the matter. Lu Qingquan readily agreed. Indeed. You open with our most beloved princess. It is a blatant threat. Fang Hongqing, seated nearby, added slowly, if your nation truly wished to forge a lasting bond, you would proactively send a princess or noblewoman to marry our imperial prince. There is no justification for coercive marriage. So, does that mean your nation will not acquiesce? Jiang Buhuan retorted with a mocking smile. What if we do not? Lu Qingquan challenged directly. With a flick of his sleeve, Jiang Buhuan stood, sneering, in that case. There is no further need for this banquet. I shall return and report your intentions to my father. With that, he made to leave. This time, Jiang Buhuan refrained from mentioning the 300,000 soldiers, seemingly apprehensive that his counterpart might become desperate enough to take drastic measures against him. Wait, Xiao Wanping interjected, unable to contain his disdain for Jiang Buhuan any longer. Eighth Prince Xiao Wanping. Jiang Buhuan gritted his teeth at his reappearance. What more do you wish to say? With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Buhuan lifted his chin and smiled. He believed this retreat would not result in his departure, as he assumed the Yin nation would not allow it. In truth, Jiang Buhuan was not particularly set on marrying Xiao Chongning. He only needed to return to Wei with any princess from Yin to bolster his reputation and ascend to prominence within the Eastern Palace. Merely seeking the apex to obtain the median and striving for the median to acquire the nadir. They naturally demand exorbitant prices, only to refund on the spot. First, they present the utmost demands, allowing the Yin kingdom to negotiate, and if all else fails, marrying a princess from a county would suffice to fulfill their mission. Fei Xingquan stroked his beard and chuckled. Your Highness the Eighth, are you perhaps too timid to let us depart? If you lack the courage to release us, it would be prudent for you to agree to betroth Princess Chongning to my fourth prince, Fan Zhua stated coldly. Laughter erupted, as Xiao Wanping stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the trio. You are indeed correct. Our great Yin has no intention of allowing your departure. What do you mean? Jiang Buhuan's expression shifted ominously, diminishing his smile. Xiao Wanping's eyes flashed with malice. Should you maintain this posture, our great Yin intends to eliminate you first, then withdraw 20,000 elite troops from the northern front. Indifferent to how the northern Liang attacks us, we shall concentrate all our forces against your Wei kingdom. With that, Xiao Wanping took 2 steps closer to Jiang Buhuan. I wish to see how your Wei kingdom can withstand such a challenge. Chapter 88. 1 against 3 as the murderous intent radiated from Xiao Wanping. Jiang Buhuan could not help but take a step back. You madman. You have completely lost your senses, disregarding the very state itself. With a nonchalant smile, Xiao Wanping replied. Regardless, allowing you to return would only subject our great Yin to a pincer attack from both nations. Rather than face that, it would be wiser to eliminate you first and then concentrate our forces against Wei. Perhaps we might even achieve a one-for-one exchange, Wouldn't you agree? Dear fourth Prince of Wei, do you dare? Dare or not, you may certainly test that. Xiao Wanping's expression darkened suddenly, resembling a demon just released from hell. I can also inform you that should you dare to step beyond this Guangyue pavilion, our Great Yan's Wind Spirit Guard will undoubtedly reduce you to mere fragments. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in Emperor Jing's mind, whether to permit such actions, Xiao Wanping continued to intimidate. Discussing reason? That was a notion long abandoned. Unexpectedly, Emperor Jing stood up. Instead of rebuking, he regarded Xiao Wanping from a distance, his eyes sparkling with interest. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Cheng Yidao, nodding in acquiescence. Cheng Yidao understood and waved his hand. Immediately, the Wind Spirit Guards inside and outside the hall drew their blades, encircling the three men tightly. Seeing this, Fan Zhuo also unsheathed his sword, shielding Jiang Buhuan behind him. The trio, having reached the door, were now forcefully compelled to retreat. Everyone, cease at once. Please. Let us communicate peacefully. Fei Xingquan, having lost his earlier bravado, hurriedly intervened. Your Majesty, I implore you to refrain from drawing swords, lest we harm the cordial relations between our two nations. To make demands of our Great Yan, you must kneel. Xiao Wanping declared coldly. The situation grew dire, and as Fei Xingquan saw it spiraling out of control, he quickly knelt before the throne. Your Majesty, I implore you to sheath your swords. We are willing to negotiate. Yet Jiang Buhuan appeared unconvinced, standing tall and defiantly calling out, Fei Xiang, rise. I do not believe they truly dare to kill me. Fei Xingquan, anxious, stood from the ground, moving beside Jiang Buhuan, whispering urgently, Fourth Prince, let us not forget the purpose of our journey. Indeed, Fan Zhuo echoed. It is not that I fear death, but rather that they have pressed us too hard. Our mission may end in failure. Jiang Buhuan appeared unconvinced, yet could not resist the persuasion of the two and returned to his seat. Observing this, Cheng Yidao waved his hand to dismiss the Wind Spirit Guards. Straightening his attire, Fei Xingquan spoke again. Your Majesty, since the two nations are at an impasse, I have a suggestion. Speak, replied Emperor Jing with a raised eyebrow. I have heard that your nation is replete with learned scholars. We present 3 difficult problems. If your scholars can solve them, we shall immediately withdraw and no longer mention the marriage of Princess Chongning. Upon hearing this, Su Jinying furrowed her brow. She leaned slightly forward and whispered to Xiao Wanping. Fei Xingquan is a renowned scholar in Wei, with a reputation that surpasses our own Fang Hongqing. He is not only well-versed but also possesses a wide array of esoteric knowledge. You must be cautious. With a slight tilt of his body, Xiao Wanping smiled confidently, sister-in-law. Do not worry. We shall meet any challenge with courage. 3 difficult problems? Mused Emperor Jing while stroking his beard. This approach is quite novel. Fei Xingquan chuckled. I had no choice, since the 8th Prince is capable of composing a masterpiece like Shi Diao Gutu and crafting numerous timeless couplets. I humbly acknowledge my limitations in talent and must resort to proposing problems. While seemingly praising Xiao Wanping, Fei Xingquan was subtly rationalizing his long-planned demands. Before the other ministers could respond, Jiang Buhuan shook his head impatiently and inquired, So, do you dare accept? Xiao Wanrong stood and replied, Father, they are clearly well prepared. This is an obvious attempt to challenge us, and we cannot accept. Indeed, Father, echoed Xiao Wanchong, also rising. Who knows what strange questions they might pose? We cannot agree to this. Fan Zhuo sneered, What is the matter? Is it that the Grand Yan, with its flourishing scholarly atmosphere, dares not accept such a literary challenge? Emperor Jing stroked his beard and turned to Gu Feng. What is your opinion? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng responded, Your Majesty, if they pose the questions and we answer, we will inevitably be at a disadvantage. To ensure fairness, both sides should propose 3 questions and see who can solve more. That is a reasonable argument, Emperor Jing remarked, turning to Jiang Buhuan. What do you think of this suggestion? Without hesitation, Jiang Buhuan replied, Let it be as you wish. However, Fei Xingquan interjected once more, Your Majesty, this method is unjust. In what way is it unjust? Our Wei delegation consists of only 3 individuals, whereas you have 100. The thoughts of 3 cannot compare to those of 100. Nodding, Emperor Jing conceded, You do have a point. Fang Hongqing, being a distinguished scholar, felt compelled to speak on matters of fairness. Your Majesty, if that is the case, let us select 3 individuals to engage in dialogue with the Wei delegates. Slightly inclined, Emperor Jing immediately thought of Xiao Wanping. This young man possesses a volume of curious tales, which records those peculiar scholarly questions. He is perfectly suited to take on Fei Xingquan. With this thought, he spoke without hesitation. Old 8. Father. Xiao Wanping stood, having anticipated that Emperor Jing would choose him. You shall lead the way and confront their trio. You may select 2 others from among those present. With a slight smile, Xiao Wanping replied, Father, there is no need. I can handle them alone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly astounded. 1 against 3? Although Fan Zhuo was a martial general, Zhang Buhan was also a scholar of considerable repute, complimented by Prime Minister Fei Xingquan. Did Xiao Wanping truly possess the confidence to face them? Was he truly foolish enough to be unwell again? Both Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong shot him disdainful and mocking glances. Conversely, Xiao Wanan narrowed his eyes, subtly observing Xiao Wanping, leaving everyone oblivious to his thoughts. Upon hearing this declaration, Xiao Chongning was about to rise to intervene when Su Jinying grasped her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Did I hear incorrectly? You intend to fight alone? Zhang Buhan asked incredulously. Indeed, this foolish prince shall face the 3 of you. Surely that suffices? Xiao Wanping asserted confidently. Zhang Buhan gritted his teeth. Emperor Jing could no longer contain himself, his face a mask of skepticism as he queried, 8th brother, have you truly considered this? This matter not only concerns Ninger but also the reputation of Diyan. We cannot act recklessly. As far as everyone present was concerned, they were either pretentious scholars or ineffectual fools. Selecting 2 individuals would prove futile. It was better for him to handle it alone. However, Xiao Wanping refrained from voicing this thought, instead bowing respectfully. My son understands. Please rest assured, father. His self-assured demeanor elicited murmurs of astonishment from the officials in the court. Witnessing his confidence, Zhang Buhan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. You are doomed now. 8th Prince. Zhang Buhan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, given your unwavering confidence. Shall we raise the stakes? Chapter 89. The wager. What manner of game do you propose? I am ready to oblige. A glint of eagerness sparked in Xiao Wanping's eyes as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Very well, I appreciate your forthrightness. At present, Zhang Buhan, sporting a swollen eye and missing 2 front teeth, displayed an unexpected bravado. Yet, regrettably, his appearance juxtaposed with his tone rendered the scene rather comical, provoking suppressed laughter. He continued, should you lose, not only must I marry Princess Chongning, but you, Xiao Wanping, shall kneel and lick the soles of my shoes clean. Do you dare to accept? And what if you lose? Xiao Wanping retorted. Humph, we shall never lose, Zhang Buhan replied with a cold smirk. Nothing is absolute. It is prudent to clarify, Zhang Buhan responded. If we lose, we shall immediately return to Wei and withdraw 30,000 soldiers, pledging that for 5 years, our esteemed Wei army shall not set foot into Yan. Upon hearing this, the ministers nodded in agreement. Betting Xiao Wanping's dignity against the peace of Diyan for the next 5 years was indeed a worthy gamble. Xiao Wanchong promptly interjected, Father, I find this wager quite fair. Let us heed the 4th prince's words. After all, the outcome bore no consequence for him. He would merely enjoy the spectacle. 8th brother, what is your perspective? Emperor Jing sought to gauge Xiao Wanping's opinion. With a charming smile, Xiao Wanping replied, I believe this wager resembles a mere childish game. It is far too trivial. Too trivial? The ministers began to murmur. Should he lose, he would forever bear the shame of being unable to hold his head high into Yan, while if the opponent lost, Zhang Buhan's ambition to become the crown prince would be thwarted. Moreover, Zhang Buhan's commitment to refrain from invading Yan for 5 years would undoubtedly jeopardize the nation's interests. The wager at hand is indeed substantial. Hearing the words of Xiao Wanping, Zhang Buhan was greatly astonished. He never anticipated that a fool could possess such audacity. In your view, how should we wager? Xiao Wanping, stroking the bridge of his nose, replied with a smile, It is quite simple. If I lose, my head is yours, and I shall cede the 5 cities of Guiyun border to your state of Wei. You may wed Princess Chongning. However, should you lose, in addition to the aforementioned conditions, you must cede the southern barbarians, the Jiang clan, to the Great Yan. The audacity of Xiao Wanping's wager sent shockwaves throughout the entire Guangyue pavilion. This was not merely a gamble for lives, but a bet on the very foundation of nations. Even the Emperor Jing, seated at the head, trembled at the enormity of such madness. This lunatic has truly lost his senses, playing for such high stakes. Yet, as he moved his lips to speak, he swallowed his words back down. Beside him, Jiang Buhuan's cheeks twitched in anger as he glared at Xiao Wanping. The southern barbarians, the Jiang clan, were a vassal state of Wei, located at its southernmost edge, sharing borders with both Yin and Wei. Their ancestors were brothers of the founding emperor of Wei. Due to a political coup, the brothers turned against each other, with one fleeing southward to establish the southern barbarian kingdom. After years of evolution and integration, the southern barbarian Jiang clan finally returned to Wei, yet they still retained a high degree of autonomy. Though referred to as southern barbarians, their unique geographical position and abundant resources had long sustained nearly a third of Wei's population. The prosperity of Wei was inextricably linked to the southern barbarian Jiang clan. While Jiang Buhuan hesitated, Fei Xingquan already felt trepidation. He whispered, "Your Highness, we absolutely cannot wager the southern barbarian Jiang clan." Meanwhile, Fan Zhuo remained silent. "Are you afraid of this fool?" Jiang Buhuan disdainfully stood up, then declared loudly, "So be it. I shall heed your words, Xiao Wanping." Though Fei Xingquan attempted to intervene, it was too late. He could only furrow his brow and sigh repeatedly. Despite his confidence in victory, what if the outcome were otherwise? Very well. Let us formalize this agreement in writing to avoid any future regrets. Let us proceed. Who fears whom? The Emperor Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. After a brief moment, he clenched his teeth and resolved to follow through. He then nodded slightly to Jia Jinghao. "Fetch paper and ink." Jia Jinghao immediately issued the command. Officials from the Honglu Temple soon brought the necessary materials, and both parties inscribed the terms of their wager upon the paper. Xiao Wanping's document was sealed with the Emperor's jade seal, while Jiang Buhuan produced his own seal to affix to the wager. The two parties exchanged their agreements. Upon receiving Jiang Buhuan's wager, Xiao Wanping remarked, "The seal I possess is that of the Son of Heaven, while yours is merely that of a prince. Should you fail to ascend to the throne, or should misfortune befall you, what then?" Jiang Buhuan was rendered speechless with indignation. "You truly have a cunning mind." Fan Zhuo could not help but interject. "One must always be cautious, would you not agree?" Xiao Wanping replied with a mischievous grin. With a resolute expression, Jiang Buhuan turned to Fei Xingquan and Fan Zhuo, stating, "Produce your seals." "Your Highness," Fei Xingquan still wishes to refuse. "Hurry, do you wish to defy orders?" Jiang Buhuan glared with exaggerated intensity, appearing both comical and fearsome. Reluctantly, Fan Zhuo was the first to produce his seal and handed it to Jiang Buhuan, with Fei Xingquan following suit. Having obtained the seals of the two individuals, Jiang Buhuan affixed it to the wager he had penned. "Surely, this will suffice?" With a sly grin, Xiao Wanping blew on the still-drying imprint. "Lord Jia, safeguard this well. It is the foundation for our Great Yan's future unification of the realm." He deliberately spoke loudly, eliciting cheers from the crowd at Guanyue Pavilion. Only Xiao Wanchong and Xiao Wanrong wore somber expressions, unable to utter a word. Allowing this fool to continually bask in the limelight would only complicate matters for us in the future. "Yes, Your Highness." Jia Jinghao immediately stepped forward, carefully folding the wager. "Very well, let us commence." With a grand gesture, Xiao Wanping inquired, "Will you take the lead, or shall I?" As the host, the Emperor Jing remained poised. "All right, you may proceed." Xiao Wanping smiled gently. Despite his trepidation regarding the wager, Fei Xingquan soon regained his confidence upon the mention of the problem. He paced within the hall, hands clasped behind his back. "Eighth Prince, do heed closely. This question pertains to mathematics. Suppose two guests share one rice bowl, three share one soup bowl, and four share one vegetable bowl, totaling 65 bowls used. Pray tell, how many guests are there?" Upon hearing the question, the officials were rendered speechless. During their scholarly examinations, they had never encountered a subject of mathematics. Although these esteemed court officials were well-read, their skills extended only to basic addition and subtraction. For even slightly complex three-digit calculations, they would require considerable time with an abacus. This problem was akin to scaling a mountain for them. At this moment, Chen Shiqi quietly inquired of Dong Cheng, seated nearby. "Do you comprehend this?" "Lord Chen, I scarcely caught the question. What is this about rice bowls and vegetable bowls? I'm utterly perplexed." Having heard the problem, the Emperor Jing also appeared restless, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wanping. Meanwhile, Xiao Chongming and Su Jinying clenched their fists, their expressions fraught with concern. Observing the officials' reactions, Fei Xingquan felt a swell of pride. "Though it is indeed challenging, I shall grant you a stick of incense's worth of time to solve it." "A stick of incense?" Upon hearing Fei Xingquan's words, Lu Qingquan jumped up immediately. You did not mention a time constraint earlier. Indeed, now you introduced this limit. It is clearly a ploy, echoed a Yin official. The Emperor Jing stroked his beard, his countenance revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. What is the meaning of this, Minister Fei? Unperturbed, Fei Xingquan replied. Your Majesty, if we impose no time limit, shall we wait until dawn? He understood that while the problem was difficult, a person proficient in mathematics could eventually arrive at a solution given some time. Thus, the time constraint was a deliberate maneuver to complicate matters. Gu Feng stood up, stating, even so, a stick of incense is far too brief. Jiang Buhuan retorted with a cold smile. If not, how might we showcase His Highness's erudition? With eyes closed, Fang Hongqing furrowed his brow tightly. How lamentable that the noble state of Wei resorts to such base tactics. Lord Fang, your words are misguided, Jiang Buhuan swiftly countered. If it comes to that, when it is the 8th Prince's turn to pose a question, we too shall impose a time limit of a stick of incense. With this declaration, an abrupt silence enveloped the Yin officials. Both parties were allotted the time of a single incense stick, ensuring fairness. If you do not light the incense soon, this question shall be deemed unsolvable by His Highness the 8th. Fanjua stated, with a resigned gesture. Emperor Jing waved his hand. Light the incense. No need. Xiao Wanping proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the hall. While this question might pose a formidable challenge to the court officials, for him, it was as trivial as child's play. In his past life, anyone who had graduated from elementary school would know how to solve it. With a smirk, Xiao Wanping turned his gaze towards the self-assured Fei Xingquan. Do you look down upon His Highness, or do you underestimate yourself? Such a simple question requires the time of an incense stick to answer? Oh, does that mean His Highness has already solved it? Fei Xingquan was utterly incredulous. Jiang Buhuan sneered. Anyone can boast, but it takes true skill to solve it. They did not believe him, nor did the people of Dian. A fool, despite his vast knowledge, could not possibly be adept in mathematics. How could the entire court come to trust this? Everyone eagerly awaited. Bring forth paper and pen. With a grand gesture, Xiao Wanping commanded. The officials of the Honglu Temple, who had been standing by, promptly presented the writing materials. Xiao Wanping swiftly inscribed a series of peculiar symbols on the paper. 2, 3, 4, 6, 5. Each multiplied by 12, yielding 1, 3, 7, 8, 0, 60. For the final answer, Xiao Wanping intentionally used capitalized numbers that they could comprehend. What kind of nonsensical symbols are these? Jiang Buhuan stepped forward, observing Xiao Wanping's method, immediately inquiring. He, of course, did not recognize these modern numerals. Yet Fei Xingquan's eyes were fixated on the final number, 60. Xiao Wanping chuckled. Do not concern yourself with what this is. Simply state whether the answer is correct. There are 60 guests in total. Impossible. Fei Xingquan bellowed. I took nearly 2 hours to solve this. You could not have unraveled it in the blink of an eye. It is absolutely impossible. He shook his head repeatedly, a hint of fear glimmering in his eyes. What did you say? Jiang Buhuan nearly leapt up. You mean to say he solved it? Without even lighting the incense? Fanjua's expression was one of disbelief. Emperor Jing had already risen from the dragon throne, gazing intently at Xiao Wanping. The court was in an uproar. Su Jining and Xiao Chongning finally revealed smiles. Fang Hongqing immediately stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I initially thought the 8th Prince was merely learned, but it appears he is truly gifted. He is indeed worthy of the title of Grand Scholar. He could not help but feel proud of his decision. Gu Feng's lips curled into a rare smile. This son-in-law was increasingly pleasing to his eyes. Emperor Jing laughed 3 times, nodding as he said, Fei Xiong, what do you think? Has the 8th Prince not answered the first question correctly? Impossible. Fei Xingquan's emotions began to spiral. Your Majesty, to be candid, the one who posed this question is a master of mathematics. Even he would require half an hour to solve it. The 8th Prince must have guessed. Indeed. Jiang Buhuan immediately concurred. Merely writing down the answer is insufficient. You must also explain how you arrived at it. Huh, ignorance. Xiao Wanping scoffed. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate to you what true mathematics entails. Jiang Buhuan and the others immediately gathered closer. Pointing at the equation above, Xiao Wanping remarked, Do you see? This cross signifies the number of guests. When 2 individuals share a bowl, the quantity of bowls used is thus halved. Similarly, the soup bowls and vegetable bowls are represented by the latter 2 symbols. Note, The methods of multiplication and division have existed since ancient times. He then continued to indicate the numbers 3 and 4 at the back. The sum of these three elements amounts to 65 bowls, which forms this equation. Xiao Wanping proceeded to direct attention to the numbers 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, multiplying both sides by 12 and then dividing by 13, revealing the answer. This explanation was incomprehensible to those unversed in mathematics. Only Fei Xingquan, after absorbing Xiao Wanping's problem-solving approach, swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. What a prodigy! Such a method of resolution was unprecedented, truly astonishing. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sheet filled with calculations, only to retract them immediately, fearful of causing any damage. Witnessing Fei Xingquan's reaction, Zhang Buhuan's face flushed crimson, his gaze piercing like a knife directed at Fei Xingquan. There was no need for words. His reaction spoke volumes. Xiao Wanping had not stumbled upon the answer by chance, but had deduced it through sheer intellect. Ahem, ahem. Zhang Buhuan cleared his throat. It was only then that Fei Xingquan, momentarily lost in thought, regained his composure. Do not forget your standing. Zhang Buhuan whispered through clenched teeth. Your Highness, forgive me. Forgive me, the old minister has lost his composure. Fei Xingquan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Emperor Jing spoke. Prince Wei, what say you? Surely. The eighth prince did not guess. Humph. Zhang Buhuan scoffed. For this question, I shall concede you have answered correctly. Xiao Wanping laughed heartily. Then let us proceed. This next question shall be posed by none other than myself. Oh, I am eager to see what kind of question the fourth prince of Wei can devise to stump me. Ignoring Xiao Wanping's mockery, Zhang Buhuan approached the writing desk. He withdrew 10 sheets of paper. With his left hand, he took a brush, dipped it in ink, and switched to his right hand. Then, he inscribed a character on each sheet, flipping them over to write a contrasting character. Xiao Wanping immediately discerned the intent behind this game of opposites. The ministers, puzzled, began to rise in curiosity, as did the other 3 princes of Dian. Zhang Buhuan flipped over 5 sheets of paper and declared, of these 10 sheets, 5 now face up and 5 face down. You must blindfold yourself. I will shuffle these papers. You are to divide these 10 sheets into 2 groups of 5, ensuring that both groups are identical. At last, the ministers understood the challenge presented. This time, it was not Lu Qingquan who stepped forward first, but rather Xiao Wanan. This is utterly impossible, he exclaimed loudly. Chapter 91. They say you cannot do it. Zhang Buhuan laughed heartily, retorting, just because you cannot achieve it does not mean that our Dian cannot. Contemplating with a hand on his nose, Xiao Wanping maintained his characteristic roguish smile. He had never encountered such a question before. However, he quickly perceived the examiner's intent. This question aimed to exploit cognitive biases, leading others to believe it unsolvable. After some reflection, Pei Qing also spoke up. With 10 sheets, 5 facing up and 5 facing down, both being odd numbers, it is impossible to create 2 identical groups. Prince Wei, the puzzle you present is fundamentally unsolvable. Indeed, according to the reasoning of the ministers, for this conundrum to be resolved, the quantities of paper on both sides must be even. For instance, with 12 sheets, 6 facing one way and 6 the other, each being an even number. With a stroke of luck, one might even categorize 3 sheets facing one way and 3 the other into a single group. Thus, the 2 separated groups would consist of 3 sheets each facing the same way, achieving perfect uniformity. However, at present, both sides only possess 5 sheets, an odd number. Should one group contain 2 sheets facing one way, the other must necessarily contain 3, rendering identical separation impossible. Zhang Buhuan sneered. Enough of your prattling, Xiao Wanping. If you cannot solve this, you shall concede defeat. Lu Qingquan, incensed, slammed his wine cup upon the table. Prince Wei, you are clearly resorting to underhanded tactics and personal vendetta. Even with eyes closed, it is impossible to divide the sheets into identical groups. Lu Qingquan's words struck a chord with Xiao Wanping. Indeed, whether blindfolded or not, is merely a diversion crafted by Zhang Buhuan. The true complexity of the puzzle lies not in the act of blindfolding. He is merely redirecting attention. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Xiao Wanping's mind. So that is it. This fellow is quite cunning. Enough of this delay, let us light the incense, Zhang Buhuan declared, waving his right hand. Unwilling to engage in further debate. There is no need to light the incense. Xiao Wanping replied with a smile. Zhang Buhuan, who was about to return to his seat, abruptly halted upon hearing this. He turned around, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at Xiao Wanping. Have you conceded? Conceded? Xiao Wanping chuckled. Prince Wei overestimates himself. A riddle solvable by a mere child cannot compel me to surrender. Fei Xingquan stepped forward, cautioning, Your Highness, do not speak too confidently. It would be prudent to mock only once you have solved the puzzle. Fan Zhuo echoed this sentiment. Stretching his neck, Xiao Wanping remarked, The state of Wei is filled with fools like you. It is no wonder its strength wanes daily. What did you say? Zhang Buhuan strode forward, only to be reminded of the previous day's humiliation at the drunken immortal pavilion, causing him to falter momentarily. Xiao Wanping's words delighted Emperor Jing, yet he still interjected. Eighth brother, do not let your tongue run wild. Can you truly solve this puzzle? Father, of course I can. Zhang Buhuan gritted his teeth. Very well. I shall see how you intend to solve it. Approaching the desk, Zhang Buhuan first shuffled the 10 sheets haphazardly before nodding to Fan Zhuo. The latter produced a black cloth, intending to blindfold Xiao Wanping. Enough. Xiao Wanping opened his hands. Blindfolding has no bearing on answering. Prince Wei, am I not correct? At this, Zhang Buhuan's countenance shifted dramatically. His mouth slightly agape. He stood frozen in place. Your Highness? Fan Zhuo, holding the cloth, was at a loss. Regaining his composure, Zhang Buhuan waved his hand impatiently. Fan Zhuo retreated. Observe closely. Xiao Wanping approached the writing desk, raising his head to fixate on Zhang Buhuan's pupils. Completely disregarding the 10 sheets of paper laid upon the table, he casually selected 5 sheets, setting them to the left, while the remaining 5 were arranged to the right. In the left group, there were 3 sheets facing up and 2 facing down. Conversely, the right group comprised 3 sheets facing down and 2 facing up. Is this truly identical? Zhang Buhuan scoffed. The ministers had nearly surrounded the desk, shaking their heads at Xiao Wanping's method of solving the problem. I told you, this question has no solution. Your Highness, do not engage with him any further, Lu Qinquan asserted promptly. Disappointment was etched across the faces of Emperor Jing, Su Jinying, and particularly Xiao Chongming. Why the rush? Xiao Wanping smiled broadly, extending his right hand to flip over the entire right group of papers. At this moment, the left group remained unchanged with its 3 sheets facing up and 2 facing down. Upon flipping, the right group also exhibited 3 sheets facing up and 2 facing down. The 2 groups were indeed identical. Zhang Buhuan's expression darkened considerably. Remarkable. The crux of the solution lies in flipping the other set of papers, Pei Qing applauded. Xiao Wanan, who had previously declared the problem unsolvable, now nodded silently, his gaze directed toward Xiao Wanping, a complex mix of admiration and jealousy swirling within him, difficult to decipher. Your Highness, he has solved the second problem. Xiao Chongming could no longer contain her excitement, bursting into jubilant cheers. Su Jinying clasped her hand, merely smiling and nodding, though a lingering worry remained in her expression. What was she concerned about? Lu Qinquan laughed heartily. Your Highness, how did you come to this insight? With a slight nod, Xiao Wanping replied, It is quite simple. This is a cognitive pitfall. Whether one is blindfolded or not does not hinder the solution. As long as you randomly flip 5 sheets of paper and group them together, they will inevitably match the remaining 5 sheets. His answer was rather ambiguous, as it was impossible to elucidate the principle of opposites to them. This problem was deceptively simple. With reverse thinking and an avoidance of being misled by the superficiality of the question, the solution becomes effortless. Conversely, if one scrutinizes the problem without flexible thought, the answer will elude them indefinitely. Regrettably, Zhang Buhuan encountered the likes of Xiao Wanping from a future era, rendering such a problem exceedingly simple for him. Turning to Zhang Buhuan, Xiao Wanping inquired with a smile, Fourth Prince Wei, what do you think? Is the solution correct? Humph. Zhang Buhuan did not respond, merely waving his sleeve as he returned to his seat. The 3 were visibly discontent. With 2 of the 3 problems solved in the blink of an eye, their initial confidence began to wane. What if they lost? Not only would they fail to win Xiao Chongming's hand, but they would also have to face the wrath of the Wei Emperor upon returning home. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Sighing, Xiao Wanping remarked, It is said that the Wei kingdom is in decline, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Fan Zhuo could no longer contain his humiliation and shouted, Xiao Wanping, do not get too smug. Solve the final problem first. Enough of your chatter. Present the question, he retorted. Chapter 92. Breaching defenses. Xiao Wanping covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, exuding an air of utmost disdain. Suppressing his anger, Fei Xingquan began. This question, Before he could finish, Jiang Buhuan immediately stood up. Wait, he interrupted Fei Xingquan. For the final question, I shall pose it myself. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Jiang Buhuan's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Fei Xingquan and Fan Zhuo exchanged puzzled glances. According to their agreement, the last question was to be presented by Fei Xingquan, and it was to be the most challenging. Why was Jiang Buhuan interjecting? Did he perhaps possess an even more difficult question? Your Highness, no need to elaborate. Jiang Buhuan waved his hand dismissively. This final question will not trouble him. Does His Highness have a superior question? Fan Zhuo inquired. Indeed, Jiang Buhuan replied, a sly smile creeping across his face, rendering him even more enigmatic. Who will pose the question? The night is drawing near. Please, speak swiftly, Xiao Wanping said, stretching languidly. With a flicker of peculiarity in his gaze, Jiang Buhuan continued. Listen closely. A butcher's son has been kidnapped by mountain bandits, who demand a ransom of 1,000 taels for his release. The butcher lacks such funds, but devises a plan that not only ensures the bandits respectfully return his son, but also secures his son's position as the county magistrate's son-in-law, elevating himself to the status of the wealthiest merchant in the region. The question is, what strategy did the butcher employ? At this, Xiao Wanping's expression shifted, a sudden seriousness overtaking him. He turned sharply to Jiang Buhuan, his face paling. It was not the difficulty of the question that astonished him, but rather the realization that Jiang Buhuan was aware of it. This question, known as the dark line bead arrangement in the 18 strategies of heaven, had been posed with the outcome revealed, leaving Xiao Wanping to dissect the process. But how had Jiang Buhuan come to know of this riddle? The characters remained unchanged, a butcher, a county magistrate, and a wealthy merchant. This was no mere coincidence. Zhao Shisan had claimed that this book was discovered in a mystical ancient tomb on the Yinliang border. Could it be that Jiang Buhuan was connected to the tomb's owner? Yet he was a prince of the Wei Kingdom, 1,000 miles from Qinzhong Plain. What could possibly link them? Was it feasible that he possessed his own copy of the 18 strategies of heaven? These myriad doubts swirled in Xiao Wanping's mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Observing this, Jiang Buhuan mistakenly believed he had perplexed Xiao Wanping, and a triumphant smile graced his lips. Xiao Wanping,